Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Had the Power of a Duel Monster in High School DxD Part 2. Before we start, please go support Phantom Eyes 90 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 19, a half-dark secret and a love threat. Kitsune Hostel Dining Room 6 p.m. The double duel that had arisen, or rather demanded, by the now detained Gabriel, and with the danger of losing said property, they managed to defeat the missionaries of the former duelist, and with the intervention of Lady Phoenix, the police managed to arrest Gabriel and several of his lackeys. But there was a thought that did not leave the students of the Kitsune Hostel alone, the phenomenon that caused the sudden disappearance of Kalawiner and Danasik. Seeing how the dark energy that the ritual cards gave off and covered the bodies of both duelists, as if it were fire or rather a plague, and, worst of all, they dissolved like dandelions when blown, while they screamed in pain and desperation, left them with many doubts and some fear, because they still had in their minds those screams where they begged for mercy and reflected the desperation of both duelists. The welcome picnic that was going to be held in the gardens of the hostel ended in a common dinner, but with more guests, because apart from the students from Sweden together with their teacher Roswis, there were Lady Phoenix and Serafol. The first one ate steamed rice, fried fish and miso soup with moderation and education. "Isaka dono, your food is exquisite," said Lady Phoenix politely. "Thank you for your compliment," the hostel owner said with a bow. Quite the opposite, with Serafol, in true Luffy fashion, the champion was so hungry that she devoured pieces of meat with rice, while a smile lit up her chubby face. Everyone watched the way the Asian champion ate uncomfortably. "It's incredible that at that pace and that amount of food he chews he doesn't choke," said Issei nervously, watching as the human vacuum cleaner called Serafol finished 3 plates of spaghetti and 2 of ramen. "Ah, delicious," Serafol shouted triumphantly. Serafol Sama Hoppy said nervously, "Doesn't she eat well? I mean, she's the Asian champion, and she must have certain privileges, including a diet." Hoppy immediately closed her mouth when she saw that the last word she said, Serafol stopped eating, and mentioning the word diet only caused martyrdom to the raven-haired girl with pigtails, as she tragically collapsed on the tatami of the inn. "I broke my diet again," said Serafol, depressed. "Hey Hoppy-san, you touched an emotional nerve," Indra said uncomfortably in front of the Dramirio that Serafol orchestrated. "But don't worry, it's not too late yet," said Kuoh very innocently, supporting the hand of the Asian champion. Serafol saw the blonde as a little saint. "Someone is going to want you with rolls and a little chubby girl," she said, smiling. Crash. As if glass were breaking, Serafol's self-esteem was shattered by the little blonde's comment. "Bye. Serafol screamed, turning like a log while crying comically under some nervous residents of the hostel. "No one will marry me, Pua." "That was a devastating checkmate from our dear Kuoh-chan," said Yukari, smiling shyly. Kuoh had unwittingly touched a sore spot in a woman's ego and pride, and that is when it comes to body weight and diets. Time skip. After a rather childish and embarrassing scene on Serafol's part that lasted approximately half an hour, in which little Kuoh had to apologize for 5 minutes straight from her mother, the little blonde girl asked for it with tearful eyes, a pout and a bump on her head with a couple of band-aids on it. And some girls like Saya, Akeno and Kaneko calmed Serafol down until she returned to her usual character. Now that the dining table only had Carloman's dual disc, where the Asian champion took out the blue-haired girl's deck that had mysteriously disappeared after losing the duel, the raven-haired girl expanded the deck of cards until she found the cards that caused a grim moment in the duel and caused a rather drastic change in behavior both in the blue-haired girl and her partner. "Well, I know you have doubts about what happened after the duel," said Serafol. While locating the 2 evil cards, Serafol took a glove from her pocket, proceeded to place said cards in special micas, sealing them as a precaution. "We still can't process how Gabriel's lackeys disappeared," Noel said. "It's like what happened to them was an effect of a science fiction movie. And yelling at someone in the air in such a psychotic way caused me a lot of fear," said Kaneko. Serafol sighed heavily. "It seems that we cannot hide this from you. This is a subject that only a few trusted champions and elite duelists are aware of, but due to the circumstances that you were exposed to, you have every right to know." Serafol, taking a very serious face, reveals the sealed card to them. What those mercenaries saw and the consequences they had were consequences of being exposed and possessing an evil card, said Serafol. The residents of the hostel listened attentively to the Asian champion. "These cards have caused problems all over the world and are a danger to whoever possesses them or challenges a possessor of these," said Serafol. "The energy that the card gives off makes the possessor amplify his analytical and strategic capacity, but his behavior becomes similar to that of a bloodthirsty and suffering animal, and also in the worst cases to that of a psychopath." Everyone felt chills at what Serafol said. "But why did those Gabriel mercenaries disappear after losing the duel?" Roswa said, a little scared. That's what I'm getting at, Ravel said, looking at the teacher. Playing with a card is similar to a double-edged sword, it depends on who is defeated. Have there been other cases like this? Said Lady Phoenix. Exactly, 3 in particular, Ravel said seriously, taking out her cell phone and searching through her images. One happened in Tokyo, Japan. An evil card had been revealed in a local grinding duels tournament. The card that had been revealed was Zushin, the sleeping giant. If it weren't for my intervention, Tokyo would have ended very badly. And the duelist, did he have a similar ending to our opponents? Akeno said, somewhat terrified. No, he had a very different ending, said Ravel. This boy only had temporary amnesia, he doesn't remember what happened. But it doesn't make sense, said Kenichi with a hand on his chin thoughtfully. That boy should have had the same end as those 2 Gabriel's henchmen, or as you say, those 2 would have been left with amnesty. That's what I was thinking too, Kenichi-san, said Ravel looking at the redeed, but witnesses of the incident in Tokyo mentioned that the duelist who had Zushin in his hands said he had gotten the card with less than 24 hours in his possession. And according to what you say, Sirzechs and Ashen said, it seems that the effects that the evil card can cause in the owner can be revealed over time that the duelist possesses it. A very accurate hypothesis, Ashen said Yusaka, so the longer the card remains with the unfortunate duelist, the greater the risk and tragedy it can cause. So what happened to the pimp and the boar a few moments ago? According to Ashen's theory, they could have had said cards for a long time, said Issei, taking the sealed cards from Kalwarner, but since they both had 2 cards, we still can't be sure of the effects that 2 cards can have, since this is the first case that has arisen, said Ravel very thoughtfully. But what happens if the duelist who holds one of these cards defeats an innocent duelist? Yukari said fearfully. Ravel's expression hardened. The unfortunate duelist is left in an indefinite coma, Ravel said, looking for other files, photos where she reveals one in a vast desert as a possessor of an evil card with that same cardboard. The possessed defeats the innocent duelist. In another photo, the dark energy envelops the innocent in its entirety, and a last one reveals the possessed duelist leaving the desert. Well, the innocent was unconscious, but his skin color had changed to a bluish one reflecting cyanosis. This case happened in Morocco, in an intercontinental tournament. The aggressor had the evil card embodiment of Ophis, and the victim has not opened his eyes for almost a year after his attack, the African champion. Batrayed Leviathan took action on the matter and was in charge of defeating the aggressor duelist, who unfortunately had a tragic end like the one we saw today. Batrayed Leviathan, Indra said, impressed. The champion who follows the legacy of the Ishtar family. Indeed, said Ravel, she is one of my best friends and has been monitoring suspicious activity in Africa and part of Eastern Europe, since we do not trust the European champion or most of the champions of that continent. I understand perfectly, said Lady Phoenix. It's enough for me to put up with a champion of Great Britain who is a narcissist, a megalomaniac and an egomaniac. I don't even know how my husband and my son, Razor, put up with him. Now I see where Razor gets such behavior from, Nai and Lee said in their minds. Well, now that you know this little bit of information, in these days the residents will be called after classes along with Ura-sensei to receive a little more information from people who have knowledge of the evil cards, since this is considered strictly classified information, so no one will be able to tell this to anyone. Do you agree? Hi, the residents and Lady Phoenix said in unison, raising her hand to speak. Well, I want to talk to Yusaka Dono, who most of the residents probably won't like since, as you know, I'm Morelia Phoenix, matriarch of said clan, and for obvious reasons, I'm the mother of Razor and Ravel Phoenix, said the blonde, introducing herself kindly. It's a pleasure, said everyone in return. She is very different from her children, Ashen and Yukari said, mentally remembering the attitude of both descendants of Morelia. What is it about, Morelia-san, Yusaka said, deducing a little what the matriarch of the clan was going to ask her. Well, I'll get to the point, said Morelia without stopping smiling. I want my daughter Ravel to be living here in your hostel. Everyone was stunned upon hearing the blonde's request. They could already imagine the capricious younger blonde with a superior face and laughing like an Oju-sama. No, not another persona non grata here. Issei, Yukari, Nai, Lee, and Kenichi screamed in their minds. Oh no. Yusei, Saya, Indra and Yami also screamed in their minds. Izumi, Ashen, Sinin and Aaron just hit their heads on the table because the request did not sit well with their heads, which ended with a neuronal short circuit. The Scandinavian girls watched this scene with grimaces and nervous reactions, dripping with tears on their necks. Lady Phoenix continued smiling, as she would expect it from them, given the bad reputation her children had earned. I know you don't like my children because of their attitude, but I'm not doing this on a whim, said Lady Phoenix, beginning to break down, her eyes turning crystalline and her face threatening to cry. Since my son was kidnapped, I haven't been able to sleep because of how worried I am about him. I know that even though he's a teenager, an almost adult, libidinous and womanizing, an egomaniac and a maniac when it comes to grieving. He's my son and you don't know how bad I feel when I see him like this, but even with his flaws, he's my son and I love him very much. I thought that the defeat he suffered at the hands of Shen-san could change his attitude. When I thought about contacting him, I suffered the worst thing a mother could feel. Knowing that her son has been kidnapped, said Morelia Phoenix, who immediately couldn't hold back and began to cry with true pain, under the dismay of everyone's gaze. Ravel gave her a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Thank you Ravel Dono, said Morelia, so after suffering this terrible event I made the decision that Ravel would live with you for her safety, since I feel that in the mansion where she lived with Razor and his team, if they were able to bypass the high-tech security they had, I cannot assure that my daughter is okay. Even though those who guarded said security are elite duelists, said Morelia as she stood up and immediately knelt before the residents, so please residents of the Kitsune Hostel, please accept my daughter Ravel, take care of my daughter Ravel please, I will give you whatever it is, I know it sounds selfish, but please understand that I will not be able to bear it if something equal or worse than Razor happens to her please. Shouted Lady Phoenix, lowering her head to the ground while still kneeling. No one could believe that the matriarch of one of the most powerful families in Europe was kneeling before the students considered at the bottom of the academy's social ladder. They felt very uncomfortable with the blonde's request because her daughter could be very conceited and very unbearable, but seeing the honesty, but above all, the desperation of a mother in thinking the worst of her daughter, made them think and reconsider rejecting the request. Very well, said Yusaka's voice, we accept Ravel Phoenix in the hostel. The residents could not say anything, since Yusaka, the matron of the hostel, had given her verdict and they could not contradict her, since she is the owner of the property. But I'll tell you that when you step into the hostel, your role as princess will end at that moment, said Yusaka, since as you know, everyone in the hostel not only dedicates themselves to studying, but also to maintaining the place where they sleep, eat and spend the night. There will be no favoritism here, do you agree? Said the blonde in the yellow kimono. Lady Phoenix listened to what the hostel matron said and couldn't help but smile. It would be a great opportunity for Ravel to change her attitude, since just like a certain brunette woman spoiled her redheaded daughter, with Ravel and Razor, her husband spoiled his children and never bothered to scold them. The blonde didn't think twice and shook her hand. We have an agreement, said Lady Phoenix, now a little calmer, and regarding the vandalized entrance to the hostel, don't worry, I'll take care of the repair costs as a guarantee that Ravel will behave herself. The students only sighed at Yusaka's decision to accept Ravel into the hostel, hoping that she isn't a hikikomori like a certain religious chestnut who still thinks Benelana is a saint sent by the Lord. While hidden in some furniture, the spiritual spheres were watching and listening to what Serafel said in Lady Phoenix's request, but they only cared about something now. We lost the evil card, said sphere number 1. That doesn't matter now, what matters now is getting rid of that reckless girl who is in that girl's dual disc, said sphere number 5. We will proceed to rescue her at night when everyone is asleep, said sphere number 3. Yes, and we'll go to the chubby raven-haired girl's house, said sphere number 2, she surely has more evil cards. At that, Serafel feels a tingling sensation on her back. Thinking that Ravel's inclusion in the hostel and the plan to rescue the spirit sphere that was in Zaze's dual disc would be a good thing for the duelists and a success for the spirit spheres. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? In another area of Kyoto. In an area of the park where Issei and Akeno met on their date and where the raven-haired girl defeated her brown-haired boy's ex-girlfriend who made her heartbeat like crazy, there were a lot of people gathered watching exactly two people who were dueling. Come on, attack! Shouted a short duelist with disheveled emerald green hair that curled at the ends and wearing a peculiar tight black one-piece dress that revealed a lot of her legs, her hips and low-heeled shoes. At that moment, a shadowy silhouette attacked a duelist who looked like a depraved person. Aya! The duelist screamed as he was thrown to the ground and his life points fell to 0. Everyone was amazed by the exceptional duelist, while her monsters that were hiding in the shadows, which looked like dangerous yokai kamitachi, but behind them was a colossal quadruped beast. This one gave a terrifying roar while they disappeared in a tornado, to the astonishment of the spectators. I thought you were a piece of cake, said the duelist, very hurt, looking at the green-haired girl. I thought I would have a chance to beat you and that you would be mine. Miserable animal, said the duelist with disgust, even if you won, I would not give you my body and my love, since that right and privilege belongs to my little greenhouse tomato for a long time, she said, maintaining a look of indignation towards the defeated duelist. Please, one more duel, he said, trying to get up. Are you deaf? I told you I wasn't. Said the green-haired girl while her emerald eyes lost their shine and became sharp, leaving the pervert terrified. It seems that your brain moved to your crotch, you damn perverted piece of shit, shouted the girl, but the duelist, unable to bear the public humiliation any longer, ran away crying. Everyone was stunned by the harsh and ruthless way he spoke about the girl. Good, now to find the Kitsune Hostel, said the girl as she walked, making her way through the attendees who stepped aside with some fear, as if it were a small threat when "Oh ho ho, are you looking for this hostel, young lady?" said an old lady calmly. "I can guide you. If you do me a favor, sweet old lady," the green-haired woman said stoically with a bow. All the attendees saw how the green-haired woman received instructions from the old woman, and they all had one thought in common. May the creator of the universe have mercy on the man who stole his heart. Once the old lady finished giving her instructions, the girl thanked her and started on her way. "Once I find you, Kenichi, I'll make you moan my name like a soprano, and I'll consummate my love for you. I'll beat you in a duel as my professional status dictates, or I'll stop calling myself Tatsumaki." In a restaurant. What seemed like an afternoon in the alleys of Kyoto's restaurants, in one that sold fugu, many people had gathered because curiosity is quite heavy when something catches their attention a little. "What's going on?" said an elderly woman. "The thug started yelling at the chef like an idiot," said an old man, bored. Then when he saw a young lady, he inappropriately touched her buttock, but the sweet young lady confronted the thug for making that gesture, and now they have a duel. "Sweet miss," another lady said sarcastically. "That brat told that ruffian what she was going to die of." "They were very sweet words compared to what my wife normally tells me," said the same old man happily. He then seized the confrontation through one of the display cases. "I recommend that you step aside or you will end up badly," said the old man walking so calmly. And indeed something was about to happen. "Move aside," they said alarmed when. Crash. The restaurant's windows were broken because a person was thrown out and ended up hitting the pavement. Ig. A punk-looking boy could only scream, finally losing consciousness, while his life points on his dual disc were rapidly falling to zero. At that moment, a girl with blue hair and a red lock swept to the left in her bangs, came out of the broken glass. In a jump, she went out to face the thug. Behind her were the silhouettes of several machines in a defensive position, but one in particular was colossal in size and sitting in the lotus position. In that moment, she faced the thug, totally disconnected from existence, and with a face that seemed to not be having the best of days, she shouted. "And the next time you touch my butt, that hand will only be your appendix. For decoration," shouted the girl who emanated a terrifying aura, while this part is only reserved for a person who has the right to touch it. The people watching them were truly terrified by the show the girl had orchestrated. But then the chef comes out to see the girl. "Excuse me, miss," said the chef very embarrassed. Said the girl very intimidatingly, making the chef sweat more. "I just wanted to thank you for freeing my restaurant from that extortionist," he said, thanking the girl in compensation. "The restaurant will serve you free food for a year." "Oh, thank you very much," said the girl, changing her intimidating mood to a sweet one. "You're welcome, although," said the chef, looking at the stained glass window with a depressed expression, "I'll have to close for a month to find financing to repair my furniture and everything broken by the duel." The girl felt so guilty that she ended up destroying her restaurant in a tantrum, but an idea occurred to her. "I have a way to solve it," said the girl. "Do you have a phone?" "Yes, in the kitchen," said the chef. "And what do you want it for?" "I'll make a call to my fiancé's family before going to my destination, the Kitsune Hostel," the girl said with a smile that reflected confidence. "They'll solve it quickly, and tomorrow morning their restaurant will be open." "Who do you call, if I may ask?" said the humble chef. "To the Speedwagon Company," the girl said calmly but with a smile full of confidence, leaving the poor chef in shock. "To the Joestar family." "Who are you?" the chef said, unable to get over the shock. "My name is Ryuko Madoya, duelist, recently graduated from the Tokyo Senketsu Duel Academy, and future Mrs. Joestar, since I am engaged to the firstborn of said family. Aaron Joestar," she said, naming herself. The chef was slowly taking on the color of his skin, but in his mind was the thought. "Poor that boy who has this beast as a wife." The chef begins to close his restaurant while still processing the fact that this aggressive girl had contact with one of the most powerful families in America that could rival the Gremory, Citri and Phoenix families in economic terms, while he saw Ryuko talking on the phone with said family very normally. In the alleys. Somewhat removed from the crowd, in the dark and dirty cobbled alleys, where the walls of the houses and businesses formed narrow paths that in some places were impossible to pass, but in a very uncomfortable silence in an alley large enough but far from the downtown area, the same pattern occurred. Crush. The completely broken wooden box was destroyed by a duelist who was thrown into a concrete wall. "Aya!" screamed the duelist as the impact left him face down on the floor at the same time as his dual disc marked 0 life points. But suddenly a female silhouette began to appear, walking calmly well in the dark alley. The sound of heels was heard loudly well behind her, robot-like silhouettes with quite a few arms and somewhat surreal physiognomy, one extremely large, covered the back of their duelist. "Wow, you bark so much to say that you were going to beat me?" said with a rather cold voice the silhouette, revealing a girl with short black hair that reached her shoulders, wearing a blouse and black leather pants, as well as boots of the same material and color, accompanied by a greenish jacket. "And were you really going to have my precious deck playing the duel in such a pitiful way?" The duelist, who looked like a man who looked like a small-time robber, looked with wide suspicion. "Those letters a bitch like you shouldn't have them," said the robber, very irritated, "and even more so if they are the authentic ones from the hacker, Emma Besho and her link letters. I could have a great fortune." 5. He knocked out the thief with a kick to the head, leaving him unconscious. "And with more reason, I must prevent your disgusting hands from touching my teacher's mallet," he said while removing his foot from her head. The holograms of his monsters disappeared, and taking a suitcase, he began to walk to get out of those alleys. What a waste of time. The girl went out to an area where there were people circulating on the carved stone streets, walking towards a soda fountain, ordering an iced cappuccino. She decides to sit down and rest. She decides to take out her smartphone. "According to this, the Kitsune Hostel is a 45-minute walk from here," said the girl in a dry tone when cell phone alarms sound. "Hello Shamir, how's Hyoudou?" said a female voice. "Sensei, it's good to hear from you again," Shamir said, "with the fact that you are a nomad throughout Japan and don't have a well-established place. Ah, don't even tell me, I wish I was right now drinking a pina colada on a warm beach when now I'm freezing in Sapporo," said Emma Besho. "If it weren't for the mercenaries and lackeys of Venelana Gremory who are going after us, the pioneers of link summoning, I wouldn't have left you alone." "Don't worry sensei, I'm already 25 years old and I can take care of myself," Shamir said, boredly taking a sip of her drink. "You're still as dry and cold as ever, right?" said Emma's mocking voice, "but you're not like that when you talk about your Ash-kun." Shamir let a strong blush show on his cheeks as he continued to drink the cappuccino while avoiding coughing. "You're already in Kyoto, from what I hear," Emma said equally mockingly to her disciple, "and are you willing to do that with your Nikito who is 10 years younger than you?" Shamir opened her eyes in surprise and her cheeks blushed. "Not another word sensei," Shamir said loudly, blushing while Emma laughed out loud. "Seriously sensei, you like to play with people's feelings," Shamir said, finishing his drink, "and considering what you've said it's more than obvious. I'm thinking of being a good prospect for Yusaku-sama and Aoi-sama and having their approval to go out with their son." "But you'll have a hard time," said Emma. "You know that in that academy there are Citri girls and it's not for nothing that they are the only students that Aoi-san had. She adores them equally as if they were her daughters, and it's so much so that each one of them has one of her 2 decks." "That won't be a problem, teacher," said Shamir. "I trust in my abilities and I know I can beat them," said the black-haired girl. "Although the Citri sisters are my competition, I will prove that I am the most suitable to be a Shen-kun's fiancé." "That's the attitude," Emma said triumphantly, "although I would like to see you duel with Sona-chan and Sarah-chan, you know you have my full support." Shamir smiles at his sensei's words. "I have to hang up," Sensei Shamir said. "I have to get to the Kitsune Hostel before nightfall." "Okay," said Emma, "I must look for an inn to spend the night. I will send you some money that I have left and you can make better use of it. Take care, Shamir-chan," said Emma, hanging up. The raven-haired girl took her suitcase and proceeded to walk to her destination. "You won't get away, my Nikito," Shamir said, taking out of his suitcase a photo of an Ashen who was about 5 years old, sitting on the lap of a 15-year-old Shamir wearing the DxD Academy uniform, both smiling. The raven-haired girl gave that photo a kiss and proceeded to walk on the busy street. Chapter 20 Senpais and the darkness begins to advance. Hostel Kitsune 2100 hours PM. After a hectic afternoon for the members of the hostel and finishing the meeting with Seraphil and Lady Phoenix, these two said goodbye to the residence. The first went to her residence, which is close to the academy, but not before ordering 3 servings of saffron rice and Cantonese pork prepared by Akeno to take home and say goodbye with a kiss to Ashen, to the jealousy and fury of Yukari, Nai and Lee, and the laughter of the others. While with Lady Phoenix, she boarded her limousine heading first towards the temporary shelter where her youngest daughter resides to tell her about the decision made today, regardless of her complaints, and then she would leave for the airport to return to England, a little calmer, since at least Ravel would be safe in the hostel than anywhere else in Kyoto. But now the night had fallen in the most traditionalist city in Japan, and now the boys were preparing for tomorrow, since the days at the academy would slowly become harder, since one of the most important events of the school year was approaching, since Akeno mentioned that this is an opportunity that the students could not waste, because if they were successful, they could have the opportunity to have an official duelist team at the academy. But now the Sunday night routine at the hostel was taking place. Akeno could be seen alongside Yukari, Saya and Kunu, helping to iron their own and their classmates' uniforms. "Akeno Onasama, she put so much effort into doing things," said Kunu, hanging up her freshly ironed high school uniform, "and even more so when it comes to Issei Naisama's things." "What can I tell you, Kunu-chan, nothing is impossible for a girl in love, and even more so when you show her how much you love her Yufufu," said the raven-haired girl, while hanging Issei's uniform shining from the perfect ironing. Yukari and Sayu were surprised to see Issei's uniform ironed to perfection. What a girl in love does, they both said when they saw Shen and Kenichi's shirt in their hands. Seeing their faces reflected in the shirts, a slight blush was noticed. They both looked at each other and nodding, they began to iron their little ones' uniforms. In the kitchen. Isaka with an apron and a headscarf, taking off her traditional kimono and wearing civilian clothes although somewhat tight due to her amazing figure, was giving classes to the girls from Scandinavia who dressed the same as the hostel matron on how to make a school lunch that included Roswis, who despite being a teacher, can be somewhat clumsy with housework. And that's how egg rolls are made, Yusaka said, distributing the snacks in the girls' containers. One of the things that shouldn't be missing in a Japanese school lunch. OHHHHH. Was the only thing the girls from Sweden were saying, amazed by the stunning blonde skill. While on the other hand Kaneko, Nai, Lee, Izumi, Yami and Seinen prepared their classmates' lunches. "Your onigiri are so cute," said Seinen when she saw that Kaneko had prepared the cat-shaped rice balls arranged in 2 lunch boxes. "Hey Kaneko-chan, you made cat-shaped onigiri for Kenichi, huh?" said Seinen very mischievously. "Hi," said the little albino loli with a blush and a smile while her eyes showed a touch of embarrassment. "No, don't bother Seinen-senpai," she said hurriedly. On the other hand, the other girls were also preparing their bentos. "Wow Izumi, you did a great job making the cyber dragon head with sushi seaweed and Indra's rice," said the retweeted twin. "Thank you," said Izumi, "although you're not doing bad, creating datacorn and rice onigiri seasoned with soy sauce for Shen," said Indra's girlfriend watching as both twins tried hard to make a delicious lunch for their savior. Meanwhile Yami was trying hard to create a healthy bento for Issei. A smile appeared on the blonde's face as she peeled some apples with a knife. Elsewhere. In the wooden hallways, the boys were seen cleaning them with silk rags, and sometimes they did it so quickly that sometimes the spirit of competition was born in them. Of course, doing the cleaning well was the important thing. The Sunday night routine was going smoothly until ding dong. Kenichi, who was doing the night cleaning very close to the entrance of the hostel, decides to answer the bell. "I'll go," said the retweed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Ding dong. I'm coming." Kenichi shouted and proceeded to open the still vandalized door of the hostel. "Welcome to the hostel," Kenichi said, but seeing who he had his eyes on made his skin fade. His eyes opened wider than normal and sweat began to fall like waterfalls. Before him stood a short young lady with curly green hair wearing a one-piece skirt, revealing a small but stunning figure that, despite the lack of bust, was compensated for with her shapely hips and legs, while her eyes with an accusatory tinge shone like freshly polished emeralds, and a triumphant smile was drawn on her smile, counting that there were 2 suitcases that practically exceeded her height by 10 centimeters. Before you stood Tatsumaki confronting Kenichi. "So long time no see, my little greenhouse tomato," said the green-haired loli in a flirtatious voice, placing her index finger on her lips. Kenichi, still in shock and fear, could only babble. "Tat tat tat," pointing at her with his finger as his soul left his mouth. But then Indra and Shen arrive. Kenichi, who knocked on the door, Aaron said, drinking fresh water, and seized the green-haired girl. "Can we help you with something, miss? It's none your business," Tatsumaki said in a dry tone. Aaron's forehead showed a vein because of the way he answered her. But Shen recognized her. "Tatsumaki-san, known as the Tornado of Terror," said Shen. "Do you know this brat, Shen?" Aaron said, irritated because the tone of her answer literally put him in a bad mood. This brat has excelled in the minor leagues of professional duels. You could say that despite her appearance, she entered the top 15 of the strongest duelists in Japan," said Shen, and her nickname, the Tornado of Terror, is due to her mastery with a certain archetype of the wind attribute, and because of her short stature, they tend to underestimate her and end up defeated in less than 3 turns. "I see, and it seems that he knows Kenichi somehow," said Indra. "But with Kenichi?" Nijirandeo. Trying to escape from the hostel, but Tatsumaki already prevented that move. Kenichi passed by the green-haired girl, but she grabbed him by his shirt, pulled him back to the hostel, and with a quick movement, the green-haired girl grabbed Kenichi by the waist, while Aaron and Shen just saw how Kenichi's feet left the ground, so that 5. Tatsumaki had connected a perfect German suplex on Kenichi, and 2 cracks were heard, one as the concrete of the hostel's courtyard cracked from the impact, the other came from the poor retweed's skull, which left the witnesses trembling with fear. "So you were going to escape again, Kenichi?" said the green-haired girl, then she took a knocked-out Kenichi and immediately started hugging him like a stuffed animal. "You know you can't avoid our relationship," said Tatsumaki with a pout and blushing, while she stretched the unconscious tomato's cheeks like an accordion. Aaron and Shen were nervous and a little uncomfortable seeing such a scene of Apache love. "And now how will we tell Saya and Kaneko-chan?" Shen said, whispering in Aaron's ear, because everyone knows that Saya is his current girlfriend and he knew about his little cowhai's feelings towards his friend. I don't know, Aaron said very nervously while he watched Tatsumaki rubbing her cheeks with the unconscious tomatoes in a very loving way, although it's the first time I've seen Kenichi defeated and the truth is, it amuses me to see him like that, Aaron said laughing, but without noticing that a silhouette stood behind him. Oh how nice, Aaron, how good that it amuses you, because I will do the same to you for having escaped from Tokyo and left me alone, Ajo said, a voice behind the black-haired man who stopped laughing and began to tremble with fear, slowly turning his head to see the only person who knew that nickname. Ryuko? He shouted upon seeing the blue-haired girl with red highlights, with a smile on her face denoting love and a fist with prominent veins on it, trembling and demanding to be used violently. I'm leaving. Aaron tries to enter the hostel, but Ryuko is faster and… Ham. The violent blue-haired woman briefly immobilized Ajo in such a way that a WWE wrestler would have applauded her for such a refined technique. Ait. Aaron shouted, resenting the punishment. Oh, why did you abandon me, dear Ajo said Ryuko. You know how sad you made Oni Issei-ma's heart said Ryuko, and when she saw Aaron's neck, she licked it like a lioness marking her territory. Shen, seeing how aggressive the girls were with Kenichi and Aaron, decided to quietly leave there but… Where are you going, my beloved Nikito? A woman's voice shouted loudly. That voice and only someone calls me that, Shamiya Shen said very terrified, but when he turned around he only saw a suitcase flying towards him. Hughes. The suitcase had hit Shen on the head. The poor man felt the blow so much that he could now see small kuribos on his head. Number busy, please call back later said Shen, all dazed, falling to the ground defeated and only seeing Shamir's silhouette approaching with a determined step before falling into unconsciousness. The owner of the Altages deck approached the knocked-out wielder of the Cybers deck. I had to stop you like this to prevent you from doing the same thing as these two idiots, Shamir said, grabbing him by the shirt, ignoring how the green-haired girl lovingly manipulated a rather deformed Kenichi's face, as if she were playing with Play-Doh, while Ryuko gave Apache love to an Ajo, who could no longer feel his neck and arms from the painful key he felt while Shamir. Munch. The raven-haired girl had sunk into her breasts her love interest who was 10 years younger than her. She didn't care about anything else but embracing that boy who is worthy of her. You don't know how much I missed you, Nikito Shamir said, holding Shen by both cheeks, ready to give him a passionate kiss when… What the buck is going on here? The scream came from the entrance, and the one who gave it like a real scolding was midwife Yusaka upon seeing such a scene, but she was accompanied by the female residents. Kenichi Uzumaki Aaron Joestar Shen Phantom, these types of scenes full of obscenilia and racy are prohibited in the hostel. Yusaka shouted, completely enraged. Obviously, the three of them were too out of the fight to hear their matron scream. But with the girls. Kaneko, Saya and Noel, seeing an unconscious Kenichi receive a kiss from Tatsumaki, the albino turned red with jealousy. Saya for her part, who had a bottle of starch to iron, had destroyed it with the force of her hands, while Noel who had an egg in her hand, only the crunch of it was heard well between her fingers. She drained the contents of the egg that immediately shot towards Kenichi and outlining his leg. 5. The silver-haired girl threw a kick worthy of a black belt into Kuoh towards Kenichi's face that sent him flying through the walls of the hostel, and only when he descended could the only things heard were the trash cans and cat meows, while Kunu and Indra dressed as NFL referees blew a whistle giving him points and made the signal for a field goal. What the hell are you doing to that girl, Lolican? Baka Kenichi. Noel screamed. Tatsumaki was surprised to see the power of Noel's kicks. Greenhouse tomato. Tatsumaki shouted worried about Kenichi and ran out of the hostel to the area where the retreat might land. Greenhouse tomato. Everyone in the hostel set upon learning Kenichi's nickname. For Issei, Indra and Issei, they just stifled laughter. For Kaneko, Noel and Saya, their faces turned red with jealousy. The first one let out a snort similar to that of a cat and the rest just had a drop of sweat running down their necks. Yukari, Nai and Lee watching how Shen's chaste lips were going to be desecrated by Shamir. Not on my watch, bitch. The three of them shouted, jumping in to break the kiss, pushing Shamir aside and leaving a knocked-out Shen on the ground, but the three of them tripped and the inevitable happened at that moment. Shen began to regain consciousness. Crack. The three fall on Shen, damaging the poor black-haired man even more. UGGGGG. Shen complained alone as the three of them fell in a ball on his stomach and even worse, Lee, the blue-haired twin, fell and elbowed him in the abdomen, knocking the wind out of him and leaving him unconscious again. Nikito. Shamir said, pushing the three brutes aside while the adopted son of Playmaker and Blue Maiden was a few moments away from his soul-transcending nirvana, the movie. Nikito. Shouted the people from the hostel at such a nickname. Now Issei, Indra and Issei burst out laughing. The other girls felt a little sorry for Shen now, but in a certain way Hoppy, hearing Shamir refer to Shen and especially seeing him sleeping on her lap, felt a little discomfort in her heart along with a feeling she didn't like at all. But with Yukari, Nai and Lee. Get off you little garden. the three girls demanded. Don't bother me, you rude kid, Shamir said with annoyance. Well, with Aaron. The poor guy was being held by Sinan and Ryuko, the former holding him by the feet while the violent blue-haired girl grabbed him by the neck. Aaron was already turning blue from the force with which they were punishing him. Get your dirty hands off me, Aaron. Sinan shouted. You, Aaron? You are wrong, girl. Ryuko shouted, this boy is mine. It's mine, Shoudakin, Sinan shouted. Give up, you brawn, shouted Ryuko. The poor boy only felt that. Either they were going to tear his head off or they were going to tear his legs off. Girls, Aaron said, all blue, but he couldn't because of the key Ryuko was holding him in. Something Yasaka couldn't ignore. Girls, they're going to kill him, Yasaka said nervously, but they were so engrossed in their fight that the blonde was ignored. Getting angry, she proceeded to shout. I said that they're going to kill Aaron. Crack. The shock was so great that Ryuko applied more force than usual and Aaron's neck collapsed. But not only that, his spine and waist collapsed as well. Aaron was defeated in epic fashion. Everyone watched as Tatsumaki dragged Kenichi by 1 foot back to the hostel while his face was being rubbed into the concrete. Ashen slept peacefully on Shamir's lap and Aaron had his neck rearranged. Hhhhhh. Kunu screamed in horror. Kenichi, Ashen and Aaron. Now, what if we take them to their rooms? Akeno said very nervously, and while we're at it, can these three girls explain to us why they came to the hostel? It's not a bad idea, said Issei, because at this rate, St. Peter will have 3 visitors at his doors very soon. Everyone proceeded to enter the hostel normally, with the exception of Ashen, Kenichi and Aaron, who were carried like a sack of potatoes by Shamir, Tatsumaki and Ryuko respectively, under the jealous gaze of some of the aforementioned girls. But on the roof of the hostel the spiritual spheres saw such a shameful scene, in a comfortable way. All that was missing was some popcorn and that delicious drink that mortals drink called Coca-Cola, and we would enjoy the show, said Sphere 2. Usually I would focus on the mission of finding the card sealed by the pigtailed girl, Chan said Sphere number 1, but seeing this suffering of mortals is a spectacle for me. I agree, said Sphere number 5. Time skip. No less than an hour passed, leaving the unconscious Ashen, Kenichi and Aaron in their respective bedrooms so they could sleep peacefully. It was time to find out who the lizard girls who had arrived at the hostel were, in the words of some girls who were as jealous as rabid cats. Everyone was gathered in the living room and like a good hostess, Yasaka offered the 3 guests tea and snacks, which they politely and happily accepted from the blonde. Nice to meet you, my name is Tatsumaki, said the green-haired loli, and I only came to Kyoto for my winter tomato. Yuki. Saya, Kaneko and Noel were jealous. Wait a minute, the tornado of terror, said Indra, since he hadn't recognized her at first glance. Exactly, I maintained a winning record in the amateur and semi-professional leagues, Tatsumaki said proudly, and now I remain in the top 15 professionals in Japan. But a question, Tatsumaki-san, Leisha said a little doubtfully, if despite enjoying a certain fame and popularity, usually someone like you prefers professionals as a partner, but why are you going after Kenichi-san, a student? Simple, many of them become idiots and lust-hungry dogs, said Tatsumaki. Of all the boys I've had duels with, they only look at my legs, my hips and my body in general. If only you wouldn't dress so provocatively, Saya said mentally, irritated, because despite being short, Tatsumaki had an enviable body. And with Kenichi I can say that he was the only one who managed to make me get serious in a duel, said Tatsumaki, although he also treated me with respect in the duel, and despite his young age, he managed to beat me in a duel at the DxD Academy when my tomato was in first year of high school, said the green-haired girl blushing. Dear Tatsumaki will be 24 years old and Kenichi 16 years old. It must have happened at the Academy's school fair, Akeno said calmly. It's the only event held for the general public so they can learn about the Academy's educational offerings, and they also hold exhibition duels, inviting young duelists to duel with students from the Academy. And deducing what you say, Kenichi beat you in an exhibition duel, right? Said Hoppy. Well, the green-haired girl just lowered her head while a reddish color took over her face, and nervousness forced her to play with her fingers, and that's why he shot you. Tatsumaki blushed even more. She didn't answer the brunette's question, obviously with that, she revealed her reason for falling in love. The same thing happened to me, yufufufufu, said Akeno, hugging Issei and giving him a loving kiss on the brown-haired boy's cheek. What? Noel screamed. Shoudakin, shouted Kaneko. At Kenichi he'll have to explain some things to me and it will be in detail, Saya said through gritted teeth while some demonic eyes were visible on her face. Wow, who would have thought that the tornado of terror, the duelist who treats the male duelist she faces with the tip of her shoe, would be interested in someone much younger than her, said Izumi, while Tatsumaki was still playing with her hair now out of nervousness. Girls, moderation please, said Yasaka very calmly and smiling. Well, my name is Ryuko Madoe, said the aforementioned woman proudly, and I came here for my Aaron. What do you like, Aaron? Seinen said angrily, putting herself on equal terms with Ryuko. More respect for your superior rancid pistachio, said the blue-haired girl facing her. I would respect you if you weren't showing off those udders and that cow's butt exhibitionist. Said Seinen, now butting her forehead with Ryuko's, neither giving in to wanting to show her affection for Eren. Order, Yusaka shouted, ending that small confrontation between Eren's suitors, who sat down and blew steam from their nostrils very furiously and looked to one side in such a way that they did not want to see each other. Well, my name is Shamir Neverin, said the brunette with some reluctance, and I suppose you want to know how I fell in love with Issei. Well, I'll say it bluntly. Everyone was paying attention to the black-haired girl, especially Yukari, Nai and Lee. And for some strange reason, Hoppy. You know, Issei and I come from the same orphanage, Shamir said, while taking out the precious photo. It is very difficult to be the oldest girl in said orphanage, and the truth is that instead of receiving any kind of support, I only received mockery from the other children and hurtful comments that I would never be adopted or know the love of a father or a mother. I spent almost 14 years watching how other children were adopted, and I only saw how they smiled at the parents who took them in. Everyone was starting to feel a little sorry for Shamir as they heard his story. It was a day when I was still being teased by the other children when I met a little Issei, despite his short stature, his tender age and his weak body. I'll never forget the day he stood between the other kids at the orphanage and yourself to defend me, Shamir said. After that I finally had a friend, he didn't care if I was 10 years older than him. All that mattered to him was not leaving me alone again, and as time passed something in me was born for Issei, but after a year of living together the moment came when Issei and surprisingly I were adopted. My Nikito by the Fujuki Zazen family. Well, I was adopted by my sensei Emabesho. When we separated I promised Issei that I would become a strong duelist worthy of him, as it was at the time when he saved me from that dark moment from which he took me. Emabesho? Roswa said, shocked. The hacker nicknamed Ghost Girl. Said the albino, to which Shamir nodded. Then by deduction you must have Emma-sama's deck, Aoi said. That's right, Shamir said, taking out the deck that her teacher had given her, revealing said monsters. The Altergist archetype, said Indra excitedly. It is said that there is only one copy of this deck in the entire world, and it only belongs to Emabesho, as is the Salamangreid, Marensis, Rocket and Gaki archetype. If you have this archetype it means you are a Link summon user, Yusaka said, looking at Shamir. So you know about this invocation, Shamir said. I suppose my Issei told you. Your Issei? Shouted Yukari, Nai and Lee with reddish eyes. Grrrrrrr. Hoppy groaned very grumpily unconsciously upon hearing what Shamir said. Hoppy? Roswa said incredulously, seeing the stoic and indifferent reed brunette growl like that. Huh? Hoppy said, blushing as she hid her face with her hair. Her other classmates saw her reaction and a mischievous smile appeared on their faces. That's right, my Issei, Shamir said without being afraid of them. Well, since you've introduced yourselves, I guess you'll spend the night at the hostel, said Yusaka, fed up with so many female fights over unconscious boys. It won't just be the night, Shamir said, searching for something in his suitcase and suddenly threw something out, leaving the midwife speechless. I plan to stay here for a while. Yusaka took what Shamir had thrown, a wad of bills, but that wasn't all. 2 more wads of bills, coming from Ryuko and Tatsumaki, fell in front of the blonde, leaving the matron even more shocked. If she was shocked, the students were stunned. How much money is in each bundle? Issei said with difficulty when he saw how thick the amount of bills in each pile was. Yusaka counted Shamir's bundle, and when she finished her eyes turned into the Japanese yen symbol. This is equivalent to 5 years of rent at the hostel. What? Everyone in the hostel shouted. Unable to believe the matron, Akeno and Roswis counted Tatsumaki and Ryuko's wads of bills. -4 years and 3 months of rent, said Akeno after finishing counting the bundle of the proud green-haired loli. 4 years 9 months, Roswia said, depressed as she counted Ryuko's wad of bills. I would save this in 25 years, with my short-lived teacher's salary, said the platinum-haired girl, crying comically. Being a professional duelist and participating in leagues, even if they are of a lower rank, has its great advantages, said Shamir. Although we plan to be here for 3 years, said Ryuko, so use the money left over for a benefit for this hostel. Likewise, said Shamir, for me, whatever is left over, use it to buy new things for the hostel, take the kids on vacation, pay off debts you have, buy new cards for the kids, I don't know, but use it well. The matron was almost crying for the charity, or rather bribery, of the senpais to be close to her 3 love interests. And Yusaka-sama, could you tell us which will be our rooms? Said Tatsumaki. Eh? Ah yes, please follow me, I have rooms available in the east area, Yusaka said, standing up and then proceeding to leave the dining room, leaving some stupefied residents. What happened? Issei said, all confused. Money and greed, one, said Leisha with a very nervous smile. I didn't expect this gesture from Yusaka-san, said Indra. Although I can understand Okasama's gesture, said Kuno, a little uncomfortable, as you know this hostel is maintained with a little money from the rent that you provide each month. Sometimes Okasama has to sacrifice a little of his capital to buy useful things, even if they are second-hand, in order to keep the hostel functional. The girls from Scandinavia were surprised by what the little girl said. Okasama always manages to keep the hostel functional, said Kuno, smiling as she headed to the patio, but what they didn't notice was that some tears fell from the little girl's face. There came a strong moment when the hostel had no residents and poverty reached us in such a way that for me to be well and food would not be lacking in my stomach, my mother came to the verge of sacrificing entire days of food so that I would not lack anything. At that time the Japanese Duel League did not give her any support, since at that time the league was very corrupted by Gabriel. It did not provide any help to retired duelists, said Kuno, starting to sob. But now that this dark period is over, thanks to Sirzechs-sama, Rizelvam-san and Falbium-san, my mother has a compensation for her retirement. It is not much, but it is enough for us to live well. But when I win the bet of the duel of Issei Nai-sama against MC Paulo, all the money I earned I gave to my mom so she could make the repairs possible for the hostel. The hostel residents began to cry for the matron's big heart, but they also saw that Kuno inherited it. All the sacrifices she had to endure so that Kuno and her residents could have a place to eat hot food and spend the night comfortably were undoubtedly a reflection of the blonde woman's big heart. Behind that motherly smile, behind those scoldings they suffered from her, was the great effort of a woman to give the best to her residents and for her beloved hostel. And now, with the help of Madame Phoenix-san, and now with this donation from Shamir-san, Tatsumaki-san and Ryuko-san, I can say that luck is now on our side, and I feel a good omen for all of us, as resident, said Kuno, facing those who considered her older brothers, while wiping her tears. All the students, including Professor Roswas, nodded in agreement. Yusaka had done so much for them, and they needed to respond to the older blonde's generosity. They would discuss that later, when Ashen, Aaron, and Kenichi regained consciousness after the beatings they'd suffered at the hands of their beloved senpais. Change of scene. Tokyo, 1 a.m. In the capital of Japan, under a sky completely consumed by the night and above all, by a cloud of the same hue that threatened to unleash a strong downpour on the city, and the thunder resounded loudly like violent roars in one of the mega skyscrapers that seemed to be in total darkness. The light rising through the building revealed an elevator heading to the top floor, and in that elevator were two figures wearing hoods. It was clearly the silhouette of a man and a woman, but because of the hoods, their faces couldn't be distinguished. The trench coat and hood completely covered their bodies. The two didn't speak to each other at all. Upon reaching the 50th floor of the skyscraper, both began to walk down the hallway that was surrounded by glass that gave a view of the great city of Japan, while the rays illuminated said building, giving a terrifying scene. Both hooded arrived at some enormous ebony doors. The female silhouette sees that on one side of said doors, they had a security device that is a hand reader to which the female silhouette puts authorized access. It is the voice of said device as it gives way to both hooded people, and the ebony doors open immediately for both people to walk to a room where two people were waiting at a circular table. "You're late," said a sinister voice. "Don't blame us for this, old man," said the newly arrived man arrogantly. "You ask us to train the new recruit well, and we are following your orders. Besides, he is having a hard time adapting to the evil card." "You'd better moderate your tone of voice, insolent worm," said the same sinister voice, obviously annoyed. "I remind you that I was the one who gave you the power in your deck, and I am also capable of taking it away from you." "TCH," refuted the male silhouette. "Well, it's time to plan our next move," said the sinister voice. "Even though the idiot Gabriel was arrested for his ineptitude and arrogance, the evil cards have been a complete success," said the sinister voice. "But why does he say it was a success if that idiot was caught?" said another male voice. "Simple, those who carry an evil card will sooner or later be food for our most powerful evil card," said the voice, while the screen reflected a rustic-looking room, while seeing a blank card floating on an altar, but below on said altar were sculpted three people who were in a position as if they were running or escaping for their lives, but of those three people, two had recognized them. "So Gabriel's best duelists served as guinea pigs," said the newly arrived duelist, looking at the sculpted figures of Kalwarner and Danasik, who had a look of despair and were running for their lives. "It was indeed a success. And it's time to move on to the next phase, and that is to give our beast more food," said the sinister voice, while the silhouette that waited next to the sinister voice took out of his trench coat 3 decks of cards that began to emanate a dark force. "First we must spread these evil cards so that our monster ace gains more strength and can awaken, but for that we must recruit one more member of our evil organization who will distribute all these cards to insolent and stupid people hungry for power. And why don't we do it ourselves?" said the same arrogant man, "and cause terror in the world once and for all." "Don't despair, stupid," shouted the sinister voice. "The plan takes time, and so does revealing ourselves to society, and it's not the time yet. He said with a tone that shut the mouth of the arrogant hooded man. You two have an important mission, since we will also start Operation Purge. We must eliminate duelists who are potentially dangerous and can obstaculate our plan, said the voice, while the newcomers remained attentive. You disgusting insect, your mission will be to defeat the city of Hyoudou and defeat the current regional champion, said the sinister voice, while on the screen, it revealed the target of the arrogant duelist, who immediately smiled and licked his lips in a disgusting way. I will enjoy this, said the duelist as he uncovered his forearm, and a mark appeared shining on it. And you, said the sinister voice, addressing the female duelist who had remained silent, your objective is the National Dueling Museum of Kyoto and to steal the historical playing cards of the duelists. Are you ready to return home? The hooded duelist took 3 steps and knelt down as an evil smile appeared on her face and her forearm was uncovered. The mark on her forearm also appeared. Chapter 21. The new teachers and pandemonium over at Tomato. Monday 7 a.m. Academia, DxD. An hour before the students were scheduled to arrive for classes at the prestigious Kyoto Academy, the teachers and students who make up the student council, along with their teams of duelists, arrive an hour early, setting an example of punctuality and commitment to the other students. But moving on to the student council room, they were dealing with the paperwork that sometimes became a torment to them, about complaints from students against perverts, non-existent accusations against members of the Kitsune Hostel, budget for school events, among other things. But a very important event for the academy was approaching. Everyone was gathered, well, almost everyone. Sorry I'm late, said Arthur Pendergan, arriving with 2 envelopes in his hands and closing the door to the student council classroom. What matters is that you came to start this as a representative of Volley's place, but what is it that you have in your hands? Said Sona, looking at the 2 envelopes. These are the documents of my sister Lefay and my cousin Mordred, said Arthur with a poker face. My parents sent them to me from England and they want me to have them ready for the registrations, although we have only been in this school year for a month and a half. Okay, Arya said, interested in both of Arthur's relatives. If you want, I can help you get into the academy in exchange for joining my team of duelists. It's more like I like you would be exempt from the entrance exam. No, thank you. Arthur interrupted with a sharp look at Riaz, who looked at the blonde with indignation. They want to be accepted with the fruit of their effort, through the right path, and especially my cousin Mordred. She does not tolerate this type of corrupt practices. It was obvious that Arthur wasn't going to do any business with Riaz, since for her, his sister and his nefarious mother ruined lives and student careers, including that of his friend Kuroka. And leaving his sister, who is a total god's bread, and his cousin, who is the complete opposite of Lefay in attitude, in the hands of Riaz Gremory, he would regret it for life. I'm glad your family is joining the academy, Arthur Seekvaira said, adjusting her glasses, but we're getting a bit off topic. Exactly, it's time to discuss the great annual tournament of the DxD Academy, said Sona, slamming her hand on the table, leaving the student council with a serious face. Usually this tournament has a great weight in the prestige of the academy, but due to certain practices of a certain busybody who sticks her nose where she shouldn't, said Sona, looking at Riaz, who was looking badly at the raven-haired girl. Not to mention Kaylin, who wanted to answer Sona, but due to the current situation she couldn't because it was an indirect offense to the now Venelana Bail. Now many television stations throughout Japan are going to broadcast the duels nationally and maybe internationally, said Sona, as she took out some pamphlets from Japanese television networks where permission and some royalty payments were requested from these to the academy in order to broadcast the great annual student tournament with the signatures of the investors and, for obvious reasons, the signatures of Michael, Gabriel and Penemu printed on the documents. Morbidity and sensationalism attract journalists like scavengers, Sirzechs said, ashamed of his aunt's actions, although it could be a great opportunity for some duelists, especially the third-year ones. I agree, if they are going to broadcast it live, some talent scouts can see the great potential of the duelists who are about to graduate and take them to the most important dueling leagues in the world, said Bhikkhu. Being the second strongest duelist in Arthur's group on an interim basis, he had the right to give his opinion. I'm surprised that we can profit from such a shameful incident, said Sona, smiling. The topics we will cover will be the following. The rules, list of forbidden, limited and semi-limited cards, and above all the prize for the winner, said Riaz, putting on glasses looking at a sheet. All of this must be planned well since we have exactly 1 month until the start of the tournament, said Shinra Tsubaki, the best duelist of Sona Citri's team. Well, from now on we will have meetings before and after classes to discuss this issue, said Sona seriously. If the media want something from our academy, it will be the great prestige, the great level, and above all they will see a great student tournament. At what Sona said, the council members nodded. It was a good opportunity for the DxD Academy to clear its reputation for the trick that Venelana Gremory played and left the school grounds in a very bad position. But Sona had in her hands 3 resumes of certain girls who arrived for the positions that Rainer and Mitlet had left, along with a sports teaching position wherein the 3 resumes a red stamp on each one where the word hired stood out. Opening. Academia, DxD. The entrance to the academy was filling up like any other school day, hoping for a quiet class. My head, complained Aridid while he had a light bandage in the shape of a cape on his skull, but to one side were Saya, Kaneko and Noel taking care of Kenichi, although by their faces, they looked annoyed with Aridid with black locks, because every time the Aridid wanted to talk to them, they just moved their faces to one side, obviously annoyed to know that Kenichi had a suitor, they had to be jealous. A similar thing happened with an Ashen who had a gauze with a sign that said, "Fool" written in very delicate handwriting. In the area where the plastic suitcase hit his head, he was cared for by Yukari, Nai, Lee and Hoppy, who was starting to feel restless after Shamir the day before had tried to monopolize him in front of his nose. "Girls?" Ashen said, a little uncomfortable. "HMM." The first 3 girls denied him a word with an adorable pout. With Hoppy he wanted to answer, but the pride and jealousy that began to sprout from his heart made him refuse to answer her. "Seinen, can you loosen my collar a little?" Aaron said, very uncomfortable. "Why don't you tell your exhibitionist fiancé?" Seinen said, annoyed and obviously jealous. The 3 boys don't know how to respond to the girls who were looking after them, they didn't even speak to them, but they didn't leave their side, who understands them? "Poor kids," Izumi said somewhat nervously as she took Indra's arm. "We can't blame them for anything," said Akeno, while intertwining her hand with Issei's, "although I'm surprised the boys are still alive after yesterday's punishment. But this is what happens to them for keeping a little secret," Zazie said mockingly. "I just hope you don't save me," something like that Issei-kun said Akeno, while she said it with great perversity, while she approached his ear, "because if not I will punish you for being a bad boy in such a way that the punishment suffered by Kenichi-san will be very small compared to what I will do to you." "Phew," said Akeno, while she blew on his brown ear in such a way that it gave him chills and left him stunned. "Or rather knocked him out, you are warned," Issei-kun Yufufufu finished with her flirtatious laugh. Akeno. The others, seeing how Issei was easily defeated by Akeno and left trembling like a chihuahua dog and all blushed, had one thing in mind. "He's dead if he even thinks of cheating on her," they said in their minds, as they saw Akeno continue to laugh sweetly while she saw a totally nervous Issei. But then they were heard. "You've seen the pariah of the Phoenix. He will start living with the criminals from the hostel. Do not get close to her, criminals will get infected. If it were not for you we would have the link invocation. Dirty fried chicken." The members of the hostel heard insults coming from the main entrance and their gazes fixed on a blonde young lady with a drill-like pigtail hairstyle who was heading towards the academy. Ravel Phoenix was entering with a half-drooping gaze and a bearing that reflected her fear of the student body. The previously proud, arrogant, and also overbearing sister of the European junior champion, Ravel Phoenix now, at this moment, that proud personality had been erased. Now a completely self-conscious and very upset Ravel was shown. She continued walking with her head down while receiving insults directed at her. The students were truly excited by Aaron and Sinan's victory since the little blonde was involved in that duel, just seeing her made them not hesitate for a moment to insult her. He kept walking until. Cry. The blonde felt something thrown at her and stained her uniform. She saw an orange that was starting to go bad being thrown at her and it hit her head hard, knocking her to the ground. "Trash in its place," said a second-year student mocking Ravel. Ravel, feeling helpless like a mouse in a lion's cage, desperately searched for help everywhere when she saw some girls who belonged to her missing brother's team. "Isabella, Chiris, Karlam and Mihi Shulin," she shouted, begging for help from the girls who belonged to the second and third years. They saw Ravel on the ground, waiting for help, when they looked away and proceeded to abandon little Ravel on the ground. The blonde, seeing that her brother's former team had left her to her fate, couldn't hold back her tears at seeing herself completely abandoned. She couldn't believe that those little women with whom she shared food in the mansion where they lived, moments with them, even outings with the Phoenix family were abandoning her. "No," Ravel said, very hurt, begging that this was a dream while she continued extending her hand in a sign of help, but the aforementioned continued on their way to the academy, ignoring and betraying Ravel. The laughter of the merciless students began to be heard at that pitiful scene. Ravel could not stop because of the fear, sadness and humiliation he felt, but certain people could not continue with this. "Enough." A voice shouted while Ravel felt a sweatshirt covering her stained uniform. She saw a blonde with brown hair and eyes that showed wide discontent with what she saw. Very rogue to terrorize a defenseless lady. Ravel saw who was protecting her and it was. "Hyoudou Issei," said Ravel, the blonde said surprised, seeing that gallant bearing like that of a knight protecting a defenseless damsel. Her heart began to beat rapidly, while she felt that someone was lifting her, and it was Nai-san Lee-san. The blonde was incredulous to see that the twins, those who had put her stay at the academy in check a few days ago by order of her brother, were helping her. "Are you okay?" Nai said seriously, but she no longer spoke to Ravel using the formal. The red-haired twin spoke to Ravel in a tone equal to hers. Yes, Ravel said, coming out of shock while she saw how the residents of the Kitsune hostel surrounded Ravel in a protective manner. She saw how Shen, Kenichi and Aaron, despite their injuries, placed themselves as the first to possibly respond to an aggression by the students. Well, it seems that the last defeat hurt them, said Kenichi. Does anyone have any ointment for chafing? The girls who were looking after the redeed laughed at his love interest's joke. Shut your mouth, Uzumaki, if it were not for Joestar. Now we would enjoy a course in a summoning that you are not worthy of using. Murayama shouted. Wow, one of Venelana's hyenas showing its teeth, huh? Akeno said mockingly, but you only do it like the coward you are behind many people avoiding confrontation. Murayama viewed Akeno with great resentment as she still hadn't forgotten the humiliation she had subjected her to in the gym when she dishonorably closed the kendo club. Don't get involved, Himejima. Caddis shouted now, looking at an indifferent Akeno from Onasama and the best duelist of the Gremory group to living in a pigsty and being this guy's girlfriend, said the pink-haired girl pointing with disgust at Issei. She's no longer the Onasama we respected so much. As if I cared about your respect, Akeno said with great stoicism, but with eyes that reflected when all you were doing was being a sycophant with a meeting with that one pointing at Murayama, but by pointing at my Issei like that and above all blaming my friends for a false crime, that's why the nickname Kenichi-san suits you as well as it does Murayama, you're just a mean and cowardly hyena. Caddis gritted her teeth because it was both her and Venelana's idea to come up with that false and serious excuse to expel those students they hated so much, and in the process if they locked them up in jail, much better for them, but it would have been a success if it weren't for Akeno who intervened in a timely manner. Maybe he lost the supposed respect he had, but he gained true friendship, said Indra. But above all, I win something that you will never get in your wildest dreams, thanks to your attitude and your disloyalty, said Laisha Astareth. Oh, what is it? Said Caddis, already enraged. At that, the brunette approached Akeno, taking her by the shoulders and, despite being taller than her, he placed her in a romantic position, leaving the brunette even more gray-haired. A real boyfriend, said Issei, placing his lips on Akeno's, who reciprocated the gesture, while both gave the pinky the middle finger. Oh. Shouted the members of the hostel, mocking Caddis and indirectly those men who coveted Akeno Himejima, while they felt that something broke inside them. Ravel laughed shyly at the fuss the members of the hostel were organizing, although her heart was already beating a little calmer. But seeing how Issei bravely defended Akeno and boasted to everyone about his relationship with her, which at first glance is a healthy and happy relationship unlike the relationship Razor and Riaz had, who only got along out of lust and interest, it made her heart beat faster. Seeing those eyes full of courage and determination caused a slight heat in her cheeks. Issei Sama, Ravel said timidly. Well, what's happening here? Someone shouted to calm the student tumult, but they fell silent when they saw one of the most beautiful and feared teachers in the academy, accompanied by Roswis, who seemed a little nervous. Enemu-sensei, said a third-year student, Ra-sensei. The violet-haired girl, despite her exuberant beauty and the dream of many teachers and professional duelists, just looked at her sharp eyes, which seemed like either a bomb about to explode or a guillotine about to claim another victim. She quickly analyzed the situation with her eyes. Would you do me a huge favor and go into the classrooms and stop acting like a horde of apes, please? Said Penemu, very annoyed and with a voice that had a frightening tone. The students left terrified by the look of the violet-haired girl who clearly did not want to be disobeyed, but when she saw the boys from the hostel. You guys wait a moment. Ordered Penemu, stopping the residents of the hostel in their tracks. The other students went to the classrooms, leaving them alone with the violet-haired girl and the silver-haired girl, trembling nervously. You know personally, and despite my belligerent attitude, I do not approve of this type of confrontation, said Penemu, but the way you shut up that stupid girl and above all defended Ravel Phoenix. Issei Hyoudou made me start to like you and your friend, she said, smiling at them in complicity. Those at the hostel were pleased with the comment from the general secretary of the academy. Usually, when she detains someone, it is to punish them, but now the opposite had happened. Go to your classrooms, Penemu said, to which the hostel students nodded and went quietly to their respective classrooms. The purple-haired girl now looked at Ross, who was very confused. I thought you were going to punish them, Ross said calmly. Hey, I know I like to maintain discipline, but I can't ignore the noble gesture of the students, said Penemu. Loyalty and friendship is something that has been lost and was supplanted by selfishness and the hunger for power, but seeing these boys and some of your students makes me have hope again that there will be a new generation of duelists where the values and the pleasure of having fun duels are a priority over power and ambition. Ross now looked at Penemu with a smile, seeing a possible hypothesis as to why the general secretary of the DxD Academy had such a fearsome attitude, although it was one of the many causes that tormented the Iron Cadre. Change of scene. The Grise Lounge. Upon arriving at the classroom, Kenichi, Indra, Akeno, Noel, Leisha, Aaron and Issei where Professor Shemhazai had already started classes, explaining that they were detained by Penemu and for obvious reasons having a delay in their classes, he let them go to their class this time. Please take a seat Shemhazai ordered, and our protagonists obeyed. Well, before classes start, there is an important announcement. There will be new staff at the academy. The murmurs among the students were immediate. Likewise, the hostel residents in that hall looked at each other in bewilderment. Well, as you know, thanks to Joestar-san and Asada-san from 2xB, who had the old prefects fired in that splendid double duel, said Shemhazai giving the aforementioned a thumbs up, those vacancies became free, something that the student council valued, and sent the proposal to hire new prefects to the general director, which he approved. The vacancy of the new sports teacher was also filled, since the previous sensei wanted to dedicate himself to bodybuilding, and so now we will introduce one of the new prefects. At that moment the door opens and two very familiar people enter, leaving Kenichi on the verge of fainting, Aaron quickly looking for an emergency exit or, in the worst case, jumping from the third floor, and Noel with a face that at any moment was going to faint at the sight of, above all, a green-haired loli. Well, guys, I present to you the new prefects who will be in charge of maintaining the discipline of the academy, and some of you will be able to recognize these young ladies, said Shemhazai. I am Tatsumaki, professional duelist and your new prefect, said the green-haired girl seriously but politely, while her green eyes that looked like sharp jades made more than one of the group swallow saliva, but in that the green-haired girl sees a nervous Kenichi and discreetly winks at him, something that he and the silver-haired girl with pigtails noticed, who broke the pen from her hand upon seeing such a shameless gesture. Exodia the Forbidden One, it's me again, said the Retid comically crying. That dwarf, Noel said through her teeth. Well, I'm Ryuko Matoi, your new prefect and also a professional duelist, said the aforementioned with a pose worthy of a yakuza when intimidating someone who ever starts trouble. Will know my two friends who are good disciplinarians, she said, while pointing at her fists. The right one is called Bonebreaker, and the left one that likes to put men in their place is called the Nutcracker, so I don't want to put any idiot who wants to be smart in his place, understood? The men in general, including Shemhazai, placed their hands on their crotches. The tone of her introduction made it clear that she was one of those who didn't hesitate to keep her word. Aaron was now even more terrified, but like Tatsumaki, he blew Aaron a discreet kiss. Ara how lucky Aaron-san and Kenichi-san are, said Akeno in a funny way but very low, so that they could both hear it. So if they are both here as new prefects, said Leisha. Don't tell me that, said Issei when. The sound of a whistle was heard as they watched the new sports teacher. Finishing the stretches they will run 5 laps. Said Shamir wearing a sports outfit while he looked with serious eyes at Ashen's group while he was next to Shamir all red and embarrassed, covering his face with his hand while in his head a light reddish vapor appeared on his head, but why? Well, Shamir had put cat ears on him and was petting him like one, under the nervousness of his companions especially Issei and Kaneko, but there was someone who suffered more gluttonous cola, 5 more laps to slow down. Yukari Komori, the surprise rookie, was undergoing a special exercise by Shamir, and it was to run at maximum speed on the semi-Olympic track of the academy, while carrying a 10 kg wooden pole. The poor girl was about to faint, but her willpower did not allow her to give up, and much less give Shamir the pleasure of being defeated. I can't take it anymore. Yukari shouted, her eyes rolling back in their sockets, comically angry, her mouth dripping with saliva from the effort, and all her clothes soaked with sweat. Shamir was getting even with the first threat he wanted to get out of his Nikito. How I hate you, Lurch. More laps. Shamir shouted with a triumphant smile for not referring to me as Shamir-sensei. Damn it. Yukari screamed, mad and furious, I'm going to be a ching. 30 more laps for being a fools. Shamir sentenced, and whoever makes fun of his partner or Ashen will receive triple the punishment, okay. Hi sensei. The students shouted, very terrified, including Kaneko, Ravel and Issei, because they did not want to be in the place of the surprise rookie right now. Back to the second classroom. The second-year students were also shocked by Shamir, by how he treats the students, especially Yukari, who, despite her beauty, didn't want to anger her, along with the threatening prefects. Thank you very much for your presentations, Shemhazai said with a bored face to Tatsumaki and Ryuko, who proceeded to leave the classroom. Now open your history book on page 24 and you, help your classmates because we don't have a nurse yet at the academy. I feel that from now on the academy will be a little hectic, said Issei, while he saw how Akeno fanned a hopeless Aaron with an improvised paper fan who only muttered, I curse my luck, while Noel took out a blood pressure monitor that only the Egyptian gods and Zork know where she got it from to measure Kenichi's blood pressure, who had lost color in his skin. RRF Shamir-san is taking his revenge on Yukari-san. I don't want to imagine what will happen to Nai-san and Lee-san, Yufufufufu, said Akeno in a funny way. In the 2xB classroom. The former Phoenix twins were taking classes when the RRRR. Both twins felt a chill, which their friends noticed. "Girls, are you okay?" Seinen said, noticing that gesture from both girls. "I just felt that my person was in grave danger," said Lee, rubbing her arms in terror. "What a coincidence, me too," Nai said with a gesture that a bad omen was approaching her. Time skip. Rest. Academy VIP dining room. After several classes, they say one of the pleasures students enjoy after the middle of the school day is recess and filling their bellies with a snack. But our protagonists were eating at one of the largest tables, now eating lunch prepared by Chef Teranori Kuga, a specialist in spicy and Chinese food. "What a morning, I felt like my soul was leaving me," said Kenichi, eating his mapo tofu with great regret. "You don't need to say it, the one who lost her temper was Noelle, especially when she saw Tatsumaki," said Akeno, eating kung pao chicken. "No, I don't know what you're talking about, Himejima-san," said the silver-haired girl like at Tsundere eating sweet and sour chicken. "I don't care what happens to Bakanichi," she said, trying to look at the redeed. "Then it doesn't matter if Tatsumaki-san, in a warning, takes him privately for a disciplinary meeting," Hoppy said with a smile. Kenichi watched the brunette with great terror, but with Noelle, but the others interested in him became very jealous, but one of them went so far with her jealousy that she made a face so constipated and so unwell that she began to hallucinate. Noelle's imagination. Tatsumaki could be seen in a classroom dressed as a teacher and Kenichi, alone in a classroom. "My little greenhouse tomato, I heard that you behaved very badly last year," said Tatsumaki, provocatively pulling the redeed school shirt, "and for that you deserve a punishment worthy of you." "Yes, my beautiful divine tornado," said a tamed Kenichi. At that, Tatsumaki begins to take off her skirt until she shows provocative lingerie, revealing her most prominent point of the loli, which is her butt. "It's time to tame you, bad boy," said Tatsumaki, sitting on Kenichi's lap while she put her hands on both of his buttocks to begin the act of lust and about to kiss. End of imagination. "What the hell are you going to do to that legal loli pervert, Bakanichi?" Noelle shouted, taking a chair ready to hit Kenichi, but was held back by Issei, Indra and Leisha to prevent him from committing homicide. "Calm down, Noelle," Kenichi shouted, protecting himself and using Issei and Akeno as human shields. Hoppy-san, I think your joke got a little out of hand," said Akeno, smiling even though a chair was about to fall on her. Hoppy just shrugged his shoulders with that mocking smile. "And by the way, Issei, where is Yukari-chan?" said Aoi, seeing that the green-haired girl with pigtails was not with them. At that, Issei, Ashen and Kaneko were going to respond, but "Yukari-san is resting in the infirmary," said a voice, to which Ashen turned pale. After sports class she had a slight dehydration. "Right now I gave her an IV to recover and she is sleeping in a bed." In the nursing. The hopeless Yukari, wide and with her soul coming out of her mouth, was resting on a bed with the IV in her arm. Back to the dining room. Everyone saw Shamir, Tatsumaki, Roswas, Ryuko, and next to them was Ravel, who was now going to join her new roommates as a new member of the hostel. The four of them carried their trays with food from Tatsuki's chef, taking a seat, obviously the teachers next to their buds, and in Ravel's case, she sat next to Issei and Yami. "Shamir-sensei, don't you think I'm exaggerating a little in the torture against Yukari-chan?" Kaneko said in a monotonous manner. "I don't think so," Shamir said quite calmly. "I've never heard Yukari-chan use such bad words," said Issei. "I could even swear she was insulting in Aramaic or Russian." "No, that was the thick salivation I was suffering from," Shamir said with a poker face. "Ah, okay," said Kaneko and Issei, quite confused. Meanwhile, Nai and Lee got goosebumps because it was their turn to play sports with their rival and they didn't want to end up like the little green-haired girl. "By the way, we have received information from the student council," said Ryuko. "Since teachers are informed first before the students, we will take advantage of this to inform them." "It's about the student tournament," Tatsumaki said. Everyone paid attention to what the green-haired girl was going to say. "These days we're going to discuss the rules that will be imposed in this year's tournament," said Tatsumaki, "but this morning it was confirmed how you can participate in the tournament. Registration for the tournament will be in teams of 5 members maximum," said Shamir, "but those who have a team authorized and registered by the same council will have the benefit of having one more member participating, since it is the captain and his 5 duelists will be participating. And I understand that you, Ashen Phantom and my greenhouse tomato, have already been authorized by the student council to have your team of duelists," said Tatsumaki. "What the teachers have commented is that you two will be a great revelation for this year, as Volley Lucifer was last year since he was the tournament champion. And both you, Issei Hyoudou, Indra Dragnel, Yukari Komori, also expect you to complete the essential requirement to have your teams and fill this tournament with excitement," said Ryuko. "However, the council and the most important teachers are evaluating the actions of Aaron.San, Zazie-san, of the Rancid Pistachio," said Ryuko, while Seinen marked a vein and Issei for the last events. Oath to Miyagi and the Pistachio for the expulsion of the Gabriel mercenaries and Issei-san and Zazie-san for helping to capture that same one and his imprisonment. They are thinking of giving each of them the right to have a team for such merits, Shamir said, but the final verdict will be given tomorrow. The designated members were very surprised by such information from the new prefects and the sports teacher. The entire teaching staff and part of the board were very interested in the progress the children at the disowned Kitsune hostel were making. Ara said Akeno very excitedly. I hope Anada can form her dueling team. Of course, said Issei looking excitedly at his girlfriend, and if so, Akeno, would you become the captain of my team? That's not a question, Issei-kun Yufufufu said Akeno, planting another kiss on his lips. Tomorrow first thing in the morning I'll go with Sona-san to register my team, Ashen said. Then she looks at the ex-Phoenix twins, who were surprised by how their savior looked at them. Nai-chan Lee-chan, would you like to be part of my dueling team? Hi. The twins shouted excitedly. Hoppy, seeing the twins accept to be part of Ashen's dueling team, shouts in his heart that he wants to be part of said team, but something was very clear in his mind. I want to be part of your team, but first I will know who will be the true master of the Cybers archetype, said Hoppy, while certain silhouettes of mechas appeared behind her. For that I will have to challenge you to a duel, Ashen. The others chatted pleasantly when Akinichi Noel shouted, since you will be participating in a very important tournament, I think you will need my valuable help, Noel said, with an exquisite tone worthy of a show-off, so I will join your team, and I will not accept a no for an answer from you. Okay, said Kenichi, if you don't attempt on my life like that again. I'm not promising anything, Noel said, so now as a valuable member of your team, I will assume the captaincy of your team. But at what the platinum-haired girl said, two young ladies who were fighting over the boy stood up with a bad-tempered face. Don't assume things you have not earned, Noel Silva Saya said furiously. If someone is going to be the captain, it will be me, his girlfriend. Being his girlfriend doesn't ensure that you are a good captain, Saya-senpai said Kaneko out loud. If someone should be the captain, it's me. The Pentanko is not a good idea to be the captain of Bakanichi, said Noel. I insist on being the captain of Bakanichi. Everyone began to feel the pressure between the three of them, and they could have sworn they were shooting lightning bolts out of each other's eyes. The three girls were staring at each other with clear intentions of giving it their all for Kenichi's affections when. Very well enough, said Tatsumaki, from seeing the silly soap opera scene. I see that none of you are worthy of being the captain of my greenhouse tomato. Who invited this lowly? Noel, Kaneko and Saya said in their minds, very angry. And the way things are going, the team is destined for failure, and I want my Kenichi, whose name shines in gold in this academy, so I will challenge the three of you to a battle royal. And then I will decide who is the most suitable to be the captain of my Tomatito's team. Everyone was stunned by what Tatsumaki had said. The prefect had challenged the three girls interested in Kinsihi to a battle royal, to a fight of all against all. Here the four looked at each other in a defiant manner. They could get even once and for all, and in their minds, they had a thought in common. You won't steal my Kenichi. Behind Saya darkness and fire appeared, and you could see the silhouettes of people, but all of them had on their backs what appeared to be demon wings, but in their hands, they had what appeared to be firearms, which they quickly pointed their weapons at their rivals. For Kaneko's part, the moon appeared behind her, as did the silhouettes of what appeared to be female warrior beasts, while wearing what appeared to be leotards, and some of them wore a light ballet tutu. Behind Noel, the water appeared along with what appeared to be female silhouettes, but some were wearing accessories, membranes and marine armor. One even had what appeared to be the fins of a mermaid, but the slight lament of this one could be heard. And finally, behind Tatsumaki a large tornado appeared, and suddenly several beast warriors next to what appeared to be Torii gates took shape and took a defensive pose to protect the green-haired Lololi. The real battle of beasts was approaching, but the culprit of this could only regret his great luck. My life sucks, Kenichi could only say, while Akeno, Issei and Indra could only calm him down with pats on his back. App.22, Battle Royal PT.1. The Kato 1700 hours PM. On the northernmost island in the entire Japanese country, located in a large house in the Descendant forest, a beautiful shamisen melody was sung in a tranquil silence. Well, the one who sang that beautiful melody revealing the beautiful Japanese folklore through music was none other than the champion of the Hokkaido region, Daki, dressed as an authentic geisha, known for being the most beautiful champion of the region, delighted everyone present at her mansion with her musical talent. The workers and guests applauded the music created by the beautiful champion, and she expressed her gratitude for the gesture of those present when. Bravo, bravo, what a boring show, said a voice that reflected the broad sarcasm. Everyone saw the person responsible for such a rude gesture to the champion, the hooded dark signer, mocking the champion of the northern island of Japan. Can I help you with something? The champion said, looking at the intruder with a sour look. I usually help anyone who comes to my chambers, but from the way you mock me and my people, it's more than obvious that you've come to harm my beloved land. "Oh, of course you can help me," said the dark signer, smiling with wide evil, while taking out a dual disc. "While activating it, the only thing I want is to defeat you and show your people that you are just an insect that must be crushed." Aki was starting to get annoyed. "I don't usually deny a duel request, but given your manners, I'll reject it," said Daki, turning her back on him, "and I'll politely ask you to leave my chambers," said Daki without looking at him. Those present looked at the champion with admiration. She wasn't intimidated by the intruder, but he only smiled broadly. Do you think that with a denial you will get rid of me?" said the dark signer while revealing his brown arm, and immediately. Shoo. The sign on his forearm shone so brightly that they immediately saw a circle made of dark blue fire surrounding the dark signer and Daki. "What the hell did you do?" Daki shouted, looking at the intruder with wide disgust. "I'm just securing my victim," said the dark signer with a smile. "This fire won't disappear until you accept and finish my duel that I'm asking of you." Daki, with all the elegance that characterizes her, undoes her geisha hairstyle and looks at the intruder with a dirty look. "My dual disc," said Daki as she received said artifact when it was thrown from outside the summoned circle of fire. "If you want to be defeated so much, believe me, I won't have a single ounce of mercy on you." "I'm just looking for incompetence," said the dark signer. They both looked at each other fiercely until they screamed. "Duel. Dark signer. 4,000 LP. Daki. 4,000 LP. But above Daki's mansion, the hieroglyph that had been drawn on the dark signer's arm had been drawn in the sky, which the Hyoudou champion was completely unaware of, since she was not facing a simple duel. It was a duel in which she was risking her life. She was playing the Duel of the Shadows. Opening. The DxD Academy Duel Arena, 5 p.m, same time as the Hyoudou duel. The duel between the new prefect and 3 students, one of them from Scandinavia, had drawn a lot of attention, especially in a battle royale, despite being an authorized duel, not an official one. Difference between the two types of duels. Authorized duel. These are exhibition or friendly duels where students ask for permission to start them, while official duels. These are duels proposed by the teaching staff and the student council together with their teams who have the power to order and request them, where there are bets between the contenders, where there are no limits on the prizes agreed upon by the winner, ranging from promotion to the student council for the winner to the expulsion or dismissal of the loser irrevocably. The dueling arena wasn't as packed as the previous official duels, but the stands were still 65% full. However, the ones who were most interested in the duel were the girls from Scandinavia, since the fact that one of their teammates was in a duel, or rather, stepping into the dueling arena, was reason enough to go there. In the VIP room, as always, the members of the student council were with their dueling teams, giving their good faith that the duels were done with honor and integrity, but also some members paid attention to the girls, especially a redhead and a brunette, since they wanted to evaluate the skills, especially Saya and Noelle. Since they wanted to fill as soon as possible the places in their team of duelists, that a blue-haired girl with green streaks and a blonde-haired girl left when they found out about Venelana's secret dealings with Gabriel. Meanwhile, in a section of the stands were the residents of the hostel with the new members, referring to Ravel, who was very inhibited and insecure because in her mind, she did not deserve to be in the group that practically saved her skin and her career as a professional duelist, sharing a seat with Yukari who just left the infirmary, but with bandages on her legs in their entirety and on her arms, while she had cold gel compresses to reduce the pain in her joints a little, and with an Ashen who assisted her by giving her cool water to drink with a straw, since she could not move them because of the pain and the lactic acid crushing every muscle tissue. "My legs," Yukari complained comically. "Next time you call me lizard, the 10-kilo pole will wait for you to carry it again," Shamir said, giving Yukari a shiver, and then looked at the twins. "And I wasn't that harsh on you, so stop putting on those stupid martyr faces." Nai and Lee were completely white-faced and looked as if they had run a marathon, as they had suffered the same punishment from Yukari during sports class in 2nd B, and they had a reminder in their minds not to insult Emma Besho's successor again, or they would suffer that special exercise from Shamir, which he paradoxically named the Road to Heaven. "I knew that at any moment Kinsihi's girls would explode into this," Indra said, "but I didn't expect it to be to attract attention. The simple fact that the tornado of terror will fight attracts the masses interested in the duel," said Ryuko, annoyed because she had a somewhat hectic first day, since she had to put in their place 2 bullies of 3rd years who wanted to go too far with Ravel and Kaneko. Her corrective was to leave them hanging from a post by their underwear and put a sign on each one saying, "Honor to the flag." "But I'll just ask one thing," Aaron said, somewhat uncomfortable, looking at his friend Kenichi. "Why do they have tomato like that?" Well, it turns out Kenichi was in grand prize mode. Adorned with a bow on his head while he was wrapped in various gift papers, Shamir and Ryuko subdued him while Issei and Issei wrapped him, and he was jumping like a fish to free himself. He tried to say something, but his mouth was covered in an eye patch that read Heartbreaker and a sign hanging there saying prize to the winner and next captain. We want to give the girls a little motivation, said Akeno. That's what happens to Kenichi for being absent-minded or not, said Akeno smiling mockingly. MFFFMMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFFFMFF Kenichi shouted. He says he agrees, Shamir said with a poker face, but he noticed that in the corners of the arena. They're already leaving, said Izumi, pointing to the arena that immediately saw the 4 duelists coming out from a different end of the arena. Although it was not a spectacle like the previous times, the roars of excitement from the students could not be missed, especially when seeing a professional duelist in action like Tatsumaki, but there were also the lustful wolves who looked at the small but feared prefect with perverted eyes. Each one took a corner of the arena and proceeded to activate their dual discs. No hard feelings, said Saya. Whoever wins will be the captain of the cute greenhouse tomato, said Tatsumaki. The men who saw Tatsumaki could not help but show a gesture full of hatred and repulsion because they knew to whom that shameful nickname was directed. But you are a teacher, you can't be on Kenichi-senpai's team, said Kaneko. No, but I can be the team advisor, said Tatsumaki. Those who have a dueling team at the academy must have an advisor who is aware of their activities, and I, for obvious reasons, will be both the advisor and the team captain. DRRRRR over my dead body. Noel shouted, very angry. The 4 looked at each other defiantly, but someone set off the spark to detonate the bomb. Girls. Akeno shouted, whoever wins the battle royale Kenichi will take her out on a date. The last word echoed throughout the arena, the men began to envy Kenichi's luck and even prayed to the divine beasts that something bad would happen to the redeed, but… Brum. The 4 girls' eyes began to glow red and a psychopathic smile appeared along with a dark pink aura emanating from their bodies. I will do anything until I pass the water temple from Kunu's game and Zelda, but let me go. Kenichi shouted with muffled sounds. But at once the 4 of them screamed. Duel. Noel, 4,000. Lee. 4,000. Kaneko. 4,000. Tatsumaki. 4,000. MMFFFMMM, I hate my life, Kenichi lamented a lot under a muffled howl. I'll go first if you allow me, said Saya, taking one of her cards from her hand, cards in hand. 4, she summoned magical musketeer Kidbrev in attack mode. At that moment a whirlwind of light appeared along with the sound of 2 gunshots, while the pink-haired monster pointed his rifle at Kaneko. Now I activate my magic card Dian Kido the Cure Master. Cards in hand. 3, said Saya, activating said magic card behind Kidbrev, I automatically gain 1000 life points. B. 4000 1000 equals 5000 LP. And since I activate a magic card in the same column as Kidbrave, I activate its effect, said Saya, taking a card from her hand. It will allow me to discard a magical musket card, cards in hand. 2, and I will be able to draw 2 more, cards in hand. 4, and my turn ends. Everyone was somewhat disappointed by Saya's move, with the exception of the boys from the hostel, and especially those who knew Saya, because behind those innocent and rookie moves, Saya knew how to hide an atrocious power. Kaneko-chan, Noel-chan and Tatsumaki-san, better not underestimate her, said Akeno. That archetype is very deceptive, and if you underestimate it the duel will become difficult to resolve, said Ravel. But then an Issei arrives at the stands, carrying, in the purest goofy style, a bunch of sweets from popcorn, sodas, ice cream cones, chocolate bars and other goodies to pass the time, which he kept in a balance worthy of a tower in a Jenga championship. Sorry guys for being late, said Issei, while Le Shen took a bag of peanuts and a soda. The line at the soda fountain was long, but it's good that I could leave, said the brown-haired boy, while Yusei and Indra took a tuna sandwich with orange juice from the pile of sweets, Sinan took some popcorn and grapefruit soda, Shamir took some M&Ms, Leisha a frappuccino, and Zazie took an order of cucumber maki for Akeno, her chocolate-flavored ice cream, with walnuts and ground roasted chestnuts. Thank you, Anada, the raven-haired girl said happily, giving her a kiss on her lips. Ravel, seeing how attentive the brunette was to his companions, could feel how warm his kindness was, and with that, she turned her gaze to the duel, since it seemed that Issei hadn't bought her anything when. Here, said Issei as he handed her a container of strawberries with liquid chocolate. For me? Ravel said, surprised. Yes, Issei said, as if it were nothing. I forgot to ask you what you wanted, but there is nothing better than this irresistible dessert for pretty girls like you, the brown-haired boy said with a smile. Ravel, upon hearing the last part, his heart began to beat like crazy, while his body temperature rose as the horn of a locomotive sounded in the head of the blonde with drill pigtails that began to spin with excitement. Thanks, I guess, Ravel said, turning her face away so he wouldn't see her blush. Not that I mind, your beautiful details. Everyone at the hostel saw the blonde's reaction, and everyone said, even Kenichi, with a muffled groan. Son dear. But for Akeno, seeing Ravel's reaction only narrowed her eyes because there was someone interested in her little boyfriend. Back to the arena. My turn draw. Kaneko shouted, cards in hand. 6. I summon Lunalite Blue Cat, cards in hand. 5. The white-haired lowly said out loud, and immediately a silhouette appeared behind Kaneko to reveal said female monster. I place 3 cards face down and my turn ends, cards in hand. 2. In the stands. Inichi, whose mouth was wrapped up, managed to make an opening in the gift-wrapping material to free his lips so he could speak. But upon seeing his little cowhide, a flashback appeared in his mind as he remembered a certain black-haired girl who played and unwrapped herself in the same way as the little albino. Senpai, Kenichi said wistfully. They had to be sisters. Aaron said the same way. Did you also feel that pang in your hearts? Said a little sad Indra. Issei, along with Seinen, who could not avoid shedding a few tears of sadness, Yami, Izumi and Akeno, could only watch with sadness and nostalgia the way in which Kaneko played her cards. They reminded him of his beloved senpai Kuroka, that they still had no knowledge of her whereabouts after she was unjustly expelled by Venelana Gremory using Volley as an intermediary, and they still thought that she could not have broken into the fried chicken mansion and kidnapped him. Back to the battlefield. Well, it's my turn draw. Noelle shouted while looking at her hand. I summoned Turlaments Merely in attack mode, cards in hand. 5. Shouted the platinum-haired girl with pigtails. Now I activate Merely's effect. I will send 3 cards from the top of my deck to the graveyard directly, Noelle said while looking at the cards that she would send to the graveyard and just smiled. Well, the cards I sent are Shadow Wendy, Shadow Beast and Shadow Hedgehog. Upon hearing these letters, Noelle's teammates stood up from their seats since she used that move a lot in her duels in Sweden. Now I will chain the effects of my Shadow monsters. I will first activate the effect of my Hedgehog. When it is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, I can add a Shadow monster from my deck to my hand, said Noelle. Well, the dual disc added said card, cards in hand. 6. Then I will activate the effect of Shadow Beast. I can draw a card from my deck and add it to my hand, cards in hand. 7. And now I will activate the effect of my Shadow Wendy. When it is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, I can summon a Shadow monster from my deck to the field face down in defense mode. The academy students were surprised to see the mace the girl from Scandinavia was carrying. He has 2 archetypes in that deck. That means he's carrying a hybrid deck. She must have an advanced level of grief. The murmurs in the arena grew louder at what he said. Apparently, seeing a hybrid deck wasn't a common occurrence, as great professionals managed to do it, achieving worldwide fame and delivering great duels worthy of thrilling the crowds. But in the VIP room, some were completely shocked to see a first-year girl possess a deck with 2 archetypes. What a surprise we got, said Sona. We expected this from an incompetent third year doing crude experiments with 2 archetypes, said Seekvaira with her sharp tongue, but from a first-year girl who came for a 6-month cultural exchange, that's a surprise. It's clear that he knew what cards to mix in his decks, said Tsubaki. To mix 2 archetypes in a deck, you must recreate an almost perfect harmony so that the deck can move forward and you can have an abysmal advantage against duelists who play with decks of pure archetypes. The clear example is also Aaron Joestar and Seinen Asada from the second year, said Sirzechs Bale. Although they share the hero archetype, there are some cards in which they only benefit a certain type of hero on the field, which would make it impossible to form a strategy with the other hero. But there are other cards that support the hero, regardless of whether they are elemental, destiny, evil, vision or masked. Not to mention that to have a team of duelists at the academy mastering a deck with 2 archetypes is one of the rules by which you can have the right to a dueling team, said Arthur. The counselor teams were shocked by their superior's explanation. But Riaz was obviously looking at Noelle with interest. What is the name of that little girl, my dear Amado? The Redeed said interestedly. According to the records, her name is Noelle Silva, said Kalen. Silva? Riaz asked with interest. Is he perhaps related to the champion of the Escandinava region, Noelle Silva? Indeed, said Kalen looking at the record. She is his sister. Is she the sister of the Viking Silver Falcon, said Gasper impressed. The others were impressed by such a revelation. The sister of one of the most ruthless and effective duelists of today was standing before them. I think I found the perfect replacement for Zenobia, Riaz said with evil in her voice, and what better than the sister of the Viking Silver Falcon to join Riaz Gremory's glorious team. If I were you, I would think twice about it, Sona said very coldly. She has been very blunt with everyone she considers unworthy of being by her side, and apparently she has professed an interest in Kenichi-san. Why is he lazy without a future? Said Kalen, shocked. That lazy guy with no future managed to capture Noelle-san's interest, something that 99.9% of the academy failed to do, Sirzechs said. Even he rejected my invitation to be part of my team, even though he told me with respect and education. Riaz and Kalen were a little frustrated to learn that the silver-haired girl with pigtails was interested in a nobody from their perspective, but that won't stop them from recruiting her by all possible means. You see Kenichi, when I'm interested in something, I will obtain it at all costs, no matter what I have to sacrifice to obtain it, Ria said mentally, and when Noelle Silva is mine, with my mother's guidance, I will make her a powerful duelist like my little Hyoudou. Back to the duel. Saya, seeing Noelle's move, decides not to take the risk. I will activate Kidbrev's special ability. Saya said I can activate spells and traps with the name Magical Musket in his name directly from my hand, so now I will activate my trap Magical Musket Desperado, cards in hand. 3. As I own a Magical Musket monster, I can select a face-up card from the field and destroy it. At that, Kidbrev manages to grab a bazooka and starts aiming at the face-up cards, and Saya screams. Fire Turlaments merely ordered the pink-haired girl. The Magic Musketeer fired a lethal attack at Noelle's Little Mermaid, destroying her completely, waiting for a reaction from his adversary and love rival, but Noelle didn't seem desperate, rather, calm and with a smile. I really appreciate your play, Saya said Noelle, because you just activated Merely's effect by being destroyed by a card effect. Can I perform a fusion summon by putting the materials from my hand, field or graveyard and the same Merely destroyed by the effect of your trap card, at the bottom of my deck? Said Noelle while taking a card from her hand. So I will return my Turlaments Merely and Turlaments Sharon from my hand to the bottom of my deck to summon by fusion. Cards in hand. 6, shouted Noelle, while her aqua-type monsters began to disappear into particles. Maiden who suffered a painful tragedy, may your beautiful tears make the ocean shine. Fusion summon, Noelle shouted, while she clasped her hands tightly, looking determinedly at her opponents. Appears level 5, Noelle shouted, while a silhouette with fins on its feet appeared in a whirlwind of water, with the elegance that said female monster carried Turlaments Catcalos. Everyone was shocked to see that Noelle Silva was able to fusion summon just by waiting for one of her monsters to be destroyed by the effect. Interesting, Aaron said, very impressed. I never expected a play of that magnitude, Ashen said in surprise. This is nothing, said Hoppy with a calm smile. We are talking about Noelle Silva, the sister of the Viking Silver Falcon, and it is more than obvious that being from an elite family, she makes this kind of plays. Is he Noelle Silva's brother? Yukari said, very surprised. The Kitsune Hostel was now speechless and in shock to learn that the violent platinum-haired pigtailed man is a relative of one of the strongest champions currently in existence, and that they can give the world champion a run for their money. Back to the battle arena. Saya cursed herself for giving Noelle free rein to summon an extremely strong monster. Well, I activate Kid Brave's effect. When a spell or trap is activated in the same column, I can discard a Magical Musket card from my hand and draw 2 cards from my deck, Saya said to end Kid Brave's effect, cards in hand. 5. When Catcalos is special summoned, I can bring a Turlaments card from my deck to my hand, and in this case I will bring Sharon back to my hand, said Noelle, while the dual disc gave her said card, cards in hand. 7. I will put 3 cards face down and my turn ends. Cards in hand. 4. Well, it's my turn, draw. Cards in hand. 7. Tatsumaki shouted, I will activate the spell card Fire Formation Tenki, cards in hand. 6. With it I can add a level 4 or lower warrior beast monster from my deck to my hand, and with the addition that warrior beast monsters gain 100 attack points. While Tatsumaki's disc gave the green-haired girl a said card, cards in hand. 7. A reddish aura shines on Kaneko's monster. Lunalite Blue Cat. 1600, 100 equals 1700. Now I activate my magic card Yasenju Arashi Channeling. Cards in hand. 6, said Tatsumaki, activating said card. I will be able to activate one of its 2 effects as long as I do not control any monsters, so I will put from my deck to my Pendulum Zones Yasenju Shinshu L and Yasenju Shinshu R, Tatsumaki said out loud, while the dual disc gave said cards to the green-haired girl and activated them, while the disc of the aforementioned announced the word pendulum. And immediately, 2 glowing columns appeared flanking the green-haired girl, and pendulum monsters shaped like Toria Gates appeared. Below the Toria Gate with the blue mask appeared the scale 3, while the Toria Gate with the reddish mask appeared. And now I will activate the pendulum effect of Yasenju Shinshu R, said Tatsumaki. When I have a Yasenju pendulum card in my other pendulum zone, I can increase its pendulum scale to 11, and with this I can summon level 4 to level 10 monsters at the same time. Noelle, Konko, and Saya were on guard because what they saw and what the green-haired loli had done didn't bode well for them. The green-haired girl impressed everyone in the arena with that move. It was clearer that she wanted to win against Kenichi at all costs. Hum on pendulum that shakes the divine winds, let the battlefield bear witness to your atrocious and beastly fury, said Tatsumaki, pendulum summoning. Come on, divine horde. Shouted Tatsumaki while 4 green rays appeared, cards in hand. 2. Level 4 Yasenju Tsuji appears. Level 4 Yasenju Isna, level 6 Yasenju Misak, and level 10. Yasenju Dayback. The arena was excited to see the monsters of the duelist nicknamed the Tornado of Terror. Tatsumaki's rivals were starting to feel a little nervous as they would experience the power of a professional duelist. Now I activate the effects of my Yinseju Misak and my Meisenju Dayback in a chain, said Tatsumaki. First I activate Dayback, I can select 2 cards from the field and return them to the owner's hand, so I would return my Pendulum Monsters Yusenju Shinchu L and Yinseju Shinchu R, cards in hand. 4. Everyone was left with a WTF face. Having an effect as devastating as sending 2 cards from anywhere on the field to the hand and choosing hers, well, what did the green-haired loli think? Now I understand that move, Shammer said, analyzing Tatsumaki's move, earning the curious looks of the hostel residents. Oh yeah? Said Leisha Astaroth, a little curious. Tatsumaki recycled her pendulum monsters because she avoided the secondary effect of the magic card Yusenju Arashi channeling, said Shammer, since at the end of Saya-sen's turn, both pendulum monsters would have ended up destroyed, and thanks to Dayback, she avoided said destruction. And not only that, said Akeno, Dayback is very useful when summoned by the pendulum method, but due to its effect, Dayback must return to the hand when summoned by this method. So if he didn't have any pendulum monsters in his hand to facilitate his summoning, Dayback would just get in the way in his hand, Roswitz deduced. Faced with the deduction of both girls, the residents were very impressed with the green-haired girl's play, not for nothing is she a professional player, and much less did they underestimate her, since strategy is something that is often forgotten in a duel, and some duelists make a huge mistake by going on the attack without any strategy in mind. Back to battle. Now I will activate the effect of Yinseju Misak. When he is summoned via pendulum I can destroy a card from the field, and I choose Lunalight Blue Cat, shouted Tatsumaki, who was now starting her offensive strategy. The robust warrior Kamitachi from his weapon a powerful current of air towards Kaneko's monster, who uselessly defended herself with her hands but was sent flying and destroyed. DGGHH. Now I activate the effect of Lunalight Blue Circuit T. When it is destroyed, I can special summon a Lunalight monster from my deck, said Kaneko, while the dual disc gave her a card and she took it. Now I summon Lunalight Crimson Fox. And Kaneko's monster appeared with a very flirtatious pose. Lunalight Crimson Fox. 1800, 100 equals 1900. And that's not all. Trap card activate Lunalight Reincarnation Dance, said Kaneko. Now since a monster I controlled was destroyed, I can add up to 2 Lunalight monsters from my deck to my hand, cards in hand. 4, said the albino, well the dual disc gave her said cards and shuffled the albino loli's deck. The Tanko won't be of much use to you, Tatsumaki said very confidently, provoking the white-haired girl who got a red eye at how her rival referred to her. Now I activate the Izna effect. If I control another Yinsenju I can draw another card from my deck, cards in hand. 5, now I will go to the battle phase, Tatsumaki said, looking at her opponent's Yusenju Misak. Attack Lunalight Crimson Fox now. Kaneko, upon hearing Tatsumaki's order to attack, could only smile slightly. Now I activate Misak's effect. As he is fighting against a monster that is not of the wind attribute, he destroys it at this instant, said Tatsumaki. The burly armored raccoon swung his weapon downwards at Kaneko's fox-like monster. With a heart-rending roar they destroyed the Crimson Vixen without any mercy. I will activate the effect of Crimson Fox, said Kaneko. When it is destroyed by effect, I can turn the attack of my opponent's monster to 0, so I will choose Meisenju Dayback, said Kaneko, pointing at Tatsumaki's colossal monster, whose atrocious attack went down to 0. TCH, well thought out girl, said Tatsumaki, frustrated, but you won't be saved from a direct attack. Yusenju Izna directly attacks Kaneko Taoju. The raccoon with a whip launches its attack towards the albino, but Trap activate Necrofusion, said Kaneko. Thanks to this card I can make a fusion summoning, banishing the materials from my graveyard, so I will remove Lunalight Blue Cat and Lunalight Crimson Fox. At that, the souls of both monsters appear on the field. Feline instincts and the nocturnal hunting instinct. Your legend will begin in the moonlight, said the albino, while the souls of the monsters destroyed by Tatsumaki, combined fusion summoning, shouted Kaneko. At that moment, a sound similar to that of bells began to ring in the dueling area. A pillar of light appeared in front of Kaneko, and immediately, a female silhouette jumped on said column, and before those present, Kaneko's monster was revealed with an Arabian dance and a rather flirtatious meow. Nivel 7 Lunalight Cat Dancer Gritaba Kaneko. Her stop fire, Tatsumaki shouted upon seeing the albino's move, stopping Yusenju Izna TCH's attack in its tracks. You stopped my attack for the moment. I will place 2 cards face down. Now I will move on to the final phase of my turn. Dayback and Misak will return to my hand. I don't believe it, said Noel. Trap activate Tourlament's Metanoise. If I control a Tourlament's monster I can select a face-up monster and switch it face down. You can return to Misak, but Dayback stays face down on the field. At that, Tatsumaki sees how her most powerful beast is flipped upside down, preventing it from returning to her hand. But the cost is sending a Turlement's monster from my deck to the graveyard, so I'll send Turlement's Havness, said Noel, while sending said card, and you know the effect of my Turlement's monsters, when they are sent to the graveyard by effect, I confusion summon. Tatsumaki, seeing Noel's and the other girls' plays, began to feel nervous. 137 to 206, now I activate the effect of Havness, I fusion this same one that is in the graveyard and Kakalos from my field, returning them to the bottom of the deck and the extra deck respectively. The soul of Turlement's Havness appears on the battlefield alongside Kakalos, wrapped in bubbles and foam. They began to mix, causing a huge torrent of bubbles. Maiden of tragic destiny, your lament resonates with your voice in the dark and sad seas, invocation by fusion, recited Noel. The torrent of water was losing its force and intensity as a female silhouette appeared, wearing a beautiful dress and beautiful details. It is a brief representation of an ocean princess, the true strength of Noel Silva. Duo 8 final. Appears level 8. Volcalos Turlements. The arena screamed with excitement at what Noel Silva had accomplished, not to mention the residents of the Kitsune Hostel, upon seeing such skill possessed by the silver-haired girl with pigtails. Knowing her ability, it was a relief for them to have her as an ally. The Scandinavian girls weren't surprised, but they were smiling as she impressed the Japanese duelists who were witnessing everything. In the VIP room, in view of the exhibition shown by the four girls, especially Noel, there was no lack of praise, applause, or a cry of excitement upon seeing that none of the four girls gave ground under any circumstances, but Riaz and Kaylin did not take their eyes off Noel, because their strong desire to recruit her is now their top priority to have a strong and respectable team. Tatsumaki, Kaneko and Saya watched Noel's skills with great nervousness, but more so the former, since her skills could be compared to those of a professional duelist without a doubt, so instinctively, she could only smile at the complicated situation, but it was not a smile of nervousness, but of something that at first glance seemed easy. Now she smiled, because a real challenge had been put in front of her nose, and now she would solve it at all costs. I underestimated these brats, especially this spoiled one, said the green-haired girl, looking at Noel He. There's no doubt that my little greenhouse tomato chooses exceptional women, but now the worst part of this duel is yet to come. Chapter 23. Battle Royal, PT Final. Current situation of the battlefield. Tatsumaki. Cards in hand. 3. Cards on the field. 2 monsters, 1 face up and 1 face down. 2 face down cards in the trap spell zone. About. Cards in hand. 4. Cards on the field. 1 face up monster and 1 face down card. B. Cards in hand. 3. Cards on the field. 1 face-up monster. Noel. Cards in hand. 4. Cards on the field. 1 face-up monster, 1 face-down monster. 2 face-down cards in the spell and trap zone. The DxD Academy Duel Arena stands where the Kitsune Hostel residents are. The first turn of the Battle Royal participants had barely passed, and it already seemed that the duel had entered its climax. The attendees were standing watching the skills of the 4 girls who were fighting for the captaincy like a date with our unfortunate or lucky Kenichi, who was still gagged and tied up like the biggest prize at a fair. The Kitsune Hostel boys were truly surprised to see how willing the 4 girls were to compete, not only to be the captain, but also to be the closest to the redeed, despite the fact that Saya is his current girlfriend. Kaneko, Noel, and Prefect Tatsumaki didn't care at all, they wanted to have the tomato at all costs. And you could see how Noel was able to skillfully summon her ace monster. It's incredible, said Akeno, very surprised at Noel's summoning to summon Tatsumaki-sen by fusion in the end phase. She is one of the most powerful duelists of our generation, said Leisha without stopping watching the duel. Her family are elite duelists who make their mark in the leagues there each. Such was the case of Solid Silva in the Welsh League, Nebra Silva in the Russian League, and one of the clearest examples is that of his brother Nozzle Silva, the current champion of the Nordic Duels League, said Hoppy. All the residents of Kitsune Hostel stopped chewing, and some even threw their snacks onto the floor in shock, like Shamir, his cappuccino, Kunu, his yakisoba, and Aaron, his nachos with cheese. What? Shouted the people from the hostel, scaring the arena with such a shout, and the duelists were a little surprised. The Viking Silver Falcon, said Issei, impressed. I can't believe Noel-san is the sister of that fearsome duelist, Ashen said, very impressed. I thought it was a coincidence that they used the same last name. Being the sister of one of the few duelists who can battle Sirzechs, Sama, said Yukari. Incredible was all Izumi could say in response to such a revelation. Kenichi, despite being unable to speak properly because he was gagged, couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. But it seems we are not the only ones who know this, said Indra, looking fiercely in the VIP box, because there are 2 people who have not taken their eyes off Noel-san. The members of the hostel caught the message from the black-haired man with blue locks. They stealthily looked at the VIP box and saw that Riaz and Kaylin didn't take their eyes off the silver-haired woman, while an evil smile appeared on their faces. Kenichi-san, Ryuko said while eating a meat skewer without stopping to look especially at Rias with great annoyance. It seems that you will have to deal with a couple of scorpions on your back, because if there is something I can smell from here, it is the smell of stupid greed. Iridid understood what the prefect said. He knew that if Rias or Kalen were to lay their hands on Noelle, he wouldn't know the misfortunes they would bring upon her. If they could easily destroy his senpai Kuroka's dueling career, with Noelle, he would expect the worst if the archaic mindset of Venelana Bale were in the head of the silver-haired girl with pigtails. In the dueling arena. Saya looked at Noelle's fusion monster, analyzed the card on her dual disc, and knew it would be a tough nut to crack. If I activate any effect, I will only strengthen Noelle's field, Saya said very analytically. Not only will she negate the effect and destroy my card with which I activated said effect, but she will also be able to special summon another fusion monster, with the effect of the Tourlament's monsters that I sent to the graveyard. Wait a minute, that's it. His three opponents would go to Kenichi's current girlfriend, who gave a confident smile. My turn, draw. Shouted Saya, cards in hand. 4. Now reveal the circuit that will lead us to victory. Shouted the pink-haired girl with glasses, while the symbol of the link summon appeared in front of her. Summoning arrows confirmed. The only requirement is to send a magical musketeer of level 8 or lower to the graveyard, so I send my magical musketeer Kidbrv. The little demon cowboy shot out towards the bottom arrow of the painting. Summon Link. Saya shouted, great ruthless gunman appears. Link 1 magical musketeer max. A tall silhouette emerged from the frame, revealing a demon dressed like an Old West cowboy as he landed on the ground on his knees, but immediately adjusted his hat and stood up. Again, the murmur of disapproval from the majority of the school was not long in coming for Saya's link summoning. Now I will activate Max S effect, said Saya. If it was summoned by a link summon, I can choose one of its two effects and the one I choose is. I can summon from my deck magical musketeer monsters with different names and number equivalent to the spell and trap cards that my opponents control, and like the case of Tatsumaki-san and Noelle-san, both control 2 cards in their spell and trap zone each. I can summon up to 4 monsters from my deck. I won't allow it, said Noelle. I will activate Rolcalo's effect. I can negate Max's effect and destroy him. The beautiful warrior is expanding an aura towards Saya's link monster. It's a shame your move didn't work, Noelle said confidently. You think so? Saya said very mockingly, something that Noelle couldn't avoid that tone that the pink-haired woman used. I know the danger of your card, and I didn't make this play negligently, because I have this and that. Saya takes a card from her hand, reveals it and activates it, cards in hand. 3. Quick play magic card magical musket cross domination. On the hostel steps. Shamir smiled upon seeing the card because he knew that the pink-haired girl had located the fusion monster's Achilles heel. Let's see if you are able to reverse this, Saya-san said the current sports teacher in her mind. Back to the arena. Thanks to my magic card, I can negate Rolcalo's effect and both his defense and attack will drop to 0. Saya said proudly. At that, Saya's monster Link receives a pair of revolvers, crosses his arms while pointing at Rolcalo's, and immediately shoots at Noelle's monster. I won't let you. Noelle shouted, trap card counter Tourlament's crime. When the effect of a spell, trap or monster card is activated while I control a Tourlament's monster, I can negate it and return said card to the owner's deck. The arena screamed with excitement at this personal confrontation between Saya and Noelle, the two completely forgetting about Kaneko and Tatsumaki, who seemed more like spectators. The pink-haired girl and the silver-haired girl became engrossed in a confrontation that left the audience on the edge of their seats. Nice try but not enough to destroy my ace monster, Saya-san, Noelle said, relieved in front of a pink-haired girl who had a gloomy look, but a smile appeared on her face. My main phase hasn't even ended, Noelle-san said. Saya, I admit that you are a very outstanding duelist and you have left us in trouble since the beginning of the duel, said the pink-haired girl, but it's time to lead the attack, said the pink-haired girl as she took another card from her hand, cards in hand. 2. Trap card counter activate magical musket last stand. When my opponent activates the effect of a magic or trap card, I can negate the effect of this card and destroy it. The effect of Tourlament's crime is cancelled. Saya's trap card launches missiles that fly towards Noelle's trap card, which immediately. Several explosions were heard. Noelle felt a little the effect of her opponent's trap. I'll activate the second effect of my trap. I can add a Tourlament's monster, Noelle said. Well, the dual disc gave her said monster, cards in hand. 5. And now Noelle, powerless, could no longer protect her fusion monster. Now all that remained was to watch how those revolvers rendered her ace monster useless, denying its effect and leaving its attack and defense at 0. And now Max's effect that was pending after this chain will be activated now. Said Saya, I will summon 4 magical musketeers from my deck, said Saya. Well, the dual disc gave her said monster cards. Now I special summon magical musketeer Doc, magical musketeer Casper, magical musketeer Starfire, and finally magical musketeer Master Midzakiel. At the names mentioned by the pink-haired girl, 4 lights appeared behind Max, making their appearance the specially summoned monsters. Now I will activate a magic card in the column where Casper is, magical musket steady hands, cards in hand. 1. I can select one of my magical musket monsters and I can double the attack and defense for this turn and thus I will choose magical musketeer mastermind Ezekiel. At that, in the hands of Saya's ace monster, completely white gloves were formed and they saw that a reddish aura covered the gunslinger demon, while they saw how the attack and defense doubled from 2500 to 5000. And now I will activate Casper's effect, as I activate a spell in the column where it is, I can add a magical musket card from my deck to my hand, as long as it is not a card equal to the one I activated, said the pink-haired girl, while the dual disc gave her said card, cards in hand. 2. I will go to battle phase. Ezekiel attacks Turlament's Rulkalos. The demon monster smiled maliciously as he pointed his enormous gun at Noel's water monster. Fiendish desert eagles. Shouted Saya while Ezekiel started shooting like a real madman. The bullets were getting closer to Noel's fusion monster. Everything seemed lost for the platinum-haired girl. She knew that if she connected that attack, it would be the end of this duel. I won't let you. Shouted Noel. Trap card activate. Sinister Shadow Games shouted Noel. I can send a Shadow card from my deck to my Gremory, said Noel, while the dual disc gave her said card and immediately sent it to the graveyard, so I'll send Shadow Squamata and immediately activate its effect. I can send an extra Shadow to the graveyard and I'll send Shadow Falco, shouted Noel, while sending the second monster from her deck to the graveyard, and now I'll activate Falco's effect. When it is sent to the graveyard I can special summon it. This phase of attack, defense and counterattack between Saya and Noel was exciting everyone, especially the VIP box and the teachers themselves. They are giving their best in this duel, said Michael, amazed by the ferocity with which the aforementioned women fought. Of the 4 girls and without underestimating the other 3, Saya is the one who can give a detailed analysis under pressure in the duel, said Azazel smiling. She knew that the biggest threat at this moment is Noel Sen's monster, and she had to destroy said monster with the resources she has. But Silva-sen has also shown great talent in defending himself from Takagi-sen's merciless attacks, said Gabriel excitedly, defending his beloved monster by any means necessary. I have a feeling they will have a great future as professional duelists, said Penemu smiling, satisfied with the duel, but they still have a lot to learn since they are wasting their resources in a personal fight when they are forgetting that they have 2 other girls to defeat. The teachers accompanying the 3 most important figures of the academy nodded at what Penemu said. Whoever wins this personal duel would be in big trouble when facing Tatsumaki and Kaneko. In the VIP room, Riaz and Kaylin showed their eagerness to recruit Noel, smiling with excitement, while the Redhead had gotten up from her seat and watched as her next recruit put up a great fight against someone she completely hated. Yuhu Noel-san, it's only a matter of time before your great talent and power make my family and my reputation the most powerful and feared in the academy, said Riaz smiling maliciously. I wish you luck, Riaz, said Sona while throwing a handkerchief towards her face. Hey Sona-sama, what's wrong with you and why are you throwing that at him? The brunette shouted arrogantly towards an indifferent dark-haired girl. None of your business, Hyoudou, said Sona, trying to offend the brunette by reminding her of her original surname, which she achieved by showing a gesture of total fury when reminded of a surname that she despised when she met Venelana Gremory back then. Riaz, use it when Noel-san rejects you. If she rejects even my own invitation, it is very likely that she will reject you too. Sona, what the hell are you saying? Riaz said, very furious. You should support me in my cause of recruiting someone as talented as Noel Silva and who helps the great cause of elite duelists like us. Don't friends support each other? At that question the Redhead asked, the youngest of the Citri couldn't help but show a slight gesture of disgust, then she got up from her seat accompanied by her dueling team and decided to face Riaz. I stopped being your friend when your mother destroyed Kuroka Taoju's life and did all her stupid things, damaging the reputation and credibility of our duel academy, and you allowed and celebrated such an atrocity against Kaneko Taoju's sister. Riaz was in shock. Now her childhood friend was breaking ties with her. Tears were overflowing from her eyes. Sona-sama. Kaylin shouted with great disgust, I demand that you apologize to Anasama. Sona just looked sideways at Riaz's best duelist, showing eyes that reflected how disappointed she was in the Redhead and her. Riaz, if you're going to talk to me, it'll only be for student council matters for the time being. Avoid both you and your team from coming near me and my team of duelists. Sona sentenced as she left the VIP box, clearly annoyed, of course ignoring the Gremory brunette's order and closing the exit with a slam. Riaz was still on her knees and was trying to process Sona's words. Your immaturity has come to this, said Seekvaira very coldly. Little by little you will be left alone and without any real support, so thank your mother for the precarious situation your family and your reputation are going through. Arthur and Sarayer just shook their heads in shame and annoyance at the Redhead. Back to the arena. Noel special summons Shadow Falco face down and continues. Now I will activate the effect of my trap card. Since I had sent a Shadow monster from my deck to my grey body, I can flip up as many face down monsters that I control, so I flip summon Shadow Falco and Helshadow Hollow. From Noel's trap came two shadowy hands that turned over these monsters, revealing a small bird, while also revealing a dangerous monster that seemed to be immolating itself in fire and let out a roar that scared everyone. And now I activate the Hollow effect. When it is flip summoned, I can select a monster from my opponent and I can send a shadow monster from my extra deck to the graveyard with a similar attribute and remove your monster, so I select Magic Musketeer Mastermind Ezekiel, and now I will send the shadow construct to the graveyard. Noel shouted, sending said monster. Upon sending the Duel to the cemetery, Noel's fire monster caught Ezekiel and began to devour him, to the horror of the students. Noel almost lost the duel by avoiding lethal damage from Saya. Then I will activate Falco's effect. I can summon a Shadow monster from my graveyard to my face down field. Noel said, very tired and sighing in relief because she had survived an attack that possibly would have left her out of the duel. But you won't be able to avoid what's next. Saya said resignedly when she saw that her attack didn't work as she wanted. Now Magical Musketeer Doc attacked Turlaments Rolkalos. The other demon monster with the appearance of a scientist raises his sniper. Bang. The sound of a gunshot was heard while Rolkalos received said attack and ends up being destroyed by Saya's attack. Noel 1400 equals 2600 LP. My shift is over, Saya said very sadly. The arena screamed with excitement. A confrontation this close didn't happen very often at the academy. Only when the student council members faced off in friendly battles could such confrontations like the one Noel and Saya had happen. Much applause could be heard at the demonstration. The pink-haired girl and the silver-haired girl saw how the academy acknowledged this confrontation, including their fellow hostel members who stood up from their seats applauding their classmates. The more discreet ones like Shamir, Ryuko, Zazie and Indra applauded moderately and smiling, while the loudest ones like Issei, Yami, Yukari, Nai and Lee cheered for their classmates. I admit that you put me in a big bind, Saya Noel said, smiling resignedly upon seeing that her monster was destroyed, but its life points were slightly decimated. In truth, this turn you have completely earned my respect. You too, Noel-san, said Saya, smiling with resignation because her strategy didn't work. Hey dumbheads, your conversation is very interesting, but you forget that we are also in this duel, said Tatsumaki, looking at those who got involved. You Pintako, it's your turn, said Tatsumaki, seeing a Kaneko who had a vein marked by how the green-haired girl referred to her. I'm not a Pintako, I'm a young lady in development, an old woman trapped in a child's body, said Kaneko, very offended, responding to Tatsumaki. The green-haired girl, upon hearing how he called her, began to get a nervous tick because calling her an old woman was a great offense against her, but what Kaneko told her already exceeded her tolerance for offenses to her staff. The people at the hostel grimaced in terror when they heard Kaneko's way of addressing Tatsumaki. I think Kaneko-chan was too brave, said Akeno very nervously. What balls, the little girl, Hashimir said, satisfied to see how brave or reckless the white-haired girl is. I smell an arrest tomorrow, Issei said nervously. Bullied flat on the blackboard or arms up with book towers on them, Aaron said, sweating cold. Kenichi in the stands turned purple upon hearing such an insult against a tornado of terror. May Yuria protect the soul of my beautiful cowhide, said Kenichi in his mind. Back to the arena. WHWH, what did you call me, Pintako? Tatsumaki said, very offended. Kaneko was a little intimidated, but when she saw that Kenichi's team captaincy was at stake, she took courage and said. Old woman trapped in a girl's body. The white-haired woman said loudly without any fear, but the scream echoed, leaving. But in Tatsumaki, a green aura began to cover her body, and on her forehead, the veins of anger began to appear, and her teeth were clenched in a sign of the same anger. Not containing her annoyance any longer, she screamed. Nobody says I'm old. Tatsumaki shouted, you'll pay for your audience to insult me, Kaneko Taoju. The three duelists gulped instinctively. If he gets angry, said Saya and Noel. I already blew it, said Kaneko, regretting her words, knowing that it is her turn. She says, now I draw. Cards in hand. 5, I will activate polymerization. Sending from my hand Lunalite Purple Butterfly, Lunalite Yellow Martin and Lunalite Emerald Bird. Cards in hand. 1. The monsters mentioned by Kaneko appear above Kaneko as they mix in a spiral. Dancer who moves with cadence, your sword shines in the darkest night, said Kaneko, fusion summoning. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared behind Kaneko, leaping from an inhuman height, and a flirtatious laugh was heard in the arena, along with the sound of bladed weapons being drawn. Kaneko's new fusion monster appeared before the arena. Level 9. Lunalite Saber Dancer. Kaneko sentenced in front of her new monster. Now I will activate the effect of Lunalite Emerald Bird. When sent to the graveyard by a card effect I can special summon a Lunalite monster that was removed from the game, so I will special summon Lunalite Blue Cat in defense mode. Said Kaneko while the aforementioned monster appeared next to Lunalite Cat Dancer, and then I will activate the effect of Yellow Martin. I can add a Lunalite spell or trap card from my deck to my hand, said the lowly, while her dual disc gave her said cards in hand. 2, and thanks to Saber Dancer, it gains 200 attack points for each Beast Warrior monster removed from the game, adding the 100 points of the Fire Formation Tenki spell card. So I only have one Beast Warrior monster revived for which he gains 200 attack points. Now I move to the battle phase, said Kaneko, but immediately blushed while looking at Kenichi. Out of the corner of her eye, Noelle Senpai, Saya Senpai and Tatsumaki Sensei, I did not take this personally, but in war and in love, all is worth it, and I do this for my savior. No, don't tell me that, said Saya with a cold face. On the steps of the hostel. Will he say it? Said Indra, Kunu, Yami, Issei, Ashen and Yukari with stars in their eyes. I think you will say it, said Shamir, Hoppy, Leisha, Aoi, Zazie, Sinan, Aaron and Yusei with a smile. Ryuko sighs heavily as she prepares to cover her ears with cotton, something that the rest of the hostel stands imitated, leaving only Kenichi with his ears uncovered. Back to the arena. Everyone was silent at what the albino loli was going to say. She knew that her skin would be claimed by the 3 girls who are her opponents because she knew of her feelings for the clueless tomato, but it was time to say things. Sorry for saying this, Saya Senpai, said Kaneko, very embarrassed, but it was time to be honest with herself. I love Kenichi Senpai. 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 Everyone was speechless at the albino loli's confession. They were in shock. It was a very short sentence compared to Kaneko's words that seemed to last forever. Kenichi, in his small imprisonment, opened his eyes in an exaggerated way at what his cowhide said. Earplugs in 3, 2, 1, said Akeno, while her teammates obeyed the order of the next captain of Issei's team. What? The scream echoed so loudly that some things in the arena, like trash cans, fell, the VIP cop's glass cracked, and even the glasses of Seekvaira and Arthur cracked. It is not possible. Kaneko-chan. They threatened her, that must be it. The screams of horror from the academy students were not long in coming, knowing that the academy's mascot was in love with a delinquent right before their eyes. Kaneko only had her face completely blushed and looked sideways at Kenichi, showing love for him, but she also showed some embarrassment towards Saya, who is the girlfriend of the redhead with black locks, because she knew it was a lack of respect towards her. But it was necessary to be honest with her because of the feelings she had for her savior. Saya tried to say a few words, but couldn't because of the shock, and not to mention Tatsumaki and Noelle, whose faces looked like they had seen something uglier than blasphemy. Now Lunalite Saber Dancer destroy Shadow Falco, said Kaneko, while the fusion monster went on the attack, and in that she takes out her swords and proceeds to destroy Noelle's little monster with a cross slash. /X2. Uam. Uea, Noelle screamed as her life points fell to 0. 600 equals 2700. Noelle. 2700 equals 0 LP. It's not possible, lost, said Noelle, falling to her knees. Kaneko now saw Saya as her target. The horror Lunalite Cat Dancer attacked a magical musketeer Max. Kaneko's other fusion monster came out to attack the pink-haired girl's Link monster and through a dance movement proceeds to carve up Max. 1000 equals 1500. 1500 equals 3500 LP. And since Cat Dancer attacks, I inflict 100 points of damage to my opponent. Kaneko finished. I place a card face down and my turn ends, cards in hand. 1. 3500, 100 equals 3400 LP. You gave a good turn, Kaneko-chan, said Saya, somewhat tired, but I would like to talk to you 3 after the duel is over. The albino loli, the silver-haired girl with pigtails, and the green-haired girl nodded at what Saya said. Now it's my turn, draw. Cards in hand. 4. Tatsumaki couldn't help but smile. This duel ends now. Kaneko and Saya put themselves on guard. First I turn my Isenju Day back in attack mode, said Tatsumaki, while the gigantic green monster returned to action. Now I place Isenju Shinshu R with scale 5 and Isenju Shinshu L with scale 3 in the pendulum zones again now. Cards in hand. 2. Bam, here it comes, Saya said, preparing a card from her hand. But first I will activate my face down magic card, Yasen Whirlwind, said Tatsumaki, paying 800 life points to activate it. Every time a Isenju monster returns to my hand, I can return a monster from my opponent to my hand. Tatsumaki. 4800 equals 3200. What is that old woman planning? Kaneko said, very confused. And now my second face down card activates. Compulsory evacuation, Devaki, said Tatsumaki. It will allow me to return a monster from the field to the owner's hand, so I choose Mei Senju Day back. At that, Tatsumaki's colossal monster disappears from the field to return to her hand, cards in hand 3. And now by the effect of my magic card, I'm going to return to your hand, said Tatsumaki pointing at Saya, a magical musketeer dock. Suddenly, a tornado engulfed Saya's monster, blowing it away from the field. The pink-haired girl couldn't contain a grimace of wide disgust. Hum on pendulum that shakes the divine winds, let the battlefield be a witness of atrocious and bestial fury. Pendulum invocation. Shouted Tatsumaki while an opening opened in the arena ceiling, revealing 3 greenish stelae appear. Yasenju Misak, may Yasenju day back and appear. May Yasenju hit it. The 3 beasts summoned by Tatsumaki roared in a sign of war, but the new monster summoned in the form of a dragon let out a shriek that made one's hair stand on end. Now I activate Misak's effect. Said Tatsumaki, since it was specially summoned I can destroy a monster, so I choose magical musketeer Starfire. I will not allow it. Activate magic card magical musket cross domination. I will negate Misak's effect and reduce his attack and defense to 0 until the end of the turn, said Saya, activating said card from her hand. Heh, what I expected, girl, said Tatsumaki, mocking the pink-haired girl's move. Now I activate the effect of May Senju Dayback. I will return your 2 leftover magical musketeer to your hand. 2 more tornadoes surrounded Saya's only remaining monsters, launching them into the air and disappearing, leaving Saya's field free for a direct attack. And of course I've forgotten about you, Brad, said Tatsumaki looking at Kaneko. I activate the effect of May Senju hit it. When it is special summoned I can return a monster to my hand, so I will return your Lunalite Cat Dancer to the extra deck. Now a reddish tornado enveloped Kaneko's fusion monster that resisted leaving the field, but it was impossible since it flew out of the field to be returned to the hand. Now I will go to the battle phase, said Tatsumaki looking at Saya. You gave a good duel, and I recognize your potential in duels, Saya, and that is why both you and the Pentako and the albino Tsundeer have earned my respect as duelists, said Tatsumaki bowing to her opponents, but today you will not win. Yasenju Izna, attack Saya Takagi directly. Let me remind you that thanks to May Yasenju hit it. When my monsters are on the field, Yasenju, you earn 500 attack points plus the 100 extra points for fire formation Tenki. Yasenju Izna 1500 100 equals 1600. The raccoon monster came out to attack Saya and gave her a strong whiplash. 3400 minus 1600 equals 1800. Now hit it, and Saya Takagi's life points, Tatsumaki shouted. At that the green-haired monster comes out towards the pink-haired girl. Divine red burst. That it launches a powerful attack from his mouth towards Saya, who, powerless in the face of her defeat, only limits herself to covering herself with her arms. Beware! Saya shouted as her life points were reduced to 0. 820 500 equals 0 LP. And now I will give way to my end phase, and you already know what happens when this happens. My Yasenju monsters can return to my hand. In this case it is day back and hit it, said Tatsumaki. Well, the colossal monsters disappeared in a whirlwind, and now by effect of my Yasen whirlwind, for each Yasenju that returned to my hand, a monster of my opponent returns, and as 2 returned to my hand. Lunalite Saber Dancer and Lunalite Blue Cat return to your extra deck and your hand respectively. Tatsumaki's magic card releases 2 tornadoes that hit Kaneko's 2 feline monsters, throwing them into the air and disappearing from the field. The RRR Kaneko could only complain as she had Blue Cat back in her hand, cards in hand. 2, my turn to draw. Cards in hand. 3. Kaneko saw the card she drew and couldn't help but smile. Senpai, please look, said the albino looking sideways at Kenichi. I summon Lunalite Kaleidochick in a normal way, cards in hand. 2. Suddenly a yellow light appeared in front of Kaneko, revealing the childish-looking monster as it waved its cape with chopsticks in a very elegant manner. What are you going to do with that monster, Taoju-san? Tatsumaki said very seriously. This monster is the key to my victory, Tatsumaki-san, said Kaneko. I activate the effect of Kaleidochick. I can send a Lunalite monster from my deck or from my extra deck to the Gremory, and Kaleidochick will have the name of that monster I sent to take it as fusion summoning material. Said Kaneko while she took out a fusion monster from the extra deck. So I send Lunalite Panther Dancer from my extra deck to the Gremory. Tatsumaki was surprised because she knew that he was going to summon her rival. If so, she would be in a big fix. In the stands. Akeno also deciphered her Kauhai's move. This will be a big surprise for tomorrow, said the raven-haired girl. What do you mean, Akeno-chan? Said Yukari. A first-year student beating a prefect will be a big stir, especially if she's a top 15 professional, Akeno said. Do you remember yesterday, what a girl in love can do? Well, Kaneko-chan is practically proving it. Yufufufu looking mischievously at Kenichi, because it was a hint towards the Redeed who saw his classmate and friend, understanding the feelings the 4 of them had for him. Back to the arena. Now I will activate the effect of my face-down card Lunalite Perfume. Said Kaneko-chan. With this I can special summon a Lunalite monster from my graveyard. Come on, Lunalite Emerald Bird. Another light appeared in front of the little albino loli as the winged monster appeared. And now I will activate the effect of Yellow Marten from my graveyard by returning a Lunalite monster to my hand. I can special summon it," said Kaneko, cards in hand. 3. The preparations are ready now. I activate my magic card. Lunalite fusion. "Oh no," said Tatsumaki, seeing that her worst fear would come true. "Now I will fusion Emerald Bird from my hand, Yellow Marten from my field and Kalidachik under the name Lunalite Panther Dancer." Kaneko sentenced to assume the role of Nocturnal Predator, said Kaneko, seeing Kalidachik before the clarity of the lunar light. "Now seeing Yellow Marten and that you illuminate the sky with your beauty," said Konko, seeing Emerald Bird come down from the sky and delight us with your final dance. The three monsters began to mix, but immediately a full moon appeared above the duelists, and a flash began to blind Tatsumaki, but not only them, Noel, Saya, the entire arena. Fusion summoning. Kaneko declared as her gaze sharpened like a feline's majesty. Beauty lethality in 1 level 10. Lunalite voice dancer. A new fusion monster appeared while destroying his mask, but what seemed to be the remains of it were incorporated as a new device that decorated his face while he brandished his sword in a threatening manner. "Woo!" the students shouted when they saw the new fusion monster of the academy's mascot. In the VIP room, everyone was amazed at Kaneko's move. Sirzechs said it only took one draw from his deck to turn the duel in his favor. "There is no doubt that the young duelists are the ones who give us the most outrageous surprises," said Seekvaira with a slight smile. Everyone was in complete agreement with the blonde with glasses, except that two were completely stunned, and that was Riaz and Kalen. They couldn't believe the duel that this girl, who had been removed from their team on a whim, was putting up. She didn't show that level of duel when she was still part of the Gremory team, because she showed it even when she was off the team. Back to the arena. "I definitely underestimated you, Taoju-san," said Tatsumaki while raising her arms to shoulder height as a sign that she accepted her defeat without complaint. "Come on, attack with everything you have, Taoju-san. Your opponents, we recognize you as the captain of Son Kenichi Uzumaki's team, do we agree?" Saya and Noel, at Tatsumaki's declaration, smiled and nodded to the albino loli, who shed a tear of happiness at the declaration of her rivals, for the love of the Redeed with black locks. "Hi," said Kaneko. "Leo Dancer. Attacks in Sejumisak. Or how does Leon Dancer's effect prevent her from being destroyed by my opponent's card effects?" Misak's effect is cancelled. The dancing lioness attacked Tatsumaki's raccoon, fiercely brandishing her sword, but Misak blocked the attack and tried to slice Leo Dancer with his atrocious blade, but Leo Dancer dodged it, and with a horizontal slash connected to the abdomen of the green-haired monster, Leo Dancer destroyed Misak. 2400 equals 1100. Tatsumaki, 4000, 1100 equals 2900. And now Leo Dancer can attack up to twice in each battle phase, so Leo Dancer directly attacks Tatsumaki-san and delete the rest of his life points. The lioness now came out against the green-haired girl, who watched with a satisfied smile as that powerful monster approached her with that sword, about to end the duel. "This new generation of duelists surprises me more," she said in her mind, while Leo Dancer connected a diagonal slash and the green-haired girl fell to the ground. "I did well to come back here." Tatsumaki. 2900 minus 3500 equals 0 LP. The end of duel bugle sounded and the photo of the battle royal winner appeared on the screens. The arena screamed for such a spectacular duel between four young ladies. Many applauded such a duel, and the fact that a first-year girl defeated two second-year girls and a professional was worth recognizing. In the stands where El Hostel Kitsune was, everyone applauded Kaneko's victory. "Well done, Kaneko Onasama," Kunu shouted in wonder. "Our little cowhide showed off," Indra said proudly, while Sign and Issei and Aaron nodded. Others showed their happiness for the little cowhide and classmate with applause like Ashen, Yukari, Hoppy, Aoi, Shamir, Ryuko, Issei, Nai, Lee and Ravel. I think Kaneko-chan deserves a great reward for that effort," Kenichi-sen said, the raven-haired girl removing the gift wrapping from Kenichi's body. "I recommend that you make an effort to give the best date to our beautiful cowhide." "Heh. Akeno-san did very well and don't doubt it, I'll give it to her," said the Redeed, while he saw how Kaneko joined Noel, Saya and Tatsumaki in the center of the arena. "There is no doubt that duel should unite people and not separate them in stupid status." "You're right," said Akeno, while Issei and Ashen met with both of them. "That vision that Sirzechs Sama preaches and in turn was preached in their active times by legendary duelists like Yugi-sama, Judai-sama, Fudo Yusei-sama, Yuma-sama, Yaya-sama and Yusaku-sama. As long as there are people who fight for just ideals, duels will not stop toasting what they were originally made for," said Issei, while he watched the four duelists start a conversation. "And it's having fun and bringing smiles to people's faces," said Ashen, as they watched the four duelists go from being enemies to the max, now talking like teammates and also as if they were great friends. The members of the hostel watched pleased as Tatsumaki, Noel, Saya, and Kaneko headed to the stands where they were right now, showing no signs of frustration or attitudes of a sore loser, but rather a smile of satisfaction for having given 100% in the duel. The four greeted their fellow residents as a sign that the problem was in the past, and now it seemed that the duel had united them, and now in their minds, they were talking a few things with the greenhouse tomato, who smiled at his future dueling team, ready for the academy's inter-school tournament. 00 p.m. Then as Wayland bailed department. It was late at night and in the living room where there were wine bottles, packs of cigarettes, and empty beer cans on the floor was the now ex-wife of Zeodicus Gremory, Venelana Bale, whose appearance was unkempt. She was only wearing a long skirt that covered her legs, but on her torso, she was only wearing her cream-colored bra that was dirty from the wine that spilled from the glass and also from the cigarette ash that fell on it. The brunette entered a rather critical state after her separation from the academy affairs and her divorce. Fearing that she would do anything violent to Riaz and Kalen, Zeodicus decided to keep both young ladies in the Gremory mansion, being partially separated from the brunette since they still maintained communication with Venelana and provided her with provisions from the mansion so she could survive. Now he was in the living room with a cell phone communicating. "Come on, answer damn it," said Venelana, smoking her 23rd cigarette of the day until someone answers. "Madam Bale," said the somewhat tired voice, "do you know what time it is?" "I don't care what time it is," said Venelana furiously. "AGHH, what can I offer you?" said the annoyed voice. "More respect, boy," said the brunette, obviously irritated. "Is this how you respond to the person who saved you from going to prison and saved your professional career? I remind you that, because of me, you are earning millions of dollars." Okay, if you want money I will send it to you without any problem," said the voice. "I don't just want the money, but also for you to do a job for me at the academy," said Venelana, satisfied to know that there are still faithful dogs by her side, "so I expect great things from you." Idora Asterisk. Ending. Hi, I'm Noel. What a mess there was yesterday. Now the whole academy is trying to recruit us for the inter-student tournament, but my loyalty is to my captain and the hostel where I live. But the one who has been the biggest thorn in my side has been Riaz Gremory, trying to recruit me and get Kaneko back at all costs, and to do so, she's going to send another person from her team to make the move. Chapter 24, Clash of Loyalties. Hyoudou. At the same time the royal duel was happening. In the great house where the great champion of Hyoudou lived there was a sepulchral silence when suddenly. Aya. The woman's scream could be heard as she was whipped on the wooden floor, while the sound of life points decreasing could be heard. "Ha! This is the level of one of the most respected champions." A mocking voice said, "Threat. My ass." Well, those noises were precisely from that hooded man who was dueling against the champion of that region, the beautiful duelist Daki, but what seemed like a warning from Daki against the insolent man who interrupted her recital seemed like a humiliation to her person. LP in. Mysterious Duelist 4000 LP. That mansion made with the influence of ancient Japan, now it was in ruins. The wood, the gardens, the dragon statues of what it was made of were now in ruins. It seemed that something had happened to it. On that battlefield, only the two duelists could be seen in different situations. First, the champion Daki, who was completely injured, her beautiful silk kimono was destroyed, her hair completely ruined, and she even had some marks of blows on her face and part of her body. But on the other side, her opponent was showing his composure. He seemed to enjoy that desperate situation for the female duelist, but behind him. Bruuwo. The silhouette of a humanoid monster roared triumphantly and arched its arms in such a way before its wielder's opponent, it was as if it had enjoyed destroying everything that had to do with Daki. "Heh. It seems you are not up to my level," said the hooded silhouette. "After all, you are not as strong as what my bosses told me, although I thank you for the dinner for my monster, since the assistants and part of your people fed him hahaha." Well, Daki saw in the duel that the moment the hooded man summoned the colossal monster that was behind him, he had made everyone around him disappear while they screamed in terror, something that had greatly impacted the duelist. "What is that monster?" Daki said, completely stunned, while holding her abdomen, "And as far as I know, the impacts from monsters aren't that painful." "Ahahaha. This monster will only be your downfall, champion," he said with a hint of disgust at the last part, and hearing the screams of horror and terror from all your people was such a sweet and sublime delight, knowing that you did nothing for them and you failed. For me there is no better feeling, so exciting. "Wretched man," said Daki angrily. "And about the last thing," said the hooded man while his smile widened, "you just didn't play any old duel, this is a duel of shadows." Aki, upon hearing that, widened her eyes in horror. Immediately that determination turned to pure fear. She had heard of that type of duels. She thought it was a simple myth in those times when the game was just starting out, in those distant times where Yugi Motu, Yuki Yudai and Issei Hyoudou tried those dangerous duels with people who were really crazy. Now that dark myth and its terrible outcome, she was going to feel it in her own flesh. Duel of some shadows, said Daki, terrified. What a pity, I'll just tell you, your time is up, said the hooded man with false pity and divine. That it's my turn, he said, drawing a card from his hand. Now my monster attacks Daki directly. Pointing at the duelist. The dark colossal creature roared with fury, and one of its hands was going to go towards the elegant duelist. She only watched in terror, as that horrible creature was going to liquidate what remained of her life points. The hand fell on Daki, she only received the atrocious impact on her back. Aya. Was the heartbreaking scream that the woman let out, leaving her in a very bad state. Daki. 0 LP. The duel was over and suddenly in the sky a violet cloud wrapped in lightning was descending like a snake. Well, it's time for our king to eat his food properly, said the hooded man as he watched how that dark cloud began to surround the defeated Daki. As that cloud enveloped the elegant woman, due to the severity of the impact she could not run or defend herself, she only felt how that cloud surrounded her completely when. Shuzum. The violet flames that had surrounded her in that duel of shadows increased and some rays began to be seen in the dark sky, but with the cloudy silhouette where Daki was. Ay. She began to shake as if she were the victim of an attack. She tried in vain to remove the cloud that surrounded her, as if she were shaking dust from her hair. She shook sheer-eyed, while her screams did not stop. The hooded man from the distance enjoyed that dark spectacle. When Daki's screams stopped, the silhouette made of cloud stopped moving, while that cloud began to rise again in the dark sky, leaving Daki's body on the ground, but her skin was turning white as chalk. Her eyes lost all traces of light, while a look of total despair was printed on her face. Too easy, said the mysterious duelist, who suddenly takes out a cell phone and starts dialing a number. Mission accomplished, back to Tokyo. I hope now for a great challenge, he said as he hung up and proceeded to leave Hokkaido, while leaving Daki's body on the ground. She hadn't died because her heart was still beating, but clearly, her soul had left her body. In short, she was an empty shell. Opening. The next day. The news of the attack on the Hokkaido champion shocked all of Japanese society because finding the house in ruins and the horrific scene of Daki in a vegetative state shocked everyone in Japan and around the world. Daki's body was taken to the hospital for treatment where many of her fans, both male and female, cried and prayed for the speedy recovery of their beloved idol and duelist. Everything was being watched on the flat screen in the hostel with the company of Serafo, who watched this with a temperament that mixed concern and the delicacy of the situation. Currently champion Daki remains in a coma, although her vital signs remain stable. Her condition is delicate and serious. It is not known for sure when she will wake up, said the reporter seriously. The doctors will give information about her evolution. For the moment her brother Hyoudou will be taking care of her full-time in the hospital. I am Petra McNeary, for the NK News Kyoto Network. Good evening, said the aforementioned. The screen immediately went black because of Serafo, who was very sad about Daki, since she was also her friend, but she had to stay whole for the students. Poor Daki, said Serafo, closing her eyes. She hadn't heard Hyoudou cry like that since his parents died in that plane crash. But from the way the report described, Daki-sama had a similar end to the victim in Morocco, said Riti Twin Eye. There is no doubt that Daki-sama was the victim of an evil card, said Roswis. But I understand that she is very strong, Issei said thoughtfully. She is only behind Sarah Onisama and Akeno-chan's father, Barakiel-san. Are we dealing with high-level duelists and professionals who sold their sanity to the evil cards? Issei said. We're not ruling it out, Issei Yasaka said, smoking a kiseru, or Japanese pipe with tobacco, while although for an evil card, many duelists lose their minds when using it, and as far as I understand, Daki has also had some incidents with that type of duelists and had emerged victorious until yesterday. From what you're saying, are we dealing with something other than a simple evil card? Shamir said. What else can leave the duelists in that state? Roswa said. Serafol was thinking about many things in the face of the question when. I had heard of other very dangerous dueling methods in the records of Falbium Glaciolabolas. Now I remember, said Serafol, taking her green beret and running to the exit of the hostel. I'll see you tomorrow. I must go to the Museum of Dueling History for a consultation. Everyone saw that reaction of the Asian champion with surprise. It's one of the few times I see Sarah-chan like this, said Ashen somewhat nervously. When she takes on that expression, it's only because someone insulted Sona-chan, or it's when someone is in danger. When we are slowly adapting to this dangerous issue, another much worse situation appears, said Indra, shaking his head in an exaggerated manner. Something tells me this is just the beginning of the real problems, said Akeno, a little pessimistic, but I think we've had enough for today. Akeno, you're right, said Ryuko, stretching out her hands. I think it's better if we go to sleep and think about tomorrow. We mustn't let this torment us, said Tatsumaki, finishing her tea. We must act normally like any other school day and wait for the information that Ravel-san will tell us. Everyone nodded at what the green-haired girl said. They wished each other good night and everyone went to their respective bedrooms, and on the way 3 people who were heading to their bedrooms were still talking. Senpai, said Yukari very nervously. What's wrong, Yukari-chan? Said Akeno, while Shen on one side also paid attention to her, but both saw the nervousness on the green-haired girl's face. Are you still worried about what happened to Daki-san? I'd be lying if I said no, said Yukari very nervously after seeing such a horror show with Gabriel's bearded men, Ravel-sama's classified information, and now Daki-sama fell to an evil card sniff. I'm afraid something could happen to us. Yukari-chan, Shen said, hugging her. It's okay to be afraid, but we can't let that feeling stop us from living well. Yukari felt her cheeks turn reddish as her secret love hugged her with warmth and tenderness. And not only that, said Akeno, hugging her Kuoh. I'll tell you that the brave one is not the one who is not afraid, the brave one is the one who is afraid but knows how to face it, and both you and Shen-san proved to be brave in your duels against the Phoenix brothers. Yukari and Shen nodded at what Akeno said, both seeing her as an older sister and a confidant to whom you could tell your problems and she would give you the best of her advice. And in case someone wants to hurt you and my cute Issei-kun, you will have several senpais watching over you, and of course, my black wings will protect the 3 of you, said Akeno as she stood in front of the entrance to her bedroom. Have a good night, my favorite Kuoh, said Akeno, saying goodbye to her younger brothers. Yukai and Shen decide to go to their bedrooms respectively, still having in mind the question of Daki's fall. What the hell was happening? Was what they had in their minds, because they had no idea what was approaching. The next day. The students from the hostel were heading to the academy as usual, still a bit uneasy about the situation that had happened the night before. But just as they were about to enter the school grounds. And here is the person I was waiting for, said a voice that sounded very capricious, and when the Kitsune boys heard it, they couldn't help but make a face of bad taste. Well before his eyes was Ria's Gremory, who was being escorted by what remained of her dueling team, but also by almost the entire student community. Her team was Hyoudou, who remained calm but had a hint of discomfort, Gasper Vladi, who looked very nervous either because of what his boss was doing. And finally there was Kaylin, the self-proclaimed sister of Ria's Gremory. Everyone who surrounded the Gremory team, the students, looked favorably on the newcomers, something that kept the Kitsune team somewhat suspicious. Why do I have a feeling he'll do something stupid? Sinan said, looking at the Redeed with wide distrust. At that, Ria's Gremory along with Kaylin begins to walk towards the Kitsune team, but she was heading towards a certain person who had caught her attention the day before. Noel Silva, said Ria's with a smile. The platinum-haired girl remained stoic at the Redeed's call. Before the entire student community, I cordially invite you to my great elite team, said Ria's, making a very appropriate gesture of a princess. All the students shouted excitedly upon seeing that the great one Isama and sister of the great champion had made a great invitation to the sister of the great Noel Silva. How jealous. That means Ria's Onisama has recognized his great level to be among the elite of duels. Let him join us and leave that horrible place. The surname Silva will gain great renown. Many students shouted excitedly, while on the other side they only looked with disgust at Ria's, apparently wanting to convince her friend Noel through social pressure. At the furthest part of the crowd, an Arena who had gained a few kilos was burning with jealousy because a nobody was having a great golden opportunity. Why doesn't it surprise me that you do other of your dirty tricks, Ria's Akeno said mentally with a very irritated tone. This is already quite sad, said Hoppy in the same way as Akeno, while holding her head with one hand and shaking her head. At that, Ria's take something from her sister's hands, which seemed to be a badge with the Gremory emblem made of silver. So if you accept my invitation, I assure you that you will have all the comforts that my family offers. To the great promises of the Duel of Monsters, someone with your innate talent must be in the big leagues, said Ria's, giving her said badge. So Noel Silva, I make you the proposal. Do you want to join my duel team, said Ria's, offering said badge. All the students were eagerly awaiting Noel's acceptance of the Redeed's big offer. The hostel students were looking at the blonde with uncertainty. Right at that. 5. Noel took Ria's badge. It was the cry of the academy when they saw that Noel Silva had taken the badge offered to her. Everyone celebrated the decision that the silver-haired girl would join the Gremory team. Those from the hostel were surprised and betrayed by the decision that Nozel's sister had made. There were reactions that ranged from surprise like her companions like Hoppy, Leisha and Aoi. Sadness and tears like Yukari, Nai, Lee, Yami and Issei, and fury like Sinan. Indra, especially Kenichi, who looked incredulously and furious at Noel. It seemed that once again the scene that Kaylin Hyoudou once starred in would be repeated. The aforementioned brown-haired girl watched this scene with satisfaction, mocking her former teammates when she saw that she was able to seduce a great promise of the duels to the winning team. "Noelle, perhaps you," said Kenichi very angrily, looking at the Redeed with murderous eyes, but she looked at the Redeed out of the corner of her eye. Noelle had winked at him so discreetly that Kenichi understood what she would do. "Noelle-senpai, what's wrong with you?" Kaneko shouted angrily as she walked towards Noelle, but suddenly Kenichi's arm made her stop dead in her tracks. "Kenichi-san, isn't he going to do anything?" "Let him do what he wants," said Kenichi with a darkened look and a defeated tone of voice. Everyone was stunned by the Redeed's reaction. Had he given up? Wouldn't he fight for Noelle, who had sworn to join his dueling team? What the hell was going on? Ria smiled maliciously, seeing that her invitation and her maneuver to recruit Noelle had worked. "Noelle Silva, welcome," Ria said jubilantly, but stopped dead in her tracks when she saw the silver-haired girl heading towards a trash can and Plam. Noelle threw that badge in the trash. Everyone froze at what the Nordic student did, especially Ria's, who had a face that looked like she had swallowed something bad. "I'm not interested in being part of your group," Noelle said arrogantly, cleaning her hands and taking out antibacterial gel from her backpack to rub on her hands, "when my loyalty is already with my friends and with the boy I want to be by his side, along with the women who also want him." Noelle walks up to Kenichi and takes his hand, leaving everyone else in further shock. But suddenly, Kaneko and Saya stood next to the Redeed, showing their support. "And I also know something that you don't want to experience," said Noelle, pointing at Riaz and then at Kalen, "and that is something that power, riches and fame will not be able to take away from me, and that is called loyalty." Riaz was now really angry. Not only did she reject her invitation, but she was also telling her that she was not someone she would trust with anything of hers, and not to mention Kalen, who indirectly told her that she is a convenient and a traitor, since due to her ambitions, she ended up disowning her true family. "Noelle Silva, I order you to leave those miserables," Riaz spat out through gritted teeth. "You're nobody to give me orders, Riaz Gremory," he said, not being intimidated by the Redeed Noelle. "Riaz, this is enough," said Akeno, looking with great disappointment at her former best friend. "And look at them talking about a Judah skin," said Riaz, looking sarcastically at the raven-haired girl who didn't let herself be offended. "Insults come with helplessness. What a terrible loser we have here," Shen said coldly, "and you shouldn't call Akeno a traitor, at least she did it because she decided to do good, and also because I understand, your best duelist fits that title well." "Miserable commoner." Kalen shouted angrily. "Riaz Gremory, you do not have the jurisdiction to force someone to join your group," Akeno said coldly. "I understand that you must respect the student's wishes regarding their invitation. If the student does not accept, you must leave them alone for good." "I don't think Akeno-san understands it," said Kenichi. "Riaz Gremory sees us as objects and not as people." "Noelle Silva, last warning." Riaz said in a threatening voice, "If you don't join me, I will make your life hell for you, the Kitsune team and the girls of Scandinavia, and the students who support me will do it without hesitation." At Riaz's threat, almost all the Japanese students made a knowing face and agreed. "Damn coward," Indra shouted. "Oh, someone doesn't know when to know his place like the dog he is. Rugby team, there's your prey," said Kalen, snapping her fingers, pointing at Indra, and at that, several boys with robust appearances came out to attack the black-haired boy with blue locks, but "Stop right there, you brainless apes," shouted a voice that stopped the rugby player's attack in its tracks. Everyone was terrified because they knew who that voice belonged to. "Upenemu-sensei," said a third-year student. The Iron Cadre had arrived at the compound accompanied by Gondel and teacher Grayfia. They were not pleased with the circus that the Redeed had orchestrated to recruit Noelle. Everyone saw those eyes and the intimidating aura that the general secretary of the academy gave off. Even Riaz and Kalen could not help but feel nervous in front of one of their mother's biggest detractors. "Very nice obeying the orders of a spoiled brat like the gorillas that are true," said Penemu, ridiculing the rugby team. "And if they want to work so hard for a banana and some peanuts, what do you think? They're going to forget about their career as professional duelists." "What?" shouted the rugby team. "A Penemu-sensei," said the one who seemed to be the captain only. "I don't care about your motives," Penemu shouted, leaving the captain speechless. "In 1 hour your papers will be here for you to collect and get out of here." The members of the rugby team left there crying, leaving the students of the academy to see an example of the authority that the general secretary of the academy could exercise. He did not hesitate to expel someone, or in this case, a group of students. "Just as you saw in these moments, anyone who dares to hurt the boys at the Kitsune hostel will be expelled immediately," Penemu said loudly. "No matter if they are students from Sweden, they are not exempt from this order either." "What?" shouted the students loyal to Riaz. Not to mention the traitorous Redeed and Brunette. The teachers were protecting those scumbags who were smearing the academy. "This must be a joke," Penemu-sensei Riaz shouted with great hatred towards the violet-haired girl. "Joke?" said Penemu, revealing a document where there were direct orders from Director Michael to take care of the members of the Kitsune Hostel, signed by him, by the Vice Director Gabriel, Penemu herself and other signatures, as a sign that they agree. This document shows that anyone who gets too smart with them will be expelled without appeal, and do not even think about breaking this order. Rias Gremory and Kalen Hyoudou, you are not exempt either despite being members of the student council. I'm Gremory, Penemu-sensei. Kalen shouted, I'm a Gremory. Ah, it makes me sick to see and hear her, Issei said with annoyance. Rias takes Michael's order, reading it, and with each line he wrote, her heart beat fast with anger, and seeing all the signatures collected, she saw some that she didn't expect to see written down. Otu-sama. Grayfia Wani-sama. Ani-sama. Rias screamed when she saw that her father, her sister-in-law and her brother agreed to protect the Kitsune rebels. The entire academy was silent as her plan was foiled. Rias decided to leave defeated and with a bitter expression on her face. But suddenly. We won't be able to touch them, but we challenge you to an official duel, Kitsune group. Kalen shouted. Rias turned to see her adopted Amautu. She couldn't lay a finger on them anymore. They weren't exempt from official duels. It was the only way they could hurt them. Very well, if you don't mind, I'll go fight, said a voice in the Kitsune group that turned out to be Issei-kun, said Akeno and Penemu when they saw one of the surprise rookies offer himself as a challenger to the Kitsune group. This duel is all yours, my friend, said Kenichi, putting his hands on the back of his neck but showing calmness. Halen wanted to fight Kenichi because she had analyzed his deck and had several strategies to win, but she didn't expect her ex-brother to come to the rescue of the Kitsune group, especially since she had no idea about the decks he was carrying. On behalf of the Gremory group I would go, but I know I will beat you without problems, little monkey, so I will put someone of your level, said Kalen, telling him, looking at her dueling companions. First she went to Kiba, but he only limited himself to turning his face to one side because he did not completely agree with the maneuvers that his leader and Kalen exercised against the Hostel. The brown-haired girl discarded it and her eyes along with an unpleasant smile were placed on. It will be Gasper Vladi, said Kalen. The poor transvestite was terrified because he was chosen by his boss's best duelist. Let's go, Gasper. You can do it, little one. Win that duelist's remedy. Gasper was trembling with fear. He was surrendering to the screams of the student community. He had to stand up for his team. Okay, said Gasper, trying to look brave. Issei Hyoudou, I'll see you tonight at the dueling arena. This will be an action duel. Everyone shouted excitedly because it was one of the modalities that the academic community liked the most, only below writing duels. Okay, said Issei, but it will be in link format, okay. Gasper was stunned by what Issei said, but a look of annoyance was shown on Ria's and Kalen's faces when they learned that the little monkey was the owner of the desired link monsters. TCH. Okay, said Rias, if Gasper wins I will not only have Noel Silva on my team, but also Kaneko Taoju and Saya Hiragi. They must be on a big renowned team. That's what Volley Lucifer said, and look, he's on temporary leave due to mea culpa, Kenichi said mockingly. And if I win I'll ask for my share after the duel, said Issei. Did you finish your mess? Said Penemu, fed up now to class. Without hesitation, everyone entered in silence while the eyes of the cadre were fixed on the next duelist who would face the surprise rookie. He couldn't help but show a little pity for the little one. But in the second C classroom, two girls were talking in silence because they did not participate in the Redeeds maneuver, but they knew that if they spoke ill of her, it would be the beginning of a martyrdom at the academy. Poor Gasper, said a blonde sadly. Ria-san, I'm sending him to the lion's den. You still underestimate the power of Hyoudou, Issei, Zenobia-san. If he loses, they won't hesitate to kick him out of school. Asia, said a blue-haired girl with green highlights, said Asia, while taking a crucifix that she had as a pendant. I feel like it was just a good reason for Kalen-san to be able to expel him, Asia said. Do you remember that he was the one with the least victories in our group? All because of his shyness, he didn't dare to challenge anyone to a duel, not even me. You're right, Asia, said Zenobia, since her ideal team fell apart with Akeno-san's departure and our resignation, something tells me that Ria's Gremory is planning a new dueling team. I know the Lord will have some answer to help Gasper, said Zenobia, putting her hands in prayer. Both nuns were left pondering the plight of their former teammate. They had until tonight to help him. Time skip. Tokyo. In that skyscraper where the hooded figures had planned the great purge of champions, there was the one who seemed to be the leader, next to a hooded figure who was on his knees. It seems that you adapted well to the new power that was given to you, but tell me, are you ready for your first mission? He said with coldness in his words. The hooded man revealed his forearm and suddenly. Shiuum. The figure appeared, showing a bird-like figure. Anything for those people who gave me the power and the thirst for revenge against the one who humiliated me and destroyed my perfect career, said the hooded man. Very well, said the leader while giving him what appeared to be information, a fake passport and a plane ticket. This is your first objective. I hope you don't disappoint me, or the Rita you possess will have one more soul in its stomach. The leader proceeds to go into the shadows before the newest member of the Hooded Men, who sees the folder plus the image and the destination where he would arrive to wreak chaos and destruction. He couldn't help but smile evilly and say with evil pleasure that he would enjoy seeing his next victim lose. "Australia, I will see you soon, my longed-for victim," he said while licking the photo of the champion he would have to face. Chapter 25. Zeodicus's Request. Issei vs Gasper, Part 1. Academia Dxcha. In the halls of the academy, the students watched with great pleasure three figures who, in the eyes of the student masses, were like seeing the moon and stars in their most beautiful expression. Everyone watched Ria's Gremory and her adoptive sister Kaylin Gremory walk like the great celebrities they deserved to be. But in front of them was Gasper Vladi. He, on the contrary, even wearing the female uniform of the academy, since his androgynous appearance favored dressing that way, did not enjoy being the center of attention at all, but on the contrary, he wanted to disappear at that moment, something that his superiors noticed. "Gosh Gasper, why are you acting like this?" Ria said arrogantly. "You should enjoy your big moment." "My moment?" said Gasper very nervously. "Yes, this is your big moment to shine, Gasper-chan," said Kaylin with a face full of satisfaction. "It's time for you to finally free from our beloved academy, a being as repulsive as Hyoudou Issei." At Kaylin's statement, everyone who looked at the members of the Gremory team cheered what the brunette had said. "Say Gasper-chan. Pan." These were some of the cries of encouragement that the little transvestite received, but instead of feeling supported, they only began to seriously terrify him, since the pressure exerted on him did not help him at all. "Or is it that you are not capable of cleaning the floor with a vermin like Issei?" Hyoudou said, a cold voice that immediately made Gasper look at the origin of said voice, that froze his blood, and looked at his boss, Ria's Gremory, who had a face that reflected the repudiation of the weak losers. Gasper just gulped with a lot of nervousness because seeing his leader with that look that often tormented those who fell before her, his zero tolerance for defeat, his frustrated plans and the recent defeat suffered by those who were considered the elite of duels, were reflected in that grimace that the Redeed gave off, and not only her but also the brunette. She looked at him with a gesture of having eaten something in bad condition. Just seeing those faces did not bode well for him. But there was no other way. He took a breath and shouted. "No, you'll see that I can defeat Hyoudou Issei." "Yes," shouted the students, or rather, the empty-headed followers of Ria's at the little transvestite's declaration. The Redeed took her cowhai's declaration of war well. "I like that spirit," Ria said with pride. "You know very well the great rewards that will be given to you for defeating and subsequently expelling unwelcome people from our beloved academy. And above all, if you defeat the little ape and recruit Noel Silva, Saya Hiragi and recover Kaneko Taoju, your great scholarship for excellence in duels will triple, and in the process, you will obtain what you have fought so hard for since you arrived in Japan," said Kaylin proudly. Gasper's eyes shone. It was a great golden opportunity for the little transvestite. If he managed to defeat Issei Hyoudou, he would have the wish he wanted so much, in that Ria's and Kaylin approached the little student and begin to whisper to him. "But if you fail, it will be a shame to send you back to the police station where you came from," Ria said maliciously. "It will be a shame if Valerie Teep's efforts go to waste. We will only have to tell the Romanian embassy a small crime, and you will be deported. Remember that your stay here in Japan and in this academy depends on this duel," said Kaylin also evilly while approaching her cowhai and taking advantage of the intimidation. But what the transvestite didn't know was that Kaylin had put a duel card in his backpack in a part where he had his duel deck, but that card began to emanate a dark aura. Gasper now had a gesture that reflected fear. He was at the academy for a special situation. "It's in your hands, Gasper-chan," said Riaz as they left the small member of the Gremory team in front of her classroom on 1D, while he entered it with a hurricane in his head. Gasper did not like that system, or rather witch hunt that had started. His leaders, and the now ex-matriarch of Gremory against the so-called surprise rookies, had begun to destroy the plans of Venelana Gremory and her daughters. The fact that their incorporations to the Kitsune Hostel, and like that despicable place with the sword unsheathed, began to slowly obtain victories that normally they would not obtain. He knew the abilities of his opponent. Not for nothing he defeated the former best duelist of his leader, Akeno Himejima. He couldn't back down anymore. He had to concentrate on his duel tonight. But outside the room an older redeeded figure saw the little transvestite with some concern. "I must do something or another young man's career will be cut short," said this figure with a tone of voice that reflected his concern. Said figure walked to the 1A classroom, where he knocked on the door, and it was opened by Grayfia Lucifuge. "What can I do for you, Zeodicus Gremory-sama?" Grayfia said with total coldness, because despite being her father-in-law, she must carry an attitude of professionalism, and that means not having preferences for anyone, not even her father-in-law and her husband. Upon hearing who their teacher was listening to, they did not hesitate to stand up and greet her respectfully. "Good morning, Grayfia-sensei, I need to talk to Hyoudou Issei and if possible, with a Shen Phantom, Yukari Komori and Kaneko Taoju please," said the Redeed politely. Everyone was shocked to hear that the father of their beloved idol wanted to talk with the surprise rookies and with that albino loli who decided to abandon the redeed to go with those who hated so much. Okay, Hyoudou-san. Phantom-san. Gremory-san. Taoju-san. You can leave, Grayfia said with her seriousness, but inside she knew what her father-in-law was up to. The aforementioned leave the classroom somewhat strange, but obeying, they decide to follow the Gremory patriarch entering an unoccupied classroom. The Gremory patriarch offers them to sit in the chairs of said classroom. I'm sorry to take you out of your classes like this, but I need to talk to you about this year's revelations, Zalgo said kindly, so I'll get to the heart of the matter. Yes. Issei said intrigued. Issei Hyoudou, I must ask you a humble favor, said Zalgo's Gremory kindly, leaving the brown-haired boy a little confused, and even more so his classmates, knowing that noble father of great principles who unfortunately is the father of that spoiled girl who was making their lives miserable, came asking for a favor. It felt like what they were going to hear from the older redeed was not at all encouraging. Opening. Time skip. Stadium of Duel 7 p.m. The stadium was once again about to burst again as the spectators, upon learning that a member of the Gremory team would face a resident of the hostel, always drew special attention, since it was an official duel, because they had the expectations that a member of the elite of student duels could expel an outcast from student society. The members of the Kitsune hostel, the only ones who didn't let themselves be bossed around by Ria's Gremory and her henchmen, were in the special stands. Are these our seats? Noel said, seeing that the seats normally used by those people who were not liked by the student council president and sister of the great world champion were vandalized. It's clear they left the best for us, Aaron said sarcastically as he removed a garbage bag containing rotten fruit. Those vipers really take the fact of making our lives in pictures very seriously, said Nai with total boredom, while he also looked at several students who looked at them with mockery. Well, it's not worth asking who they were, said Issei, looking sideways at the students who were looking at them with great malice. It stinks, right? Said a third-year student. Well, that's the smell they give off when they step into our beloved school and disobey our president and vice president, said another second-year student. You disgusting delinquents don't deserve to be here, said a second-year girl. But three teachers who arrived at the stands and saw how their students were insulted by the Gremory dogs did not hesitate to confront those who mocked this, looking at them with eyes that did not show any kindness. They mock from above like miserable hyenas looking for carrion worthy of cowards, Tatsumaki said with a dead voice. The students became nervous when they saw Tatsumaki and her companions, since today, the green-haired girl punished an entire second-year group for trying to sabotage Yami's and Aoi's backpack, and she made them trim the grass and bushes in the common areas with their hands. You better come here and clean up this mess for your own good, you trio of scoundrel, Shamir said in the same way, since he would not tolerate his hostel mates being victims of bullying. The students became nervous when they saw the teachers' faces. And if we refuse? Said the girl trying to look brave, but… Flash. The light from a cell phone appeared, dazzling the criminals, who saw that Ryuko had a mobile phone. Because if not with this photo and everything they said, Penemu-sensei would like to send other imbeciles who do not follow the rules and follow the orders of a stupid girl to the guillotine, said Ryuko smiling, leaving the students nervous, so you three better bring a trash can big enough to fit all this garbage. And don't even think about bringing a broom and dustpan, because he'll pick up the trash with his bare hands, Shamir said. You follow orders like rats, you'll be treated like crawling rats, and by the way, you won't be spared extra punishment. The three students wordlessly jumped into the stands to begin the cleanup in full view of everyone, because in the face of severe intimidation from three women who had earned a reputation for being cruel and fair when it came to meting out punishment, it was always effective. At that moment, the dueling arena went dark, the arena shouted excitedly as it meant the show was about to begin. Meanwhile, the members of the hostel moved to the aisles of the stands to enjoy the duel, while the trio of bullies were already cleaning up. Some leaned against the wall like Kenichi, Sinan, Ashen, Issei and Indra, while on the security fence like Yukari, Roswis, Akeno, Kaneko and Kunu leaned against it. This is about to start, said Kenichi leaning against the wall. You guys, keep cleaning. Tatsumaki shouted with great annoyance at the trio of students who mocked her for your great idea. We should watch the duel standing up. Although I am very surprised that Gasper dared to challenge Issei-kun to a duel, said Akeno, quite surprised he with difficulty accepts to have a duel. But the Gremory girl's maneuver made her have no choice, Roswa said. She gave in to everyone's pressure. The Kitsune team couldn't help but show a look of mortification, because what Roswa said was similar to sending a pig into a forest with hungry predators. But those who showed the most that feeling, but above all, a bit of indignation, were Kaneko, Yukari and Ashen, since the three of them shared a common thought. What stud farm Issei-kun senpai? Why were the three first-year boys thinking this together? A few moments ago. Help Gasper. Issei said, very confused. Hineko, Yukari and Ashen were equally surprised by Zeodicus Gremory's request. "That's right," said Zeodicus Gremory without flinching. "But are you asking him to give up the duel?" Yukari said, very shocked. "You will destroy Issei's future if you do that," Ashen claimed, very indignant at the Retied's request. Hineko remained silent, but inside she didn't like at all what her former leader's father had said. Zeodicus was calm, as he expected such a reaction from the rookies. "I think I didn't make myself clear, guys," said Zeodicus. "I mentioned that you should help Gasper, but I never said that you should give up dueling." Issei and his friends stopped their doubts in their tracks. "What is Zeodicus-sama trying to get at?" Ashen said, raising an eyebrow. Retied, after what the black-haired man said, went to a desk and decided to sit on it. He exhaled heavily because they weren't going to like what he was going to say. "Let me tell you something about Gasper," said Zeodicus. "This is something that only I, Venelana Bale, my son Sirzechs and my daughter-in-law Grayfia only know, since Gasper's past is a bit traumatic and clearly I can't reveal it so easily, but I know that you are trustworthy and can help along with the guys from the Kitsune Hostel." The 4 first-year boys gulped a little at what the Retied said. Gasper had a very painful childhood. He comes from one of the poorest areas of Romania. He never knew his real father because he abandoned his mother when she was carrying him in her womb. This caused the woman to begin to develop a disorder of hatred for men, and despite having been told Gasper's gender when he was in the womb, she imposed on herself a lie that what she was going to have was a woman. And her unhealthy obsession was such that when he was born she asked for Gasper's male reproductive system to be removed, but thanks to his maternal grandmother, it only remained an attempt. All the boys were horrified by what Zeodicus said. As time went by, things with Gasper didn't improve. His mother was a vile tyrant who mistreated him, didn't feed him, left him aside while she went to her girls' gatherings, so the grandmother had to take action on the matter, so she took care of Gasper, but unfortunately she died when Gasper was 5 years old and he had to return with difficulty to that woman, but it only made the situation worse, since if she wanted her to give him some attention, he had to start acting like a girl instead of a boy. There he began to cross-dress because if he wanted the only maternal figure to give him some of her attention, he had to give up above all his manhood, said Zeodicus very dismayed, but the only thing he took from his sick mother were blows. Insults, and she took it to a degree that Gasper began to be afraid of all people, especially women. It was almost 5 years of abuse from his Mrs. Vladi, who did not give him even a drop of maternal love for the little one. It was until the Teeps family, who saw him in a very deplorable situation, interceded for the little one, and now, thanks to the fact that they denounced Mrs. Vladi, she is now in a psychiatric ward and the Teeps adopted a fearful Gasper. At Zeodicus's story, Kaneko and Yukari began to cry for such a cruel past of Issei's opponent, not to mention Ashen. Just thinking that a demented woman would do that to her son, it was the lowest thing a pseudo-mother could do to a little one. The Teeps worked hard to rehabilitate Gasper in society, although the terror caused by his mother remained marked like iron in his heart and brain, in such a way that any woman who orders him to do something, he obeys without hesitation and with fear. Something that hurt Madame Teeps and her friend and adoptive sister, the Romanian champion Valerie Teeps. Seeing him act terrified when these two told him something, but little by little he began to develop before society, thanks to the monster duels. Even with the scars of his past tormenting him, little by little he was able to develop in his own way, something that made the Teeps family proud of Gasper's progress, and thanks to Valerie personally training him in the game, he stood out for his dueling skills, and because of that, my ex-wife caught his attention and offered him an academic excellence scholarship as long as he joined my daughter's team, which Gasper himself accepted, so he moved from Romania to Japan, and with the promise to the Teeps family that he would return as a professional duelist, that they would be proud of him. The 4 boys couldn't contain a bitter gesture at Zeodicus's story. All the pain and trauma that Gasper endured, no child could handle it. The vain hope that one day that deranged woman would give him a little maternal love was what would keep him sane. "What I'm getting at," said Zeodicus as Gasper mentioned, he has a financial scholarship at the academy, which allows him to have a secure stay in Japan, but he must meet 2 requirements to enjoy said aid. The first, and this is not difficult, is that he must have an academic average higher than 9.5. Everyone was surprised that Gasper, despite being a very fearful person, had a great academic performance. But where there will be problems in the second situation, and that must belong to a group of duelists, said Zeodicus sadly, although he has great mastery in the duel. I must recognize Hyoudou Issei that you are superior to Gasper-kun, and you know that my daughter, unfortunately, is quite badly influenced by my ex-wife and your sister, something that would not tolerate another defeat in her team, and using the regulations of official duels is capable of sending him back to Romania without flinching, so is my request that I make you Issei-kun. I do not know if you already have your dueling team in mind, but please, said Zeodicus kneeling down, help Gasper Vladi please. The four rookies never expected that one of the most benevolent people fighting alongside Sirzechs, Grayfia, some teachers, champions and former world champions, would change the perspective of duels, that they would serve as entertainment for people, and not as a stupid maneuver for power and recognition, an antithesis of that which preached of that brown-haired woman and her daughters that they so repudiated. Asked them to save a boy who had suffered a cruel past, but in such a way that Issei's own instance was not compromised, since Gremory himself recognized the great skill in card dueling. "I'll think it over carefully," Issei said, very dismayed. The other first-year boys looked at their friend with a bit of surprise, because there was a way to save Gasper, but the brown-haired boy, would he think the same and, most importantly, would he accept? End of time skip. "Good night everyone," shouted Momo Hanakai's voice today. "We will have another official duel between a member of Ria's Gremory's team, that boy with a delicate appearance, but with a formidable skill in duels, will go against one of the surprise rookies, who was able to do the impossible by defeating the now ex-best duelist of Ria's Gremory, and today is his official girlfriend. Ladies and gentlemen, today's duel will be between Gasper Vladi against Issei Hyoudou." The entire arena screamed with excitement at Momo's performance. People screamed at the top of their lungs, seeing another of their idols come out to fight. The poor transvestite walked a little nervously to the arena, but on the other side, and under the jeers of the students, Issei came out with a very unfamiliar face. Both duelists were already comforting each other, while Gasper tried to show bravery. Issei, for his part, had a strangely serious look, something he did not have in his duel against Akeno, who was somewhat reckless, something that his girlfriend practically noticed. "Why does Issei-kun have that face?" Akeno said, very confused. "Why do you say that, Akeno-san?" Ravel said. "That face Issei-kun usually appears reckless and somewhat sarcastic, but now he's very serious, too serious in my opinion," said Akeno, looking at her boyfriend somewhat uneasily. "If he shows that side of him, I have a feeling that Issei Hyoudou will not give Gasper Vladi any respite," Tatsumaki said. "Those eyes are from someone who is not willing to doubt." Everyone agreed with the dark-haired girl and the green-haired girl. But suddenly their thoughts were interrupted by the voice of the white-haired presenter. "It will be a normal duel under the link format at the request of the student council president Ria's Gremory. There will be no duel stage," said Momo Hanakai. The stands were surprised by the Redeed's decision, as one of her favorite things was to always put on rather surreal sets. "I know where this is going," said Akeno. "If Gasper has that deck, Issei will have a hard time messing things up." Back to the arena. Issei and Gasper put on their dual discs and activated them to preface the battle. "So everyone count on me," Momo Hanakai shouted. Everyone without exception obeyed the white-haired woman. -3, 2.1. "Duel," shouted the contenders, while the screens reflected the life points of both duelists. Issei. 4000 LP. Gasper. 4000 LP. "I'll start me," said Gasper, very nervous. "I put a monster in defense mode face down and aside, 2 cards face down, and I end my turn, cards in hand. 2. My turn, draw." Issei shouted as he saw what he pulled out. "I summon Metalfo Sivard." Into the act. Boom. A torrent of fire appeared behind Issei, and from it came a woman riding a flying machine, as she landed in the monster zone where Issei had placed her. "I'm going to battle phase," said Issei. Silvered attacks Gasper Vladi's face-up monster. Issei's monster flew out as it circled around the transvestite, and suddenly, lasers were aimed at the upside-down monster, revealing. Silvered shot at the little Jiangshai, receiving the attack, but not destroying him. "Shit," Issei said as he saw that his attack didn't work. Issei LP 4100 equals 3900. "Now since you turned my Gostric Jiangshai over, I activate the special effect of my monster," said Gasper. "I can add a Gostric monster whose level is equal to the Gostrics I control. As I only own one, I can add a level 1 Gostric cards in hand." 3. TCH. Said Issei. "I'll put 2 cards face down and end my turn." The stadium celebrated Gasper's successful defense. Everyone cheered for the little transvestite. In the VIP box, Riaz and Kaylin put on a smile of satisfaction, seeing that their partner was able to withstand an attack from a mistake in the academy. But those from the Kitsune hostel, everyone was frustrated that Issei's first attack had no effect and he lost life points because of that. "Hey, there's still time for the duel to end," said Shamir. "Issei Hyoudou, he still has a few turns left," said Ryuko. "If he knows how to play his cards, he can beat Ria's Gremory's pawn. But that deck, the Gostrix, will give Issei-kun a huge headache," Ravel said. "Even the most experienced duelists have problems dealing with this deck." "It will be difficult but not impossible," said Yusei. "Like any deck, it has its weakness, and I know our friend will discover it soon." Some kids like Saya, Nai, Yukari and Kenichi nodded at what the second-year boy said. Back to the duel. My turn," said Gasper while drawing a card, cards in hand. 4, but. Bath. The transvestite suddenly felt that all the noise around him had been silenced and everything around him a strange sensation was running through his being. Bath. The cold began to run through the veins of the little transvestite while he felt that his body had partially petrified because he began to move his head to see the card he had drawn. Bath. This card, said Gasper with difficulty. I didn't have it in my deck when it got to, said Gasper, but the card began to emanate dark energy. Use it. The distorted voice began to sound in the head. Who's there? Said Gasper. Use it. The voice was getting louder, he was starting to get scared. Do you want to win? Said the same distorted voice. Do you want to stay at the academy and fulfill your boss's mission? To fulfill Ria's Gremory Sama's command, said Gasper as his eyes lost their shine. Do you want revenge on those who hurt you? Do you want to be strong? At that letter that emanated the dark aura, an entity made of darkness appeared in front of him, its reddish eyes looked closely at Gasper, with its hand it grabbed the face of the little one who made no effort to defend himself. Doo. It provided a dose of smoky darkness that began to enter the little one's face. Use them and destroy them. Demanded the dark being to disappear. Gasper suddenly thought everything around him, but now he no longer felt nervous around him, he no longer felt afraid, he felt different from what he used to be. I place a card face down, said Gasper, taking said card out of his hand, cards in hand 3, but Issei noticed that the card that was going to be placed in the magic and trap cards area gave off an evil aura. Issei felt it. Phew. That aura. Said Issei, watching the little transvestite put a card on the hostel steps. Everyone saw the same thing as Issei. This is a damn joke. Kenichi shouted, seeing the transvestite's card. An evil card. Said Hoppy, very terrified. But aren't they seeing the aura that the card gives off? Said Aoi. And then the members of the hostel see that the students are as if nothing happened, seeing the duel as if it were normal. Apparently, whoever had direct and indirect interaction with a dark card can see the aura, Rosswa said worriedly. A brunette and a brunette who were fighting saw how he put said card in his duel disc. Seeing the helplessness of not stopping the action of the duelist from Ria's team, they shouted at the same time. Don't put it on the field, Gasper. Akeno and Issei shouted terrified. But it was too late. Gasper placed the evil card face down, and suddenly darkness surrounded the little boy, who immediately manifested darkness and possession. Ah! Gasper screamed, but it wasn't a scream of pain, it was a scream of anger and fury. The little boy's eyes went from a reddish color to shining like molten iron in a forge, and the delicate features of his face transformed into those of a small beast ready to kill his opponent. Issei, seeing what his little opponent had transformed into, now his true objective was to free him and not die in the attempt, hoping that the time that evil card had was not greater than 24 hours. Issei, Hyoudou, you're going to fall today and forever. Shouted Gasper very angrily while he looked at the brown-haired boy with murderous intentions, while he spewed saliva like a rabid beast. Gasper, Issei said as he got into position, I won't let that card bearer Ria's Gremory destroy your life. I made a promise to Zeoticus Gremory, and I will keep it. Get ready. Issei knew his opponent's hours were numbered, since if he failed to free him, he would not only end up like the champion Daki or the unfortunate duelist from Africa, Gasper's life would have been sentenced by that card. Chap. 26 Rebirth of a Legacy, Issei vs. Gasper. Point final. Moments before the start of the duel. Academia, DxD. With the official matches approaching, the academy was faced with a similar situation to that of the company when they were told that they could leave early today. The academy was practically half empty, with only the officers guarding security, moving through its ghostly-looking halls. She wasn't dead, she's out partying. I said ghostly, I think we forgot about certain spiritual entities that were supposedly looking for the evil cards. These adorable little spirit balls were passing through the halls. She wasn't dead, she was partying. Sang the spectral sphere number 2. Will you stop singing that? Screamed hysterically the spectral sphere number 3. But the author had forgotten us, said the spectral sphere number 2 without getting upset. Anyway, we are wandering spirits. We weren't forgotten, it was just tried to justify to the author of this fic, the spectral sphere number 3. Planning our glorious appearance, said the spectral sphere number 1 while holding a sausage banderilla with plenty of ketchup and mustard. Hey, where did you get that candy? Said spectral sphere number 5. From the school stadium cafeteria, said simply the spectral ball number 1. And did anyone see you? Said the spectral ball 2. Yes, a cafeteria worker, but she fainted, said the spectral ball 1 while eating it in one bite and throwing the toothpick into a trash can. When she wakes up she'll think it was a nightmare. But anyway, we must locate the evil card, said the spiritual ball number 3, also the girl who has our stupid friend, take her out of her deck and get out of here. Spiritual ball number 2 was going to speak but… Shoom. The dark energy was being released and it could be seen as a violet flame on the roof of the stadium. The spirit balls could see it, but the security personnel watching the stadium acted as if nothing had happened. Our spirit friends flew toward the arena, alarmed, because they knew that when that energy was unleashed, it was a sign that an evil card had been placed on the field. I'm impressed that those humans are completely unaware of the great danger, says Spiritual Bull number 3. It's normal, only those who had a direct or indirect encounter with an evil card can see the evil energy, said Spiritual Bull number 1. Does that mean everyone will be able to see the dark energy now? Said Spiritual Bull number 2. I don't believe it, said the Spiritual Bull number 5. The stadium is screaming like they normally do. The spirit balls arrive at the main arena where the only thing they see besides the students screaming with excitement are the duelists, and they recognize one of them. That girl is the one who carries the evil card, said the Spiritual Bull number 2 pointing at Gasper, who showed that gesture of contagious rage. And that boy, said the Spiritual Bull number 1, mentioning Issei was present at the double duel in that hostel. What a coincidence, said the Spiritual Bull number 5, because those who were also there that day in that double duel, fighting it, and the witnesses of that day, are also here, said this one, pointing at an area of the stands where the residents of the Kitsune hostel were, but instead of reacting like the others as if they were at a show of healthy entertainment, their faces were full of anguish and concern. From what I see, they can see that evil energy, said Spiritual Bull number 2. They were indirectly involved in that double duel, said Spiritual Bull number 3, they were so close to that duel that they could feel and see those evil energies. At least we have beings who are aware of the great danger that these cards can cause, said the Spiritual Bull number 1, if things get out of control, there is no other option but to act and help the brown-haired boy. The other spirit balls nodded in agreement with the first one. If necessary, they would intervene and help Issei to lessen yet another tragedy caused by the evil cards, only hoping that Gasper wouldn't suffer an end similar to Kalwarner and Danasik. Or worse, that Issei wouldn't suffer an end like that of the young Moroccan and the Hokkaido champion. Opening. DxD Stadium. Things had gotten much more complicated for Issei in fulfilling his duty to Zeodicus Gremory and safeguarding Gasper's life, due to the fact that he had touched and played an evil card. One of the boys decided to take action. Someone must contact Ravel-san, said Kenichi. You don't have to tell me twice, said Ashen, taking out his cell phone. Sarah-chan, please answer. The students who were still cleaning the stands, upon hearing that the rookie had Ravel's phone number, their jaws dropped. How is it possible that a loser has the phone number of someone as prestigious as Ravel Leviathan, said the retweeted Gremory simp. Simple, said Yukari without flinching and winking at him shamelessly. Ashen has been the childhood friend of Sarah-chan and the vice president of the council, Sona Sitri-sama. But unlike you who beg for attention and end up being ignored, he, because of his way of being, has the appreciation and unconditional support of the Asian champion, said Nai. And for obvious reasons she supports the Kitsune hostel peace, said Lee, giving the victory sign with her hand, leaving the bullies of the Kitsune hostel silent. They had no way to defend themselves or respond to what was said by the girls who supported the surprise rookie. The members of the hostel could only laugh at what the girls interested in Ashen said. Apparently the bullies they turned out to be the victims of bullying. Back to the arena. DRRRRRR. The little transvestite growled like a beast. Now it's my turn. Theft. He shouted with his voice distorted by the darkness, cards in hand. 3. This is the beginning of your full Issei Hyoudou, and so my service for Ria's Gremory will be well rewarded. It's unrecognizable from the description Zeodicus told us. Apparently the darkness of the card critically alters the personality of the bearer, so I have no other choice, Issei said mentally. Very well, Issei said, determined to win this duel. If you think that pleasing that spoiled girl will make you someone important, show me in the duel, Gasper. I'll make you eat those words, commoner. Shouted Gasper. How do I control a Gostrek in my field? Pointing at Jiag Shai, I normal summon Gostrekstein in attack mode. Lightning appeared below the monster area and coming out in a comic and sinister way, Gasper's monster made its appearance. And now I will activate the Stein effect like Jiangshi. Yes, I can turn them upside down, and that will be all for my turn, said Gasper smiling evilly, while his eyes shone like freshly polished rubies. That smile didn't give the brown-haired boy a good feeling. My turn, draw. Issei shouted, cards in hand. 4. I summon Metalfo Goldriver in attack mode. The torrent of fire appeared as Issei's monster appeared. What I wanted, Gasper shouted like a madman. Trap, activate Gostrek Scare. I will be able to turn my 2 Gostreks that I had upside down, and I will also be able to put your pathetic motorized monsters on the defense and upside down. And just as Gasper said, Jiang Shai and Stein appeared in a comical way, scaring Issei's monsters, who ended up being turned face down scared. And I suppose you have not forgotten the Jiang Shai effect. I will be able to search for a Gostrek with a level equivalent to the number of Gostreks I control at this moment, so I can add a level 2 Gostrek, said Gasper, while the dual disc gave him said monster, cards in hand. 3. Now I will activate my second trap card, Gostrek Knight. If you thinking of flipping your miserable monsters, this card will prevent any face-down monster from being flip summoned, so your pathetic monsters should be as they should be, hiding like the rats that dare dirty our beloved school. TCH. My turn is over, Issei said resignedly, since he couldn't do anything to Gasper. Woo! Was the cry of the Japanese students, who enjoyed seeing this angry and furious Gasper, who stopped Issei completely. And when saying those words, they could no longer contain their wishes that one of the surprise rookies would be defeated by one of the members of the team of the great goddess of the academy, Ria's Gremory, who in a separate room watched pleased as her cow high and pawn was controlling an undesirable who for both her sister and her is a thorn in her side. It seems that intimidating him turned out favorably, said Ria, satisfied with how the duel was going. Gasper knew how to muzzle the dog. You said it on Sama, said Kalen, but for him to have this extra I had to give the Hikikomori a hand. Something I've missed, little Hyoudou. Ria said, interested, to which Kalen, while remaining calm, a sinister smile appeared on her face. Of course, said Kalen, when Gabriel was arrested and imprisoned by order of Akasama, I had to enter the sewer where he and his subordinates lived. I had orders to look for 6 original cards that Gabriel had received from a shipment from Peru. I had found them sealed in plastic and with a note that said, use a guinea pig for your demonstration. Which I obeyed, and now one of those cards is now in the field, and look, Gasper Vladi perfectly fulfilling his reasons for living a perfect guinea pig. So those are the so-called evil cards that my brother talked about, huh? Ria said, very intrigued. Whoever possesses it, their destiny was sealed by darkness. Too bad, Akasama, and I couldn't find out more about it. It's not worth risking our lives for this, so it's better if we use those cards on our fighting dogs, and they do the work for us, said Kalen sarcastically. Okay, said Ria's, nodding to what her little Hyoudou said. Back to the fight. My turn, draw. Shouted Gasper, cards in hand. 4, now I overlay Gostrikstein and Gostrikjiang shy of level 3 overlay. Both of Gasper's adorable monsters turned into dark trails and shot towards the roof of the arena and hit the floor of the stadium. Prince of Darkness, who lurks in silence, the moon turns red at his presence, summoning XYZ. Appears rank 3. Gostrik Alucard. Bats appeared in the area where the Gostrix had crashed to the ground, and from it a coffin appeared which suddenly slammed open, making Gasper's monster appear in a gloomy atmosphere and a totally sinister laugh. I know my field magic card gives me the bonus of directly attacking your life points, said Gasper, smiling evilly, but that would take away the fun and merit of my victory, so to start, I will destroy your monsters. Both Issei and a girl on the steps of Kitsune Hostel remembered someone upon hearing those words. This attitude reminds me of Razor Onisama, and it doesn't suit him, Issei and Ravel said in their minds. Now I activate Alucard's effect, shouted Gasper. By removing an overlay unit I can destroy a face-down card that my opponent controls and destroy it, so I choose the monster on the left. Alucard takes one of his XYZ materials with his hand and immediately launches many bats that immediately immolate themselves on the monster on Issei's left, turning out to be Metalfo's Silverbird. Trap activate. Metalfo counter, shouted Issei, activating one of his trap cards. When one of my cards is destroyed either by battle or by effect, I can special summon a Metalfo monster from my deck, said Issei. Well, said monster came out of the brown-haired man's deck of cards. Say hello to Metalfo Stelline, and I will summon it in defense mode. The sound of a motorcycle was heard, and the trap card began to give off a glow from which the monster declared by Issei appeared, covering his duelist. TCH. You just summoned a senseless monster, Hyoudou, said Gasper, looking with hatred at the brown-haired man. Now Alucard attacks his monster upside down. Gasper's vampire jumps and, waving his cape, releases more bats that were on Gold River and ends up exploding. Issei-kun. Akeno shouted worriedly upon seeing her boyfriend cornered. Akeno Onisama mentioned it. Yukari said that archetype of the Gostrix, they are a pain in the ass, but as it goes, this could cost Issei-san not only his student life, but also his life. But the question here is, who gave him that evil card? Issei said in a low voice, so that the bullies wouldn't hear. Knowing this Gasper, he doesn't make any contact in this academy. I agree with Issei-senpai, said Kaneko. In the same way as her friend, every time classes ended, Jaya-kun would run away terrified towards the Gremory mansion and lock himself in his room like a hermit, only coming out to eat, bathe and do his physiological needs. The only alternative for Gasper Vladi to have a card if I don't make contact with anyone, said Indra with a soft voice. It's possible that someone. I planted that card in his deck in a moment of distraction, said Tatsumaki. There is no other way. I don't think they forced him to use it, much less accepted it of his own free will. At that moment Ashen's cell phone rings, where he receives a message from Serafol. Sirzechs Aunt says she'll come as quickly as possible, said the surprise rookie of the year in a low voice, and if possible, she'll explain to us the research she did at the Duel Museum. All the duelists from the Kitsune Hostel nodded and immediately returned their attention to the duel, especially a raven-haired girl who was a bundle of nerves. I put a face-down monster and a face-down card, thus ending my turn," said Gasper while the people applauded the transvestite's play, cards in hand. 2. "My turn, draw," shouted Issei, cards in hand. 4. "Now I remove my trap card, Metalfo counter, from the Gremory. Thanks to this I can bring a face-up monster from my extra deck to my hand, so I bring Metalfo silver to my hand, cards in hand. 5. "But now I normal summon. Cards in hand." 4. The woman riding in the flying vehicle made her appearance again, landing next to Metalfo Stellan. "Now reveal the circuit that will lead us to victory," shouted Issei, leaving everyone frozen upon learning that he would use the invocation that most of the students longed for. Arrows confirmed the summoning requirements are 2 Metalfo monsters, so Silvered and Steelen, you now know what to do, friends. The psychic-type monsters shot out towards the Link summon symbol, occupying the side arrows. Summon Link. Onward Link 2 Heavy Metalfo Amalgam. The fire tornado appeared in the symbol, and within the same fire tornado a silhouette appeared where Issei's monster was revealed taking an attack position. The screams of Gasper's fans were not long in coming. All the more reason they should expel him. "Beat him, Gasper-sama. That rookie doesn't deserve that monster. This is tiring me," said Issei. "Okay Gasper, I'll move on to the battle phase." Amalgam destroys Gastric Alucard. The monster Link made a pair of knife handles appear that immediately burst into flames, and Amalgam went towards Gasper's XYZ monster, and slash. The double slash ended up destroying Alucard, making him explode. DGGGHHHH, but thanks to Gastric Mansion, any damage to my life points by a monster that is not a Gastric is reduced by half, said Gasper with hatred. 1800 equals 200, 2 equals 100. Gasper 4100 equals 3900. And now since you destroyed a ghost monster from my field, I activate the effect of Gastric Mary from my hand. When I discard her I can summon from my deck a face-down ghost monster from my deck in defense mode, said Gasper. Well, the dual disc gave him said monster and put it face down in defense mode. I place 3 cards face down and my turn ends, said Issei. Gasper. I know that side of yours is not yours, please react. Gasper. You know nothing, Issei. Hyoudou. Gasper shouted, you know nothing about what true pain and despair are. Everything I felt, you have no idea of anything. Just because I know that doesn't give me the right to be unfriendly, Issei said. Gasper, you don't have to please those women who do you more harm than good, please let us help you. Shut your mouth, commoner, shouted Gasper, very angry. In the stands, the Japanese students applauded and cheered the way Gasper responded to the undesirable. Only 2 students were equally worried about their little cowhide. Gasper, what's wrong with you? Asia Argento said, completely upset, while her hands were in a prayer position. It seems the bomb has exploded, said Zenobia indignantly. The pressure that Ria's Gremory and Kalen Hyoudou exerted on him, plus everything he carried in the past, he couldn't avoid it, said the blue-haired girl, completely ignoring the question of the evil influence of the card that she hadn't activated yet. I hope Issei-san can stop Gasper-chan, said Asia, very worried about her little companion's attitude. But if he beats him we'll never see him again, said Zenobia, mortified. Both religious girls put their hands in prayer, hoping that something divine could save both Gasper and his opponent. Back to the arena. My turn, draw. Shouted Gasper, cards in hand. 3. Now I flip summon Gastric Fairy, activating its effect. I can summon a Gastric from my Greymint and put it face up, so I bring Gastric Stein. Gasper's little fairy with her candy cane makes Gastric Stein appear face down on his side. Now I flip summon reveal yourself Gastric Witch, said Gasper while a witch's giggle was heard. Revealing said adorable monster riding on her broom. I won't activate witch's effect. I know I can't flip your Link monster face down since it lacks defense points, and for obvious reasons, I can't change it to defense. Now I overlay Gastric Witch and Gastric Fairy overlay. At that the fairy and the witch turned into black trails in which a vortex formed on the ceiling where the level 2 monsters entered. Deceptive appearance of the night reveals the forbidden and dangerous temptation. XYZ summon appears rank 2 Gastric Succubus. Gasper's monster appeared in a cute way as he landed, fell to his knees, and gave a totally adorable yawn. AWWWW was the cry of the Japanese students upon seeing such a creature, but that reaction was not shared by the boys from the Kitsune Hostel, and even less by Issei, because they knew what that monster was doing. Magic card activate. Emergency teleport, shouted Issei. I can summon a psychic monster of level 3 or less. I summon my second Metalfo Steelin in defense mode. Another monster to the slaughter, said Gasper, smiling evilly, because now I overlay my Gastric Succubus overlay. What? Issei and the guys from the hostel shouted when they saw that Gasper was doing an XYZ summon with an XYZ monster. The adorable rank 2 monster became a trail, and the vortex appeared again on the ceiling, causing an explosion of lights. Innocent angel who let himself be influenced by malice, unleash your jokes and create chaos before your eyes. Summoning XYZ. Appears rank 4. Gastric Angel of Mischief. And at the event, a female monster appeared before everyone while flirtatiously giving a kiss to the attendees. Ooh. Now the male audience shouted upon seeing a totally beautiful monster. It's obvious we're surrounded by idiots, Saya said as she watched two of the bullies staring at Gasper's monster with heart-shaped eyes. Back to the arena. First I will activate the effective Angel of Mischief. I can place a Gostric monster from my hand as XYZ material, said Gasper revealing said monster so Gostric Nakamasum go to your new destiny. Cards in hand. 2. A Nekomata-like monster materialized and then became a material for monster XYZ, material monsters XYZ4. I got tired of seeing those weak monsters, said Gasper pointing at Steelin, and then taking a card from his hand, I activate my magic card XYZ import, cards in hand. 1. It can't be. Issei said, impressed to see that Gasper had that card. So you know what it does huh? I can select an XYZ monster that I control and a monster that my opponent controls whose attack is less than or equal to my XYZ monster, and I can add it as XYZ material. Said Gasper with a sick smile so your Matorsicalist will be food for my angel. The magic card launched a strong ray of energy impacting Stelline who resented it and immediately it became a trail of light that joined Angel of Mischief who laughed at what happened, XYZ materials. 5. But why is Gasper collecting so many XYZ materials? Said Yami. You don't know. Shamir said that monster has a lethal effect, if Gasper's monster has a total of 10 XYZ materials Gasper Vladi will automatically win the duel. An automatic win effect. Saya said, impressed. At this rate Issei will have 3 turns to stop Angel of Mischief Aaron said, but in that time a lot of things can happen. Those at the Kitsune hostel could only wait for their friend to manage to reverse the situation. Issei-kun said Akeno very worried. But surprisingly. Issei-sama Ravel said in the same way. Back to the arena. Let's give this a climax said Gasper because I still have to activate this he shouted, pointing at the only card in the transvestite's field that he hadn't activated yet. Gasper don't do it. Issei shouted, but it was in vain at the moment of activating the card. The transvestite shouted so loudly that it was impossible to distinguish if it was because of pain, anger or something else. Activate trap destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. And then a colossal armed object appeared before the arena. The effect of my trap allows me to change several face down and defense monsters as possible, and face up I will send them to the graveyard he said, while the XYZ monster of the same monster was placed face down. At that the colossal object began to point at Hivimitalfo Amalgam, who saw the object that was going to destroy him. Karma cannon fire. Shouted Gasper, thirsty for destruction. The colossal cannon fired at point-blank range at the monster Link who tried to take cover, but the merciless effect. Ahahahahaha. It was Gasper's unhinged laughter under the influence of the evil card he liked creating absolute destruction, he liked what he did to Issei's monster. This ends my turn, Hyoudou said Gasper, I doubt you'll do anything useful with only 2 cards in your hand and without activating your 3 face-down cards. YSSSS. But the spiritual balls. That boy won't be able to hold on any longer. Said spiritual ball number 3. I think it's time for me to act said spiritual ball number 1. Wait a minute are you going to do that? Said spiritual ball number 5. I will completely prevent a tragedy from happening, even if I lose my spiritual form and become a playing card, said the spiritual ball number 1 this boy, I have a feeling he will do great things in the great future. Her companions nodded at what she said, offering to help Issei. Good luck said spirit ball number 2. At that, the spiritual ball number 1 was launched like a ball towards Issei's deck, incorporating itself into the deck that immediately took the form of a playing card. My turn draw. Said Issei as he drew a card from his deck, there's only one card that could get me out of this mess, with this draw I have 50% of the play he said mentally, as he saw that he had brought out his second Metalfo Gold River, with my card in my hand, I have what it takes to destroy that barrier that covers their monsters, it's time said Issei, as he made a very risky play traps activate. Everyone saw that Issei activated 3 trap cards at the same time. Reckless greed. Gritaba Issei. What the hell? Ryuko shouted upon seeing what Issei had activated. We're going to risk everything this turn, Hyoudou Shamir said in a nervous tone, biting his finger as he saw the brown-haired boys play. You will draw 2 cards for each activated trap said Roswas, but at the cost of not drawing in the next 2 turns. Let's just hope our friend can get the card he needs, said Saya Takagi otherwise. 5. A knock on the wall of the hallway was heard, and upon seeing the author of said knock, everyone in the hostel fell silent. It's forbidden to say it. Said Akeno upset Issei will win and save Gasper. But someone seconded the former Ansama of the Gremory team. They can't be pessimists. Said Ravel Issei-sama will win and we know it. Everyone saw an unknown side of the raven-haired girl, seeing her with a serious expression, but also tears spilling from her beautiful eyes. It was obvious that this duel was making her very emotionally bad, but she remained optimistic that her little boyfriend could get through this duel. "You're right," Akeno Saya said, smiling. "Our Kouhai will win this duel. Let's go, Issei." "You can always," yelled Kaneko. "Put the little beast in its place," Kenichi shouted. "We will not forgive you if you lose this duel," Tatsumaki shouted. Issei's girlfriend, Akeno, seeing that her classmates were shouting in support despite showing total support for her little boyfriend, accompanied by the little blonde who also began to take an interest in the brown-haired boy since he saved her from being humiliated in the schoolyard, couldn't take it anymore and shouted. "Issei-kun." Akeno shouted. "You can do it. We believe in you." "Issei-sama." Ravel shouted. "In the sand." Issei heard not only the shouts of support from his friends, but the shouts of two girls, first a girl who loved him for who he is, and the second his little Kouhai. He didn't hesitate any longer and proceeded to execute the effect of his 3 trap cards. "I draw the first 2. Issei shouted upon seeing said cards. "It's not here now. I draw the next 2 cards," Issei said, upon seeing the other 2. 95% of my strategy is ready, there's only 1 monster missing that I need now. Robbery. Cards in hand. 8. Only to see that the last cards, one was the one I expected but the other. "No, this card didn't come out," said Issei with a face that showed disappointment and anguish above all. "No, everything is over," said Issei, upon seeing the card that came out, kneeling down as a sign of being defeated. Everyone saw that gesture of surprise from the rookie. Seeing that gesture, the students began to shout with joy when they saw that Issei Hyoudou was about to be defeated. Rias and Kalen, seeing the chestnut-haired boy's gesture, stopped and looked at said gesture with a sick smile and an air of jubilation. Finally, they will get rid of a mistake from this academy. Finally, Issei Hyoudou will lose. Finally, Onasama. Kalen shouted happily. "I will prepare the paperwork for his permanent discharge. I knew it was only a matter of time before that disgusting monkey realized he had no place here." Finally, Issei Hyoudou will lose. Rias shouted joyfully, "Ha ha 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 ha." But the members of the hostel. "No, will he lose?" Ashen said in shock. "Issei-chan," said Aoi very sadly. "There's nothing that can be done," said Hoppy, very dejected. The members of the Kitsune hostel were in shock. They couldn't process that one of the surprise rookies, Issei Hyoudou, that boy who had a promising future in dueling, would end up being expelled, and worse yet with his soul being stolen by an evil card. It was all for the brown-haired boy. "No, Issei." Akeno screamed, hurt and crying. "Issei-sama." Ravel screamed, crying. In the sand. Issei was still on his knees knowing that his fate was sealed. He had no choice but to surrender. He was going to proceed to place his hand on the mallet slowly. Issei said with a darkened look. "Don't do it." The voice that seemed to scold him inside was heard. "What?" Issei said, but the brown-haired boy realized that everything around him had frozen. The attendants weren't moving, Gasper wasn't moving at all. He turned his head in the direction, and seeing his friends with desperate faces, seeing his little Kouhai Ravel cry, his desperate friends. His friends crying, his tutors disappointed and resigned to losing him, but above all seeing his girlfriend with that sadness that oppressed his heart, but remembering that his parents were waiting for him at home, the memory of Kunu's promise made something in him tell him to keep fighting. "Akeno-chan, Ravel-chan, guys, dad, mom. Don't give up," shouted that same voice as immediately a being of light stood in front of him. "Did you see the face of your friends? Are you going to give those insignificant scum the pleasure of seeing you defeated? Do you like to be humiliated and trampled on?" "No, I don't like it," said Issei, head down. "Lift up that face." The entity shouted. Issei obeyed. "Do not show that weakness to anyone, keep that to yourself. You cannot give up. There are many people who wait for your victory and for you to fight. You must show that courage that is in your heart. Make those faces of despair turn big smiles of joy for you, and for that, I will help you." The entity reached into his chest and pulled out a shining card. Issei took the card, but then the card itself entered his extra deck. "This card is GGHHGGG," said the brown-haired boy, surprised but immediately complained of pain, feeling that his forearm was starting to burn. "Make your soul burn and go for that victory," shouted the entity as it disappeared. "Bro." A spectral dragon appeared behind Issei. The monster coiled around Issei as a sign of protection, without imagining that it gave him the power necessary to turn the coin around in this duel. The scene was unfrozen. Issei still possessed the card that the entity gave him when. In the sky. A student shouted as he saw a trail of light appear and crash into the sand, but it was heading towards going towards the unwanted one. Issei, seeing that said wake was heading towards him, instead of feeling threatened he just did something that instinctively ordered him to. He raised his dual disc and 5. The trail of light hit the dual disc, but it did nothing to the brown-haired boy. He only felt that the dual disc absorbed the light that had reached the brown-haired boy. It only caused a flash that caused momentary blindness in everyone. Issei shouted when she saw the trail of light hit her boyfriend. What's happening? Aaron shouted. The flash began to diminish, but they immediately saw a different facet in Issei. He was standing, in fact he was smiling. It was a smile that promised a surprise and very unpleasant for those who wished him evil. Very well Gasper, he just played the rude guy and your boss's attack dog, said Issei. It's time to destroy that false side in you. Don't you dare look down on me, commoner, haven't you lost everything? Save yourself the shame of being humiliated. Oh no Gasper, the one who will be humiliated will be another. Issei shouted without stopping smiling. Gasper began to feel a little scared before those eyes. They no longer showed fear and hopelessness, they reflected something he had never experienced. Courage. Now first I will place Parametalphos Melchister in the pendulum zones with scale 1 and Metalphos Volflum with scale 8. I activate the pendulum scale. Issei shouted while activating the mentioned cards while the text pendulum was displayed on his dual disc. Immediately the selected monsters appeared in a luminous cylinder showing the aforementioned scales. But this I can simultaneously special summon monsters whose level are from 2 to 7 oscillates. Will of fire, let your flames lift the fallen and guide us to victory. Pendulum summon. Issei shouted and immediately 5 trails, 4 red and 1 dark, appeared from the ceiling of the stadium. Revealing from the extra deck appears Metalpho Steelin. From my hand I summon Metalpho Goldriver, my second Metalpho Silvered, Metalpho Volflum. Issei said as he looked at the card that he thought would ruin his game, but he smiled. Level 3 appears Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. After he summoned his fire attribute monsters, a little girl appeared wearing an ancient Japanese outfit, making her appearance in an elegant manner, while a rabbit spirit surrounded her. What are you plotting? And that card, where did you get it from? Gasper shouted upon seeing Issei's tuner monster that he had taken out. Silence. It's time to put things in order, said Issei. Now I combine the level 3 tuner monster Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit along with level 3 Metalpho Silvered and level 2 Metalpho Stellian tuning. What? Shouted the members of the hostel, surprised like Ria's Gremory and Kalen. Did Issei have another synchro monster? Ria said. The database showed that Hyoudou Issei only had one synchro monster, said Kalen, very shocked, and to summon it, he necessarily needed the card of our brother, Sirzechs' Gremory. What a GHG, said Riaz, but immediately her left forearm began to burn, and immediately a mark began to mark in that area of the redeed. Back to the arena. The tuner monster turned into green rings and began to surround the monsters selected by Issei. The king's pulse forms a line here, it witnesses the power of the heavens in ruins. The column appeared in front of Issei, and from it a monster silhouette appeared. Synchro summon level 8 appears, Burning Legacy, Issei shouted as a mark appeared on his left forearm. Red Dragon Archfiend. Everything was silent when the column of light was destroyed, revealing Issei's monster. The dragon roared at its summoner as a sign that it was ready to fight. An atmosphere of fear and fury surrounded Issei's new summon, something that made everyone in the arena pale. They couldn't believe that Issei Hyoudou had managed to summon a dangerous monster, but it wasn't a simple card. That card is the card of the legendary duelist Jack Atlas, shouted a third-year student. There is only one card in the whole world and a copy of its variants too, said a terrified student. Ho ho, how did that rookie get a legendary and valuable card, said another second-year student. Everyone was terrified to see such a magnificent and dangerous monster, but there was one who fell to her knees upon learning that one of the most coveted playing cards in the world had fallen into the hands of a person who disgusted her so much. No, I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Ria screamed while hitting the ground, refusing to see what happened. Damn you, Issei. Kalen shouted angrily. The members of the Kitsune hostel were amazed at their friend's reaction. Go Issei. Everyone shouted. Back to the arena. Asper, seeing the threatening dragon, began to tremble with fear. Something in him said that things were not going to end well. Now is time to give this duel an end. First I will activate my Night Beam magic. It will allow me to destroy a face-down card of my opponent, and in case you want to activate it you won't do it. Shouted Issei, cards in hand. 1. What Gasper said when he saw that his face-down card had a target. Issei's magic card launched a ray that ended up destroying it inevitably. Even so, I have the effect of my mansion that protects me from my life points. You think I haven't noticed? Interrupted Issei. Of course I have another wall to destroy, and for that, I have my other spell card, activate Pendulum Storm. With the cost of destroying my monsters in the Pendulum Zone, I could have destroyed a spell card on my opponent's field. Your mansion is history. The moment the monsters in Issei's Pendulum Zone were destroyed, a tornado appeared in the field, and the moment the tornado stopped, the Gostric mansion was no longer in the field. It's time to finish this. Red Archfiend Dragon, destroy Gostric Angel of Mischief. shouted Issei, pointing at the area where Gasper's XYZ monster was face down. When she revealed herself and saw that the dangerous dragon was accumulating energy in its chest, ready to shoot it at her, she ran in circles to escape blazing crimson hell flare. The dragon launched the infernal torrent against Angel of Mischief, who ended up succumbing to the atrocious power of the dragon. Now I will activate the Archifian Dragon Network effect. When I destroy a defensing monster, I can destroy all the defensing monsters you control. Issei shouted. What? Gasper shouted as the dragon gathered hellish flames in his hands and destroyed with his claws Gasper's face-down monsters, which were Gostrikstein and Gostrikul. Am I going to lose? Said the transvestite, totally terrified, while memories of his past life in Romania came to his mind and the promise he made to the Teeps that would not come true. Now Metalfo Goldriver, attack Gasper Vladi directly. Issei ordered. The rider on his golden ATV accelerated towards the transvestite and, taking out an axe wrapped in fire, proceeded to attack. Slash. Ah. Gasper screamed in pain as his life points decreased. Asper LP 3900 equals 2000. Now Volflam end this duel by attacking Gasper Vladi's life points. Issei ordered. The monster that Issei had launched a strong shrapnel at the transvestite, who still had not processed the fact that he would return dishonorably to Romania. Forgive me, Gasper said, very hurt while Issei's attack hit the target, throwing him into the air. Valry-chan, forgive me for not keeping my promise, he said, while closing his eyes, tears falling, and about to lose consciousness. Everything was silent as Gasper fell heavily to the ground while his life points fell to 0. Asper. 2400 equals 0 LP. Asper. Shouted Issei while the holograms of the dual monsters disappeared. The brown-haired boy ran towards him, carrying him on his shoulder. Let's go with the doctor. Shouted the brown-haired boy, leaving the arena in a hurry with the transvestite on his shoulder. The members of the Kitsune Hostel, seeing Issei's actions, also fled from there. I let Sirzechs know about the situation, said Ishen, sending a message. Everyone to the infirmary, now. Shamira ordered. Without objecting, the residents of the Kitsune Hostel rushed out to help both Issei and Gasper. Meanwhile, in the arena, the bitter taste of another defeat was still present, while Rias was completely furious and terrified, but that was just the beginning of the real troubles that were coming for the members of the hostel, as well as Rias herself. Chapter 27, Avoiding an Injustice. Diodore returns to Hyoudou. Sniff sniff, why? The voice of a child sobbing in the darkness was being heard in the darkness. Sniff, why doesn't my mother love me? An oblique scene where a small 7-year-old boy with symptoms of malnutrition was wearing what appeared to be a whitish gothic doll dress, but it was stained with brown circular spots that unfortunately were spilled blood, since the pale face of this child reflected dried tears and some bruises that he had on his temples, as well as in some visible places, such as his arms and part of his legs, as if he were the victim of a cruel beating. Why do you hate me? Sniff, Grandma, why did you leave me? Said the boy sitting in a corner while hugging a teddy bear. But a silhouette began to approach the little transvestite. Why am I weak? Said that silhouette that turned out to be Gasper. The current Gasper was seeing himself from a few years ago, where misery and abuse were the order of the day, but he noticed many shadows appearing around little Gasper, who immediately took the form of a person whose presence Gasper was currently truly terrified of, that woman who had tormented him since he was conscious, the woman who unfortunately knew two feelings that had left him greatly traumatized, leaving him with a ruined childhood as a memory. His mother, Rachel Vladi. What are you doing in front of my eyes, you disgusting outcast? Another Rachel Vladi appeared to torment little Gasper. I should have cut your throat when you were a damn piece of shit newborn. A third Rachel Vladi appeared. If you want to eat, you will commit cannibalism because you will eat trash and shit. The fourth Rachel Vladi appeared, finishing surrounding an intimidated Gasper who was crying. How good that my damn mother-in-law died, that hell came to your life. It was just a small number of insults that the memory of that psychopathic misandristic woman heaped on the little boy. He knew he was behaving like that because his father abandoned him when he was in her womb, and he was a mere reflection of the man who had abandoned them, but that wasn't a reason to vent his anger on him. Neither owing nor fearing it, Gasper was the target of child abuse from a very young age. Enough. The current Gasper was remembering those traumatic moments in his head, those ghosts of his past were haunting his head, where he was the victim of blows, slaps and blows with different objects, while that woman always enjoyed the suffering with a smile that showed how bad she was. Enough. Ah yeah. The little duelist had woken up with labored breathing, his hand stretched out to the sky as if he were reaching for something, but also, some tears were running down his eyes. The little boy immediately sat up and saw that he was in the academy's infirmary. The bed where he was lying was surrounded by a cream-colored canvas curtain to give him peace and privacy. Suddenly, he saw that his right arm was connected to an IV. What would happen to me? Gasper said, very stunned, while he held his head with his left arm. Why and how did I get here? Don't you remember what happened? Vladi-san said a voice as the canvas curtain opened revealing two beautiful women. The first a calm-looking brown-haired woman with a smiling mole under her eyes in the area of her cheekbones, wearing a robe and a blue sweater, with a cloth skirt that reached her knees, but on the other hand, I'm glad you regained consciousness, little one. The other woman, a pink-haired woman wearing a nurse's outfit that highlighted her sculptural figure, approached with a sphygmomanometer to take her blood pressure and placed a thermometer in her armpit. Relax a little, said the nurse while taking his blood pressure. Thank you, doctor, said Gasper, a little uncomfortable because of his phobia of women, but being polite when treating them. I think you don't know me, my name is Shokoieri, doctor in charge of the health department, said the aforementioned without stopping smiling. Vital signs stable, said the nurse, writing them down on a nursing sheet and giving them to the brown-haired girl, and let me introduce myself, I am Roygun Bulfelger, head nurse of the academy infirmary. You a question, Gasper said, somewhat embarrassed. How did I get to the infirmary? The doctor and the nurse looked at each other as if they couldn't believe what Gasper had said, not after receiving a devastating attack from a card considered legendary and unique. Playing along, the nurse replied. After the duel you had an hour and a half ago, you lost consciousness after receiving an attack from your opponent, the surprise rookie Hyoudou Issei, said Roygun calmly. It was he himself who brought you here, along with his friends and Zeoticus Gremory-sama. You gave a good duel, but it wasn't enough to beat the surprise rookie, said Shoko, recognizing the little one's dueling level. Did I lose? Gasper said incredulously and horrified to know that, because he knew the irremediable consequences, the little one began to cry because his imminent deportation to Romania was inevitable. Again the doctor and the nurse looked at each other strangely, as if Gasper was playing a bad joke on them. They decided to calm him down a little, and again the pink-haired girl spoke. Don't you remember the duel? Roygun said. I remember that the duel had just begun, said Gasper, stunned, but the moment I drew a card that I didn't have in my deck everything went white until this moment when I woke up, said Gasper, clearly omitting his nightmare where his mother tormented him. Both women began to talk about a possible temporary amnesia suffered by the little boy, but the infirmary door was knocked on as a sign of permission. Roygun proceeded to open it when he sees. Serafol-sama, it's good to see you here, said Roygun, while the raven-haired girl politely entered the office, but then she sees the residents of the hostel at the entrance and you're still here. I don't mean to scare you, but it's already 10 p.m. and by now you should all be in bed. Excuse me, they're here, said Serafol with her usual smile to the nurse, but for two reasons they didn't want to leave. One of them is knowing that Gasper-chan was okay, said Serafol smiling at the little boy who was still crying, but for a moment stopped crying when he saw certain people that his leader wanted to see them, but far from his beloved academy. Wow, Gasper, I didn't know you were important, said Shoko with a smile. Roygun, let them in, waiting almost 2 hours out there is quite torturous, especially in this cold. The pink-haired girl nods and the residents of the hostel enter with measure, some with education like the prefects, Tatsumaki and Ryuko, and Shamir being a teacher, must set an example to her fellow hostel members, something that most of the students imitated by asking permission to enter. Shoko and Roygun, a few others like Kenichi and Indra entered and leaned against the wall, but without stopping to look at Gasper with distrust, because despite being the victim of an evil card, he was a member of the Gremory team and they had to be alert to anything because in their same rooms was a hostile arena Hyoudou who did not frequent anyone there. The first to arrive is Issei before Gasper, who did not believe that some people were concerned about his well-being. I'm glad you're okay, said the brown-haired boy. You worried us a lot, Gasper. Akeno said now, giving her former teammate a small hug. It's good that you woke up, said the surprised novice Yukari with a smile that reflected the honesty in her words. The other teammates of his former opponent looked at him with relief and happiness, while Gasper looked even more confused. The only ones who kept their distance were Kenichi and Indra, as they still had a deep sense of distrust in the little boy. But despite the good vibes, Gasper lowered his head again and began to cry. Thank you for your concern, Sniff, but now it's of no use to me, said Gasper very sadly. Why are you telling us that, Gasper-san? Saya said very confused. Everyone was like that except for Akeno, Issei, Yukari, Ashen and Kaneko, because they had in mind their delicate situation in Japan. Sniff, because of my stay in Kyoto, because of my defeat, I said. Gasper. You would be deported, Serafol finished with a serious expression. Everyone was horrified by what the interinstitutional liaison officer had done, even the doctor and the nurse, but their reaction was a little more measured. Ooh, but why? Noel said, quite shocked. But he didn't do things so bad to deserve that punishment. It would even be a subject of worldwide scandal. Leisha said in the same way. But Akeno sighed heavily and could no longer contain the painful situation. I know what Serafol-sama is talking about, Akeno said, very embarrassed to put it into context, when Gasper-chan and other girls who came from abroad to establish themselves in Ria's Gremory's team. as they told her about the great benefits of belonging to this, thanks to Zeoticus, they did not know about the fine print in the contract that contained the consequences of losing. And as you know, it was a measure that Benelana Gremory promoted before her divorce. Everyone stayed attentive to what he said to the raven-haired girl, with the exception of the boys mentioned above, because it was Zeoticus Gremory himself who also shared this information with them. Besides Gasper-chan, who else comes from abroad? Kenichi said with interest. There was Zenobia Quarta and Asia Argento, said Akeno, both coming from an orphanage in Italy, to be exact from the Tuscany region. But it was learned that they resigned from the Gremory team a day after Aaron and Sinan's duel, and the Gabriel incident was learned, said Hoppy. I still remember that their simps were like crazy in their classroom demanding an explanation. Well, I can only tell you, Hoppy-senpai, that they were the people who did not let themselves be badly influenced by Ria's Gremory, her mother and Kalen-senpai, said Kaneko calmly. They were always close to Zeotica-sama, Grayfia-sama and Sirzechs-sama, helping them in whatever they could in the mansion. They even helped the maids with their domestic chores. At least there was someone in that team who was grateful to Zeotica-san and had enough humility in their person, Aaron said, but what happened to them after they resigned? Did they still threaten to deport them? It was not the case with them, said Akeno. When they presented their resignation, they were exempt from said punishment, although I was not exempt from seeing Kaylin and her dogs trying to intimidate them, but they were always saved by the teachers, as in the case of Azazel, the same vice principal Gabriel and the secretary Penemu. But then what will happen to Gasper-chan? Sir Ravel said worriedly for the little one. Don't worry about me, said Gasper, very distressed. My return to Romania is more than a fact, sniff. I just have to. Gasper, Issei said with a darkened look. I just have to go get my things, sniff, Gasper said tearfully. Gasper, Issei said a little louder, drawing the attention of the others. At that moment Yukari and Ashen approached with their friend. And leave here, sniff. I don't want to cause problems, said Gasper, but then he feels a pair of hands on his shoulders and immediately. Gasper? Issei shouted while his silver-haired friend held Gasper, and immediately the green-haired girl raised her hand. Half. Everyone was stunned, even those who were keeping their distance, when they saw that Yukari slapped him hard to make him react, and the only thing they saw were the looks of Issei, Ashen and Yukari. The first ones had a look of total anger, while Yukari was the same with only a few tears. Please, for your life, never prematurely throw in the towel again, said Issei. But why? Said Gasper, crying. Do you think we don't care that someone so noble is unfairly kicked out of here by those damn perfidious women? Ashen said, totally upset. Why do you think we are here, Gasper? Said Yukari tearfully and furiously. Because we know what happened to you, all the hell you suffered in your past. And we are here to get you out of that emotional rumble that prevents you from developing and fulfilling the promise you made to your adoptive family. Gasper froze at what the three surprised rookies said. You know it? Said Gasper, very cold. And believe me, the person who gave us this information is someone who cares a lot about you, Issei said very seriously, and we are more than willing to help you. Gasper remained silent, then he saw everyone giving him a confident smile as a sign that everything would be okay for the little one, including Sir Ravel, Roygun and Shoko, the latter two of whom were already beginning to guess where this matter was going. But my stay in Japan depends on being on a dueling team, you say, Gasper, very pessimistic. All the student council teams are already full, and very few students with permission to have a team are in the same situation. You think we don't know that either, Issei said while Kaneko was with the surprise rookies. Issei takes a breath and throws the bomb that could change the little one's destiny. Gasper, Vladi, would you like to be part of my team of duelists? Who? But you've only played 2 of the duels established by the regulations, and you still don't have permission to have the team yet, I said to the embarrassed Gasper. That's where I come in, said Ashen smiling. Until Issei has the right to have the team, you will temporarily be a member of my team of duelists. The pessimistic atmosphere that Gasper would have fostered after his defeat, a ray of hope had entered the life of this man. No, there won't be any problems, said Gasper while an inevitable smile was forming on his mouth. Of course not, said Ashen. Right, girls. There will be no inconvenience on my part, said Yukari. You girls. She said to the ex-Phoenix twins. It's no problem for me, said Nai, smiling at him. You are more than welcome not only to our Ashen team, even if it is just for a moment, said Lee. But most importantly, you'll be safer with us, Akeno said, smiling. In fact, Yusaka-san knows about the situation and is arranging a room for you, Gasper Saya said. So that means, said Gasper. We are welcoming you to the Kitsune Hostel, said Issei, of course if you accept. Something in Gasper's heart began to glow, all those negative feelings dissipating in a golden light that made him feel like he should trust the words of those people who helped him unconditionally. At that, Issei extends his hand and says. What do you say, Gasper? Are you getting on the boat? Issei said metaphorically. The blonde-haired boy was now shedding tears, but they were accompanied by a smile, and without hesitation he said. I'm home. I accept. She said, taking Issei's hand. Welcome to Kitsune Hostel. Everyone shouted as they hugged Gasper as a group, with the exception of Kenichi and Indra, who, despite being at a distance, couldn't help but give a smile of satisfaction and pride when they saw that Gasper humbly and gratefully accepted Issei's help. Everyone was watching that warm scene, despite being students, it was a pleasure to see that they behaved not only like friends, colleagues, they behaved like a real family. Well, but once inside the hostel, we are going to forge your character, said Kenichi's voice. Gasper said with a poker face. Exactly, said Indra, from tomorrow we will start to change that countenance that makes everyone abuse you. I don't know what you're referring to, Gasper said nervously. Will my habits and my way of dressing change? We have no problem with you dressing femininely. That's your right, Aaron said, but we'll make you someone worth respecting, and we'll do that with physical training, said Issei, giving him what seemed to be an exercise routine, which upon seeing it Gasper's face quickly changed to a dark blue due to fear. Don't worry, Gasper-chan, said Akeno with a hand over her mouth. If something happens to you, we are here to help you. We know everything, even how to rearrange bones, so we recommend that you put effort into your new way of life, said Ryuko calmly. Gasper, seeing and hearing what they were saying, seeing what his new hostel mates were saying, now a comical fear took hold. The only thing he could think of to vent his fear was a scream that was heard throughout the academy was. Why I don't want to die yet. Hyoudou, Hotel Kabuki star. Of narrator. Diodora Astaroth had arrived at the most luxurious hotel in all of Kyoto, but his expression reflected both the annoyance of having arrived in a land considered unworthy of his presence and how tired he was of the trip since he had come from Germany. Professor Ijuka's younger brother, he is a duelist in the Bavarian League and was ranked in the top 5 of that league due to his skills, but despite being a skilled duelist, what he had in abundance was the imminent arrogance of despising duelists who do not meet his expectations, especially those who earned a spot in the league. But behind Diodora's successful career, there was a dark and depraved secret. Since Diodora wanted to overstep with his niece Laisha, but Ijuka realized the terrible task of his younger brother and immediately, the police took Diodora prisoner. He was about to be imprisoned if it weren't for Venelana Gremory at that time, who with a bribe, managed to free Diodora and erase his criminal record, making it clear that it was a misunderstanding. But the damage was done and the Astaroth family broke ties with Diodora and the eldest son of the family and Laisha's father. Forsyth Astaroth, in fear that his younger brother would retaliate against his daughter, ended up sending Laisha to Sweden to finish her high school studies thanks to the fact that Ijuka had a contact in that country, managed to facilitate her stay in the Scandinavian country. But now Diodora was looking at the nightscape of the most traditionalist city in Japan, on the balcony of his bedroom at the Kabuki Hotel, with a glass of red wine in his hand, while anger was reflecting on his temples. Then Pav narrator. What does that old woman want? Said Diodora, referring to Venelana in a contemptuous manner. I know I have vacations in the German League and I wanted to spend them in Hawaii. He decides to leave the balcony, sits on his bed and begins to look at his deck that he had resting in a drawer when suddenly a message appeared and he reads it. That said message had Ria's Gremory as the sender. The presentation of the DxD Academy Inter-School Tournament will be under the spotlight of major television networks from local, national and international. Okay, said Diodora, attentive to the message, so I wish you to be the welcoming host of the pre-opening of the Inter-School Tournament of the Duel Academy. Diodora's greed was beginning to show on his face. He knew that if he attended such an event and it was televised he would gain a lot of prestige. And therefore you will be entrusted with a duel against a rookie student. PFFF, piece of cake. Said Diodora with satisfaction. His name is Hyoudou Issei. Diodora was more than pleased with Iridide's message. Humiliating rookies is his specialty in Germany, and it was when he was a member of the student council, it seemed that they had given him a sheep as an offering, when he doesn't know that Diodora would face a dangerous duelist, carrying the only dragon, emblem monster of a legendary duelist, that if he underestimates him, he would end up in serious trouble. Chapter 28, for Cyber Mastery. The last users of a cyber legacy. Academia DxD 8 a.m. The new morning began at the prestigious Duel Academy. The students walked towards the educational building, but their expressions were one of obvious frustration, as they had witnessed another failed attempt by a member of the Kitsune Hostel, and worst of all, one of the most sought-after, valuable and unique cards in the world had fallen into his hands. Ooh. A pitiful sound was heard. All the students of the academy looked at the origin of that lament, and immediately, a face of total repulsion was reflected on their faces. It had to be this transvestite. How pathetic he looks next to these criminals. Did I ever respect him? Today I hate him with all my being. And indeed, the members of the Kitsune Hostel were arriving at the academy, but being led by Gasper Vladi, who walked like a zombie, since his thin arms and legs trembled like noodles, since at any moment his backpack was going to fall from his hands, while a smile of resignation and a gloomy look was on his face, but behind him. There was a Kenichi with his eyes shining threateningly and set on the little transvestite, accompanied by the steam that his mouth expelled, as if a flame was about to come out. His pressure on him was such that he really intimidated anyone who crossed his path. This is how Gasper sees it. It seems the Kenichi-san is getting a little carried away with the training, right? Roswa said a little nervously. I don't think so, said Akeno smiling. He did something similar to me, although with me, it was only an interrogation that lasted more than 3 hours, where I only showed that I gave up my life of luxury to be next to the man I love, said the raven-haired girl giving Issei a kiss. Nah, this is normal for him, Tatsumaki said calmly. Let's just say his family has a pretty special lineage. Now that you mention it, his parents have never been mentioned to him, Noelle said, interested in knowing who the parents of her love interest were. Do you want to know? Said Indra, to which Noelle, Kaneko and others from the hostel were attentive. Well, do you know who the famous berserker of the Andes is? Said Indra. Yes, it is Son Bardock Uzumaki, said Ryuko, but suddenly those who heard that, a click was heard in their heads, and several from the Kitsune hostel, who heard that simple deduction, dropped their backpacks in shock. What? They never expected the Redeed to be the son of a duelist who was characterized by his belligerent countenance. They knew that Son Bardock Uzumaki was a pioneer in the fight against corruption in the dueling leagues, since he had defeated one of Kakabiel's allies when the latter dominated the Asian leagues. In said Peruvian league, the now former duelist and prisoner, Honest, the self-proclaimed great minister. But the berserker of the Andes decided to abdicate his position as champion and decided to take over the position of president of the Peruvian League and carried out a great cleanup in said league where many officials allied to Kakabiel fell before justice since the way in which they made spill the soup was similar to a military interrogation with a policy of zero corruption and personal interests. He took the dual league of that country to highly respectable levels, which was now highly competitive alongside the leagues of Mexico, Brazil, the United States, Spain, Italy, the Scandinavian League, that of Germany, and some that continue to clean their name and credibility, such as Japan, Singapore, Colombia, Chile, South Korea, Hong Kong, New Zealand, Bulgaria, Canada and Australia that follow the example of said duelist. And now I see where you get that attitude, Kenichi-san said Issei, quite nervous if he is the son of that duelist. It's something good about my little tomato, Saya said very affectionately, looking at him in a loving way. He doesn't tolerate any tricks or dirty tricks. Kaneko, Noelle and Tatsumaki nodded at what the pink-haired girl with blushing glasses said, while the red-haired girl continued to pressure the former member of the Gremory family when in front of them were the people they hated the most. Ria's Gremory and Kalen Hyoudou were facing the entrance, both holding what appeared to be a sheet of paper while making an unpleasant grimace. Asper Vladi. Ria shouted with authority, while some students and teachers stared at the Redeed scream. The residents saw that the Redeed was once again putting on a public show. They were more than fed up with everything the Redeed, her sidekick, and her mother were doing to get attention. This is tiring me, the people from the Kitsune hostel said in their minds at the same time, Gasper. But they noticed that the newcomer to the hostel was still walking without paying attention to his surroundings, much less to Ria's and Kalen. Air published this, Ria said with an evil smile as she saw Gasper approaching the building. Gasper Vladi, according to the regulations of the Academic Excellence Scholarship, notifies that if you are not in a duelist team of the DxD Academy you will be discharged for academic insufficiency. Therefore, I, Ria's Gremory, president of the student council, before regulation in my team. That if you suffer a defeat in an official duel against a student, said the Redeed with an air of disgust at the last thing said, looking with hatred at Issei, you will be expelled from my group. The students watching their queen officially resign, the now ex-Gremory, didn't hesitate to put on a disgusting smile. Gasper just walked like a zombie towards the building. So for obvious reasons, you are not in any team at the Duel Academy, you are discharged from the DxD Academy, so here I have your discharge rightfully, Ria said, but she didn't finish because Gasper passed by her side, practically ignoring her. What Gasper had done by not paying attention to her left everyone in shock because none of his followers dared to ignore her, but the one who least dared to disobey her was Gasper. Everyone was angry at such a lack of respect. Hey Gasper, this is one Isama speaking to you. Kalen shouted at Gasper, who was climbing the stairs to the first floor. Gasper Vladi, we are calling you. Gasper-chan will not pay attention to Urias, and at least in about 2 weeks, he will not do it to you or the simps that follow you, said Akeno mockingly, leaving the Redeed and her followers furious. What the hell do you mean, Himejima? Ria said with total contempt for her former best duelist. Let's say he's under a special regime, Issei said calmly as he watched Gasper change his shoes to enter the building. And these are things that are none of your business, Gremory said Ashen as he approached and faced the Redeed. Well, he removed Gasper's final discharge, and by the way, this will not proceed. How dare you speak to me as an equal, miserable commoner? Ria shouted angrily at an Ashen who smiled without being intimidated, and in the face of council matters you are not allowed to interfere. It's true, said Ashen while he tore into said stationery of Ria's that he began to feel like slapping the adopted son of Aoi and Yusaku, but in that he sees that the black-haired man takes a sheet of paper out of his briefcase and hands it to him, to which Ria's reluctantly takes it from him and reads it. Ashen Phantom Team. Team Advisor. Shamir Neverand. Members. Yukari Komori, Captain. Nai Kuroneko. Lee Kuroneko. Asper Vladi. Disabled Luger. Note. Nai and Lee officially do not have a last name in the DxD canon, so in this fic I invited them one. The sheet listing the members of the team was endorsed and signed by the top brass and also had the signatures of the other members of the student council, stamped as received yesterday 2 hours before the Issei vs Gasper duel. Riaz was confused. Why did Ashen give her his official team sheet? If you're wondering why Gasper's expulsion isn't appropriate when I present my team sheet to you, said the surprise rookie without hesitation. Easy. You mentioned that Gasper Vladi must be on a team of duelists so that the regulations of the Student Excellence Scholarship continue to give him the benefits of it and don't harm him with its due consequences. But that is not true. Said Riaz upset. It is clearly established that he must be on Team Gremory. Are you sure? Ashen said with a sharp look and he couldn't stop smiling. Riaz and Kalen swallowed because of the nervousness, since the security that the rookie reflected made them like that because as far as I know, Gasper Vladi must be in a team and if you think I'm lying, there is a copy of the rule of the scholarship he enjoys, why don't you read it? Ashen said pointing to the folder where there was indeed a second page where it clearly stated that. Riaz and Kalen were sweating and clearly annoyed by the clear regulations their mother had made. They were so sure that their mother had done a great job with said regulations that they didn't notice a simple detail that they overlooked. So your show against Gasper was useless against him, rather, it made you look like someone who doesn't bother to read the rules of something as simple as the Academy scholarships, and you use your poor power in a nefarious way. So if you'll excuse us, we have classes to attend. And by the way, said Ashen, while throwing the pieces of paper of the annulled discharge to the sky like confetti in front of Arias, who showed a grimace of hatred and disgust at the lack of respect. I love putting the spoiled girls of important people in their place, keep trying, social hindrance, said Ashen while entering the building. Oh. The members of the Kitsune Hostel burst into laughter and mockery as Riaz and Kalen stood transfixed by such humiliation as they entered the academy building. The other students couldn't contain their fury at seeing their queens, idols, and, above all, their mother, humiliated as she tried her best to obtain the link summon and, clearly, expel the members of the Kitsune Hostel in one way or another. Opening. Of narrator. After putting the arrogant student council president in her place, the students couldn't help but feel bad about the hostel members, since shutting her mouth and messing with their queen was the worst sin they could commit in this academy, and the looks of hatred and contempt towards them were unforeseen, but for our heroes. It was their daily bread, because if they were given $1 for every time they looked at them badly, they would be disgustingly millionaires. They had breakfast on the tears and tantrums of Riaz and Kalen simps. They wanted to harm them, but they couldn't because they didn't want the Iron Cadre, one of the main defenders of the Kitsune Hostel members and the main opponent of Venelana Gremory's movement, Secretary Penemu, to unleash the guillotine on them, since an accusation was enough. And she wouldn't hesitate to dismiss them and ruin their dueling careers for life. The first part of the classes, apart from the desires to harm the Kitsune group, was completely normal, taking notes and participating in classes. Our first-year protagonists were attended by Professor Glenn Radars, an expert in both natural sciences and dueling strategies. The lazy guy who was usually distrusted and even called negligent, but the reason he was like that was because he hated the mentality of today's students. And he demonstrated it, while a student gave him a solution to an established problem, since on the desk there was a board with the established problem. Incorrect. Said Glean, totally fed up, while he leaned on the table with boredom, facing a problem he had put on a blackboard. Your strategy to end this duel will only provoke a desperate harakiri. A student just sat frustrated at her teacher's response. The problem Glenn had posed was. You have 1 turn to end the duel, you have 100 life points, and the opponent has 2500 life points, but on their field, the opponent has a Black Skull Dragon and activates the Messenger of Peace card while your field is completely empty. You have in your hand only a Cannon Soldier and 1 card left in your deck. Does anyone else want to try it, or do they just reveal to me that they don't have enough reasoning to finish this simple exercise? Said Glenn, yawning. Is this simple? The students, very upset, said in their minds. It seemed as if the teacher reveled in making them suffer with such complex things. No one dared to try that exercise when. Yo maestro. Said a female voice. Glenn, seeing who raised their hand, couldn't help but smile since those who were marginalized were the only ones who responded well. Surprise me, Yukari-san, said Glenn to the annoyed and surprised looks of the others, while Issei, Ashen, and Kaneko looked on calmly. Yukari walked over to the desk. Simple, said the green-haired girl as she took the card in her hand. First we draw the card from the deck. We will start our main phase 1 by summoning the cannon soldier, said Yukari, putting said monster on the board. Everyone saw what she was doing. Then I activate the magic card scapegoat, summoning 4 sheep tokens, said Yukari as she put the token monsters in her field zones. All of us who have passed here have done the same thing, shouted a fed-up student. Boy, I'll ask you 2 things, Glenn said seriously. First, I won't tolerate these disrespects against your classmates. If you think you're going to speak in the middle of a presentation, raise your hand. And 2, if everyone has done the same thing and made the same mistake, it's like seeing someone fall in the mud and they only imitate that person to fall into the same mud. When you manage to solve my duel problems, something that the Kitsune boys have been able to do, you can complain about whatever you want, but now shut your mouth and let Miss Komori continue. Glenn finished while the student just sat down, since they had shut him up. Continue, Miss Komori. Thanks, Sensei, said Yukari. Well, continuing, I would activate the effect of cannon soldier, sacrificing the first sheep token, said Yukari, taking out the first token from the board. Well, the opponent's life points dropped to 2000, and taking advantage of the fact that the effect of cannon soldier can be activated without limit. We will continue sacrificing the tokens until we lower his life points even more, said Yukari, leaving only the field to Cannon Soldier and Black Skull Dragon, but the opponent's life points had reached 500, and now I will activate the effect of Cannon Soldier again. But why does he activate it? Said a very confused student. If there are no monsters to sacrifice. Are you sure? Said Yukari, smiling, looking sideways at her partner. I still have a monster because I'll apply it to it. I'll sacrifice my cannon soldier, and in this way I'll end the duel without having to enter the battle phase, said Yukari, while the opponent's life points dropped to 0. Everyone was amazed and impressed by the green-haired girl's resolution. Glenn just smiled and applauded. I expected nothing less from the surprise rookie, said the teacher proudly. As you demonstrated, duels are not only based on attacking and activating magic cards, trap cards and monster effects, you must also use your brain to know when to activate said cards, because the way you have shown me how you carry out your duels will only make you laugh at you. Everyone in the classroom became outraged at what the teacher said. But that's not the issue with the Kitsune boys, Glenn said, pointing to the aforementioned. Not for nothing, they were accepted for having an almost perfect score, especially for defeating very important people from the student council in their duels. And if you think I have favoritism, yes, maybe. But it's because they demonstrate an attitude and way of thinking that many of you refuse to adopt in the matter of duels. Apart from that, they are the only ones who have been able to answer my problem successfully. At that, the bell announcing the start of recess rang and immediately a voice was heard on the loudspeakers. Attention, said the voice of Seekvaira Gares, you can now go to the bulletin boards so you can read all the information about the DxD Inter-School Tournament, also letting you know that in 2 weeks, but it will be done as a protocol measure before each start of the tournament, with an exhibition duel between one of the students versus a graduate of our institution. Everyone was excited at such an announcement from one of the most serious and fearsome women in the academy. Her bad mood was below Penamuse. And one more announcement: tomorrow is the day parents will come to the academy to see their academic progress. Thank you for your attention. Everyone was terrified knowing that their parents would be there. Shame and embarrassment flooded their faces. The only ones who were saved were practically the students from Scandinavia who sighed in relief, with the exception of Leisha, since her family lived in Kyoto. The surprise of one of our Swedish friends, since that family will come to visit her from Sweden. Our first-year heroes were starting to leave their classroom to go to the special cafeteria to meet up with their friends. On the way, they saw many students looking at the posters for the tournament, many of whom were excited to participate in such an important event for the school. Arriving at the special cafeteria, she sees her second-year friends, a Gasper who seemed to be acting on automatic mode, along with the teachers and prefects who resided next to them with a mini poster provided by Tatsumaki. While they ate their food, they looked at the guidelines and some rules established in said tournament. This will be interesting, said Indra, smiling challengingly. You can only participate by forming a group of duelists with a representative, plus a maximum of 5 people, and a minimum of 3, said Sinan, but they will not be considered official dueling groups endorsed by the council. The first rounds will be direct elimination, depending on whether there are many teams, said Roswas, until reaching the best 16 teams. It seems that many duelists won't even have a little bit of action in the tournament, said Kenichi, depending on the action of one person, and if he loses, bye-bye. I suppose they made this measure because all students without exception will be participating, said Ryuko, including the members of the student council. The prize is something that should not be ignored at all, said Issei. The winner can ask the student council for anything, from simple collection cards, creating their team of duelists without any buts, reaching the council, and in the case of them winning the tournament, their privileges will increase considerably. Once the surviving teams reach the round of 16, new rules will be introduced to the tournament, said Nai. I feel like the first elimination phase will be easy for you, Tatsumaki said seriously. You have shown qualities in the duels, the real challenge will be reaching the round of 16. So in this tournament we will face each other? Said Yami somewhat distressed. All the residents became quite tense and sad. It's something that will happen sooner or later, said Issei, but once we get to face each other in this tournament, let's promise to accept the result in the most professional way possible, and that this will not put our friendship at risk. It's fine from my side, said Issei, touching this one's shoulder. Mine too, Ishen said, nodding. I will have no truce with you, said Kenichi, so I expect the best from you. I'll get angry if you don't give your best, said Indra with a serious tone and a defiant smile. Then we have an agreement, Aaron said, putting his hand in the middle of the table, to which the men of the hostel also put their hands in the middle of the table in a sign of oath. The girls saw this with tranquility and a smile, because despite being duelists and rivals, they were mature enough to avoid falling into arrogance and incidentally developing a superiority complex, something that many duelists do with the passage of time. But then they noticed someone approaching them. Wow, you guys are different in every way, and that pleases me, Team Kitsune said, a calm voice, and everyone sees that it is Arthur Pendragon. Everyone said when they saw the captain of Volley Lucifer's team approaching their table, they saw that he had an envelope in his hands. No offense, but what business do you have with us? Saya said suspiciously. Simple, I came to notify you of something that has been decided by the student council, said Arthur. This is for Aaron Joestar, Sinan Asada, Issei and Zazie Rainday for their help in stopping someone as dangerous and harmful to society as the now imprisoned Gabriel. The student council, like the teachers of the academy, have made the decision to reward them. What do you mean? Aaron said. Thanks to your help to the community, the decision was made. Aaron Joestar, Sinan Asada and Issei officially have permission to form their official teams, said the blonde. The aforementioned were surprised by what was said. And Zazie Rainday, said Arthur, looking at the aforementioned being a foreign exchange student. Unfortunately you cannot have your dueling team since you are not enrolled in the academy, but you have the right to a favor from the academy's student council. I'll keep that in mind, said the cream-haired brunette, thanking her. Sinan, for her part, upon seeing the reward, just smiled and said the following. Thank you very much, Arthur-san, but I will decline that right since I chose which path to follow, said the pistachio-haired girl with one, who immediately stood next to Aaron and hugged his arm lovingly, and that will remain loyal to my boyfriend. We respect your decision, Arthur said calmly, but also like Zazie Rainday, you will have the benefit of the student council granting you a favor or benefit for your person. Sinan nodded at what the captain of Volley Lucifer's team said as a sign that she accepted the award for her cooperation in capturing Gabriel. Aaron-san and Issei-san, I recommend that you go look for your team members as soon as possible and don't delay in registering them, said Arthur, since I am in charge of registering the tournament contenders and most likely the council office must already have people in line. With you we will make an exception, the members of the council, with the exception of Ria's Gremory, we will facilitate your registration to those who are interested. You can give us your registrations to me, Sona Citri, Seekvaira Agares and Saraerd Bale. The members of the Kitsune hostel were surprised to learn that there were students who had their full support and trust, and no less than the majority of the student council, as demonstrated by important people in the world of dueling, such as Zeodicus Gremory, Serafal Citri, Grayfia Lucifuge, Ajuka Astaroth among others. Everyone was talking animatedly and thanking Arthur Pendragon for his great support. All except for one red-haired dark-skinned girl who was a little uneasy because she had something to put into practice. Well, if there is nothing to argue, said Arthur, proceeding to leave. I have something to comment on, Hoppy said, a bit uncomfortable. How are we, the students of the Stockholm Girls Duel Academy, allowed to participate in the tournament? I say this because we know that Noel-san is on Kenichi-san's team, but we haven't taken into account that there are some things that we can't participate in simply because we're from another academy, and it has been proven by what happened with Zazie-san. Everyone was looking at the red-headed brunette. Arthur was going to speak, but someone got in front of him. Yes, they can't, said Ravel Phoenix, sure of what she was going to say. This is because despite being another school, the regulations mention that students who are on exchange have the same rights as any other student, only that they will not be able to obtain some benefits or positions of authority, such as being a class representative or holding a position on the student council, but with the question of being a member of a dueling team. Everyone was stunned by what the blonde was going to say. Yes, they will be able to, but it will be temporary, Ravel said seriously, since after their time is up, they will have to return to their schools or countries of origin. The Scandinavian girls, upon hearing what the blonde said, felt like a bucket of ice water had fallen on them, as they had not considered that in only 6 months of their classes in Japan, and fleetingly, the first one was already ending. The Japanese girls from the Kitsune hostel only made a bitter face, since they probably would not see their foreign friends again for a long time once autumn arrived. Well, that answers my questions, said Hoppy, getting up from the table and immediately points to a Shen phantom. Huh? He said, surprised, while eating a vanilla pudding at the brunette's declaration. Seeing how his mouth was full of dessert and how he looked like a hamster with his cheeks so chubby, the brunette laughed a little at how cute he looked. She resumed her firm posture and said. I want to join your dueling team, said Hoppy, looking at the black-haired man, but there is also something I want from you. What is it? Shen said, cleaning himself. The red-haired brunette, seeing the eyes of Playmaker's successor, inhaled and said. So, for the Cybers user code Shen Phantom. I challenge you to a duel for Cybers Mastery, Hoppy said loudly. The boys were stunned by what he said and very confused about what Hoppy said. Cybers Mastery? Everyone said, including Shamir, Tatsumaki and Ryuko. But Arthur, hearing this, deduced something. Hoppy-san, perhaps you are the wielder of one of the 4 Cybers decks in the world. You know about this? Hoppy said, looking at the blonde. Of course, but I don't carry any Cybers deck, Arthur said calmly, since the one who carries it is my cousin Mordred, and also, a member of our council carries one. For obvious reasons we are aware of Cybers code, he said, while in his mind was the youngest daughter of the Citri. Everyone was intrigued to know more about the only carriers of the Cybers decks. I propose that whoever wins this duel will be the starter of this dueling team, said Hoppy while his eyes sharpened, something that Shen noticed and his gaze also darkened. But what are you saying? Said Yukari, scandalized. Shen will not accept this. She said angrily. Don't be selfish, said Lee, equally like her sister and her rival. I accept. Said Shen's voice, causing his girls who were interested in him to open their mouths in shock. They were going to complain, but seeing the eyes of her love interest that reflected a desire to beat her and a smile that showed that she was not going to be intimidated by Hoppy's words. Tomorrow is Father's Day, and our duel will take place, Hoppy said, and suddenly saw the blonde. Is this okay with you, Arthur-san? No problem on my part, he said calmly. Very well, said Shen, holding out his hand. I expect a great duel from you, Hoppy. Hoppy smiled and shook hands. Everyone swore they could feel the tension between them, as their auras seemed to clash even though they looked at each other calmly. Hey girls, Issei said somewhat nervously. Hoppy-san, do you have a Cybers deck? Hi, the one who answered was Noelle. She usually uses a spellbook deck, but her other deck is a big secret that was entrusted to us because we are her friends. In Sweden she didn't use it because no one has motivated her to use it, but the moment she found out that Shen is the wielder of a Cybers deck, more specifically Yusaku-sama's deck, she made the decision to use it against him. And because of her 2 decks all of us gave her a title of duelist, said Aoi. And what is it? Said Kenichi, intrigued. All her friends from Scandinavia nodded and said at the same time. The math magician. Arthur, seeing that a duel between Cybers-type monster duelists would confront each other, decides to withdraw and on the way decides to make a video call. Hello? Said a sleepy girl. Cousin Mordred, how are you? Said Arthur. Well, sleeping, shameless animal, said the aforementioned, very irritated. It's midnight here in London, and you dare to just call me to say hello. Couldn't you wait for the weekend? I think you like these 2 words, cousin Arthur said calmly. Cybers code. There was a momentary silence on the other end of the call, a sign that Mordred Pendragon's interest had been caught. Who versus who? Said Mordred. Yusaku Fujiki's a Shen Phantom against a math magician. Hoppy Timotheos. Arthur said tomorrow at 4 p.m. Japan time will be the duel between both of them. You better broadcast that duel live on your Facebook, said Mordred excitedly. I have to see my rivals in action. It's motivating me to travel there and face them next year. Muo, I can't wait. She said while an adorable pout appeared on her face. Future rivalries were approaching DxD Academy. The mysterious Cybers code. What the hell is it? Who will win this exciting duel that will be before the eyes of the parents of the entire academy? Chapter 29 Father's Day, Extreme Discomfort. Hyoudou South Apartment Complex. In this apartment complex that was 20 minutes away from the DxD Academy, on the top floor in apartment 33, there were 2 girls living there who until today had been incognito. They were Asia Argento and Zenobia Quarta, both girls from Italy who were currently staying in that apartment because there is Ein from Ria's Gremory's team. Upon learning the nature of the now ex-matriarch of that family, they no longer had a place in the mansion of that family, but thanks to Zeodicus Gremory, he made it easier for them to obtain an apartment so that the 2 of them could live comfortably and have the necessary facilities to live well, such as electricity, internet, drinking water and drainage. Of course, the patriarch of Gremory was in charge of paying their rents. But for obvious reasons, having resigned from the team that any student would kill to be in their place, they were bombarded with many things, from questions, interrogations from the students to complaints, and of course, there was one or another psychologically disoriented person who threatened them for having resigned from the team of their great heroine, their great queen, that goddess who ruled over the students. The 2 girls from Italy clearly didn't answer to anyone. They had their reasons, which were the right ones, and of course, in front of the disoriented people, they simply went to the Penemu secretary and she personally fired them. But now in the early hours of the morning, both women were sleeping in a bunk bed, each in their own bed. Zenobia was sleeping peacefully, but her roommate was the opposite. Dream of Asia. The blonde was running through the halls of the Gremory mansion. Her expression reflected both despair and sadness and fear. "Someone help me," said Asia's voice. She was still running, the corridors seemed eternal. There seemed to be no way out of the blonde's desperation. "Oh Asia, where are you going?" said a voice. At that, the blonde's hairs on the back of her neck began to stand up, she felt fear all over her body, her skin was covered in goosebumps. No, go away," Asia said, running in the endless hallway of the Gremory mansion. "Come here," little Asia said, the same voice with such a sweet tone that it seemed obviously false. The blonde heard that voice, instilling in her such terror as disgust and hatred, growing closer. The situation felt more tense. The hallways were slowly losing their light and everything seemed lost until. "Adore," Asia said as she tried to enter that room and was successful, but upon entering, nothing else could be seen, just a silent, gloomy and disturbing darkness. "Here you are, little one," that voice made that immediately tried to get out of there but. The door disappeared, the blonde seeing that she is completely trapped in that darkness. "You know very well that I don't like my friends to hide from me," said a voice to which a silhouette began to be reflected behind Asia, of which it was a boy with a shen skin, yellow eyes and a jade green color, while on his face, a satisfied smile was drawn on him. That smile for Asia only meant the worst of that person. "So little one, you are going to learn with a corrective that nobody escapes from me." She saw how that being that scared and disgusted her so much approached with his hand stretched out ready to grab her. She was totally horrified and chose to have a defensive fetal position to avoid being pulled. "She only told you. Get away from me, get away from me, get away." "Ah." Asia screamed, terrified and totally sweaty, as if she had been subjected to a spa session. The scream made her companion, who was dozing in the upper bunk, wake up completely. "Asia, did you have that dream again?" said the blue-haired girl with green streaks, going down to see her little companion. "Yes, Zenobia," said the blonde, totally nervous, while she got up from her lower bunk, poured herself water from a jug into a plastic cup and drank the entire contents of the cup in one gulp. "I still haven't gotten over the trauma caused by that wretch that I once respected and called senpai. If it weren't for Zyodaka-sama, who intervened in the exchange of dualities between Ria's Gremory and that bastard, I don't know where you would be right now," Zenobia said, giving him a comforting hug. "That unfortunate Diodora Astaroth here ruined the careers of many duelists who didn't agree with him. I just hope I never see him again," Asia said, totally nervous and starting to breathe normally. "And in light of what we talked about," Asia, the blue-haired girl, was serious, "have you already made your decision?" "Yes, Zenobia-san," said the blonde, resuming her beautiful smile, "just as you made your decision, mine is to support you. It's not for nothing that I consider you the sister I never had," said Zenobia as she approached a desk and took out a yellow envelope from it that said, "For Issei Hyoudou. Opening. Academia DxD." It looked like a normal school morning, but all the students, at this moment, had a whirlwind of emotions. Some were nervous, others were a little more serious, which is fear, and some were even a little embarrassed, and do you all know why? Because today is the day when parents come to see their children's academic performance. Most of the parents of the academy students, unfortunately for most of them, live here in Kyoto. Others like Issei, Ashen and Yukari live in other areas of Japan, as in the case of Kuoh, and in some cases like the ladies of Stockholm, it would be difficult for them to travel to Japan to see their school performance. In the case of Gasper from Zenobia and Asia, they lacked a parent or guardian who would look after them. Oh, with those three and our friends from Stockholm who live at the Kitsune Hostel, if you thought you were off the hook, well, let me tell you, you weren't. The students entered the academy as normal, but they knew their parents would arrive in 2 hours after classes had started. This was a very clever way to prevent their tender offspring from coming up with the fabulous idea of running away and avoiding embarrassment. But for our friends, the residents of Hostel Kitsune, they weren't worried in the least. But their parents gave them those accusatory looks that promised the omnipotent and powerful slap from mom, the painful pinch of none, or the famous phrase with which the children knew that they already had the doomed afternoon. "At home you will pay me" did not worry them in the least, because as they were doing well in their subjects, those disciplinary measures were passed through the triumphal arch. But what they did have in mind was that some of the Kitsune girls would meet their prospective in-laws. All the emotions for the idea of meeting their prospective father-in-law, especially Akeno, Yukari, Nai, Lee, Saya, Noel, Kaneko, Ravel and Hoppy. What they did not know is that once the fathers and mothers of the girls meet the captains of their teams, the competition between parents would ignite like the Olympic fire in the cauldron. In short, decency and good manners go to hell. "This sucks," said a totally depressed student on his bench. "I should have called in sick today," said a freshman. The first-year boys of Kitsune Hostel viewed this with great surprise. Hey, don't exaggerate, Issei said, fed up. Oh, of course, Mr. Perfect tells me so, said another first-year girl who was also irritated. You know that you are the least likely to tell me to calm down when you and your perfect little friends have not had the difficulty that we have in each class when you have shown perfect performance. It's because we do dedicate ourselves to studying and improving every day, Ishen said calmly. If only they would dedicate themselves to studying and practicing instead of praising a spoiled girl, maybe they wouldn't have problems with their parents in the afternoon, but the would have doesn't exist. Before what was said by the son of the pioneer duelists of the Link summoning could not help but show a gesture of total disapproval and anger because again the rejected insulted the goddess Ria's Gremory. All the first-year boys surrounded the boys from the Kitsune hostel who didn't even flinch. They insulted the student council president so many times that those around them already considered them normal or as they say, daily bread. Phantom one more insult to Ria-sama, and I swear that said the first-year student, threatening the black-haired boy with her finger. What are you going to swear, brat? Said a cold and serious voice to which all the first-year boys saw Professor Grayfia at the entrance. And if there was one thing that this teacher was famous for, it was that she has zero tolerance for people who cause trouble in class. The last time you swore something to me was that you would try your best to get at least a 9 on my next test, and the only thing you got was a pathetic 6. The girl who had threatened the Talkitsune boys couldn't help but lower her gaze and make a face of indignation, but those cold and cutting comments had completely damaged the pride of that follower of Ria's Gremory. If you don't want to go to Penemu-sensei's office, you'd better shut your mouth and go to your place, Grayfia sentenced. The humiliated girl sits in her place as frustration runs down her cheeks. And what are you all waiting for? For Eldlik to come and give you gold. Go to your place now. Grayfia called attention with great sarcasm as all the first-year students sat down, while Issei, Ishen, Kaneko and Gasper were totally calm, but the last one was a little nervous. Well, this isn't the best way to start classes by calling attention from the beginning, but since you're not doing your part, I have to do it, said the albino looking at her entire class grumbling before starting. As you all know, today is the day that your parents are going to see how much you take advantage of our classes and how much you have learned. Immediately they see the school doors begin to open, and everyone sees how the parents of all the students begin to enter the elite academy, all showing optimism and happiness, others showing seriousness and above all the threatening temper of the parents against their children, to see if they are being excellent students or are just big lazy bums. Almost everyone in the class began to sweat cold, their faces turned blue, and fear took over their faces. If only you had dedicated more time to studying instead of vocational studies, you wouldn't be suffering right now, said the teacher with hairy skin, just like I did, as she seemed fed up with her students' incompetence. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Now you will see how much you have taken advantage of my classes and those of my classmates, and believe me, I am going to enjoy seeing your faces in the midst of despair, said Grayfia with a thin smile, and everyone knew that when she smiled that way it was synonymous with everyone being in trouble. The kids, with the exception of the Kitsune hostel residents, wanted to throw themselves out of the windows and run away like terrified chickens to anywhere in the world. But that plan went to hell because a knock on the door was heard and everyone saw that outside the first grade classroom, a group of people were already waiting to enter to see their prodigious children. Grayfia decided to open it and immediately said, "Parents, welcome to the first grade classroom." Group A, said the teacher with a bow. "Go ahead and sit down, please," said Grayfia with a gesture of her hand. The parents began to pass through the aura and arranged themselves in such a way that they surrounded all the students in such a way that it seemed that they had practiced some kind of formation to prevent any student from trying to escape from there. With our friends we located their parents respectively. Du-chan Ka-chan, said Issei, happy to see his parents. They smiled at him proudly and gave them a thumbs up while they had a camera on the mother's side and a video camera on the father's side. "Okasama," said Yukari when she saw a woman who was practically a copy of her, but obviously taller and more tasteful, wearing glasses. She greeted her daughter calmly. Oka-chan, Ishen said when she saw her adoptive mother, Aoi Seizun, present. She, better known as Blue Angel, Blue Girl and Blue Maiden, had a very different look because it is worth mentioning, and let's not forget that she along with some Vrain survivors were being persecuted by the Venelana Gremory group and had to be in constant movement as nomads in Japan and the rest of the world, but with the exception of Ishen's mother. She disguised herself looking very different from how she is being persecuted right now, but that does not prevent her from seeing the academic performance of her adoptive son. "Okasama," said Kaneko, seeing her mother, wearing a very beautiful kimono. She radiated a beauty similar to that of her daughter. It was from her that Kaneko and the still missing Kuroka got their elegance. Asper, for his part, felt very lonely and sad. He knew that the Vlades did not have the necessary capital to make a trip from Romania to Japan, and he resigned himself to not having anyone to boast about his academic achievements, but in that. "Asper-chan," a voice said. The little transvestite saw the origin of my voice when he saw Redeed with a stunning body, especially her large breasts and enviable hips, which were visible through the one-piece dress she was wearing, but above all, she was incredibly beautiful. This is Sama, said the little transvestite nervously. Hey Gasper, Issei said, do you know her? He said with a very low volume voice. No, I mean yes, senpai, said Gasper nervously. She is Ria's Gremory's grandmother, and to be exact, she is Zeoticus Gremory-sama's mother. Issei, Kaneko, Ashen and Yukari, their jaws dropped to the floor when they saw that Ria's grandmother was young in appearance. One could even say that she could be Zeoticus's older sister, but it would never occur to them that that woman of seemingly eternal youth was going to be the grandmother of someone as despicable as Ria's. But the important thing and the most outstanding question at this moment. What the hell was she doing here supporting Gasper? Wasn't she supposed to see her granddaughter on this important day? But those thoughts were interrupted when Grayfia began the class. Everyone watched as the Iberian-haired teacher gave her best presentation in a context where the arithmetic, mathematics, and algebra questions expounded by the current world champion's excuse were clearly understandable. But almost all the students saw black because those who responded to the problems left by the albino were clearly the Kitsune boys. When they could, they raised their hands and answered incorrectly everything Grayfia asked them, and of course one or another boy in the class answered correctly, but the majority of all answered incorrectly, and only the parents of those students who answered incorrectly could be seen. Giving off such a heavy aura that it was clearly synonymous with the fact that when they got to their respective houses, they were going to have the worst sermons this year. After Grayfia's class, Glean Radar's class followed, in terms of strategy and monster duels. If they had a difficult time with the Palaalbina, they were going to have a much worse time with him, because he liked to torment the students as always, with even more complex problems that were seen in class, but as always our heroes responded well, and the teacher openly congratulated Issei, Ashen, Yukari, Kaneko and Gasper for the problems well solved. Fortunately for the other students, the first half of the school day was over, and all the students along with their parents were heading to the large cafeteria to talk about some things. But obviously most of them were going to get a little scolding for how they wasted the opportunities to study at an elite academy, but with our protagonists, the first to arrive were obviously our first-year friends who were already in the exclusive area of the cafeteria. It's a pleasure to meet you, said Goro Hyoudou as he shook Aoi's hand. I'm glad my son has exceptional classmates and friends, said Miki as she greeted Chisis with a handshake. It's a pleasure to meet the boy who drives my daughter crazy, said the older green-haired girl looking at Ashen, then that her daughter was totally red. I'm Yuri Komori, Yukari's mother. A pleasure, said the green-haired girl happily. You know my daughter doesn't stop saying all kinds of things when I talk to her, both on the phone and on video calls. She always tells me, Ashen this. Ashen that. Ashen showed off. You really left my daughter impressed. I can't wait for you to make me a grandmother, she said calmly, but obviously the mother was playing a little joke on her daughter. Mom? Said the green-haired girl, totally embarrassed and red, to everyone's laughter. It's a pleasure to see the mother of my son's team, Captain Aoi said calmly. Everyone knows who I am, but for security reasons, I avoid giving my name. Don't worry, said Miki Hyoudou calmly. On that side our lips are completely sealed. A pleasure to meet you, wished Kaneko's mother. I am Fujimai Taoju, said the white-haired girl. Dear daughter, where is that boy that you keep telling me about in our video calls and all that? Well, said the albino lowly, very nervous. But eyes, shouted a voice, to which Kaneko jumped and her face turned completely red when she saw that her own mother had summoned him. At the entrance you could see Kenichi, Akeno, Aaron, Ravel, Nyan Lee, Indra, Saya, Issei, Leisha and incredibly, to the misfortune of some of our friends from Stockholm, Noel, who also came to be accompanied by an adult. Yahoo Issei-kun, said Akeno's voice happily greeting the brown-haired boy and accompanied by those who seemed to be her parents. The first one was wearing a beautiful white kimono with a purple belt, clearly a copy similar to Akeno, only the last mentioned wore a red bow in her ponytail, while her bow is blue, and next to her came a totally tan man almost 2 meters tall and of robust build wearing formal clothes, looked at the brown-haired boy with a noticeably bad mood. Wow, daughter, so he is the boy who stole your heart, the woman said sweetly, while her daughter had a face like a boiled lobster, but her serene face still remained intact. The older woman approached to say, a pleasure dear son-in-law, my name is Shuri Himejima. A pleasure, said the brown-haired man nervously upon seeing that his girlfriend's mother had accepted him without any difficulty. But Rick, the colossal father of his girlfriend, was emanating a totally dark aura because it was clear that before his eyes were the wretch who stole the heart of his tender daughter. A pleasure to meet you, said the colossal father with a tone of voice that made it clear he wasn't forcing it. My name is Barakiel, and I am Akeno's father. I nervously greeted his father-in-law in the same way, and as I shook his hand in a sign of respect, you started to hear a creaking sound as my father-in-law was squeezing my hand too tightly, signaling that he wasn't happy with his current son-in-law. The poor brown-haired man had to hide his pain, but someone noticed. "Dear, I heard the cracking of bones in the hand of my dear son-in-law," said Shuri while she put her hand on Barakwil's shoulder and she expelled an even darker and more terrifying aura. "For those who stopped seeing you and became intimidated by the presence of your wife who immediately." Pam. "It hurts, darling, it hurts," said Barakwil, complaining of the pain because. "Didn't we talk at home about you accepting our dear son-in-law?" Shuri said while applying a wrestling hold to her husband. And immediately. Pam. "Key change. Didn't we talk about the fact that this is Akeno's own decision to fall in love with the man she loves so much freely?" Shuri said sweetly while applying more force to the punishment and putting on an Oni mask. "You'll break my back, dear," complained Akeno's father. "So you will accept your daughter's decision?" said Akeno's mother, applying more force to the punishment. Okay, I give up," Barakwil said, screaming in pain, but a crack. Immediately Shuri throws a hopeless Barakwil to the ground, who, before the astonished gaze of everyone, especially the parents of her daughter's friends, who with a drop of sweat on their heads, applauded the wrestling exhibition of Akeno's mother, who gave thanks with a delicate bow, while her husband struggled on the ground, facing life and death. "Oh." The people present applauded, impressed. Seeing her at the end of Akeno's mother's wrestling exhibition, Madame Phoenix saw this with wide eyes and immediately said softly into her daughter's ear. "It seems that we both have competition for the attention of both you and the Hyoudou boy and me to be the future mother-in-law of his parents," said Madame Phoenix calmly as she saw how Shuri Himejima calmly greeted Miki Hyoudou. While her daughter's face began to redden. No, it's as if I cared about being part of the family of that vulgar, adorable, nice and beautiful commoner, with whom I would like to take him to England and walk with him at night," said Ravel very nervously and without knowing that her conscience was betraying her when she said through those words, "Mom, look what you provide me to say." Madame Phoenix just laughed because even though she still acts like a total tsundere, it's more than obvious that her daughter is in love with a brown-haired boy, and obviously seeing that this boy has a good education and isn't as arrogant as the boys from back home, it's more than obvious that you gave her your approval to go out with him. "Ahahaha, now I see who dominates who in the relationship," said a woman who was next to Kenichi. "Excuse my bad manners, I am Jin Uzumaki, I am Kenichi's mother." "So you are my daughter's next mother-in-law," said Fujimai, approaching Kenichi's mother. "A pleasure, I'm Fujimai Taoju." "Yes, I allow it," said a voice which reflected a seductive-looking MILF wearing a cocktail dress that revealed her beauty. "A pleasure, I am Yuriko Takagi, future mother-in-law." "Future? Not if I allow it," said a pearly-haired woman as she approached. Next to the pearly-haired woman Noelle was with her gaze downwards and completely red in the face, "and I introduce myself, future with mother-in-law. My name is Aesir Silva, Noelle's mother. I came from Sweden to meet the boy who stole my daughter's heart." Haneko's mothers, Saya and Noelle, looked at each other with a faint tranquility, but what some did not see is that the three under the laughter of Kenichi's mother, who had already proudly conquered 3 girls and had unleashed a fight between future mothers-in-law, were unleashing a storm and attention that intimidated not only the parents of the residents of the hostel, but also those of the normal cafeteria, who swore that in the exclusive area, it seemed that a purple fire was getting out of control, but they were not the only ones who were paying attention here. On the other side, Yukari's mother was confronting the mother of the twins Nai and Lee, who were also shaking hands, but their faces with their veins totally highlighted, it was obvious that they were starting a rivalry. Zeta, Nai and Lee's fighting mother. All for obvious reasons. Under Aoi's dead fish stare at her son. Which obviously meant one thing, and that was, "We'll have a talk later." "Ah. I didn't expect a cat to interfere in the affairs I have with my future mother-in-law," said Yukari's mother as she squeezed her rival's hand tighter. "That would be my cola face line," said the mother of the twins, "the one who is unnecessary here is you, so please let me discuss some issues with my next son-in-law and his mother, please." The other parents of the Kitsune hostel residents, along with an embarrassed Kaneko, Saya, Noelle, Nai, Lee and Yukari, could only watch the spectacle while eating the delicacies given by the graduates of the Tatsuki Culinary Academy, which this time the menu was in charge of Akira Hayama, the sultan of the species. "Wow, son. I didn't expect something like that," Aaron's father said nervously while he enjoyed a little curry. Kaneki Ken, Aaron Joestar's father. "If girls and their rivalry were something to fear, mothers are quite terrifying," Aaron said, equally nervous as his father. "At least I have a beautiful girlfriend who loves me with all her heart," he said while looking at Seinen with her mother. "But Ryuko is also lurking," said Ken, "and you know that your mother approves of the relationship with her." "You say that because my mom only wants a woman to dominate me completely," Aaron said, traumatized. Well, he was having flashbacks of how the voluptuous blue-haired woman with big buttocks easily subdued any man who approached her or tried to intimidate Aaron, but they ended up with fractures and a guaranteed trip to intensive care in a hospital. On the other side was Laisha Astaroth, who was talking to a young-looking man. So he is the boy who sparked your interest, Laisha. The man said, obviously looking at the traumatized Aaron. Forsyth Astareth, father of Laisha and older brother of Ajuka and Diodora. The girl only felt shyly as she looked away, and a red glow was noticeable on her cheeks. He laughed at his daughter's expression because it was one of the few times he saw her that way. Go ahead, I'm glad you found someone who awakened a great romantic interest in your heart. It's just that you'll have a lot of competition. Laisha only timidly accepted her father's words, and a smile appeared on her face, knowing that she had his approval to try to conquer Aaron. Meanwhile, Indra chatted pleasantly with both his son and his girlfriend Izumi. Lasana Strauss, mother of Indra. Well, at least you can be a little calmer, you haven't gotten into as much trouble as last year, said Lasana, although I shouldn't be surprised that at your level, you could beat a duelist from that spoiled Gremory girl, no offense Miss Chisis. Don't worry, said Ria's grandmother, who was currently Gasper's legal guardian. I've made enough mistakes, including leaving my granddaughter's education in the hands of that nefarious woman god. But let's avoid saying anything that could depress this atmosphere, said Issei's mother Ray. Ray, Issei's mother. You're right, said Indra's mother, it will be another topic, it will be a topic for another time, the important thing is to enjoy the moments we have with our children. The residents and parents who had arrived that day were talking and living together like a true family, despite the distances, the types of classes of society to which they belonged, the simple fact that their children had a strong friendship, and Clara Issei, yes, forget those types of standards and live with normal people, and above all healthy and friendly coexistence, was being forged now with the parents of these. The day looked like it would be one of the best at the academy, without forgetting that Ashen and Hoppy had a pending duel at the end of classes, not counting that Ashen's mother had a surprise for both the academy and for her own son and daughter-in-law that she still did not know. Sydney, Australia. In one of the largest deserts in that country, a hooded figure was walking and immediately took out a cell phone and began to talk. Hello, mission accomplished, the Australian champion, Historia Rice has fallen, she said as she looked behind her and saw a blonde wearing a spring outfit lying on the floor, while her gaze was completely lost and her skin tone gradually turned pale. These were the same symptoms that the Hokkaido champion had when she was defeated by that other hooded figure. Another mission. Okay, said the hooded figure, who then hung up the call and looked at his instant messenger, which had shown him the funds so he could travel to the country and his victim. Seeing the information, he couldn't help but smile in a disgusting way. So Mexico, said the hooded figure, in which a blonde hair was revealed but on his face some strange marks were noticed. Another beautiful and succulent champion. I think I'll have more fun than with this faker, said the hooded figure as he left and enjoyed the photo of his next victim. Chapter 30. Cyber Encounter. Ashen vs Hoppy Part 1. After classes and after parents witnessed their beloved children's academic achievements, they were cordially invited to the official morning ceremony for the bearers of the cyber legacy. Obviously, this being a duel of promising magnitude and also from the famous Kitsune Hostel, but also famous for the bad people who live there, the parents accepted and went with their children to La Academia Stadium. And this was also the case with our heroes, and along with their parents who were going to the stadium, but were not going to the stands they usually used because the path they were taking was very different. The wide and crowded corridors were heading to their new destination. The men and fathers of the Kitsune group carried sweets to snack on, while they chatted pleasantly with the young ladies and mothers of the same group. So they're going to give us a VIP box, said Yukari as she saw a gold ticket. This was because of what happened in the duel between Issei and Gasper-chan, said Akeno, smiling. The manager of the stadium, as an apology for the mayor, gave us all tickets to occupy this VIP room, said the jet black-haired girl, who remembered how the mayor, who was in charge of order and discipline in the stadium, apologized non-stop. I'm surprised Penemu-sensei didn't fire him, Indra said, surprised, and I say this considering his lack of patience with mistakes. She is stern, but she is not so narrow-minded as to understand that this act was plotted by the duel elite, said Tatsumaki. Well, at least we're going to see our friends duel in a slightly more comfortable place, said Kenichi, while carrying the candy from both his love interests and his own mother. On the other hand, Issei's parents were chatting amicably with their son with Ravel, and for some reason Roswas, who were gradually getting closer to the brown-haired boy. The youngest noble son of the Hyoudou family told them about all the duels, all the experiences they had had at the academy, both the good and the bad, and how he resolved them with the help of his friends and his current girlfriend. Wow, son, for such a short time here in Kyoto, it's clear that you've matured, your problems have been resolved very well, said Issei's father, while carrying a combo of hamburger, nachos and orange soda. And despite the fact that your stay at the academy was in danger all this time due to the arrogance of those spoiled girls, you have emerged victorious, said Mickey, proud that her offspring put a stop to the ambitions of both Ria's and that daughter who refuses to recognize them and denies them as family. And that's not all, Mrs. Hyoudou Ravel said animatedly. Issei-sama has such a spectacular level of dueling that in the academy, they share a title with Ashen-san and Yukari-san that many first years want to have it, and it is the surprise rookie. Surprise rookie? Both parents of the brown-haired boy said with confusion. That title is given to rookies who manage to win their entrance duel, Ravel continued as they followed her group as they began to climb some stairs that led to the main hall for accessories to the VIP boxes, usually in the entrance exam for an initial duel, and almost 98% end up losing, but the examiners qualify some aspects during the course of the duel, and it depends on them whether they pass or not. Despite the result of said duel, but they managed to defeat some examiners who were considered unbeatable, said the blonde with drill pigtails, as she remembered those duels where Issei defeated Akeno, Ashen destroyed Ubeluna, and Yukari defeated Sareard, Bale's best duelist. And that's not all, Roswa said calmly. Both he and the boys are the talk of the town in the staff room. Their knowledge and participation in class exceed the expectations of my colleagues, including myself, who can't be too proud of having such dedicated students. That's my boy, said Goro Hyoudou happily while his mother wiped her tears, since his little girl turned out to be the opposite of what her older daughter is. But good things never last long because, coming out of one of the boxes, a chestnut with a hint of superiority. What the hell are some disgusting plebs doing in a VIP box? As if it were a bad joke, Kaylin Gremory appeared, coming out of another of the VIP boxes and looking at the Kitsune group along with her parents with great repulsion, as usual. Gosh, little sister, even with our parents here, you can't moderate your prosaic language. Issei said with a bored face. The aforementioned, upon hearing what the brown-haired boy said, made a further gesture of disgust, as if she smelled a public bathroom that no one cleans. She was going to answer him, but then, upon passing her eyes and focusing on Mickey and Goro Hyoudou, who looked stoic but with a face full of disappointment, a disgusting smile appeared on the younger brown-haired girl and she said. Don't get so carried away, Hyoudou. Just because you have the card of a duelist of great renown like Jack Atlas-sama, how is it possible that you have that dragon when it should be in the deck of someone as powerful as one Isama or me, said Kaylin, while proudly pointing at something that already bored the Kitsune group and me. Being the daughter of these beggars of life. Don't make me laugh, Hyoudou Issei said Kaylin mockingly and proudly pointing at Goro and Mickey. I am proudly the adopted daughter of a great visionary of the world of duels, Venelana Bale, that woman who made me open my eyes to this world and who promised me that this same world will bow to me and my true family. I am the proud sister of Ria's Gremory and the current world champion Sirzechs' Gremory. I am Kaylin Gremory. After the rather hurtful declaration by the brunette against her biological parents and her brother, the Kitsune group couldn't help but get angry at such a speech that denied any kinship of the brunette with her true family, not to mention the Hyoudou. Goro could only harden his gaze. Mickey for her part had a darkened look and a gesture of great regret, while Issei only sighed and shook his head at such reprehensible attitude from his older sister. Crawling Viper sign and said angrily. So you can thank them for the sacrifice and everything your parents have done to bring you here to this academy. Ungrateful scum, Aaron said, very indignant. She surely doesn't know that valuable concept, Aaron-san said Zazie. This proves that the idiocy of Venelana Bale and her favorite daughter are as contagious as the common cold, said Issei in the same way as Aaron. Not to mention the parents also started to give their opinions against one of the spoiled children at the academy. Hey girl, stop being so pitiful, you only reflect the poor education your so-called mother gave you, Zeta said with disdain. Seriously, is she one of those who makes their lives miserable, son? Kaneki-kan said incredulously. For me she's just a little girl who doesn't know how to change her diapers, said Jin Uzumaki quite stoically. Daughter, did you really have a spoiled superior? Fujimai said to her daughter Kaneko, who nodded with shame. You did well to leave that group. I wish your brother had been your example in due time. I had heard rumors about the behavior of Ria's supposed sister, said Forsyth Asterisk, but from what my brother Ajuka and my daughter Laisha told me, her behavior in person is actually much worse. The brown-skinned man, obviously listening to all the criticism and opinions from that group he hated so much, was going to respond with his usual arrogance, but. Please stop, said a voice that turned out to be Okasama dear, said Issei and Goro when they saw that the matriarch of the Hyoudou interrupted the offensive comments of the Kitsune group. Hearing this from her real biological mother, Kaylin had the brief notion that her biological mother would beg her to return with her and her real family, and if there is something that she developed with her stay in the Gremory group, especially being with Venelana for so long, it is to be cruel to her victims, and she loved to develop that very much. What's the matter, ma'am? Does it bother you that I insult and defend you, even though I know I can insult you just as much or much worse than this bunch of puppets put together? Do you think that with it I'll come back to you? You're very wrong, you only prove that you're an old and pathetic woman. Mickey, for his part, began to walk towards the VIP box, but not before saying a few words to the younger brunette without looking at her. Friends, let's go to our seats and there's nothing to complain about because as you all know I had a daughter, but unfortunately for me she's dead, said Mickey Hyoudou with venom in his voice. I only have a great and noble son of whom I'm fully proud, since the education we gave him at home shows it to this day, that brings happiness to my home and my family. With those words it was more than enough to hurt Kaylin inside. The fact that her mother would cut off any relationship with her current self, and the fact that they already thought she was dead, unconsciously made her eyes that remained in shock begin to shed traitorous tears, a pain that she hadn't felt in a long time welled up in her heart, static in the middle of the hallway, while the entire Kitsune group passed by her, some looking at her with pity and others with a smile of triumph. Seeing that the matriarch of the Hyoudou family didn't need to offend to silence one of the main obstacles in the academic life of the Kitsune group and also make him notice that anything with Kaylin would not be of the slightest interest in the Hyoudou family, since if she denied them for them she was already dead. Opening. Upon entering the VIP box, everyone was under uncomfortable attention because what was going to be a pleasant family experience was ruined by the presence of one of the spoiled brats from the DxD Academy. They settled into the leather armchairs and in some cases, men like Kenichi, Indra and Issei preferred to enjoy the duel standing up, obviously giving up their places to their relatives. Seriously, can't there be a day where they can't ruin a family experience for us? Noelle said frustratedly as she stuffed a handful of popcorn into her mouth. Come on, daughter, don't throw that kind of tantrum, eat more carefully or you'll get a rosette stuck in your throat, said Aesir, sipping on some cold tea. It's the last straw, he can't even have a shred of respect in front of his mother, or at least shut his mouth. Ravel said. Eyes, I know you're irritated with the presence of that girl, but I think we should put this little setback aside, Roswa said calmly. But Aoi said, but Leisha interrupted her and pointed to Mickey Hyoudou, who was a little dejected because the encounter with Kaylin had affected her considerably. Mom, are you okay? Issei said worriedly. Mother-in-law, are you okay? Said Akeno while her loving mother and her colossal father supported her. Yes son and dear daughter-in-law, everything is fine, said Mickey trying to sound calm and serene, but Goro asked for a countenance that he knew well from his wife, a false tranquility accompanied by a sad smile was drawn on her. The entire Kitsune team couldn't feel more sorry for the Hyoudou family, especially for Issei's mother, but they couldn't interfere in that family matter, because if there's one thing that's true. Dirty clothes are washed at home, and that was a problem that both the Hyoudou family and Kaylin had to solve, but the solution seemed very far away. But suddenly. Thump. The stadium lights went out and the shouts of excitement were heard without hesitation. It's about to start, Aoi's Aizen said seriously. Suddenly he took out his mobile phone and started recording it. Yusaku, I hope you're watching this live because your son and a descendant of the cyber legacy are going to face each other. But she wasn't the only one recording this encounter, as Shamir was also recording it for the delight of her teacher and adoptive mother Emma Besho, better known as Ghost Girl, who was in the Hong Kong neighborhood at the time. In another of the VIP boxes was Sona Citri, along with her team of duelists, accompanied by Saji Genshiro, Ryaku Saka, Tomo Meguri and Yuri Tsubasa of the first year, Tsubaki Shinra of the second year. Also accompanied by her older sister Serafal Citri, who not only came as the current champion of the Asian continent, but also as an advisor to her little sister's group of duelists. She, along with her little sister, were also interested in the Cyber's code duel, since as they are disciples of Ashen's mother, therefore they know the meaning of those two words. Nearby was Arthur Pendergan, who was also recording the duel live, but this one was directed at one person who was eager to see the match. London, England. In a typical English home and under a temperate climate, Mordred Pendergan was broadcasting on an 80-inch screen the live broadcast that his cousin was sending him through Facebook, accompanied by his parents who were also interested in the duel. Hell yeah. Mordred shouted as she saw the stadium darken while she raised her arms excitedly, but accidentally splashed lemon soda on her mom and cheese fries on her dad. Please behave, Mordred, or I'll turn that off for you, said the mother very sternly while holding a cup of hot tea in her hands. Chichiu? Said the little blonde with a pout. Come on Artoria, it's normal that our daughter is totally excited and more knowing that two of her former rivals are going to face each other, said the nervous man of the house. Mordred, be careful with what you do, he said, while cleaning up his little girl's little mess. Thank you Okasama, said Mordred, inverting the titles to his parents. Ah, you are too kind to our daughter Shiru, said the aforementioned with a smile. Mordred, behave yourself or I will give you a slap. Hi Chichiu, said Mordred happily. Returning to the DxD Academy. The darkness was only embittered by the screams of the students who were waiting for a great monster duel, while in the VIP box of the Kitsune group, everyone watched attentively the duel of their friends, hoping that Ashen and Hoppy could lessen the tension that Kaylin had generated with the Hyoudou family. Good evening ladies and gentlemen, said the presenter Momo Hanakai. Today we have an official duel between two duelists from the same dueling team, in which the winner will be the representative of said dueling team. On one side, we have the surprise rookie, who was able to defeat the former undefeated junior European champion, Razor Phoenix, introducing a Shen Phantom. Immediately the sound of a motorcycle began to be heard in the stadium, and in the blink of an eye he appeared riding his dark blue dual runner, with white trim. Obviously there were some cheers and boos throughout the stadium at the appearance of the surprise rookie. And her opponent coming from Sweden, carrying an enigmatic deck and more, in the words of her Scandinavian companions, a duelist who should not be underestimated and who goes all out, Miss Hoppy Timotheos. And instantly the brunette Redeed also appeared mounted on her dark green dual runner, contrasting with her jade green highlights, also wearing clothes of the same leather colors fitting her slender body, drawing a sigh or two from the male students. The rules are simple, both competitors will engage in a duel on the track that connects to the main avenue of Kyoto in such a way that it will return them to the duel stadium. The duelist who takes the first turn to the left will be the one who will have the first turn of the duel, the one who leaves his opponent with 0 life points wins. So all with me, let's start this duel. Both soloists, who were at the starting point, look into each other's eyes like fierce competitors. Whoever wins, there should be no hard feelings, said Hoppy. Same here, let it be a fair competition, said Ashen, holding out his hand, which the brunette accepted by shaking it. Bree, shouted Sona and Serafal. The first one's entourage was surprised since they were strangely more excited than usual. Two, Mordred shouted in London, equally excited. One, shouted the Kitsune VIP box. Ashen and Hoppy pushed them off the accelerator of their dual runners without respite and shouted. Riding dual acceleration. Ashen, 4000 LP. Hoppy, 4000 LP. The stadium screamed with excitement at the opening of a new official duel. Everyone saw the duelists mounted on their iron steeds compete at high speed. Everyone saw them leaving the stadium. The giant screens of the gigantic building began to broadcast the duel at high speed, since a helicopter from the same academy was filming them. Everyone was watching the duel and saw that they were approaching the turn to the left, seeing that Ashen had won the first turn. I will take the first turn. I summoned Draconid in attack mode, cards in hand. 4, said Ashen, summoning said monster. I activate Draconid's effect. When summoned normally I can summon a normal Cybers type monster of level 2 or lower from my deck to the field in defense position, said Ashen. Well, the dual disc gave him a card. Now I special summon Bitron. Immediately beautiful newly summoned by the black-haired man appears in a friendly manner, positioning himself next to the first monster he had summoned. I put a card face down, and my turn will end, cards in hand. 3, Ashen said. I thought you were going to do your link summon from the first turn, what are you plotting? Hoppy said mentally. Now my turn, I draw cards in hand. 6, said the red-haired brunette when she saw the card she had drawn and decided to play it. I will activate the effect of my Mathmic Circular card. Sending a Mathmic monster from my deck directly to the graveyard, I can special summon it, Hoppy said. Well, the dual disc gave her the card that she was going to send to the graveyard. Now I special summon my Mathmic Circular. He instantly emerged from what appeared to be a vortex of light in a fighting stance. Now the monster I sent to the graveyard is Mathmic Sigma. I will activate its effect in the graveyard. Since I have no monsters in the extra monster zone, I can special summon it, said Hoppy while the monster I had mentioned came out of another light portal brandishing its knife in a threatening manner. Now activate the effect of Mathmic Circular. How did I invent a Mathmic monster? Can I add a spell or trap card that has Mathmic in its name, said the red-haired brunette. Well, the dual disc gave her said card, cards in hand. 6, now I normal summon my Mathmic edition, cards in hand. 5. A third monster appeared next to the circular showing a Comer temple. In the Kitsune VIP box. They were all watching their friend from Sweden's play very closely. It seems that Hoppy will take this duel very seriously, said Leisha. Why do you say that? Said Kenichi, intrigued. As you know about Hoppy, outside of our circle of friends and the Kitsune hostel, she has a rather apathetic demeanor with everyone. That also includes the teachers she doesn't fully trust, and also the Japanese students who have tried to court her again and again, Zazie said, because she was present in those embarrassing moments. Some boys have even challenged her to duels to try to win her approval and go out with her. But not even that gets Hoppy's desire, and the only thing she receives from her is a look of contempt, and she leaves annoyed. But then why does he speak well to us? Said Gasper. I say that I have a somewhat regrettable past, and also because of the boys and because of Kenichi Shisho. Simple Gasper-chan, said Leisha. You have shown yourselves to be natural, and that is something that pleases both Hoppy and us. But the truth is I was very surprised that she challenged Ashen-san, Noel said, still impressed. And that is something extraordinary. Akeno said with concern. Well, yes, she doesn't usually challenge you to a duel, but I guess there's something that woke up inside her, continued Noel. And what would that be? said Yukari while feeling something inside her that she wasn't going to like very much. Shamir and also the twins Nai and Lee shared that same feeling. Although the first love escalates. Seeing the reactions of the black-haired team, someone with tones was the bomb, and it was none other than Chis's Gremory. What Miss Noel is trying to say is that Ashen San sparked real interest in Hoppy, although not intentionally. That's the funniest part, the older Reed said mischievously. The Swedish girls now understood why their friend had taken that action against the black-haired man. They were amazed that someone with that appearance, who was unlikely to have a partner, would start to be interested in a man. The boys from Japan took it the same way, but they were not going to expect Ashen to achieve such a difficult task, and the parents also laughed and congratulated the black-haired boy's adoptive mother, telling her that she would soon have a daughter-in-law, something that she remained stoic about. Although it would be more believable if she didn't have a tick in her eyebrow and several veins on her forehead. Well, she was clearly going to have a long talk with her son. But someone also shared Aoi's annoyance. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr destroy everything they had in their hands. The green-haired girl with pigtails crushed her soda bottle, the blue-haired twin was eating a chocolate bar, she was so angry that she ate all her candy with all its packaging, and the red-haired twin crushed the packaging of salty chips with her hands. Imagining that it was a Shen, and everyone swore that if she continued like that with that enormous strength, the only thing the older Redeed would eat would be fine powder of chips. Obviously the mothers of the three just laughed, they did not help at all because they said I will have a good son-in-law. Shamir for his part had a similar gesture to Aoi, but the tick he had was clearly in the corner of his lips. Obviously the four girls who were interested let out a war cry that scared the entire Kitsune VIP box. Ashien. Not only in the VIP box, the entire stadium remained silent at the scream of the four girls, and they swore that it was so loud that it could have been heard throughout Kyoto, or worse, that a kaiju had appeared in the city. Back to the writing duel. Now I overlay Mathmic Circular, Sigma and Addition overlay. Hoppy shouted as the monsters in this area turned into trails of light that launched themselves into the sky. I hope you're ready. Ashen XYZ summoning. Rank 4 appears per Mathmic Alimbertion. From the sky a mechanized being of golden color with cobalt-colored highlights began to descend with its 3 Ziz materials surrounding its entire body ready to fight. Now I will activate Alimbertion S effect by removing 3 XYZ materials. I can bring a level 4 Mathmic monster from my deck to my hand, said the red-haired brunette as she watched her newly summoned monster absorb the 3 materials that surrounded it, and immediately Hoppy's dual disc shone golden as it gave her one more card for her hand, cards in hand. 6. I move to battle phase. Alimbertion destroys Draconid. The XYZ monster launched itself like a rocket that has been attacking a Shen for a long time with a diagonal slash with its spear. Slash. Flawlessly destroys the black-haired cyber monster. GGGHGGG. While listening to how his life points were decreasing. 1400 equals 600. The Shen LP. 4600 equals 3400. Trap card activate. As usual in black, while the face-down card he had prepared was revealed on the field. Cyber speaking, the moment my life points take damage either by battle or by effect, I can add a level 4 or lower Cyber's monster to my hand, said the black-haired man, while offering said card, cards in hand. 4. Well, I'll end my turn by putting 2 cards face down, said the red-haired brunette as she put said cards on the field. You not bad Hoppy, I can say that I expect a lot from this duel, and I'm being honest. This is exciting me more than the duel I had with the Phoenix Bird, said Ashen smiling defiantly. Me too Ashen, I just hope that when I defeat you, you will be at Arthur Sen's office first thing in the morning to change the ownership of the dueling team, said Hoppy in the same way as his opponent. I'll allow you that, Hoppy-san, because to beat me you're going to have to use all your moves and your ingenuity, since I'm Playmaker's successor for a reason. Ashen said challengingly, accelerating his duel runner. Hoppy, as his opponent accelerates a little, decides to do the same to be face to face. The prelude to a fierce duel had now concluded, the climax and the outcome promised to be quite exciting and explosive, since not only the academy was witnessing the confrontation, but also some retired duelists were watching it, and also some of his disciples from the shadows were witnessing it. In order to honor his teachings and his legacy through those unique decks, is to give more than 100% in the duels. Chapter 31. Resolution Cybers. Ashen vs Hoppy Point. Final. A few moments before the start of the duel. In the most secluded VIP room of the stadium, the youngest Redeed of the dysfunctional Gremory family, beloved by the student community and the main thorn in the side of the Kitsune group, was answering a call on her cell phone and, judging by her face, she didn't seem to be receiving the best of news. Are you going home? How early? Okay, if anything happens, let me know and little Amado Ria said as she hung up the call seriously. This is one of the things I hate doing the most with the student council president watching pointless official duels, said the Redeed as she watched the two riders riding their duel runners appear on the track of the duel stadium. Unfortunately for the Redeed, she was usually totally alone with the members of the council and some teachers who accompany her. Since on Parents' Day, no one had come to see her or support her, since she had received 24 hours before that her father Zeodicus Gremory would be absent for personal reasons, when in reality he was tutoring Asia Argento and Zenobia Quarta for that day. Clearly her mother Venelana Naubale was prohibited from entering the academy. Her grandmother Chisis Gremory, to the pain of the pride of the arrogant younger Redeed, had offered to tutor her former team member, Gaspar Vladi. It sickened her to see her grandmother happily coexist with people who were not of her stature, and not to mention her brother, who did not show any sign of support since he had entered the academy, and obviously there was a great commotion, but he only showed himself as a tutor to one of his team members, who was none other than Hyoudou. The other members of the student council were taking the day off to be with their parents and enjoy the duel between members of the Kitsune group. Seeing all those people in the company of their families having a good time, but above all, seeing the smiles and warmth, made the Redeed begin to feel a strange emptiness inside her, along with a morbid jealousy at seeing such scenes. Why does it bother me to see them? Ria said with a cold look and hugging herself, highlighting her enormous breasts, while the unpleasant feeling invaded her heart while she watched the start of the duel between Ashen versus Hoppy. If despite having power, fame, great influence and wealth she felt that something was missing, but what was it? Without knowing that the answer was something that she was instilling in her by her father, her brother, her sister-in-law, her grandmother, but due to the influence of her mother, something in her refused to understand it. In his school bag, he takes out his deck and sees the first card and looks at it carefully. What am I missing? Said Riaz, looking irritably and compassionately at the card, as if she wanted it to tell her the answer to her painful loneliness. Opening. Hyoudou 1800 hours. The Grand Kyoto Avenue, where duelists usually circulated in official duels, both at the academy and in professional riding duels. It was covered in the lights and effects emitted by the hologram dueling system. The pavement had acquired a bluish hue, revealing that the track had also been modified for the training of official and professional duels. But the most important thing was the two riders mounted on their iron steeds who were getting into the duel, where the brunette, Redeed from Sweden, Hoppy Timotheos, had struck the first blow before her opponent, the surprise rookie and great successor to the legendary duelist and pioneer of Link summoning, Playmaker. His adoptive son, Ashen Phantom. Both at a speed of around 60 to 80 km per hour, were competing in a mix of motorcycle races without forgetting monsters that they had in mind. Each one was overtaking the other in a clear display of competition and agility. Hey Ashen, don't tell me that attack hurt you, said Hoppy with a mocking touch, but don't worry, when I have the leadership of the team, I will leave you the captaincy of this, since you are the most capable than Gaspar-chan, the Cola face, and the twin stinky cat faces. Ooh, of course, I would love to, said Ashen with ample playful sarcasm, although I would really like you to call him those nicknames in front of Nai, Lee and Yukari-chan, huh? Although my question is, why do you call girls and Gaspar by name like that? Hoppy, under her helmet, blushed slightly, although in her heart a feeling of unease and nothing pleasant arose. It was something that really bothered Hoppy when Ashen talked with the ex-Phoenix twins, and with Yukari above all. No, don't bother Ashen. Said Hoppy, very upset while looking away a little. Make your move. At your service, madam, said Ashen in a foxy manner, causing Hoppy's blush to increase slightly. Now my turn, draw, shouted Ashen, cards in hand. 5. I summon Link Streamer normally, cards in hand. 4. In a beam of light, a satellite-shaped monster appeared and immediately took flight over Ashen. Now I activate Bitrapper effect in my hand, discarding a level 2 or lower Cybers monster from my hand to the graveyard. I can special summon it, said Ashen, while the monster he mentioned in beam of light and now. As the monster I discarded for its summoning was Dotscaper, and thanks to its ability when sent to the graveyard or removed from play, it can be special summoned on the field, cards in hand. 2. And immediately a monster that seemed to have come from the Minecraft video game appeared in front of Ashen. Now I can activate the effect of my Link Streamer when I summon a Cybers type monster, whether normal or special. I can summon a data token. Everyone saw how they had arrived safely to their field with the 5 monsters. It only means one thing. This is going to start to get a little out of hand, Issei said, because he already knew his friend's play style, and he knew that it was going to be a big problem if the opponent let his friend freely summon his monsters. In London. The younger blonde gets excited when she sees her rivals move to beat. What will you do? Successor to the legendary Playmaker Sama. Mordred said excitedly, I would like to know how you will put my dueling partner in trouble. Artoria and Shiru were completely stunned to see their daughter's gesture, as it was very rare for her to show interest in someone, since she is too proud and haughty. They had only seen from their daughter shows contempt towards boys her age, towards adults who tried to ridicule her with her tomboy appearance and attitude, especially egotistical teachers who tried to humiliate her. She only showed respect to her father, mother, her cousins Arthur and Lefay, the latter of whom she cares for as if she were made of glass, and also considers her little sister. Back to Hyoudou. Now reveal the circuit to the future, shouted Issei, while the symbol of the link summon appeared in front of the male goblin. Conditions approved. The requirements for its summoning are 2 Cybers monsters, so I offer Bitripper, Dotscaper and Bitron. The mentioned monsters came out as trails towards the symbol of the link summoning, filling the upper, right and lower left arrows. Link summoning link 3 appears. Vector scare Archafian. Issei shouted, and immediately, a demonic-looking being appeared coming out of the summoning symbol. I'm moving on to the battle phase. Vector attacks. Pramathmical immersion, shouted Issei, pointing at Hoppy's monster. The link monster shot out like a rocket towards the mecha, and rays came out of his chest and shot towards the XYZ monster. Buam. Biwaya. Hoppy shouted as a shock wave from the attack made her stagger along with her dual runner, while her life points decreased. 2000 equals 400. Happy LP. 4000, 400, 3600. Activates Vector S effect by destroying a monster in battle. I contribute one of the monsters I'm targeting to summon the monster I just destroyed by battle, so it destroyed my data token. What? Hoppy shouted upon hearing the catastrophic effect of his opponent's link monster. The moment he said it, the Issei monster link with a fierce look sees the token monster and launches an electromagnetic wave and destroys it. And now Pramathmical immersion appears on my side of the field, said Issei, while Hoppy's XYZ monster now appeared on his side of the field. This is incredible. Issei Phantom not only destroyed his monster, but now he has it by his side, said Momo Hanakai to the stadium audience. This duel will possibly end in this turn. The stadium screamed excitedly at the surprise rookie's maneuver. The Kitsune group was surprised to learn that their little friend had a card with such an effect that was both useful and dangerous. That's our Issei, said the twins Nai and Lee at the same time, smiling. He has 2 monsters still waiting to attack. This duel is more than resolved, said Yukari proudly. This will teach Hoppy not to mess with our boss, said the green-haired girl. Everyone looked at the girls on the team with the black-haired boy with green streaks with strange looks and as if they were weirdos. I don't want to ruin your party for you girls, Shamir said seriously. It's true that it was a pretty clever move by my Issei, but you are omitting something that is in Hoppy-sen's field. Nai, Lee and Yukari focused their sight on the brunette Reed and saw something they weren't taking into account. 2 cards face down, the 3 girls said at the same time. Remember that this game is about surprises and at any moment it can turn around for any player, so if I were Issei I would think more than twice about attacking, said Roswas, and even more so if it's Hoppy. It's not advisable to underestimate her. The Swedish girls nodded at what their teacher said, leaving the Japanese boys wondering how strong the red-haired brunette is. Back to battle. I continue with my battle phase, Issei said determinedly. Link streamer attack Hoppy directly. The Cybers monster launched itself at the brunette and launched a beam from its abdomen, hitting the target. Ah! Hoppy complained as his dual runner spun on the pavement and his life points decreased. LP step, 3600, 1600 equals, 2000. LP. And now I will finish this duel, said Issei, looking at the newly summoned monster. Pramathmical immersion attacks Hoppy directly. You won't do it, interrupting Hoppy. Trap activate breakaway. With the cost of discarding a spell card from my hand, I can make your battle phase end and the effects of all the monsters that are on your field be negated. The Scandinavian girl's card launched a golden ray that hit the monsters of Playmaker's successor, leaving them stunned. Damn, Issei said very quietly. I place a card face down and that will be it. Cards in hand. 1. In London. What the hell? Mordred shouted upon seeing what Hoppy did. Why didn't he activate the card at Ishei's first attack? That way he would have saved his life points. He received an unnecessary attack. Artoria and Shiru, who were also watching the duel, shared the same thought as their daughter. I guess he was trying to play with his opponent's mind, Shiru said, but I agree with Mo-chan, he took unnecessary damage. And this could cost him the duel, said Artoria, while she calmly drank her tea. If Hoppy-san doesn't finish the duel this turn, that daring act will cost him dearly. You can't afford to take unnecessary damage, because sooner or later it will cost you. The Pendragon and Mia family agreed with the matriarch's thinking. Back to Hyoudou. Both riders mounted on their steel steeds were entering the DxD Academy Stadium again, and the overwhelming crowd that screamed excitedly came down. The Swedish Reed was starting her next turn. My turn, draw, shouted Hoppy, cards in hand. 5. Trap activate Mathmic Superfactorial. You make this trap card, I can special summon 3 Mathmic monsters with different names from my graveyard to my field. At that, Hoppy's dual disc gives her 3 cards from her graveyard, she takes them and puts them on the field. Reborn again Sigma, addition and circular Hoppy ordered and in 3 beams of light appreciating small Cybers monsters from his graveyard. Now I will activate one of the effects of my trap card with those monsters that I just summoned. I can summon an XYZ monster immediately, so I overlay addition, circular and Sigma overlay. Everyone was stunned by the brunette's maneuver, Ashen for his part remained alert to any tricks. XYZ summon rank 4 appears Promathmic Laplation. Immediately a dark mecha warrior with bright golden colors appeared in the sky, landing in front of its summoner and taking a teaching position of obedience. Now activate the effect of Laplation by removing the 3 XYZ materials. I can activate its effects. I will send a monster from your side of the field to the graveyard, and in this case it is Vector Scare Archfiend. I can also send the only card you have in your hand to the graveyard, and I can also send the only card you have from your spell and trap zone. I don't think so, Hoppy said. A Shen magic card activate Sign It Backdoor. What does this card do? I can select one of my Cybers monsters that are on my side of the field and remove it, and so I select Vector Scare Archfiend. And just as he said, Ashen's Link monster dissipated into particles. And now I will activate one of the effects of my magic card Sign It Backdoor. I can add a Cybers monster with an attack equal to or lower than the monster I removed from the game, said Ashen, while the dual disc gave him said monster. Very clever, Ashen, to save 2 cards from your field, but the card in your hand will not be saved from going to the graveyard, Hoppy said seriously. Ashen without hesitation discards that card to the graveyard. Now I normally summon Mathmic Division, said Hoppy, while another mecha warrior appeared with a large Nanagata. It will activate the division effect. I contribute one of my monsters that is in the extra deck zone and summon a Mathmic monster from my hand and graveyard. I summon Mathmic Sigma from my graveyard and Mathmic Multiplication from my hand, cards in hand 4. 2 beams of light appeared in front of Hoppy, and 2 mecha warriors appeared. In the stands of the Kitsune group. Hoppy's friends, seeing the maneuver that her friend did, said. He's going to summon his monster, Ace Noel said. If Ashen doesn't do anything he'll lose this duel in a crushing way, said Laisha. What do they mean? Shamir said, equally worried about the X-Phoenix twins and Yukari. That Hoppy is going to invoke the reason why she is quite feared, said Aoi very seriously. She carries a monster that is only used in quite critical moments, and it has been her card of many victories. Everyone was attentive to the redeed. Back to battle. Ashen, let me tell you that this has been one of the most entertaining duels I could have faced, Hoppy said calmly, and you are clearly worthy as the great successor to my master's rival, so for obvious reasons, you have my respect. You too, Hoppy said Ashen smiling under the helmet he wore. There is no doubt that the successors of Soulburner are extremely bold and brutal when it comes to dueling. I'm flattered by your words, but now I'm going to end this duel, said Hoppy. I defeat my level 4 Mathmic Sigma Turner monster, along with my level 4 Mathmic Division monster, and my level 4 Mathmic Multiplication monster Tunning. Everyone in the state was stunned by the red-haired brunette's maneuver. What? Some students said. The level 12 Synchro monster? Said the stupefied parents of the students. And in the VIP room, Riaz was impressed by the play of the girl from Sweden, obviously awakening great interest in what was going to be. And not to mention the Kitsune boys, they were all in shock upon learning of their friend from Sweden's great maneuver, but the ones who remained relatively calm were her friends and her teacher Roswas, since they knew what monster she was summoning. The only one who remained calm was Aoi Seizun, because despite showing apparent calm, she didn't take her eyes off her child. Back to Kyoto Avenue. Mathmic Sigma had become 4 rings of light, while the other Hoppy mecha monsters entered said rings. Great warrior, that science has given us, may the fire of your sword guide me to my goal. Synchro summon appears level 12. Geomathmic Final Sigma. Hoppy named his monster. Boom. A torrent of fire appeared behind her, from which a colossal silhouette began to emerge, revealing the monster that was slowly being consumed by the fire. The Synchro monster looked like a mecha straight out of the Gundam series. It appeared to be floating above the Swedish duelist. Everyone was impressed by such a monster of dimensions. But what is that? Yukari shouted upon seeing the tremendous mass of metal and technology that Hoppy had summoned. It's literally the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life, said Kenichi impressed. This really surpasses the biggest and scariest monsters I've faced in my professional life, Barakiel said nervously. Daughters, if you are going to conquer the next one, I recommend that you put a lot of effort into your studies, and the duels, Ada said nervously to both twins, because each generation of duelists is impressing me more. Everyone in the Kitsune group's VIP box was really worried about Ashen and impressed by Hoppy. In the VIP box where Riaz was, the Redeed also shared the same feeling with her antagonist and instinctively salivated upon seeing such a circular contraption on the streets of Kyoto. In London. The Pendragon and Mia family were also impressed by Hoppy's grand summoning, so much so that Artoria choked slightly on her hot tea, Shiru fell off the bench where he was watching the duel, and Mordred grimaced in disbelief at what he was seeing. Back to the duel. Shen was totally impressed by the monster his opponent had summoned. Now you'll see why I'll tell you that I'm going to finish this duel now. Activate the split effect. When it's used as a synchro summon material, I can select one of my opponent's monsters and split its attack in half, so I choose Link Streamer, Hoppy said seriously. From inside Final Sigma appeared the silhouette of Mathmic Division, launching itself towards the Ashin effect monster, causing it to experience that effect. Link Streamer equals 1602 equals 800 ATK. Now I activate the effect of multiplication. If it was used as material for a synchro summon, I can double my monster's attack, so Final Sigma has 6000 attack points. Now the silhouette of the aforementioned mecha monster merged with the colossal synchro monster that began to emanate fire around it, indicating the increase in attack. And you know what's the best thing about Shen? Well, he's in the zone. He can't be affected by card effects except for Mathmic cards, and any damage inflicted in battle to a monster will be doubled, Hoppy sentenced. At the DxD stadium. At the Swedish students' maneuver, they shouted excitedly because even though neither of the two duelizers were to the liking of the student community, they celebrated the fact that someone was finally going to beat one of the surprise rookies. In the VIP box of the Kitsune group. Hearing everything Hoppy said, concern was present in the friends of the contenders, but in the girls interested in Shen, a grimace of terror took hold of them. Double damage? Shamir said incredulously. Immune to the effects while they are in the monster zone of the extra deck. Nai said, terrified. So if he attacks Shen's weakest monster he will receive damage of, said Yukari, just like the teacher. 10,400, Issei said impressed. It's something that I won't be able to avoid, our friend, said Indra. At least let's be thankful that Hoppy-san is our friend, said Issei. They were all deep in thought as an uneasy feeling welled up in them, knowing that the surprise rookie Shen Phantom was going to have a crushing defeat. But the ones who weren't at all happy about this were practically the twins Nai and Lee, along with Captain Yukari, being the subordinates of the team Breaking Cat. Not even in their wildest dreams would they accept it. They could only helplessly watch the defeat of their interest, clenching their fists and teeth as tears streamed from their eyes. The mothers of the aforementioned could only look on with regret at the emotional suffering they were going through. Back to the duel. I'll move on to my battle pass. Geomathmic Final Sigma destroy Link Streamer. Shouted the red-haired brunette triumphantly, pointing at her opponent's weakest monster. He went against the satellite-shaped monster, while fire sprang from his sword. Shen just remained crestfallen while he watched as his opponent's monster has gone like a rocket. Perfect trigonometric cut, Hoppy stated. But the downward slash, Final Sigma plans his sword against Link Streamer. The monster Shen effect shattered into thousands of pieces as a huge explosion covered the battle zone. At the stadium. Everyone fell silent. It seemed that the duel had ended in a crushing fashion against the surprise rookie. It's over, said some students. The surprise rookie has been defeated. Wish to happy sophomore girl. This is wonderful, said a third-year boy now. Woo. The shout of joy and glory was heard throughout the stadium upon learning that one of the most hated students had finally succumbed to someone, everyone shouting Hoppy's name as if she were a war heroine. But in the VIP box of the Kitsune group, several mixed feelings were sprouting in our protagonists. Amazement at the great plays made by the Swedish redeed, but tension and resignation on the part of her first-year friend. But who are totally furious and sad were Nai, Lee, Yukari and Shamir, seeing their love interest succumb to the astrological power of Hoppy. How could you lose? Yukari said furiously as tears streamed from her eyes. Daughter, said the mother of the sad girl. You are a huge idiot, Shen Nai said furiously. Don't think we're going to forgive you for this, said Lee, just like her twin sister. Shamir was in the same situation as his three rivals, but he had to lead by example by controlling his emotions, but inwardly he cursed his little love interest. No one said anything to what the girls interested in Shen were saying, an awkward silence emerged in that box. This duel is not over, said a voice which reflected Aoi Seizun, who did not take his eyes off the screen. But Hoppy's synchro monster has successfully destroyed his son's weakest monster, said Kenichi incredulously. I know that, boy, Aoi said stoically, but there is something you haven't noticed. Did you hear that my son's life points have decreased? Everyone, upon hearing what Shen's adoptive mother had said, looked at both the screen and the scoreboard, something that the entire state was ignoring, because they thought that the surprise rookie's defeat was imminent, and indeed Shen's life points were intact, but what had the surprise rookie done to do that? On Kyoto's main avenue. Thinking he had won the duel, he smiled triumphantly under his helmet, but just like Aoi, he didn't hear his opponent's life points drop to zero, and much less the horn of the end of the duel sounded. Looking out of the corner of his eye, he saw what happened until It's a good thing I had this card in my hand and the play worked, said Ishen's voice. While he was next to his duel runner, he appeared in the explosion he had committed in sync with the red-haired brunette. What do you mean? Said the red-haired brunette, incredulous that her attack didn't hurt her. Well, in my hand I had a monster that came out at the last moment, my life points, and it is Rescue Interlancer, Ishen said calmly. When a Cybers monster that is on my side goes to the field battles against an opponent's monster, in the damage phase one can discard it, and any battle damage is nullified. But it's impossible, my monster is supposed to be immune to effects, said Hoppy incredulously. That's true, any effect that affects him, but the one I discarded is not the case, since its effect is on my life points and does not affect your monster, Ishen said calmly. Everyone in the stadium, while celebrating the supposed defeat of Ishen Phantom, heard the explanation of Playmaker's successor, which silenced the celebrations. Hoppy was totally impressed because her opponent, the boy who had sparked her interest, had managed to survive an attack that had no hope of coming out with any life points intact, but a satisfied smile appeared on her face. The interest in Playmaker's successor was intensifying even more. My shift is over, Hoppy said resignedly. Activates the second effect of Rescue Interlancer. If this beautiful monster was discarded by its own effect, I can special summon it from my graveyard, said Ishen, as said monster appeared while at the same time the lights it emanated rotated like an ambulance siren. Now it's my turn to draw, Ishen said while seeing the card he drew. I couldn't help but smile. Hoppy, it was a very entertaining duel, and she is clearly an impressive duelist, Ishen said honestly. Hey, your words won't dampen the intensity next time, believe me you won't be saved, Hoppy said mockingly. You're right about something, Hoppy, there won't be a next turn, but for you, said Ishen smiling calmly. First, because of the effect of Signet Backdoor Vector Scare Archfiend will return to my field in the main monster zone, said Ishen, while the Link monster that he had removed appeared in the place where Link Streamer was, and more so having this card in my hand, I'll be able to win this duel. I summon Rom Claudia. And immediately a monster in the form of a sheep appeared. Hoppy, beautiful memories that you made me discard from my hand, thanks to the effect of Laplation, Ishen said while Hoppy nodded. I thank you for having done me that great favor, because you see when Rom Claudia is normal summoned, I can select a level 4 or lower Cybers monster from my graveyard and add it to my hand, so I can add latency from my graveyard, and thanks to its effect, when it is added from the graveyard to my hand, I can special summon it. And next to the sheep-like boy appeared another monster with the appearance of a small angel while holding his Herglis. Now reveal the circuit that the future wants us to, said Ishen. Well, the Link symbol appeared. The requirements for the summoning are 2 monsters that are not Link, so I offer Latency and Rescue Interlancer. Both cyber monsters become trails of light, launching themselves towards the symbol. Link summon appears. Link 2. IP Imasquerina. From the summoning sign, a young girl appeared wearing leather clothes with fluorescent trim. On her head, she wore what appeared to be a headband helmet in the shape of cat ears, and obviously an artificial cattail, while she landed on the pavement and began to roll on her skates. What are you trying to do, Ishen? Hoppy said, without processing the play his opponent was making. I assure you that your skater will not be able to destroy my Mathmic. Is that what you think? Ishen said without losing his smile. First, activate the effect of latency, as it was sent as a material monster for a Link summon. I can draw a card, cards in hand. 1, and now reveal the circuit that takes us to the future. Everyone saw the mark of the Link monsters again. Hoppy did not feel anything good in a subsequent Link summon. The requirements have been met for its summoning. I require 2 or more modes that have been summoned from the extra deck, so I'm going to use Vector Scare Archfiend, your Promathmic Alimbertion and IP Masquerina as 2 materials. What? Said Hoppy incredulously. In the VIP area of the Kitsune group, they were now impressed by what Ishen was doing. 4 materials, Akeno said impressed. He's going to summon a monster, Laisha said nervously. From Link 4. Said Forsyth Asterisk. Everyone saw that Playmaker's adopted son was going to do something totally impossible. The fact that he saved himself by a few life points and from a crushing defeat was already worthy of admiration, but by doing something totally difficult, it already far exceeded their expectations. But before that, 4 girls couldn't contain their desire to scream for their romantic interest, while a smile appeared on their lips. Let's go, Ishen. Shouted Yukari, Nai, Lee and Shamir, sending manners and professionalism to hell. Back to battle. The Link symbol began to give off a bluish trail of light and from which a human silhouette began to descend. Herrero que porta la esperanza de un mundo sin futuro revelade ante las encados y guianos la victoria invocation. Link 4. Mech Knight, Crusadia Avramax. At the mention of his name, Ishen, the silhouette that was still in the wake of light, took out his sword and with a slash of his own, revealed the intimidating Cybers warrior. The entire DxD stadium was shocked to see that the surprise rookie had summoned a monster with a summon that was highly complex. The VIP room where the Kitsune team was amazed by the new Ishen monster. That monster is really amazing, Ravel said impressed. It's great. Gasper shouted with stars in his eyes. What a way to use the opponent's monster, said Fujimai Taoju, perplexed. Using it to summon one or more strong ones from your extra deck is worth mentioning. I keep mentioning it each time. The following generations of duelists surprise me more, said Tatsumaki, smiling, satisfied of having seen a good monster duel. It's a shame that my sister decided to retire prematurely from dueling and has decided to marry her bald husband. She is missing a spectacle worthy of her eyes. Pay attention everyone, we don't know the details of the new monster that Issei-kun summoned, said Akeno, intrigued. Everyone there remained silent to find out the next action of the surprise rookie. Back to the duel. Both Cybers-type monsters confronted the mule summoned by the red-haired brunette against the imposing warrior by the surprise rookie. They couldn't stop looking at each other, eagerly containing the desire to destroy each other. Hoppy, I keep mentioning that I thank you for the great duel you gave me, but this turn is the last, Issei said serenely. What would your knight from a Funko Pop box do? Hoppy said, don't tell me you're going to send him crashing into my monster, they have the same attack points. I'm moving on to the battle phase, Issei interrupted Hoppy. Avramax attack Geomathmic Final Sigma. Everyone was shocked at the order Issei had given to his monster Link. What are you doing? Shouted a girl from Scandinavia. What is literally going to be a tie, said a third-grade boy. Such a good monster and to be wasted in such a stupid way, said Murayama with great disdain. With our friends. They were also very surprised at what Issei was doing and they all had a question in their heads. What do you want? In London. The Pendragon and Mia family were also perplexed as to what Playmaker's successor was going to do. What the hell is that idiot doing? Mordred shouted. I don't understand you, you're going to cause a tie, said Shiru. Artoria, who had the coolest mind, analyzed the situation. There must be some reason why Issei-kun sent his monster to attack. I don't think he's that stupid to cause a pointless tie. The words of the matriarch of that family silenced Mordred, and yes, she was quite right, there must have been some reason for said Link monster to get involved in a battle against the colossal Synchro monster. Back to Kyoto. Avramax wielded his gigantic blade and shot out like a trail of light towards Hoppy's colossal mecha monster. What are you trying to do? You're just going to bring about the destruction of both monsters, Hoppy said, caught off guard by her opponent's actions. I'm sure you foolishly handed me the duel with that action. So you think, my lady, said Issei without losing his calm. Now I'm going to activate Avramax's effect. When battling a monster that was specially summoned, Avramax gains attack points against my opponent's monster. What? Hoppy said, impressed, as she watched Avramax, who was gaining the 3000 attack points that her Synchro monster had. At that, the swords of Final Sigma and Avramax collided. Final Sigma recovers and launches a thrust towards the Link monster, but he dodges it quickly and suddenly. Shum. The sound of metal being torn apart and cut was heard. Avramax and Final Sigma stood still, but suddenly. Bruum. The upper part of the Sigma end began to fall to the ground, which suddenly became immolated. The lower part of the mecha monster's hips also fell to the ground, immolancing themselves and exploding. Hoppy was in shock for a moment, her foolproof strategy to achieve victory had been stopped for the first time. All that remained was to contemplate that her strongest and rarest card had been destroyed before her eyes, but something in her didn't make her feel bad or frustrated at having lost. In fact, she felt satisfied. Heh. Not bad, Ashy boy, said Hoppy, smiling while the blush on her cheeks increased, and at the same time the sound of her life points fell to zero and the horn of the end of the duel sounded in the stadium. 3000 equals 3000. Step LP 2000 minus 3000 equals 0 LP. The stadium was speechless at the great comeback that the surprise rookie had made. They couldn't believe that he wasn't against the ropes, and in a few moments he had managed to defeat his opponent. Winner. Shouted the voices of 4 girls, and everyone saw the origin of those voices, which was in the VIP box, and saw Yukari, Nai, Lee and Shamir celebrating the great victory of the owner of their hearts. And before this magnificent exhibition, the first to recognize the victory of the surprise rookie were the parents, who stood up and began to applaud, then the girls from Scandinavia and the members of the student council, and everyone who did not hate the Kitsune group, who also applauded and cheered both duelists, and shortly after were the other Japanese students, who did so more reluctantly than for anything else. Issei and Hoppy arrived at the stadium, stopping at the finish line and proceeding to take off their helmets, revealing both duelists sweaty and exhausted but satisfied. I hope we make a great team, Issei said, extending his hand. Just don't leave me the heavy things, boss, said Hoppy, shaking his hand, but taking carelessly the Playmaker's successor pulls him towards her and with the other hand grabs Issei's face and suddenly. Man. Everyone was shocked to see the great audacity of the girl from Sweden as they saw Hoppy giving Issei a kiss on the lips while he was still unaware. A deafening scream echoed throughout the stadium. They couldn't believe that the woman who had cornered the surprise rookie was now struggling to reward him with a big kiss, surprising, but still a big kiss. But the reactions from our protagonists made us wait, from Issei, and Gasper. They made faces of surprise, and a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Kenichi, Aaron, Indra, and the parents of the Kitsune team burst out laughing at their friend's feat. On the part of the women, like Akeno, she only limited herself to saying, "Ara very red and nervous." Kaneko and Ravel turned so red at their friend's maneuver that they only limited themselves to saying "Hoppy perverted senpai." The other girls like Seinen, Izumi, Saya, Yami Tatsumaki, and Ryuko only limited themselves to smiling, obviously blushing. But the Scandinavian girls, there was also a slightly more concealed reaction to a body, as if they had seen something that was not going to happen in 1,000 years, as in the case of Noelle, Leisha and Zazie were left with their jaws completely petrified when they saw their friend's action. But with 4 girls in particular. Shamir, Yukari, Nai and Lee were starting to growl like rabid animals and saying that their bodies seemed to be breathing fire while their eyes were shining like menacing blondes. "Hey, what do you mean we should get out of here?" Gasper made you very nervous when he saw the heavy aura that the 4 girls mentioned above gave off. I think you're right," said Issei in the same way as his classmate. The Kitsune group began to withdraw in silence, leaving the 4 girls in that VIP box, since they had leaned their faces against that glass with their hands and were exerting so much pressure that they began to crack, said glass from the fury they felt when they saw that home-wrecking cat had dared to kiss them in front of everyone. The 4 of them inhaled air and screamed furiously. "The Shen Phantom, you're an idiot." Ignoring that scream that silenced the entire stadium, the winning duelist was still processing that kiss that the red-haired brunette had given him. "I hope you take responsibility for my first kiss, ashy boy," said the red-heated brunette, very red and happy, as she proceeded to retreat to the locker room. It was a great day for Shen. He managed to defend the ownership of that team and showed his quality as a duelist in that Cyber Legacy duel, but what he didn't know is that arriving at the Kitsune hostel, he would face a much greater challenge, and that would be taming some really furious women, but above all, it is giving a good explanation to that woman he loved so much, but also at the same time feared, since she could turn into an Oni when she reprimanded him, that is. He had to give a good explanation to his mother, Aoi Seizen. Chapter 32 Awkward Moments at the Hostel. Kitsune Hostel 2100 hours. The aroma of simmering miso, freshly cooked rice, and grilled meats wafted gently through the main dining room of Hostel Kitsune. The tatami tables were laden with traditional Japanese dishes, golden tempura, glazed salmon, and steaming udon ready to be devoured by the diverse guests gathered on that curious evening. Despite the visual feast, the atmosphere was not entirely harmonious. At the main table, Issei Hyoudou laughed as if life were perfect, serving rice to his mother while his father patted him proudly on the back. "That's it, kid. A champion with good manners," shouted Goru while his wife Miki smiled excitedly. To one side, Akeno Himejima brought him a plate with a sweet smile, although her gaze was not as soft when she crossed paths with Ravel Phoenix, who was arranging the brown-haired boy's napkins and clothing with an impeccable smile. Kenichi Uzumaki fervently devoured a mountain of meat lovingly roasted by Tatsumaki and Saya Takagi, as if he were on a culinary diplomatic mission. Indra Dragnell drank his tea in silence next to his mother, maintaining a stoic calm. Kaneko chewed slowly while Gasper pointed at her without thinking twice and ate some vegetarian ramen. The Shen-san, he's surrounded by pretty girls. 5. A sharp slap on the head from Kenichi sent him straight into silence, but in the background, at a narrower side table, the true tectonic plates of chaos were beginning to shift. Nai and Lee, synchronized as if they shared a soul, puffed out their cheeks while furiously swallowing rice. Each glance they threw was a dagger, while Zeta, their mother, could not help but laugh at her daughter's actions. Yukari Komori, trying to maintain her smile, had the expression of someone trying hard not to burst out. Shamir Neverin chewed with military slowness, his pupils as sharp as blades. Sona Citri, straight and composed, handled her teacup with such precision that it was evident she was controlling her anger. Serafol Citri, with a star-shaped mashed potato, twirled her spoon. "The Shen-kun is in deluxe bando mode," she sang, her pupils shining as if she had already prepared the wedding altar. And then, there he was, a Shen Phantom, the epicenter of the whirlwind, sitting between the two worlds. That of friends and that of compressed emotions about to explode. His posture was straight, his face serene, but his soul had already written its will. At his side, with a melancholic smile and a voice as soft as the spring wind, huddled an unexpected figure. Api, her long red hair resting on a Shen's shoulder, clung to his arm with a tenderness as sincere as it was invasive. "The Shen, are you okay?" Hapi asked, resting her cheek against him sweetly. "Is my boyfriend uncomfortable?" Fling. The sound of a spoon breaking in the background was subtle, it was because Sona had just broken hers. Shen turned his face slightly, a couple of drops of sweat running down his forehead. "Yes, I'm fine," said the surprised rookie with a voice that seemed to recite an ancient curse. Hoppy sighed in relief and hugged him tighter, but behind him, the entire room vibrated with the energy of 6 hearts on the verge of collapse. "Boyfriend?" Nai and Lee shouted in explosive whispers, almost in stereo. As she said it so calmly, Yukari stammered. "Dirty strategy, very dirty," Shamir muttered. "This is illegal on 3 continents," Ona said. "Nobody beats me in sticky cuteness," Ravel squealed, squashing her mashed star. Shen tried to avoid looking towards the end of the dining room, but his survival instinct was no stronger than his sense of tragedy. He turned his eyes slowly and saw her. Aoi Seizan. Standing motionless, arms crossed, icy gaze around her, the air grew heavy, a shadow looming behind her, formed by everyone's imagination. The silhouette of a medieval guillotine and an oni wielding a club with sacred kanji that read strict education. The Shen's mother, his general, his living punishment. He gulped, wanting to get up, run away, faint, or summon a dark hole. But all he did was smile in suppressed panic while Hoppy lovingly arranged his hair. "Do you want me to give you a massage, my love?" the red-haired brunette said with dangerous tenderness, enjoying the chaotic scene. The Shen didn't reply because his mother was looking at him and the verdict had already been handed down, and because of that, the Kitsune Inn dining room no longer seemed like a place of rest. Aoi Seizan walked in the center, standing like an emperor on trial. In front of her, he snapped his fingers and immediately, the 6 love candidates waited in a line, like soldiers about to face a suicide mission. For his part, Shen sat behind them, like a prisoner awaiting his fate. Aoi raised a finger with majesty. "Each of you will have 30 seconds to say why you think you would be a good match for my son," said Aoi with obvious irritation. 30 seconds. Serafal exclaimed, "I need 30 minutes minimum, teacher." But Aoi looked sternly at the Asian champion. 30 seconds, Shen's mother said, while Yukiana formed behind Aoi as if she were threatening to attack Serafal, "and that's if you don't interrupt me again." Serafal straightened up like a celestial soldier. Everyone in the hostel got comfortable as if they were watching new episodes of Dr. Polo's Case Closed program. They grabbed food, drinks, desserts to enjoy the chaos that Shen created for being absent-minded, and the spark that detonated everything, his victory against Hoppy Aoi as the judge began. "Primera. Serafal Citri Ordeno Aoi. I'm the dueling champion of the Asian continent." Serafal began while striking poses trying to gain points. "I'm adorable, strong, and I can brighten a Shen-kun's life every day, master." Also, she turns theatrically. "I want to marry him and Sotan to complete my ideal marriage." Awkward silence. Aoi narrowed her eyes at what the now nervous Serafal said. "Are you openly admitting that you want a double marriage?" "Yes, Madam Mother-in-law," Serafal said, being honest with Aoi, but she threw a sharp dart at her with her gaze, and Serafal felt the edge of her gaze, making her bathe in more sweat. From the back table, Issei elegantly drank his tea with his mother Rei. "The champion has energy," she said while her mother nodded. Beside him, Seinen Asada looked down from her holographic visor and commented dryly. "But that level of enthusiasm, I'm surprised Shen hasn't hidden in the woods yet." "Second S, Naiwili," ordered Aoi. "The Shen-kun is our sunshine," they shouted in unison. "We rise together, we breathe together, we love him together. If you separate us, the universal balance collapses. And if he leaves, we will cry and sink." Aoi didn't reply, she just offered them a calculator. "What is the square root of 361? Aoi said quickly. -13, they both shouted at the same time. Aoi nodded, satisfied. "At least they have coordination," he said, smiling at the twins, while Zeta gave him a thumbs up, very proud of her offspring. From the back, Lasana Strauss, Indra Dragnell's mother, whispered in a playful tone. "I wouldn't be surprised if those two magically fused as part of their courtship technique." Forsyth Astereth, with a glass of wine in his hand, commented sarcastically. "If I leave them for 5 more minutes, they'll form a musical trio and a union." "Third. Yukari Komori," Aoi ordered, looking at the surprised rookie who jumped nervously. The girl swallowed and moved forward. "The Shen-kun helped me when I was lost," said Yukari, starting to lose a little of her fear. "He gave me back my confidence. I don't need him to choose me now, I just want to be by his side as long as I can. And if he lets me give him the same thing he gave me." There was a silence, even Aoi seemed to think for a second. "Name of the deck you used against Ravel Phoenix?" asked Aoi. "Gladiator Beast," Yukari answered without hesitation. "Approved," said Aoi. Fujimai Taoju, from his seat, gently patted Kaneko, who was expressionlessly eating mochi. "Look, that's how you talk when you don't need to shout." Munya, Kaneko replied. "Fourth. Shamir Nevranawar said, looking at the prefect. Shamir took a step forward. "I have no experience in love," Shamir said bluntly, "but I do know how to take care of my own. If Shen were hurt, I would take care of him." If he were lost, I would find him if someone hurt him. Would you look for him to get revenge? Aoi said, raising an eyebrow. No, Shamir said with a dead look. I would make it disappear. Aoi smiled for the first time at what Shamir said. She just said. Approved. Zazireinide, still recording, murmured to her internal broadcast. Shamir Neverend, wife material category, S rank. Said the white-haired brunette girl from Sweden. Ashen's going to need some kiss-proof armor, Aaron said, laughing at his poor friend. Fifth. Sona Sitri, said Aoi, looking at the vice president of the student council. Your son, Ashen, is intelligent, brave, and admirable, Sona said, adjusting her glasses. I respect him not only as a duelist, but as a person. And while I can't compare myself to others emotionally. But you want to marry your sister too? Aoi interrupted, glancing at Seraphil. And no. Sona cried, almost choking and embarrassed by her sister. That's her idea, teacher. Okay, come in, Aoi said without hesitation. While everyone was arguing amongst themselves about the partial results, Ashen slowly began to slide her chair back millimeter by millimeter, soft footsteps without raising suspicion, until her foot collided with a pot of soup. It fell with a plonk. Everyone turned around. Ashen, sweating, raised his hands as if he had just been caught in a mugging. I was just going for more tea, said the surprised rookie as he quickly grabbed a disposable cup and poured himself a portion of the boiling infusion. Aoi said nothing, just snapped her fingers, and thanks to the power of motherly love, Ashen reappeared in his place as if he had never moved. That was a bad escape attempt. Sector security level, Issei muttered to Yami. I should have used real mirror force, said Simon, feeling very sorry for his friend. This boy needs more than strategy. He needs an ancestral blessing. Forsyth Asterisk burst into laughter. The dining room was silent. Finally, Hoppy, said Aoi, looking at the red-haired brunette. Me too, I want to stay by your side, Hoppy said without hesitation. I don't have many male friends, since they all just look at me like I was a piece of meat, but Ashen made me feel special. Your mother, may hate me, she glanced at Aoi, but if you really want to protect me, you should accept that I can also do what is happy. After listening to every statement, every pout, every attempt at loving justification, Aoi Seizin remained upright, her expression a mixture of disappointment and calculation. Beside her, Ashen slowly lowered her head, as if facing an inevitable execution. The girls waited tensely. The mother observed each one in silence for a few seconds. The murmurs grew, but all the girls who were waiting for the resolution of their prospective mother-in-law saw Hoppy a little badly, because she was very direct with the elf. Have you convinced her? Yukari whispered. Was that a diplomatic criticism? Sona murmured. Look at you, Sweden-chan has guts. Nai exclaimed. Your emotional trap letter was effectively noted. Aoi Seizin took a deep breath, finally about to speak. Very well, my verdict is that, said Aoi, taking a deep breath, but… Croc. The sliding dining room door swung open, accompanied by an unmistakable burst of maternal energy. One moment. Everyone turned around. The incoming aura was no less than Aoi's. It was equally imperious, but with an enveloping crimson glow and a hint of explosive joy. It was Jin Uzumaki, Kenichi's mother, returning from a convenience store with several bottles of sake in her arm, wearing an iconic red kimono, and her hair tied back in a stately ponytail. Beside her, some sort of decorative statue spun energetically. A figurine of her husband, Bardock Uzumaki, the berserker of the Andes. In a victory stance with an obsidian katana. You're not going to finish this without hearing from another powerful mother. Jin exclaimed, pointing at Aoi with a defiant smile. Ashen sank further into his seat. Why is there always a second wave, he whispered, cursing his luck. Seeing his mother's cause, Kenichi Uzumaki, swallowing rice, raised an eyebrow, somewhat horrified. What is my mom doing? Hineko, expressionless, looked first at her prospective mother-in-law and then at the boy she liked. Protecting a future romantic disaster. This is going to take a long time. Saya said, sighing. Is there any doubt who will win Kenichi's heart? Noel said very defiantly. I should crush you with a rock, you puffy toe hairs. Tatsumaki said very coldly. Jin raised both hands as if starting a conference. Listen up, everyone. Jin roared in a vibrant voice, raising both hands as if she were starting a lecture. This boy, Ashen, is special. You all know it. And as the mother of a future champion, I'm here to say what everyone is thinking, but few dare to shout. And what is that exactly? Aoi said with distrust. We're in the 21st century, well, sort of, Jin said, smiling, and harems are no longer taboo. Ancient kings did it, shonen protagonists do it, and now our children can do it too. What? Ashen said, spitting out his tea. Mom, lower the change. Said Kenichi, who had also choked, but Jin moved between the tables, gesturing like a celestial lawyer. All 7 of these girls have something to offer Ashen. said Jine, inspired as an envoy of the goddess Aphrodite herself and the god Eros. Love, loyalty, tenderness, respect and even vocal synchronization. Pointed to Nai and Lee. He doesn't need to choose. He can have them all. And be happy. Are you promoting multiple relationships without commitment? Aoi said, facing them and crossing her arms. No, Jine replied with a defiant smile. I'm encouraging him to commit to all of them like a real man. Damn, this is getting better than the World Championship. Forsyth said, laughing at the table. Here's to multiple marriages and well-regulated chaos. Said Indra's mother, raising a glass. Aoi sighed deeply. The murderous aura slowly faded to give Jine a question. And you're planning for Kenichi to have his own harem too? Aoi said with a seriousness as calm as the edge of a knife after passing through the sharpening stone. Of course. Said Jine, raising her eyebrow very excitedly. That Saya Takagi can't be left alone. Tatsumaki had her eyes on him for a long time and Kaneko already looks at him as if he were her personal pillow and Noel-chan has a princess name. I don't have a pillow, Kaneko said, looking down. Don't put words in my mouth, honorable mother-in-law, Saya said furiously. I don't need your maternal favors, my beloved mother-in-law, Noel said, blushing. Tatsumaki remained silent, secretly feeling pleased with her mother-in-law. Finally, Aoi snorted and turned to Ishen. This time, I'll give in. Not because of you, she pointed an accusing finger at him, but because this woman yelled at me during a formal dinner. And yet, she argued well. But Aoi turned to the girls, I'll be watching you one by one. If any of you hurt my son, there'll be no magic card or duel that can save you. Is that understood? Understood, mother-in-law, Serafel said with an angelic smile. Understood, Shamir said firmly. We promise absolute love. Nai and Lee shouted in unison. Why yes, said Yukari, stunned. Thank you, teacher, said Sona formally. So can I stay with him? Hoppy asked calmly. Only if you don't hug him in public during dinner, Aoi said dangerously. Ishen, still frozen, dropped his head onto the table. Can I sleep now? Said the surprised rookie, all defeated and still not understanding what had happened, while Kenichi patted him on the back reassuringly, while Kunu and Gasper fanned him with improvised paper fans. The initial tension had already evaporated like the steam from a well-served nabe after the storm caused by Aoi Seizen and Jine Uzumaki. The Kitsune hostel dining room was now a minefield of unleashed parental opinions, while the girls returned to their seats and proud, others panting from stress. A new block of dialogue began. That of the parents giving their opinion with total impudence. Hyoudou tabled Himejima Phoenix. Miki Hyoudou, smiling and with her typical warmth, watched as Akeno Himejima and Ravel Phoenix were very close to Issei, each one filling his bowl with more food than necessary. Akeno, flirtatiously, leaned in with a soft laugh. Issei, if you eat more, you'll have strength for tonight, said the raven-haired girl in a flirtatious manner with a soft laugh. And tomorrow too if you wish, said Ravel, slightly blushing, while wiping her lips with a napkin. Be please, not in front of my parents. Issei said, about to explode from embarrassment. Mickey, unfazed, patted him on the back with maternal affection. Son, if two such beautiful girls spoil you like that, who am I to stop you? Said Mickey, patting his back with maternal affection. Hey? Mom? Issei said, confused. Take advantage, is SEI. You inherited your father's energy. Become a professional, earn lots of money and make me a grandmother soon. Mickey said, giving her a nod of approval. Off to one side, Shuri Himejima was calmly sipping tea, while her husband Barakiel slowly writhed on the ground, suffocated by the ribbon of his own Haori. That boy Herc can't touch Akeno, sing Jiak my blessing, Barakiel said out of his mind, but his face was all blue, while he was suffocated and subdued by a serene Shuri. Darling, Shuri murmured, tightening the knot until her husband's ribs could be heard cracking. Your blessing is 14 dinners late. Besides, Akeno told me that you've already bathed together twice. Akeno, smiling with a desire to see her father suffer, drops the bomb. 3, if you count the time in the academy locker room. Yufufufufu. Akeno knew. Cough cough. Barakiel squealed like a fish out of water. Dana Phoenix, Ravel's mother, delicately sipped her tea with a serene expression, while her daughter tried to hide how much she had fed Issei with sushi decorated with wasabi hearts. Ravel, said Dana in a melodious tone, if you're going to be part of Issei-kun's harem, don't do it halfway. Mom? Ravel said, very red. Live yourself completely, my dear. If he's going to protect you, you must also protect his heart and his stomach, and if that means sharing, do it with elegance. Said the Phoenix matriarch, leaving her daughter nodding while her face was very red and her head was coming out reddish steam. Poor Issei, on the verge of internal combustion, didn't know whether to cry or be grateful. Joestar table. Baron Joestar, with his D-gazer hanging around his neck and a mischievous expression, leaned back in his chair as Ryuko Matoi, Leisha Astarth, and Sinen Asada looked at him from opposite sides, both clearly distrustful of each other. I watch him because I like him, the violent prefect said with an intense gaze. Not because I want him to talk to me nicely. I'm just saying that since he's my boyfriend, Sinan said dryly, he has to learn to cook something more than Joestar pasta. She hesitated. Leisha was very nervous. What can I say? Aaron said with a smile, his legs shaking like jargon towers. My genes are too powerful. Behind him, the dark, silent figure of Kaneki Ken, his father, loomed like an ancestral spirit. Aaron, he said in a deep, calm voice. Yes, Dad. Aaron said when he saw the black-haired boy. Take care of them, Kaneko said when she saw her daughters-in-law, both of them. A Joestar who doesn't protect his harem isn't worthy of the family name. Yes, sir. Aaron said, solemnly opening his eyes. Ryuko, Leisha, and Sinan, surprisingly, nodded. For a moment peace was made. So are we accepting official harems this season? Is this a new meta? Forsyth Asterith said, raising his glass again. Only if the metagame includes knowing how to cook, clean, and not explode emotionally with every new girl, Lasana Strauss said laughing. It's too late for that, said Fujimai Taoju. We already have at least 3 upcoming weddings and 5 psychological exams. At what point did we go from a quiet dinner to mass approval of harems? Ashen sat in a chair, whispering to himself. I don't know, bro, said Kenichi, nudging her and drinking a bamboo soda with orange, but I'm worried that my mom made a WhatsApp group of hostile mothers-in-law. Ashen turned slowly and saw him. Jin Uzumaki was already showing her cell phone to Shuri, Miki, Lasana, Dana and Aoi. Group name. Queens of Maternal Chaos. Icon. A dragon hugging 6 chibi girlfriends. Outside the dining room, in a discreet corner of the Kitsune hostel's interior garden, lit by paper lanterns and moonlit reflections, 2 female figures sat beneath a wooden pergola. Roswis, her teacher's jacket half open and her sake cup untouched, gazed silently into the dining room, where young people were laughing, parents toasting, and the future seemed to revolve around increasingly chaotic but emotionally warm relationships. Beside her, with maternal elegance, Yusaka, the matron of the Kitsune Inn, calmly drank from a cup of green tea, her hair moving slightly in the night air. Are you still watching? Yusaka asked softly. I'm not watching, Roswis replied, crossing her arms. Of course not, Yusaka smiled, you're just evaluating the youthful behavior of Shamir, Tatsumaki, Ryuko, and I see you're keeping an eye on Issei-kun. Roswis jumped. That's slander. Roswis said, flinching. I don't look at Issei Hyoudou that way, he asked my student. It would be completely improper, totally unethical. Yusaka turned her face towards her with that serene expression that only a wise mother can have. Shamir is also a teacher, a sports teacher, Yusaka said, looking into the eyes of the silver-haired girl, and yet, she has an open and sincere relationship with Ashen. But that's different, Roswis said uncertainly. She's rude, cold, and she doesn't have the same close relationship that I have with Issei-kun, Roswis refuted, although her voice broke slightly at the end. Tatsumaki is a prefect, Ryuko too, Yusaka continued. They're both authority figures. And yet they found someone to share their days with. Yusaka leaned closer, lowering her voice. So, tell me, Ross-chan, what's your excuse? Roswis didn't answer. She couldn't, because in her heart, the answer was already written. She remembered the times Issei had made her laugh without meaning to, how he had defended her when she felt fragile, how he cared for her well-being, without asking for anything in return, and now seeing him with Akeno, with Ravel, with the other girls who would join him, it burned her more than she admitted. He's just too noble a boy, Ross whispered. Yusaka tapped him on the shoulder with her closed fan, smiling slyly. Then maybe it's time to claim what makes you happy, said the matron of the hostel, entering the dining room, before someone else gets ahead of you. I refuse. This isn't a shoujo manga, Ra said, looking down with his cheeks burning red. It is, if you decide so, Yusaka finished, leaving a thoughtful teacher from Sweden in the garden. Dinner didn't end at 10. Or at 11, but at midnight. The toasts continued, the parents settled into the conversation with a touch of ease, and the idea of their children having multiple partners was no longer a scandal, but an unspoken competition. The hallways of the Kitsune hostel began to fill with snores, sleepy murmurs, and softly closing doors. Jin Uzumaki shared a room with Shuri Himejima, the two laughing as if they were lifelong best friends. Dana Phoenix and Fujimai Taoju had fallen asleep together watching soap operas on a smart TV. Kaneki Ken slept sitting up, arms crossed, in front of Aaron's door, like an ancestral guardian. Bashen shared his room with his mother, while she slept on the futon. On the other hand, the surprise rookie was sleeping in a makeshift hanging net tied to the ceiling by Aoi to avoid hormonal disturbances. Kenichi, Aaron and Issei slept in the same room, surrounded by the murmurs of jealous or lovelorn girls and the occasional night sigh. The moon shone high in the sky. The next day promised even more challenges, declarations, and chaos, but for now, at the Kitsune hostel, peace reigned, a precarious, temporary and absolutely enchanting peace. Gremory Mansion 043 hours. The cold wind passed through the stone corridors of the Gremory mansion, as if the structure itself breathed pent-up frustration. The crimson glow of the candles barely managed to illuminate the corridors, but there was no greater darkness than that which harbored the hearts of its occupants. On the second floor, inside a quiet and sober room, Ria's Gremory stared at her cell phone screen with a frown. The video call showed the elegant, serene, and dangerous face of her mother. Venelana Bale. There's no denying the obvious, Venelana whispered in an icy voice. A Shen Phantom, Issei Hyoudou, and Yukari Komori have sabotaged our aspirations and always through duels. Ria's remained silent. The room, despite its warmth, seemed freezing to her, not because of the temperature, but because of the poison of truth. And the worst part, continued Venelana, is that the High Command adores them, and the residents of Kitsune Hostel, they have turned their victories into symbols of hope, of renewal, as if they were a blessed trinity. Ria's gritted her teeth in suppressed rage. We stole the rules, the formats, even a last-minute change to the dueling method, Ria said furiously, and even so, they took control from us. Worst of all, that commoner Issei Hyoudou has in his hands one of Jack Atlas Sama's legendary cards. That's an insult. Venelana nodded, swirling her wine glass. But it's time to change that, daughter, said Venelana decisively, taking into account that Diodora will also take part in the matter. I already have 2 new pieces to put on the board, and one of them can be yours, as the other will be for Kalen. Do. Ria said, intrigued. The first, as I mentioned before. Izuku Midoriya, said Venelana, showing an identification card of the young man, the self-proclaimed hero duelist, convinced that he acts for justice, very similar to the pathetic duelist Ashinori Yagi. I manipulated him with ease. Said Venelana mockingly, he already believes that you represent order and that your enemies must be eradicated to preserve the balance of the academy, a promise that he will have a 100% scholarship, he never fails. The pure symbol, Ria said, nodding in agreement with her mother's words. It will attract public sympathy and confuse the undecided. Well played. But the second, the real blow, will be Naruto Uzumaki. Venelana said, smiling coldly. Ria's froze, her eyes widening, her body tensing. Naruto-senpai. Venelana gave an elegant laugh. Yes, said Venelana with an elegant laugh, your former student council president and the one who expelled that boor Kuroka Taoju, that disgusting transvestite Tasuku Tsubakino, and that vulgar foreign peasant Mao Mao, said Venelana proudly, the one who taught the entire academy to kneel with his mere presence. I convinced him to leave his married life behind, and he is willing to help you restore the authority that this institution once had, and even more, he showed a deep interest in you. Ria stood up, unknowingly, her cheeks, which usually burned with anger or arrogance, were now faintly blushing. He was my ideal of power, said Riaz, excited by the news of leadership. He taught me to impose, to not give in to command. I always wanted to be worthy of him. Venelana watched her with cruel pride. You will be, daughter, said Venelana with cruel pride. If Shen, Issei and Yukari are the light for those idiots and traitors to our cause, you will be the eclipse. And Naruto, Riaz whispered with a dark smile, will be my black sun. In the next room, Kalen Gremory was sleeping peacefully, still oblivious to the approaching storm, but in the Scarlet Heiress's bedroom, a war had already begun. Ria's Gremory took her old student council medallion, caressed it with trembling fingers, and began to write in her war grimoire. Chapter 33. The former council president appears. The tyrant ninja. The light of dawn filtered through the shoji with an ethereal sweetness. The first rays of the sun caressed the rooftops with an almost divine delicacy, as if the Japanese gods were blessing the day with golden brushstrokes. Birds chirped in the nearby bamboo grove. The sound of a nearby stream whispered peace, all was harmony, serenity. The panoramic camera panned over the hostel's exterior, showing koi fish swimming leisurely, a leaf slowly falling to the ground. When suddenly. Yen, there is no toilet paper. Yen. Broken record effect, pause, birds fly out, glass cracks, an old man in Kyoto wakes up from his nap. The shrill voice that broke the dawn was none other than Arina Shido. Damn, is she still alive? Once a girl of angelic beauty, now the most unwanted guest at the Kitsune Hostel. Since her humiliating defeat to Indra Dragnel, her life had unraveled in an almost poetic way. From fitness diets to surviving on greasy hamburgers and instant noodles, from being the princess of the sky to the queen of the back toilet. This is inhumane. Unacceptable. Irina shouted from the bathroom, banging on the door like a Greek tragedy actress locked in a toilet. Apparently, her high-fat diet and her digestion, clearly altered by all the junk she was consuming when she refused to eat the food provided to her at the hostel, were taking their toll on her with severe diarrhea and an upset stomach. While in the hostel matron's bedroom, Yusaka, with her long hair loose and a fox mask on her forehead, murmured sleepily from her futon. Who knew be an angel and take toilet paper to that screamer, said Yusaka, getting up from her futon, while once again returning to the world of dreams. Munya Haikunu muttered, rolling around on the bed as if it were a human futon. With toilet paper in hand, Kuoh, even more sleepy than her mother, staggered like a zombie with a fluffy tail. However, before reaching the bathroom she was intercepted by a gang of chaos. Hoppy, Kenichi Uzumaki, Akeno Himejima and Ryuko Matoi, who were still wearing pajamas but from the looks on their faces, they were waiting for that moment of chaos. Give us a moment, Kuoh. It's time to do justice to karma, Hoppy said with evil and a mischievous smile, while taking the roll of toilet paper. Don't worry, I thought of this brilliant idea when I arrived at the hostel and started eating bran bread, said Kenichi yawning. I just came to see the world burn. Said Akeno with an angelically sadistic smile. Irina is going to come out with more trauma than when Indira-san gave her almost 20,000 points of damage, said Ryuko rubbing her hands. The evil squad led by Kuoh arrive where Irina makes her offering to the porcelain idol and knocks on the door innocently. Irina-san brought the paper. Hey, Kuoh said, still sleepy. It's about time. I'm already growing roots in here. Irina shouted from inside. The door opened a crack and a rice-white hand shot out, but instead of receiving the long-awaited scroll. Plot. Hoppy calmly placed a rubber duck. What the hell is this? Irina roared. It will do you more good than any paper in your rotten heart, Hoppy replied softly, holding back a laugh. Kuoh, you spoiled brat. Irina screamed, this isn't paper. This is torture. This is war. Omen Irina-san, said Kuoh while covering her mouth to avoid bursting into laughter. Irina, red with fury, reached out again, but this time, Kenichi was the one who responded, gently placing in her palm a glossy, oversized newspaper photo of Venelana Gremory when her alliance with Gabriel came to light. What is this? Irina whispered, in an almost religious tone. Kenichi, whispering something to Kuoh, she understood and taking Leo Temple from a religious monk said. So that you can cleanse yourself with wisdom, said Kuoh while making her hands the Catholic prayer pose. Never. I would never tarnish the best visionary of duels. Irina shouted, hugging the photo as if it were a sacred relic. Okay, respect it. Kenichi said quietly as he raised his hands. I was just bringing culture. Drowning out the Joker's laughter even further once again, Irina's outstretched hand emerged, this time demandingly. Enough. Stop playing, you spoiled girl, and give me the damn paper. Akeno was the next to appear and handed him a bright pink heart-shaped butt plug. But what? Irina said, looking horrified at the hex toy, throwing it away and putting her hand out demanding the blessed paper. What the hell is this? I'm not just anyone. I'm a servant of the light, a worthy defender of celibacy. Ryuko, unable to take it anymore, took the lead and passed him a glass cup. The glass, Irina said, bewildered. What the hell do I have to do with you? But Irina didn't finish because Ryuko filled her in front of everyone with a bottle of Perrier. Irina slowly stuck her head out of the bathroom and saw them. Hoppy, Kenichi, Akeno, Kuoh and Ryuko literally crying with laughter in the hallway. Cheers. Ryuko shouted, raising her Perrier bottle. Because the little pig left her pigsty, even if it was just to go to the bathroom. Everyone started laughing and running around as if it were the day of the apocalypse. Irina, red as a tomato, roared from the bathroom. This isn't going to stay like this. I swear I'll get revenge. I swear. That scream made a whole flock of birds flee in terror, both from the force of the scream of the most unwelcome guest in the hostel and from the foul smell coming from the bathroom area. Opening. The group walked down the school avenue like any other day. The sun was shining, the leaves were slowly falling, and the world seemed to take a break after days of chaotic comedy. The Kitsune group led by Issei, Ashen, Yukari, Gasper, Indra, Kaneko, Akeno and Noel Silva were chatting about trivial things. We're finally back to normal classes, said Yukari, stretching. Hopefully no one throws a net at me today, muttered Issei. Most likely someone will go after me, since the way my mother denied Kaylin and hurt her heart. Oh gosh, does the tremendous cockroach have a heart? Answered Ashen in a neutral tone. How strange. He must have one, but it only oozes blood. Pity for others, said Noel, with the air of an offended princess. And then came the sound of a sports engine roaring loudly. Screeches, girls' voices burst from the front gate of DxD Academy. It's him. A third-year girl shouted. The legendary senpai. 2 first-years shouted. The idol. Some from the former kendo club said. The tyrant of love. Murayama said. Sign my bra. Caddis shouted. Everyone stopped and saw one thing that truly painted pure self-centeredness. A shiny, customized, disproportionately expensive black luxury vehicle parked in front of the entrance, its doors raised like golden wings, cigar smoke preceding the figure that emerged. With a gold chain, dark glasses, a cocky smile, and a wad of bills as a calling card he appeared. Naruto Uzumaki. Good morning, academics, come, the blonde said in a loud voice, lighting another cigar. The alpha is back. And I didn't come to teach, I came to pass judgment. And who is that corn hair? Issei said, narrowing his eyes. Not caring that the academy was a smoke-free place, Naruto walked forward with a confident step, continuing to smoke a cigar, moving as if he had already won something that no one dared to dispute. Akeno murmured, lowering her head as if she didn't want to be seen as Naruto Uzumaki, the former student council president of DxD Academy, former symbol of discipline, pride, and unquestionable superiority, the one who almost reformed the school regulations just so he could have his own royal seat in the library, the one who once failed the entire swim club because they wouldn't applaud his arrival, the one who, until his graduation day, was known as Akeno looked up. Her tone turning darker, the tyrant ninja. Naruto was still smiling, his cigar smoking as if igniting the past, while fangirls followed him with rapt eyes, completely ignoring the deathly silence that had settled between the group of protagonists. Then, Kaneko Taoju, with her characteristic muffled voice, broke the air. "Why ninja tyrant?" Her golden eyes settled on Akeno, as if she already sensed that it wasn't a weightless nickname, just poison. Akeno Himejima, normally lively and mocking, lowered her gaze, her expression darkening. The lines on her face lost all sweetness. The atmosphere changed, the others too. Issei, Indra, Saya, Yami, Izumi, Eren Joestar, all of them, one by one, hardened their faces, and in Kenichi's case, their fists immediately clenched because it only took them a year to know what Naruto was capable of as student council president. The tension was cut like barbed wire. Akeno inhaled deeply and then spoke in a voice devoid of joy. Because during his time as student council president, Naruto Uzumaki didn't just command, he dictated. Akeno said since she witnessed the things the now ex-president did, he forced the weakest academic clubs to face each other in public duels every week, just for entertainment. If they lost 3 times they were dissolved, the untalented students were relegated to sections without access to the dining hall or study rooms. Once when he was in a bad mood, because a high rarity card had sold out at his favorite store, he expelled an entire group of third years, and nobody said anything. Akeno said, well, the Kitsune group looked at her as if she were joking. He used some former council members as if they were his personal spies, and worst of all, he adopted and established, without censorship, the Venelana doctrine, now bail an unwritten but feared rule. Defeat is synonymous with uselessness, and the useless do not deserve space or memory. A shudder ran through everyone. Yukari paled, Ashen frowned slightly, Noelle, despite her arrogance, gritted her teeth, even Ryuko, in the background, stopped joking. Kenichi, still frowning with rage, intervened. And it was him himself who drafted and sealed Kuroka-senpai's expulsion, said the redeed with black locks. Well, the words came out with such a mixture of pain and hatred that even the air seemed to retreat. He did it with a smile, as if it were a privilege to get rid of her. The normally expressionless Kaneko Taoju hardened her gaze and looked at Naruto, who was handing out bills to a group of female admirers, as if they were actual crumbs. That guy, Kaneko whispered coldly, should never set foot in this academy again. In the distance, Hoppy, Lee, Nai, Shamir, and the other Swedish girls who had heard fragments of the conversation now looked at the newcomer with distrust and a seed of fear. How can someone like that be back with pride? Yukari stammered, confused. Because no one has yet knocked him down with what he respects the most, he said, crossing his arms in a cold tone. What is it? Asked Gasper. A duel that destroys him not with words but with shame. Ashen said, looking at the transvestite. The group remained silent, and at the entrance, Naruto Uzumaki, the tyrant ninja, was smiling as if he had already conquered his kingdom once again. The morning breeze moved the flags of the compound, the student crowd was swirling around the courtyard as if they sensed an important event. And then a romantic instrumental melody played out of nowhere. The soft mist descended like fog from a school theater machine from the top of the main staircase. She appeared. Ria's Gremory. Dressed in her school uniform, perfectly coiffed hair, and a painfully sweet expression, her eyes shone with emotion. Her bearing was that of a princess descending from the castle to reunite with her lost love. Murmurs broke out. It's Ria-sama. The first-year girls shouted excitedly. The Gremory heiress, said some third-year boys. She's going down like in a shoujo novel, said some simps. Naruto saw her and without hesitation smiled and opened his arms. Come to me, my uncrowned queen, Naruto said with total arrogance. The crowd erupted in gasps and screams of excitement. Ria's ran, yes. Literally, she ran toward him like it was a Titanic scene with a pirated Korean soap opera budget. Naruto-senpai. She cried in a broken voice, tears perfectly placed. Ria's. He shouted dramatically. And then they burned and they kissed. Author. Excuse me, I'm going to throw up and format my entire phone, just in case this image causes my phone to break down. Slow. In slow motion, a cinematic kiss with music playing in the background from the school speakers, rose petals that clearly weren't there before the sun shone brighter, people clapped, a girl fainted. Long live love. Shouted a teacher who favored Ria's. The Gremory has reunited its lord. Shouted a first-year girl compared to the phoenix. The reign of romance is back. Said a second year. It's more beautiful than a perfect duel," said a first-year student. But not everyone was celebrating. Off to the side, the Kitsune hostel group watched in absolute silence. Tatsumaki, her face completely neutral, murmured. "What a pathetic sight," said Tatsumaki with her face completely neutral. "I've read and seen in the movies about battles against dragons, interdimensional monsters, and illegal resurrections. But this offends me as an educator," said Roswis crossing her arms. "Who the hell puts pedals to kiss in public?" said Kenichi while he felt a Mau Mau style chill from the tremendous cringe he saw. "Oh my god, this is Hallmark movie level with PowerPoint effects," Ryuko said, covering her face. "This is not love," Shen said, wanting to throw chlorine in his eyes. "This is propaganda from someone who creates fics with their feet." "And to think that she is the sister of my biggest idol," said Issei with his head down. "I feel sorry for him, for Zyotaka-sama and Chise-sama. Was that rose perfume or bathroom air freshener?" Yukari said, unable to help herself. "Don't wake me up when you reach the musical climax," said Hoppy eating chips indifferently. Ria's Gremory and Naruto Uzumaki, still embracing, raised their arms as if they were figures of absolute power. "The new era has begun," Naruto shouted. "And the academy will be purified," Rias continued. The applause increased, the fans screamed, and while all that was happening Tatsumaki turned to the Kitsune hostel and said. "I've seen enough, are we going to the academy?" said the green-haired prefect. Fed up, the applause for the kiss between Rias and Naruto could still be heard. They wanted to go unnoticed when a voice resonated among the crowd, making the fly fall into the soup. "Look. They are here too," said a second-year girl. "Great, simply great," said the people from the Kitsune hostel mentally in unison. The wave of gazes turned, as if a swarm of snakes were swirling in perfect synchronicity. Team Kitsune. Ashen Phantom, Issei Hyoudou, Yukari Komori, Aaron Joestar, Kenichi Uzumaki, Akeno Himejima, Tatsumaki, Ryuko Madoi, Shamir Neverand and company walked through the entrance, calm but aware that all eyes were already on them. The atmosphere changed. Cheers froze, expressions hardened, murmurs of enthusiasm turned into venomous comments. "The SK, here come those who destroyed the academy's prestige with their emotional freedom," said a second-year student. "Issei Hyoudou won only because he was given cards he doesn't deserve," said a third-year student. "Akeno's ex-imp Yukari Komori doesn't even have noble lineage." "Oh, this is the Count of Bulgaria speaking," the surprised Nava said mentally with obvious sarcasm. "The Shen Phantom must be expelled," said Aria's fanatic. "No one outside of a royal lineage or a professional should have, and Master Link summoning." "I wouldn't even answer you if I were dead," Ashen said mentally with a slight smile on his lips, provoking the Reteeds fan. "Your clear idiocy just made my day." "They're corrupting our school," said a freshman. "They're perverting the system with laughter, harems, and sentimentality." Rias, watching the masses turn against their enemies, gently rested her head on Naruto's shoulder, feigning pain and fragility with a broken and fake voice, she said. "Naruto-senpai." They hearing Ria's tearful voice, Naruto looked at her with slight concern, as if he were protecting a porcelain princess. Rias raised her shining eyes as if she were about to cry. "They are staining my mother's ideals, they are corrupting our school, they promote emotional chaos over order, they are breaking the power structures that you yourself helped to build, and then," she clenched her fists as if it really hurt her, "and they have Link summon cards. Cards that only the elite should carry. Cards that you and I should defend from the filthy hands of those intruders." Ria's Gremory, the one who cried with the grace of a rich girl punished for losing in a game she herself cheated in. The same one who feigned purity while her words dripped with venom. The applause returned, the students acclaimed her bravery. But among the group from the Kitsune hostel no one backed down. They had faces that reflected their disbelief at hearing such a false and manipulated speech. Naruto, still with that smile that seemed rehearsed in front of the mirror of a rented yacht, looked around the group from the Kitsune hostel with an expression of feigned disgust, which immediately set his eyes on Ashen, Issei and Yukari. "And these are the famous surprise rookies," Naruto observed with disdain. "Please, they look like they came from a neighborhood gaming club." He laughed alone, with that hollow and nasal laugh that makes you nauseous, reference to Fofo Marquez, first year, "and you're already playing with Link summon cards. Link. A mechanic that represents the highest level of strategy. And you guys have barely learned to differentiate a magic card from a trap card. This is an insult to the duelist elite, to everything this academy represents." The murmurs grew. Some students even applauded her words, but with a haughty walk and an expression that mixed arrogance with ill-disguised contempt, Kaylin made her entrance. She looked perfectly groomed, her uniform shone, but her face, that face, was full of arrogance. She stood next to Naruto and pointed with total lack of shame. "Him," said Kaylin pointing at a Shen Phantom. "He was the one who shared the knowledge of Link summoning with all the vagrants of the Kitsune hostel. That bastard spread it like it was candy on Halloween. What's next? That he teaches how to fuse without requirements. My mother, the great Venelana Bale, would never allow it." The murmurs turned into an uproar that even some of the teachers tensed up and finished with an insufferable laugh. A Shen should be cleaning the academy's bathrooms, not carrying high-level dueling mechanics. Without listening further, Naruto clicked his tongue, approached a Shen with a slow gait, trailing the smoke from his cigar as if he were in an imperial march, and looked him up and down. As if trying to decipher whether a Shen was a bad joke or a failed duelist project. Listen carefully, laboratory freak. Naruto spat. I don't know who you are, I don't know where you came from, and honestly, I don't care, but this is my territory, and you don't belong here. He extended his hand with infinite arrogance. Give me the link cards, now, someone like you doesn't deserve to have access to that mechanic, you're an anomaly, a bucking glitch in the system. But who believes this bottled piece of narcissism? Said Zazie. Did you just ask a Shen-san to hand over his letters? As if they were his own. Said Gasper, indignant and scared. That guy is 3 words away from me freezing his ego. Noel said angrily. I haven't even used my mallet yet and my knuckles are already itching, said Kenichi. Is this how he treats someone who has won with honor? Said Yukari, trembling with indignation. You're lucky you're not alone with me in a closed warehouse, Issei said, getting angry. But with the Narita zombies of the students. Yes, hand over those letters. Shouted third-year students. We can't allow rookies to use those summons. It's dangerous. Said a second-year girl who was obviously lying about caution. The student council should take them away immediately. Said envious first-year students. The Shen watched in silence. He didn't back down, he didn't raise his voice, he just slowly raised his head and smiled. His response was as devastating as it was unexpected. The Shen raised his middle finger, right in the middle of the central courtyard, with surgical slowness, like someone signing a death sentence with class. How about if instead of my letters I give you a go to hell, rich kid oxygenated idiot, said a Shen coldly. If Venelana Gremory, with all her speeches about nobility, couldn't bend me, he turned to Ria. As if the princess drama queen couldn't make me kneel even with her entire special effects budget. And now to Kalen, and if the identity orphan little sister only knows how to imitate voices and point out guilty people, as if she were a reality show judge. He looked Naruto straight in the eyes, as if he were piercing him with ice. Do you really think that you, Naruto ego dandruff Uzumaki, are going to make me tremble? With an outstretched hand and a speech like a Power Rangers villain. He turned around and walked calmly towards his friends. Look, blonde. If you want my letters link, I'll give you some advice. Go to therapy first, get a reality check afterwards, and if you survive, we'll talk. A Shen stopped and finished without looking back. But hurry, because excessive ego also causes cerebral ischemia, and you already have symptoms. Silence. Naruto with his hand still extended, the cigar trembling on his lips. The students, in shock. But those at the Kitsune hostel. The Kitsune hostel burst into laughter and was satisfied with the Shen's cold response for not being intimidated by a superior. He knew him to hell with style. Kenichi shouted. The Shen phantom. Ego killer since first year, said Tatsumaki, proud of her friend. If he has one more spark, I'll canonize him, said Yukari, sighing in love with her team leader. The murmurs still burned after a Shen phantom's response. Naruto stood with his hand extended, trembling, his pride more damaged than his dignity in a popularity poll. And then, it exploded with a roar of fury. He walked towards a Shen, raised his hand, and he took him by the shirt. Give them to me. The arrogant blonde shouted, hand over those letters, you first-year scum. The silence was absolute, not even the birds dared to sing. The entire student body was speechless, but before he could continue with his tantrum, a shadow fell over Naruto, or rather. Actually. Ryuko Matoi, with her jacket half open and a murderous look on her face, and Tatsumaki, slightly radiating an aura of pure contempt, instantly intervened behind them. Like angels of discipline, came Shamir, Neverand and Roswas, both with their teacher badges clearly visible. Enough, Shamir bellowed. Take your hands off phantom student. Or I'll break them myself. Naruto Uzumaki, you are on campus. We, as authorities, cannot allow you to hurt any of our students on your own whim, Roswas intervened in an icy voice. But Naruto, blinded by his ego and public shame, looked at the 4 women and blurted out the unforgivable. With a slobbery smile and a nasty tone, he said. Oh, prefects and teachers, huh? Naruto said with that confidence that made him sick. You know what? After all this, why don't you come with me to my mansion? I promise a fiery night with my beautiful Rias that will make you forget you were ever teachers. I'm not married anymore, after all I'm handsome, powerful and untouchable. The world stopped. Ryuko clenched her fists, Tatsumaki channeled her anger like a nuclear reactor, Shamir raised an eyebrow with lethal contempt, and Roswas simply muttered. You're dead. But the one who acted was a Shen phantom. Without saying a word, he took a run and gave Naruto a brutal right hook to the face. Crack. The blow resonated like a whip. Naruto was sent back 3 meters, falling on his back among a sea of shocked students. The crowd gasped, some screamed, others didn't know whether to faint or call an ambulance. And then, Ria's Gremory, hysterical, shouted. "How dare you hit him?" The Redeed screamed, "Are you aware of what you did? He's my new fiancé. Kneel down like the dog you are and beg for mercy." And just when the atmosphere was still burning with the echo of the punishment, a Shen phantom took a step forward, with the collar of his shirt open as if he came out of a magazine cover. He adjusted the lapels with both hands and sketched a smile that mixed irony and self-confidence. "Let's see," a Shen said with such fine contempt that it would have made a sommelier cough. Princess Gremory and her tears, that taste of arrogance. The murmur died away. Ria's blinked as if talcum powder had been thrown in her eyes. Kalen stood still, frozen in her own ego, and Naruto was still there, lying like the human discard he always was in DxD fix, looking at the sky, as if he were looking for an excuse to continue existing. The Shen turned his face slightly, scanned the mess, and continued. "Calm down everyone, this has nothing to do with you," said the son of Seizen, with a tone that really insulted those who believed themselves spat on by Obelisk itself. "Well, except for you, Riaz, since you decided that emotional education was an optional subject, but really, this is between me and that ex-husband with a walking Karaoke complex." A Shen crouched down, calmly, as if it were a ceremony, took Naruto's cigarette from the floor. Looked at it as if it were a piece of used toilet paper, and broke it with a dry snap of his fingers, trying to touch my friends. Disregarding people who are my second family and treating teachers like Shamir and Roswas as if they were prefects Tatsumaki and Ryuko if they were part of your Prosta catalog. Shen looked up, his eyes like embers behind his rebel star smile. "Then there is only one solution." He sat up with a sudden and theatrical energy. He dusted his hands and said, without taking his eyes off Riaz, "And no, Riaz, it's not therapy, it's self-defense, for the mental health of this entire damn campus, which can no longer stand a single note more of this aristocratic Karaoke that drags itself along, as if it were relevant." Riaz couldn't even reply, her face was caught between bewilderment and helplessness. "Come on, friends," a Shen said as if nothing was wrong, slapping Issei and Yukari. "I'm already bored of this parade of mediocrity with cheap special effects." Before leaving, he winked at Shamir, as if to say, "You know where to find me if you need another elegant social extermination." And then he walked. Calmly, with the bearing of someone who knows they've just earned an ovation, the Kitsune Hostel members followed him without saying a word, but with the kind of pride you only have when you've just seen your champion make history. "What a bucking idol." Nai whispered, her eyes shining. "He packed more drama into it than 10 Turkish soap operas," Lee added, with hearts in his eyes. "I'm getting married," Yukari declared, while Kenichi nodded solemnly. Issei, with a smile up to his ears, muttered like a child who had just seen Batman live. "Was this real?" Issei said with a smile as big as his ears, muttering like a kid who had just seen Batman. "What Shen did, was it legal?" "It was art," said Leisha Astaroth with an elegant laugh, "and the best thing is that it didn't even bleed." And so they headed towards the buildings like a family, like a squad of loyal souls who knew that, as long as they had a Shen or those who looked after what was right on their side, justice would always have style and its own soundtrack. Behind them, Riaz, Kalen, and Naruto stood motionless, not out of dignity, but because the world wasn't watching them anymore. The blonde man was still reeling, clutching his face with a trickle of blood running from the corner of his lip. Riaz held him like a heroine in a cheap soap opera, and Kalen gasped with rage. The atmosphere was like gunpowder, and then. Murayama shouted. "He doesn't mess with our idol." The former kendo captain shouted, already beside herself, "He is the last real president we had." Hadis, with eyes like hot coals, spat. "Kill that unfortunate rookie." Caddis shouted, his eyes like glowing embers. "Kill him, send him to hell." And as if someone had lit the war signal. A stampede is unleashed. Dozens of students ran like a medieval mob towards a Shen. They shouted things like, "Link should be banned for brats. Revenge for Naruto-sama. I demand your expulsion. That was an attack on our history." The stampede seemed inevitable. And Tale's voice froze them literally. "Shut up all of you, you hysterical freaks." The echo was so strong that the windows of the main building vibrated. From the second level, descending with steps as elegant as they were dangerous, appeared Penemu, the general secretary of the DxD Academy. She looked her usual self. Haute couture business suits, sharp-eyed glasses, tight lips and the vibe of a human resources manager hungry for souls. She was accompanied by none other than Michael, CEO, with a stern look. Gabriel, deputy director, with his icy serenity. Azazel, arms crossed, evaluating the drama as if it were a cheap novel. Auden, scratching his beard, bored. Grayfia, majestic like an enchanting iceberg. Ajuka, with a tablet and zero desire to endure nonsense. Lean radars, drinking coffee as if it were nothing. Gondel, sharpening a pen as if it were a dagger. And the student council, with Sona Citri and Serafal at the front, holding a folder of sanctions. Everyone backing up the Kitsune Hostel boys. The stampede stopped, the silence so absolute that Caddis and Murayama's nervous heartbeats could be heard. Penemu descended with a grace that hurt, her steps were a sentence, her silhouette, judgment. Her curved lips showed not mockery, but an elegant pleasure, the same pleasure an executioner feels when the accused finally stops denying their fate. Ah, Naruto Uzumaki. Penemu said very dryly, as if a plague that went away over time, returned by mere chance. I thought that with some luck, you would have already left for the Czech Republic, to hide in some university where your last name still means something. She crossed her arms with that air of nobility that only someone like her could carry without seeming theatrical, but of course Vanillana Gremory decided to recycle shit. And here you are, an old bloodstain trying to pretend it's noble ink. Naruto opened his mouth, but Penemu raised an eyebrow. The air froze. No, the secretary of the DxD Academy said coldly, you don't talk, you listen like servants do. When the lady of the house finally decides to sweep up the mess left by the absent rich people who raised them, she approached a step then another like a crow walking towards its prey. Do you remember the students you expelled? Not for cheating, not for violence, but for the unforgivable sin of not worshipping you, because they refused to applaud your empty speeches or call a brat who has never earned anything beyond an inheritance and a last name a genius. Naruto swallowed, sweat beginning to betray him. Penemu, relentless, took out her tablet. It's time to reveal something to you. Mao Mao, as you called her, the disgusting flat freckled peasant, expelled 2 years ago, is now 100% scholarship holder at the Hong Kong dueling school, is in her 3rd year, top of her class and best of all, engaged to the neighborhood league champion. Jinshi. Naruto was shocked to learn that the poor girl continued her dueling career to Tsubakino, whom you said doesn't belong here for being a miserable transvestite. Is about to graduate with honors from the Hong Kong Dueling Academy, France, and is about to get married in a month with his partner. He turned a little to show the screen to the public and the rest that were unfairly expelled, also triumphing in other academies around the world, the constant. They all prospered as soon as they got rid of you. It only took us pulling a few strings so that their careers as professional duelists would not be cut short by your stupid ego. Then he tilted his head like someone watching a dog crawling looking for a caress. And you? You are the perfect example of a spoiled rich kid, without morals, without empathy, without direction, now without a wife, without respect, and with absolutely nothing that hasn't been bought by dad and mom before leaving on some luxury cruise to forget you. Naruto was red, not from anger, from embarrassment for the first time. Silence didn't help him. Penemu turned to face the crowd, her presence so steadfast that even Grayfia seemed, for an instant, to be moved with deeper respect. And you? Penemu pointed with surgical precision at Murayama and Caddis, Ria's loyal ones. 2 sycophants, captains of the Hysteria Club, if I am not mistaken, for inciting hatred, for trying to lynch a student, and for being an institutional disgrace. She raised her arm. Her fingers tense like an executioner's arm before a falling leaf. Expelled. The word wasn't just a punishment, it was an execution, and in that instant, the entire school held its breath. It was as if an invisible guillotine had descended upon the academy and ripped off 2 heads. An unnatural pressure filled the halls, the air, the bones. The students flinched, some clutching their chests. 2 school lives, mercilessly cut short, like a medieval spectacle. The cry was not long in coming. Ooh. Murayama cried, it's an injustice. Ria's, mommy, help, Caddis shouted. Murayama writhed, Caddis sobbed, as if her soul had been ripped out. They weren't just expelled, they were finished. Penemu snapped her fingers, and several security personnel mercilessly dragged them out, but at the gates of the academy, Ajuka, as part of the dishonorable ceremony, snatched away their dual discs, smashing them with a stomp, and their decks of cards were confiscated. Grayfia spoke as if closing a funeral ceremony. The authority has spoken. The scene was so severe that some students began to hyperventilate nervously, like in a play where they didn't know if it was the end or the warning. Issei, paralyzed, approached Shen. Is this real? Is this happening? The Shen, still looking at Penemu, smiled with that cruel calm that only the righteous have when the executioner is on their team. Of course, Shen said, whispering. Karma took its time, but Penemu delivers it with Swiss punctuality and a smile worthy of the final judgment. Shen said, thanking Exodia that the Iron Cadre was on his side. The silence was suffocating. Penemu's words still vibrated in the air like freshly thrown blades. Caddis and Murayama were gone, the student body still petrified. And Naruto barely standing, like a proud corpse. The landscape had changed. Everyone knew it, no one needed to say it. The war had begun and the sides were already clear. On Ria's Gremory side, 90% of the student body, loyal to the old regime, to Vanillana's dogma, to the rotten system of prestige duels. They were screaming, but now with fear. On the Kitsune Hostel side, an unlikely mix of surprised newbies, exiles, some students who sympathized with them, the girls from the Stockholm Girls' School, and by divine fortune, the academy's most morally and ethically authoritative teachers. Shen stood with his hands in his pockets, serene, unbreakable. It was then that Ria's Gremory, enraged at seeing her golden prince humiliated, her ego bleeding along with her reputation, shouted. The Shen Phantom. The name resonated like a lightning bolt and the inevitable happened. "I challenge you to a duel," Ria said, pointing at him angrily. "Here, now. For the link mechanic. And for the expelled girls." But then Naruto's voice cut through the air. "No, Ria's," Naruto said, his tone sweet, feigned heroic, as if he truly believed he could regain the respect he'd lost through beatings. "This is no longer your battle, it's mine. I will take your place. I, Naruto Uzumaki, will challenge this brat to save the academy." He turned to Issei, his face hardened with rage. "I challenge you to a duel for the link mechanic and for the reinstatement of Murayama and Caddis." The air became thick. The earth seemed to creak. Issei, without moving a muscle, just lowered his head slightly and murmured in the calm voice of an executioner who is unaffected by anything. "I accept." His eyes shone with a glacial light. "If I win, Naruto Uzumaki will be banned from ever approaching the DxD Academy again. He will not be able to have professional or amateur duels. Not for charity, not for charisma, never, and for that, his professional dueling license issued by this academy will be revoked and his deck will pass into my hands." His tone was so icy that the sun seemed to go out. A sentence and end foretold. "Arrogant evil." Naruto grunted. But before the duel could be formalized, Sona, worried, raised her hand. "This isn't allowed. Not under the current statutes." Gabriel nodded sternly. "The rules prohibit impulsive challenges without prior deliberation by the board of directors, and it's between a former student and one of our own." But another voice broke all objection from the top of the building, descending with a presence as majestic as it was sinister. He appeared. Sirzechs Gremory. The world champion. Ria's brother. His cape billowed as if the winds held him in awe. His gaze like fire sealed in ice. "I authorize the duel," Sirzechs said firmly, "as the current world duel champion, as supreme observer of the DxD Academy." Everyone fell silent. Riaz looked at her brother as if she expected his support, but he didn't even deign to look back at her. "It's time for the old to face the new," said Sirzechs, looking at Naruto, who felt an unpleasant chill, "and for justice to be seen by all." "Yeah, it was about time someone taught that guy a lesson," said Azazel, smiling slightly. Naruto burst into a fiery aura. Flames surrounded his body. His eyes were a mixture of fire, hatred, resentment, and arrogance. Issei said nothing. But a cold mist emanated from him, an opaque aura like midnight rain. It wasn't heat, it was threat, it was edge, it was icy determination. They were two worlds about to collide. The idol of the past against the ghost of the present. Penemu, still with his temper intact, snapped his fingers. "The duel will be this afternoon," he said with his composure intact, snapping his fingers. "Until then, everyone go to class." "And you, Naruto," he looked at him with contempt, "if I see you hanging around the classrooms, I'll call the police, this time, without a cigarette to hide you." Naruto snorted. He glared at Penemu and then at Issei, the hatred so deep you could almost touch it, but he pulled back, biting his pride. Sirzechs, passing by Issei without his sister noticing, whispered to her. "Teach him a lesson," said Sirzechs. "Not for me, but for all those that bastard son of a bitch made cry," said the world champion. Gondal, with a mocking smile, said to him. "Make him see his reflection and then break it," said Roswis's cousin. The Kitsune Hostel knew that afternoon would not be a simple duel, it would be an execution with style, and Issei would have the privilege of being judge, jury and possible executioner of the worst president of the academy and faithful acolyte of Venelana Bale. Hotel Rada Central, Kyoto District. A majestic building of black marble and golden columns rose among the city's skyscrapers, a refuge for the powerful, a nest of snakes in gala dresses. Naruto Uzumaki, still bearing the punch mark on his cheek, entered the presidential suite of the Rada Hotel with barely contained fury. He didn't even greet the receptionist or take off his sunglasses, he just walked straight to his bedroom. And as I closed the door. Crash. He slammed a bottle of 1995 Dom Perignon champagne against the wall, letting the bubbly liquid soak the curtains and marble floor. "Damn you all." The blonde imbecile roared angrily. He collapsed onto the leather chair, breathing heavily as he spat out words full of arrogance. "I am number one." Naruto shouted. "I am the damn chosen one. I am the magnanimous ninja, the only worthy heir of this academy. And that wretch that Issei is going to pay for everything." He opened a black box with crimson edges. His deck of cards, he held it as if it were a sacred relic or a weapon. He began to shuffle it slowly, muttering like a madman until one card shone with a strange light. Dark dense. It stopped. The card in the card game began to give off a dark aura, the atmosphere in the room changed instantly, an oppressive pressure, a deathly cold, an inhuman murmur. Naruto held it and smiled. The crooked smile, insane. The Venelana-sama's gift from 5 days ago. The card vibrated and part of the dark aura rose up his right arm like poisoned roots that embedded themselves in the flesh. Naruto didn't even flinch. "It's no longer about justice, nor prestige, this duel will be an execution," said Naruto, while his gaze shone with an unnatural red, "and Issei will be the first sacrifice of this new era, an era where fear is played on every card." He closed his fist, the card was absorbed into the deck, and outside, the sun was beginning its period of hiding behind heavy clouds. It was no longer a duel, it was a battle between the corrupted ego of a tyrant and the will of a strategist who knows no fear. And this time the playing field will not only decide victory. It will decide who lives and who disappears. At point 34 Golden Tyranny vs Cyber Rebellion. Naruto vs Ashen PT.1. DxD Academy lunchtime. The midday sun poured down like molten lead onto the rooftops of the imposing DxD Academy, casting long, heavy shadows onto the cobblestones of the campus, but even the scorching light of the sun couldn't dissipate the dense fog of tension that still hung in the air like an invisible threat. From the moment Naruto Uzumaki, the supposed hero of past generations, faithful soldier and the most loyal dog of Venelana Gremory, was knocked down with a single blow and then openly challenged by a Shen Phantom before the entire student body, something broke, the atmosphere, the order, even the oldest loyalties, everything had begun to fracture, and because of that the academy was divided. On one hand, there were the devotees, those who still worshipped Naruto as if he were the protagonist of a shonen without identity, with the predictable narrative of a poorly written fanfic. They applauded him, even when he said nothing worth mentioning, as if his words were sacred dictates. They were many, but they became less and less noisy. And on the other side, there were the new ones, those who knew that something bigger was brewing, those who were not afraid of the collapse of the old order, the rookies, and the residents of the Kitsune Hostel. They were few, but it was enough to see their eyes to understand that they were not simple students, they were symbols of a new era, and that silent, firm and defiant minority was no longer willing to bow its head before the fallen idols of a dead era. Being supported by the majority of the academy teachers, 90% of the student council, the students of the Stockholm Dueling Academy for young ladies, and the occasional student from the academy who sympathized with them. The rest of the students simply watched, terrified because they all remembered what happened to Murayama and Caddis. Expelled, humiliated, erased from the student system by direct order of Penemu. At that moment, his trial was public. Relentless. Unappealable, and ever since, the echo of that punishment continues to resonate through the halls, bearing a nickname other than the Iron Cadre, one that chills the blood. The Heavenly Guillotine. A living warning that no matter your popularity, your track record, or your friend group, if you made one false move, Penemu would cut it off without hesitation. And so, under a blinding sun that could illuminate nothing, the curtain opened on a DxD Academy on the brink of change. The school torn between nostalgia and revolution. Administrative area second level. The second-level hallway, usually reserved for bureaucratic tedium and the echo of stern heels, today vibrated with a different energy. Under the soft creaking of the stained glass windows illuminated by the midday sun, a figure moved with a light, almost dancing gait, carrying a folder against his chest and a smile as bright as it was dangerous. She was Serafal Citri, the eccentric and charismatic student liaison of the DxD Academy, but for some, she was not just another official. For the students of the marginalized Kitsune Hostel, Serafal was something more. A refuge, an ally, and for three in particular an almost familiar figure. Of her own free will, and with the approval of her former teacher, the fearsome and wise Aoi Seizun, Serafal not only defended the outcasts, she had adopted a Shen Phantom, her mentor's son, as a possible future fiancé, and Yukari Komori and Issei Hyoudou, also giving them the role of Sona. As if they were already her adorable younger siblings, an unpopular trio, yes, but loved by her like few others. Ash-chan, Yu-chan, Issei-chan, thanks for coming to help me with this chaos. She exclaimed, turning on her heels with a spark of excitement. The three students approached from the service elevator, Ashen and Issei, carrying a couple of boxes full of files, while Yukari, less enthusiastically, held a couple of folders with registration forms for duelists. No problem, Yukari replied, calm, but with a sincere sweetness in her voice. It's the least we can do for you, after everything you've done for us. And if anyone can protect us here right now, it's you, and of course, Penemu-sensei, Shen added, his tone calm, but full of respect. Less paperwork, more duels, but well, if it's for you, Serafal-san, I can make an exception, Issei said. True to his style, he gave a half-resigned smile while scratching the back of his neck. Serafal winked at them mischievously, revealing her essence both adorable and lethal. They hate you, but as long as I'm the student liaison, Gabriel-san the vice principal, Michael the general director, and Penemu-chan the just and fulminating executioner, no one will be able to touch you without getting a lawsuit, a suspension, or a meteorite with my celestial signature. Laughter mingled with the tense atmosphere, briefly breaking the constant pressure that followed them like shadows. It was a warm, intimate moment, almost like a truce in the middle of a battlefield. Suddenly, Serafal's tone changed. Without losing her characteristic brilliance, she lowered her voice like someone about to share a secret worthy of shaking the pillars of the world. By the way, Issei-chan, Jack Atlas's red archfiend dragon, is it true that it belongs to you now? Issei blinked, his body tensing with a mixture of embarrassment and astonishment. He nodded slowly. It was in the recent duel against Gasper. It was when I was between a rock and a hard place. I couldn't explain how, but a voice urged me not to give up, and the card simply appeared and responded to my will as if it had been waiting for me. For the first time in that conversation, Serafel became completely serious, the kind of seriousness that only appears when destiny ceases to be theory and becomes legacy. "Then I'll talk to Fabium, the guardian of the Duel Museum and custodian of the historical archive," Serafel said, placing her hand on the brown-haired boy's shoulder. "He'll get you the rest of Jack Atlas's deck so you can synchronize it with your deck. It's no coincidence that a legendary card responds to someone like you, Issei, and believe me, when the past chooses its heir, it's because the future needs it." "Thank you, Serafel-san," Issei said, swallowing saliva, moved without knowing if he deserved so much. Serafel then turned to Ashen, a different emotion in her eyes, not tenderness, but reverence. "And you, Ash-chan, a few hours ago I received an ultra-priority shipment at my office," said the raven-haired girl with pigtails. "It comes directly from your father, that's why I was looking for you in the dining room." Ashen raised an eyebrow in mild curiosity. Upon arriving at the office, Serafel bent down behind her desk and pulled out an armored package, sealed with the unmistakable logo of Industrial Illusions, the legendary company that makes duel monsters. Next to the package was an elegant envelope with distinctive handwriting. "From Yusaku Fujuki and I." "Yes, your uncle, the most handsome in cyberspace." Ashen carefully opened the envelope. Inside was a handwritten letter in his adoptive father's precise and sober handwriting. "Ashen. The archetype prototypes we developed with I have finally materialized. They are now physical cards, all thanks to the cooperative efforts of Brian Pegasus, CEO of Industrial Illusions Company. This deck, along with the cards you already own, represents the link between human consciousness and the grid, only you can guide it. DDI insists that his dear nephew use this archetype to teach the arrogant brat of the main Uzumaki branch a lesson." Ashen smiled, a barely visible but meaningful smile. Serafel handed him the pack of cards with both hands, as if she were handing over a sacred relic, an archetype unknown to almost the entire current generation, a digital echo of the past, now refined and improved by the heroes of a forgotten age. "Is that," said Yukari, who had been silent, looked in astonishment. "The deck that got my father into trouble when he was young, when the incident at Brains happened," Ashen replied without taking his eyes off the cards, "only now it's in better physical condition, and above all," Ashen said as he took out the box containing his cards and put away his father's gift, "more versatile, much more lethal." Ashen held the letter and raised it to his chest, and in that instant, an invisible oath was sealed. A weapon had been born, and Naruto would prove it in a less than friendly way. Well, the sun descended, and the shadow of the roofs lengthened over the courtyards of the academy. The murmur between corridors grew like an unstoppable rumor. The names were repeated, the faces of change walked calmly, with the dignity of those who have nothing to hide. But in the dark corners, those loyal to the Gremory system were already praying for a miracle, because if Ashen won this afternoon, there would be no redemption for the old order, only the beginning of its collapse in the rotten system that Venelana Bale established. Time skip. DxD Academy Duel Stadium, 8:30 p.m. Night had fallen with the solemnity of a final judgment. The sky, blackened by storm clouds and flashes of artificial lights, offered no consolation. There, in the midst of that atmosphere of invisible pressure, rose the stadium of duels, packed, vibrant but silent. The entire audience held its breath. The tension was beyond unbearable. It wasn't just any tournament. It was the climax of an invisible war, brewing in classrooms, hallways, and on social media. The divisions were more felt than ever, and a single provocation was enough for everything to explode. On one hand, 90% of the students and a few teachers aligned with Venelana Bale filled the central stands, dressed in golden t-shirts and bandanas, cheering Naruto Uzumaki as if he were the second coming of the perfect messiah. They believed, or pretended to believe, that tonight he would restore the legacy of the great visionary, that the old era could still be saved. On the other side were the Kitsune Hostel students, the transfer students from Stockholm Academy, 90% of the student council, and most of the teachers. Their support was silent but solid. They didn't use banners. They didn't shout. They didn't need to convince anyone. They just waited for the curtain to fall on the old order. North VIP Box Gremory Bastion, a ditch of nostalgia. Ria's Gremory, surrounded by useless luxuries and institutionalized paranoia, occupied the center of the box with the tense grace of a besieged queen. Kaylin, as haughty as she was empty, sipped her glass of expensive juice with feigned elegance at her side. Kiba stood his ground, though he couldn't hide his discomfort at being trapped in a theater that reeked of self-deception. Around her, 6 upperclassmen, the self-proclaimed Ria's bodyguards, stood in an absurd formation, as if someone was going to kidnap her. In reality, they were just looking for favors, a place on her team, or to have an important place in her system, a glimmer of approval, and all of them, unknowingly, were a parody of what DxD Academy once was. South VIP Box Kitsune Bastion. There were no embellishments here, just conviction. Seraph Leviathan, wearing a black t-shirt that read "New heroes don't ask permission," looked out over the field with a confident smile, while Shamir Neverand and Akeno Himejima shared a quiet conversation, while Ravel Phoenix played with a dual disc-shaped keychain. "A cheap romance novel ends today," Shamir whispered, with that surgical coldness that always commanded respect. "Hopefully, the Ria's Naruto bromance will also end, it was about time," Akeno replied, crossing her arms. "The guy spends more time yelling at his servants in his mansion than building a real legacy," Ravel snorted, rolling her eyes. "It's like he thinks that makes him intimidating." "Naruto is that guy who records himself training," said Tatsumaki, leaning on her seat with a listless expression, "and then he edits the video with epic music, nothing real, just hot air. The Shen is not only going to beat him," Issei said with a smile, "he's going to take him apart piece by piece." And no one in that box had any doubt that that was exactly what would happen, but not everyone spoke from emotion, some spoke from lineage. Indra, in complete silence, looked at the field as if he were contemplating a corpse about to collapse. "I hope Naruto doesn't cry," said Zazie Rainy-Day, eating dice-shaped candies. "Well, not more than necessary." "This is not a night of redemption," Penemu said, standing like a marble statue, her voice low but authoritative. "It's a night of exposure." And next to them, discreetly but noticeably, was Kenichi Uzumaki, who shared a surname with Naruto, distant relatives, yes, but that didn't mean the same thing to both of them. Kenichi had earned respect from scratch, with work, strategy and humility, but Naruto had been born with the spotlight on him and became a slave to that glow. "I don't care if we share blood," Kenichi muttered, his eyes as firm as steel. "I inherited the family name." He dragged it through the mud. The atmosphere in the box was a mixture of expectation and camaraderie, everyone speaking in low voices, their eyes fixed on the dueling field, until a soft murmur ran through the room and everyone turned around with some surprise. A man of noble bearing, long hair tied back and a polite expression had just made an appearance. "Good evening everyone, sorry for the delay," he said with unmistakable elegance. "Theodicus Gremory, at your service." The silence gave way to a chain of polite gestures, even the most severe ones like Shamir and Penemu bowed their heads slightly. Theodicus did not carry the sins of his wife. Unlike his ex-wife Venelana, he still inspired genuine respect. At his side, two girls dressed soberly and with a hint of nervousness, lowered their gaze, uncertain. "Asia Zenobia," Akeno muttered with narrowed eyes, immediately recognizing the newcomers. "They were part of Ria's team, right?" Aaron said, frowning. Before hostilities erupted like a pent-up fire, Theodicus raised a hand calmly and solemnly. "Let me clarify," said the older Redeed. "Both are now ex-members of Ria's Gremory's team. As soon as it was known that Venelana, now Baal, maintained connections with Gabriel, they made the decision, out of dignity, to submit their resignation. They have been living off the radar of Venelana, Kaelin and Ria's for weeks until today, and they have come here because they have something important to request." Everyone present fell silent, their eyes now on Asia Argento, who, with a timid but determined step, approached Issei, her hands trembling slightly, but her voice came out clear and polite. "Good evening Hyoudou Issei-san, my name is Asia Argento." The blonde bowed in a sign of respect. "I have a formal request." She handed him a white envelope with her name calligraphed on it. Some of those present, especially Issei and Ravel, blushed slightly, perhaps expecting a love confession, but Asia, nervous and with red cheeks, quickly waved her hands. "No, it's not that. It's not love." She swallowed, completely blushing. "It's a request to join your team of duelists if you ever form one." "Me too," said Zenobia, firm as a human shield. She handed Issei another identical envelope. "Asia and I trained together since we were children, and if she follows you, I will protect you too." Akeno and Ravel exchanged surprised glances, but Issei, for his part, scratched the back of his neck, visibly uncomfortable. "I'm honored, really, but I'm not yet entitled to a team of duelists. Technically I'm not even a leader of anything yet." The atmosphere was tense for a moment until an elegant and calculated voice interrupted from the back. "That could change very soon." Everyone turned towards the figure of Sona Citri, vice president of the student council, accompanied by Seekvaira Agers and Sererg Baal, who were approaching from the side entrance of the box. Sona adjusted her glasses, as if she were about to read a sentence. "I do say, in 1 week you will have the chance to earn your right as team leader if you accept a challenge that has been scheduled for months on the student council's agenda." Sererg took out a tablet, projecting a file video on the screen. Everyone watched closely. It was an official announcement, signed by Ria's Gremory, about the inter-student tournament. Among the highlighted activities, there was one in bold. Exhibition Duel. Hyoudou Issei vs Diodora Asterisk. The name fell like a rock in everyone's stomach. Asia took a step back, her face lost color, she murmured with difficulty. "Diodora." She screamed that name in her mind like an ancient curse. Zenobia took her shoulder, firm and protective, while Seekvaira crossed her arms and continued. If you manage to defeat Diodora by majority vote of the student council, you will have the automatic right to put together your team, register it in the competition, and officially represent the DxD Academy. Do you accept? Issei gulped, his instinct was to say no, it was too much commitment, too many expectations, but before he could open his mouth. Much. The Keno hugged him from behind, while burying the brown-haired boy's head a little between her breasts. I trust you, Anada said Keno, totally sure of herself. Ravel, with eyes shining with emotion, hugged him too. I also think the same as Keno Onasama said Ravel. Gasper has also been practicing just to see you win, don't leave him with broken hope. Asia clasped both hands together and lowered her head. I'm not good with words said Asia, joining both hands and lowering her head, but I believe in you, Issei-san more than you think. And I'll help you kick ass Zenovia said with a serious look. Issei raised his head, looked around at the faces that trusted him, at the people he once thought were too far away to reach, he sighed, smiled and spoke. Then I will do it said Issei. I will fight against Diodora Astaroth and I will win for you. The stage erupted in muted applause, contained smiles, and sincere emotions. Ross, who had been silent until then, blushed when Issei turned to her. And if I win Raw-sensei, would you agree to be our team's official tutor? The silver-haired girl blinked, her cheeks like tomatoes, and gave her answer. She stammered. Why if you manage it of course Ross stammered while her nerves were eating away at her. I would be delighted. The scene was one of those that one would not forget for years. The birth of a purpose, of a small revolution, a beautiful, luminous, sincere moment. The Stockholm students were surprised by their teacher's actions and did not believe that a Japanese boy could unnerve one of the teachers whose love life came last. But then the stadium light suddenly went out and as if fate itself confirmed the gravity of the moment, only a line of light descended from the sky, focusing on the center of the field. It's time Shamir muttered, without moving. Because everyone knew what that power cut meant. The duel was about to begin. The entire stadium was plunged into absolute darkness, not a light, not a sound, just a silence so tense it seemed the universe itself was holding its breath, then. Boom. An explosion of lights flashed through the stands like lightning across the sky, LED lights danced to the beat of an invisible war drum, and the roar of the audience broke the night like holy thunder. Naruto. Naruto. Naruto-sama. Naruto-senpai. The fans loyal to Venelana Bale went wild, golden banners waving high. Our president forever. Naruto-senpai is justice. Tear him apart. The fangirls, lined up like a pop cult, screamed with tears in their eyes. Some students even wore black jackets with gold trim and prints of the old student council, as if the past were religion and Naruto their false god. But at the other end of the stadium another clamor emerged, smaller, more serene but stronger in will. The Shen Phantom. You are the future. Do it for us. For the Kitsune Hostel. For Stockholm. For the fall of the tyrants. Justice for the fallen. They were the students of the Stockholm Girls Dueling Academy, along with a few students loyal to the hostel. They didn't have fancy banners or loudspeakers, but their conviction filled the stadium like a pent-up fire. South VIP box. Kenichi crossed his arms with a glare. That idiot's shadow won't last long said Kenichi, crossing his arms with a withering look. Tonight he'll crash, and there are no servants to save him. Yukari Komori, sitting with fierce elegance, barely murmured. The Shen doesn't need idols, said Yukari Komori sitting with fierce elegance. He destroys them. Gabriel, the assistant director, watched with a diplomatic smile, but her fingers tightened on the arm of the chair. She said nothing but her eyes shone with hidden pride. Let the egos of the false ones fall today said Penemu in a sharp voice. The trial has begun. But a charismatic, elegant and neutral voice was heard throughout the Colosseum. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, this is your commentator, Momo Hanakai, speaking from the DxD Academy commentators box. Tonight we will witness an unprecedented official duel between the former student council president, Naruto Uzumaki, and one of the Kitsune Hostel's breakout duelists, the surprise rookie, a Shen Phantom. She said with a professional, serious, and unbiased tone. Even the most skeptical were surprised. Momo was here to narrate, not to interfere. The RRRRRRRRRRRRMMMMMMM. A symphony of engines shook the ground, a mechanical roar, deep and prolonged, shook the stadium, as if a metallic beast had awakened. From the side gates of the stadium, the duel runners emerged. The first to appear was Naruto Uzumaki riding a shiny golden motorcycle, armored like armor and with sporty finishes, wearing a black and yellow leather uniform, arrogant sunglasses and a cigar between his teeth. His dual disc was fused with the design of the motorcycle, and the cards rested like jewels displayed on a throne of ego, but yes, lighting a cigar in a smoke-free zone, as if proving that he is the bucking boss. It's him. The fangirls shouted. Look at his style. He's shining. Then, a Shen phantom appeared. His blue dual runner was more aerodynamic, quieter, but intimidating like a panther about to hunt. Lines of light ran along the body with digital precision. His dark blue uniform, with cybernetic details and a green stripe in his hair, made him look like a ray of pure code in the night. The stands fell silent for a second at the sight of his elegance, a threat who didn't need to say his name. Face to face, two machines, two styles, two worlds. Naruto put down his cigar and smiled cynically. "I hope you brought a reinforced helmet," Naruto said. "Because I won't be responsible if you end up sprawled on the pavement, although, if you give up now, I can be merciful, maybe I'll just break your arm." The Shen watched him from his corridor, his eyes were pure steel, his voice, a dagger of ice. "If your ego was fuel maybe you wouldn't need a motorcycle," said a Shen. "Too bad today you're just going to race towards your own extinction." "What did you say?" said the blonde, frowning, trembling with rage. The Shen fired up his dual runner and didn't respond further. Momo Hanakai, with dramatic tension in her voice, declared. "The rules are simple. Both duelists will run along the extended track that connects to Kyoto's main avenue, returning to the duel arena. Whoever takes the left turn first will start the duel. Whoever reduces their opponent's life points to 0 wins. Now all with me." The crowd rose. 3, 2, 1. Green lights. Riding dual acceleration. The dual runners shot out in a burst of light and sparks, both duelists streaking across the stadium like lightning meteors. The Shen. 4000 LP. Naruto. 4000 LP. The motorcycles crossed the border between the sand and the city. The lights of the metropolis reflected off their frames like moving jewels, and then Naruto took the first left turn, the roar of his bike confirming it. "I'm starting this game." The egomaniac blonde shouted with a shark-like grin, and so, under the illuminated Kyoto sky, the duel that would mark the end of an era began. Cards in hand. 5. The city lights danced across Naruto's shining golden dual runner as he pulled away from a Shen on the starting straight, a smug grin still on his face, cigar still between his teeth as he activated his on-bike dual disc. "My turn begins now," Naruto said as his voice boomed through the speakers built into the city circuit and was accompanied by deafening cheers from the Gremory sector of the stadium. "First, I will summon my starting shield," he shouted theatrically. "From my hand appears Twilight Ninja Shinjutsu." A swirl of purple smoke billowed from the asphalt as a sleek, shadowy ninja materialized, standing on the motorcycle's extended hood, his reflective armor and swords gleaming beneath the Kyoto streetlights like a spectral apparition. "This ninja has more than meets the eye," Naruto added arrogantly. "While he's on the field, you can't attack any other ninja. And you can't even target my other ninjas with effects while he's present." In the Gremory box, the cheers redoubled as if they had already won. Naruto's field began to take shape with a defensive and strategic tone, covering what would probably come next. "I place 2 cards face down," Naruto said, his words carrying a tone of excessive confidence, "and I end my turn with 2 cards in hand. Come on, a Shen. Show me if you really deserve to be here." On the stadium's giant screen, the scoreboard was updated. Naruto. Cards in hand. 2. Monsters. 1. Twilight Ninja Shinjutsu. Cards placed. 2. LP. 4000. Momo Hanakai, with professionalism, narrated. Naruto Uzumaki starts the duel defensively, establishing his wall with a Twilight Ninja Shinjutsu, a key monster that will protect future summons, and places 2 hidden cards, a classic preparation move, narrated Momo Hanakai with professionalism. But the crowd wasn't neutral, as pro-Gremory chants erupted like fireworks at a fair. The Kitsune hostile side maintained their composure. In the Kitsune box. "Predictable move," Kenichi said unfazed. "The one who shouts the loudest is the one who fears losing the most." "The Shen will tear him to pieces," Yukari said with an audible giggle. "No one who wears night glasses and smokes in a stadium takes their strategy seriously." "A ninja is the first monster," said the assistant principal, crossing her arms. "Ironic, I wish it was a real one." Penemu, with an icy stare, declared. "If Naruto has built a wall," said Penemu with an icy look, "a Shen is going to build a demolition." On the dueling track. The Shen slightly accelerated his dual runner, the dashboard sensors flashing blue. The wind stirred his hair as if the night itself were calling for him. In his eyes, there was no fear, only calculation, determination, and something deeper. Disgust. "You've talked too much," he said in a low voice. "Now, it's your turn to listen." Turn to a Shen phantom. LP. 4000. The stadium camera zoomed in on a Shen's serene and lethal face, his gaze never leaving the track. His blue dual runner continued its course down Kyoto's main avenue, but he was already looking beyond the asphalt. He was building his victory from the core. With a smooth motion, he extracted his card. "My turn," he stole. Cards in hand. 6. The lights on the board glowed with cybernetic energy, as if responding to the soul of the deck that was about to unfold. I activate my field magic card, Ashen said in a firm and icy voice. Ignister Island. The virtual arena of the field changed completely, the asphalt of the track disappeared into the stadium interface, projecting a digital and psychedelic environment full of floating islands, programmed buildings and data paths that ran through the sky like neural networks. The magic of Island had begun. Momo Hanakai explained in a surprised and admiring tone. Ashen has activated the field spell card Ignister Island. Momo Hanakai shouted in a surprised and admiring tone, looking at the card's information on a special device. As long as he controls no monsters in his main zone, he can special summon a level 4 or lower Ignister monster from his hand completely free. Suppressed cheers were heard in the stands of the Kitsune Hostel. Ashen plays at home now, shouted a student from Stockholm. Naruto frowned, uneasy. For a second, the glow of his smile dimmed, the AI land expanded across the field and with it, the beginning of a dizzying assault. Ashen didn't say another word. There was no need, his deck would speak for him. Cards in hand. 5. The city lights reflected the expanse of Ignister Island across the court. The metropolis of Kyoto itself seemed to have connected to the deck's spiritual network, as if the traffic lights, street lights, and electronic panels were bending to Ashen's digital domain. The duelist extended his hand with mathematical coldness. I activate Ignister Island's effect. Since I control no monsters in my main zone, I special summon. Isekai'ed Ignister. Cards in hand. 4. The fiery cybernetic creature appeared with a red flash, its body dancing like a moving flame, and the digital heat it emitted could be felt even through the stadium screens. I activate Isekai'ed Ignister's effect. I search for a level 4 or lower add Ignister from my deck and add it to my hand. Cards in hand. 5. The interface on his dual disc flickered, and within seconds, the card was projected towards him, Ashen catching it without looking, his movement surgical, without exclamations or need for fanfare. The crowd was stirring, even in the Kitsune box, the electricity of his presence could be felt. Now, I normally summoned Isekai'ed Ignister. Another flash, this time electric. A luminous creature with an oval body and a digital hat floated across the dance floor like a data firefly. Despite its friendly appearance, its aura radiated technical precision. Cards in hand. 4. Ashen spoke without pause, without embellishment. I activate Isekai'ed Ignister's effect, add a magic or trap card AI from my deck to my hand. The interface offered him multiple options, and he chose one without hesitation. The dual disc provided the card and handed it to him like a sealed order. Cards in hand. 5. Momo Hanakai intervened with professional emotion. Ashen has summoned Ichichi and Pikari, two key pieces of his Add Ignister engine. He now has two monsters on the field ready for what looks like a link summon. The Kitsune hostile crowd was starting to get excited. Naruto, in his golden runner, was frowning with growing irritation. And that was your whole move, Cyborg. Finding two cute smiling bugs. Ashen looked at him over his shoulder, with a calmness as offensive as a scream. I prefer bugs than a clown and NTR lover in fan fiction, disguised as an idol. Now keep quiet and watch how a real field is built. North VIP box, the Gremory zone. As Ashen's movements were executed with surgical precision, the atmosphere within Ria's Gremory's exclusive box grew increasingly dense. What began as an evening of arrogance and superiority was beginning to show its first cracks. The holographic screen displayed in detail the creatures Ashen had summoned. Isekai'ed Ignister and Isekai'ed Ignister. Both floated above the court-like data entities, and the digital environment of the field seemed to respond to their presence, as if the ground itself recognized them as sovereign. Kaelin, frowning and crossing her arms in annoyance, was the first to speak. That archetype Ad Ignister said, Issei's ungrateful ex-older sister. Everyone looked at her. Do you know him? Kiba asked, barely hiding his nervousness. Not entirely, Kaelin said, clicking her tongue. There is very little information about that archetype. The only thing that is preserved is stored in the archives of forbidden duels of the old Vrain system. Brains? Rias repeated in a tense whisper. Kaelin nodded. It was part of a chaotic incident, said Kaelin, looking at a tablet searching for said information when Yusaku Fujuki, the legendary duelist, faced and defeated the artificial intelligence known as I. It is said that the entire conflict put the world's network systems in check. That deck was one of those that were given in that final confrontation. An awkward silence fell over the box. Ria's Gremory, her wine glass still halfway to her lips, didn't drink. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, Ashen's concentration, her absolute control of her play, the digital environment echoing with every movement. Rias murmured, with a mixture of doubt and fear, how is it that Ashen Phantom has in his hand such a rare forgotten archetype? Insecurity crossed her gaze for the first time in a long time. It wasn't just the field magic card, it wasn't just the archetype, it was the way he played it. There was someone else behind this and Rias knew it. Maybe we're not just looking at a rookie, Kiba said, swallowing saliva. Halen gritted her teeth, not responding. Not even she, who always presumed to know everything about duels, had foreseen this, and for the first time in the Gremory box there was no applause, only silence and fear disguised as pride. LP. 4000. Cards in hand. 5. Monsters on the field. Isekai'ed Ignister, level 4. Isekai'ed Ignister, level 2. Bashen watched the field without emotion, Data dancing around his dual disc like hungry bits, begging to be transformed into strategy, the connection between him and his deck so exact that it seemed more like an algorithm than a human being. Bashen's voice cut through the air, firm, not shouting but with an imposing authority. Now reveal the circuit that will lead us to victory, said Playmaker's son. I take the level 2 monster Isekai'ed Ignister as material, he said with surgical precision. The data lines lit up around him like a luminous net, the ground under the wheels of his dual runner transformed into a floating digital ring link summon. Link 1. Dark Infant Ad Ignister appears. A bolt of lightning descended from the cybernetic sky of Aland and materialized into a small, compact but bright-eyed, deadly intelligent creature. It floated with magnetic energy, reconfiguring space as if the runway itself were its personal servant. The Shen Phantom has performed a link summon, using Isekai'ed as material. Dark Infant Ad Ignister enters the field, and with it its effect is activated, said Momo Hanakai with impeccable neutrality. The Shen's eyes shone with an almost imperceptible gleam, his voice did not tremble, he did not get excited, he just continued with his usual precision. I activate the effect of Dark Infant. When summoned I add from my deck to my hand another copy of Ignister Aland. The card was provided on his dual disc and added instantly. He didn't hesitate, it was as if every move had already been simulated 1,000 times in his mind. Naruto, from his golden dual runner, gritted his teeth. Cards in hand. 6. TCH. How ridiculous a baby creature. Is that all you have? The Shen didn't even turn to look at him. Even a single bite can corrupt an entire system if you know when to use it. Naruto slammed the handlebars of his runner, furious. Meanwhile, in the Gremory box. Halen murmured with growing concern. He's structuring his play with perfect timing. This is no ordinary duelist, this guy, he's a machine. Riaz remained silent, her lips parted and a mixture of anger and bewilderment on her face. Who the hell trained you, the Redeed whispered, as if speaking to a ghost from her past that she couldn't quite recognize. Bashen briefly looked at a card in his hand, held it in front of his face for just a second, illuminated by the digital flashes of his runner, then slid it onto his dual disc with total determination. I activate the magic card AI Contact. Cards in hand. 5. The jet of purple and pink light exploded from the magical area. A digital avatar with yellow heart-shaped eyes briefly appeared, letting out a lively laugh upon seeing the active magical field. Since Ignister Aland is already in my field zone, I reveal another copy from my hand, Ashen said as he showed the card to the public without drama, without provocation, just as another step in his perfect machinery, I return it to the bottom of the deck, cards in hand. 4. The dual disc absorbed it, and a confirmation sound effect was heard, and now, I draw 3 cards. The new cards emerged with surgical speed. Ashen didn't even blink. He added them to his hand as if each one already had a specific place in his hand. Cards in hand. 7. Momo Hanakai could not hide a tone of professional astonishment. Ashen activates AI Contact, said Momo Hanakai, looking at her information tablet, a card that allows her to return an unnecessary copy of Ignister Aland to the bottom of the deck and in return, draw 3 new cards, an impressive recycling and advantage play in the second turn. The bleachers in the Kitsune Hostel section began to rise and the Stockholm students jumped out of their seats. He never fails. A voice shouted from the crowd. Let's go, Shen-san. Another student from Sweden shouted. Kitsune Hostel forever. Another girl from Stockholm shouted, making her preference for the Hostel rebels clear. In the Kitsune box. That guy doesn't play at random, said Issei. He plays as if the universe had already given him the answers. He's not here to win, he's here to make it clear who deserves to be in this academy, said Ajuka. And who deserves to be thrown off their crystal throne. Penemu said, dry as always. On the track. The Shen, still mounted on his electric blue dual runner that cut through Kyoto Avenue like a scalpel through corrupted flesh, lifted a card from his hand with determination. I activate the backup effect Ad Ignister from my hand as I control a Cybers monster summoned from the extra deck. He briefly looked at Dark Infant Ad Ignister. I can special summon this card from my hand. The holographic creature emerged beside Picari with a blue flash, its slender body, with screens and digital nodes spinning around it, evoking the image of a living code programmer. But Ashen wasn't done. And when she's summoned it allows me to add a Cybers Darkness monster from my deck to my hand, though to do so, I must discard a card. Without another word, he elegantly slid another card from his hand to the graveyard, discarding Danuribo Ad Ignister. Cards in hand. 6. A squat dark creature, its body covered in smoke and small floating orbs, dissolved into thin air in a glitch-like effect, as if its disappearance had already been programmed, the audience barely understanding the depth of that move. With that, I add a card to my hand. Ashen took the card from the deck dealt by the dual disc. And the gears keep turning. Cards in hand. 7. Momo Hanakai, in a cautious but impressed voice, explained. Ashen continues to extend his combo with great efficiency, summoning backup ad ignister for free by controlling a monster from the extra deck and in doing so, discarding Donuribo ad ignister to search for a key darkness card in his strategy, and Donuribo, although not on the field, is already a problem that he is in the graveyard. The stadium cameras focused on Naruto, whose face no longer reflected superiority, but rather a growing irritation. He was beginning to understand what the rest had already sensed. Ashen wasn't playing to show off, he was playing to finish it off. In the Gremory box. Kalen, growing increasingly nervous, hissed through her teeth. Was that Donuribo? Kalen said, increasingly nervous, hissing through her teeth. That monster can redirect damage or double it, what the hell is that bastard up to? Ria's, tense, didn't respond, but her glass was already empty, and not because she was enjoying herself. Back on track. The duel runner's engines roared as the two duelists approached the turnaround point on Kyoto's main avenue, but Ashen didn't need to turn to exert pressure. The ignister Alan shone brightly, in sync with every movement of his dual disc. The wind blew across his face, but his voice sounded like freshly forged steel. Now reveal the circuit that will lead us to victory, shouted Ashen. I take Picari ad ignister, backup ad ignister and Dark Infant ad ignister as link materials. The three creatures were sucked into the digital vortex of the link summoning symbol, columns of data disintegrating them into codes, while the 3 points of the link circuit lit up in the floating network that expanded from the magic field. The three monsters with different names, summoning link, shouted Ashen, appears now. Supreme Knight of the AI System Link 3 Dark Templar ad ignister. A burst of dark purple energy rocked the dueling arena. A cybernetic colossus emerged, hovering in an intimidating stance, its energy-plated armor glowing like defensive towers in a virtual fortress, lines of power running through its body like flashes of data. Momo Hanakai, shocked but professional, narrated. The Shen Phantom summons a very intimidating link monster, shouted Impacted, but professional Dark Templar ad ignister has appeared, and it is a monster with the potential to rebuild the entire field if the conditions are met. 3 materials, 3 different names. Shen executed it without wasting a single resource. The stadium rumbled, even Naruto fans were speechless by the technical solidity of that play. Naruto gritted his teeth, sparks flying from his gloves as he gripped the controls of his golden dual runner. Do you really think all of that will be of any use? From his dual runner, Ashen just muttered in a deep voice. Not yet, but that's what foundations are for, to hold up the ruins you're going to be. Naruto angrily turned the handlebar, offended by the coldness with which Ashen constructed his play. Kitsune stage. He's not attacking Eren, said smiling, he's programming the system to collapse. Rias must be sweating right now, said Akeno smiling. That boy and all of you, Kitsune Hostel and the current student council, said Penemu crossing her arms, is everything this academy should have been from the beginning. The screens focused on a Shen Phantom, who adjusted his gloves as he entered the battle phase, his gaze still icy like the core of a satellite. Without boasting, without needing to shout, he just raised his hand slowly and uttered. Battle phase, Dark Templar ad ignister, attacks Twilight Ninja Shinjutsu. The purple colossus crossed the field in a split second, its body emitting pulses of lethal data, its arms multiplying in binary code and descending forcefully upon Naruto's defending ninja. Not so fast. Naruto shouted from his dual runner, with a fake confident smile, I activate my quick play magic card. Ninjutsu Art Notebook of Mystery. An old parchment notebook spun across the field, opening like an ancient grimoire. Its effect activated immediately. Since you control a card, I can place a ninja monster and a ninjutsu art spell or trap card from my deck, face down on my field. Said the blonde, and immediately 2 cards descended like sealed shadows in a silent ritual. HMPH. You underestimate yourself if you think Shinjutsu was alone. But Ashen did not react, he did not flinch, the attack continued. Dark Templar ad ignister tore through the mist and crushed Shinjutsu, whose body dissolved into shadow fragments under the Colossus's digital power. GGGHHHHHH. Naruto complained as he received the full blow while his dual runner skidded on the asphalt. Naruto LP. 4,800 equals 3,200, 3,200. Shocking. Dark Templar destroys Shinjutsu, inflicting direct damage to Naruto. Uzumaki, said Momo, narrating with a neutral but vibrant tone, the first blow of the duel is devastating. The purple colossus crossed the field in a fraction of a second, destroying Naruto's ninja. But the most impressive thing was what came next. Ashen, with his eyes fixed on his dual disc, lifted a card from the graveyard. Dark Templar ad Ignister, effect activated. When I destroy a monster, I can summon a Cybers monster from my graveyard to the field by choosing Picari, Ashen said. Well, the mentioned monster appeared in one of the zones where Dark Templar pointed. When a monster is special summoned in a zone it points to, I can summon up to 2 level 4 or lower Cybers monsters from my graveyard with their effects negated. So in total I revive Picari ad Ignister, Backup ad Ignister and Donyuribo ad Ignister. The 3 monsters emerged from the graveyard as restored data, columns of coded light forming silhouettes that quickly solidified into digital creatures, the field reconstructed with surgical precision. Ashen not only counterattacked, he optimized. Momo Hanakai, with genuine astonishment, narrated. Ashen revives 3 monsters from the graveyard. Picari backup and the dangerously underrated Donyuribo, a creature capable of disrupting damage or protecting key resources if used correctly. The field is back to full. Stadium Gremory zone. The emotional collapse was immediate. What's going on? Why are those bugs coming back? Shouted a third-year student who was carrying some fans with Naruto's face on them. It's cheating. It's cheating. A second-year boy cried like a crying child. No way. Naruto-sama, said a first-year student. Our hero is virtually bleeding. Shouted a first-year boy. This is a crime against the school system. Shouted another third-grade boy. Fangirls were crying as if their lifelong drama had been cancelled, some even fainted with their eyes open. A first-year student took out a "Naruto is my husband" sign and tore it up in slow motion, crying with dramatic despair. A group of fans even held a Naruto plushie while pretending to faint. Alco del Hostel Kitsune. That was painful to see, said Indra with a bitter grimace, not because of Ash, but because of them. He said, clarifying the sarcasm. Kaneko, now really annoyed, blurted out. You could put them on silent, Kaneko said, annoyed, or better yet in quarantine. Gabriel gave a slight smile. One monster did that, Grayfia said as she affectionately leaned her head against Sirzechs' shoulder. One crack and their entire system collapsed. Are you crying for 800 points of damage, said Kenichi, facepalming. Are you alright in the head? They're more noisy than useful, Noelle said, holding a dango stick between her lips. Just like her idol. Back on track. Naruto, still in his runner, gritted his teeth. Don't think this is over. Naruto said angrily. I activate the effect of Shinjutsu. When it's destroyed, it allows me to add 1 ninja from my deck to my hand. The dual disc turned a card over to him. He regarded it with renewed arrogance, though his brow was still twisted in anger. Cards in hand. 3. I place 3 cards face down, said Ashen, while putting said cards in the spell and trap area. Cards in hand. 4. I end my turn. The stadium projected the updated state of the field. Ashen Phantom current status. Cards in hand. 4. Spell field. Ignister Island. Zone extra deck monster. Dark Templar ad Ignister, Link 3 ATK 2300. Main monsters own Picari ad Ignister, Def 600. Card set. 3. Naruto Uzumaki current status. Cards in hand. 3. Cards placed. 3, 1 in the monster zone and 2 in the magic card zone. LP. 3200. But near the stadium, or rather. Elevated area of the stadium just above the center scoreboard. Approximately 80 meters above the ground, inaccessible, invisible, illogical. Floating in the air, hidden from the sight of mortals, duelists, and even magical drones, were them. The spirit balls. No one knew where they came from, no one knew who they obeyed. And, honestly, no one could stop them even if they tried. 2 of them watched the duel with absolute attention, in silence. Until they started arguing. Of course. Spirit ball number 3, with a permanently stoic expression, non-existent hair, but with the attitude of a reincarnated Merlina Adams, floated in a position of divine judgment. Ashen's calculating all the variables. Naruto, on the other hand, continues to act as if he can command respect just because he owns a cigar and an expensive motorcycle. Typical. The much smaller spirit ball number 4, with flushed cheeks and glowing eyes like a yandere version of a homicidal kawaii emoji, sighed with non-existent hands glued to its invisible face. If Ashen summons a more intimidating monster, I swear I'll self-destruct from excitement. So cool. So serious. So Number 3 rolled his eyes, or what looked like eyes. At a grip, glitter sociopath, we're here to observe impartially. I am. The yandere said in an offended tone. Impartially in love with destruction. You have problems, said number 3 with a depressed air, like that cursed card in Naruto's deck. They both fell silent. A symbolic fog gathered around them. Bree, with a monotonous tone of disgust, sees the Naruto fans and explodes. I can't believe there are still people who put that bland blonde crazy bitch mustache as Ria's Gremory's canon husband in fanfics. And in the fanarts too. Added N degrees 4, pulling a tablet out of nowhere. Its former owner, a sweet old lady who collapsed when she saw me, won't miss her if you know what I mean. Yes, said number 3, they are poorly drawn and all have titles like Redemption of the Ignored God or When She Saw Her True Self. And they always portray Issei as a villain or as a coward black. Said no. Point 4, opening Wattpad and fanfiction.net while looking at a catalog of fics with a simple excuse that he's a pervert and doesn't deserve them. It's as if their brains worked with trap cards activated in a chain without reading their effects. Breaking the fourth wall without remorse. Number 3 muttered with contempt. Naruto, Goku, Natsu or worse Goku the canon husband pathetic. But then where is 2? Both balls turned nothing. Where is that idiot? Shouted number 3 with the first emotional change in 3,000 years. Spirit ball number 2, with a cute little face, tongue out, and a ridiculously long pink scarf, had disappeared from their viewing position, but not for long. Because when they turned their ethereal fields of vision they saw her. She was in a Shen Phantom's dual runner sitting as an invisible couplet with her little arms up. How funny. It's like a Maintainer Issei. The Shen, of course, didn't see her but something in his brow twitched as if his instinct was telling him. Why do I feel a strange foolish entity screaming next to me? Number 3 and number 4 shouted in unison from above. That stupid girl. Back on track. It was Naruto's turn, the sound of his golden dual runner's engine rumbled, as if trying to fill the void around him. Naruto gripped the handlebars tightly, a Shen's field was crammed with resources. His own field silent and reactive, the stadium watched with growing tension. My turn. He shouted with suppressed fury. Draw. Cards in hand. 4. Naruto didn't know it, but the moment he drew the card from his deck the air changed, not only around his runner inside him the wind became denser, the roar of the crowd died down, as if a blanket had fallen over his senses, the card in his hand, recently drawn, emitted an icy impulse, as if his soul recognized it before his eyes. And then a voice emerged from the depths of his mind. Enough delays, spoiled brat. Do you think it's fun to look like a clown? Do it. Play with me. And stop begging for applause from that useless thing you call honor. Unless you want to keep watching that scourge of a Shen leave you exposed in front of everyone. Including her. Naruto's face twisted for a moment, not out of rage, but out of fear. The voice wasn't his, the presence wasn't from this duel. It was the evil card that Venelana Gremory herself had given him, the one he'd kept hidden and now demanded it. Shut up, Naruto whispered, but his hand was shaking. Excuse me? The voice retorted in a mocking, venomous tone. Or weren't you the one who got me into this mess back when you were crying because no one took you seriously? The card burned in his palm, the dual disc flickered for a moment, even his runner beeped, as if recognizing that the card shouldn't be there. Kitsune stage. Everyone noticed Naruto's behavior. It was something that didn't fit. Something is wrong, Ravel said, I can feel it in your hand, that card. Could it be that? Issei said seriously. Attention everyone, said Ravel, anyone who is outside our circle could be the owner of an evil card. Momo Hanakai, unaware of what is happening beneath the surface, comments. Naruto draws a card. He has 3 cards in hand, 2 set cards, and a face-down monster. What will his move be? Will he look to retreat or counterattack? Naruto, his knuckles white from gripping his deck so tightly, looks at the card, holds it, contemplates it, breathes it in. And the voice whispers to him for the last time. Give me your final trap card, Naruto, and I will make the world bow down before you. Without thinking, the blonde screams. I reveal my face-down monster. Yellow ninja appears. When normal summoned or flipped over as is the case, I can summon a ninja in attack or defense position face down. Naruto raised his arm with controlled fury and shouted, appear now. Ninja Grandmaster Hanzo, in attack position. Card in hand. 3. The field shook with a swift silhouette falling from the sky, a purple and scarlet flash spun masterfully, revealing the legendary ninja amidst clouds of explosive smoke. I activate Hanzo's effect, Naruto exclaimed. I bring to my hand another ninja that will be your end, a Shen. Cards in hand. 4. Naruto chooses a card from his deck and holds it tightly. He doesn't show it, but his face reveals that this choice has a clear purpose and that it is not simply to defend himself. But the summoning of Hanzo, Naruto has stabilized his field, said Momo Hanakai. Now he has 2 monsters ready to attack or be used in a bigger play. The tension between both duelists has only escalated. Naruto keeps Hanzo and Yellow Ninja on the field, still without moving to the battle phase, but something is. The brutal pressure took over the air. The stadium's spotlights flickered, a crawling shadow emerged from Naruto's deck just as he drew a newly added card with Hanzo. For an instant, his body trembled, his pupils narrowed, a black and purplish aura enveloped him, like a living creature hungry. The voice of the evil card, audible only to him. Summon me, don't question it, do it now, Uzumaki, or you'll remain just a forgotten clown behind your golden mask. Brah! Naruto roared in a distorted voice, his eyes wide open like an animal in a trance. Enough with the doubts. With almost instinctive violence, he grabbed Yellow Ninja and threw him into the graveyard as if he had hated him all his life. I sacrifice Yellow Ninja to summon my general. Twilight Ninja Jutsuga, the Shogun. The fissure of dark energy exploded around them, the psychic chains of the evil card were released, and the field shook. For most of the spectators, it was just an explosive play with great momentum, but at the top of the stadium, in the restricted area of the Kitsune Hostel, cards in hand, 3. Alco VIP del Hostel Kitsune. That aura. Issei said, frozen the evil card. It can't be. Said Yukari, Naruto has an evil card. DSK Kenichi grunted, cracking his knuckles. We always knew that idiot was corrupted, a damn sociopath, but this is in a different league. Penemu, her eyes flashing with fury. If that card manifests completely, said Penemu with her eyes shining with fury, a Shen could lose more than a duel. Meanwhile, the crowd supporting Naruto explodes in cheers. That's it, Naruto senpai. That's the way to go, Golden President. Come on, you're going to humiliate him. Everyone sees Naruto as if he's had a glorious rebirth. What they don't know is that he's no longer just in that body. At the top of the stadium. Meanwhile, from high above the stadium, the spirit balls watched silently, even the Yandir ball fell silent for a second. Now this really stinks of a bad level 2 fanfic, said Spirit Ball number 3 in a funereal and dry voice, one of those that ships Rias with Naruto and gives them children with names like Naruki Gremory. It stresses me out. That ninja isn't kawaii, he's evil and ugly. Said the spiritual ball number 4 with a voice that should already be adorable. I want him to explode and then hug his debris so he feels love. The spirit balls watched the growing darkness of the evil card with concern until number 2, who was on a Shen's back with her chaotic energy and raw innocence, let out a squeal. Oh mommy. Said the spiritual ball number 2 with his adorable voice, that letter is scarier than the end of Evangelion. Panicking, she spun around like an out-of-control beach ball and launched herself straight into a Shen Phantom's deck, disappearing into the cards with a pop. No, it can't be, said ball number 3 in the dry voice of Merlina Adams. That stupid girl, she turned into a playing card. And she doesn't even shine like I wanted. Said the spirit ball number 4 in her usual, now adorable voice. Back on track. The shadow of the Jutsuga grew behind Naruto, the dark aura of the evil card continued to flow like poisonous ink. I activate the effect of Twilight Ninja Jutsuga, the Shogun. Naruto roared, his eyes glowing supernaturally. I shift his stance to defense and summon my fallen ninjas. Hanzo and Shinjutsu immediately emerged from the graveyard as spectral shadows that solidified with a purple glow. The crowd went wild at the triple ninja formation. Naruto returns to Hanzo and Shinjutsu, said Momo, trying to keep her tone neutral. It's as if the ninja clan itself had risen from the darkness. But immediately, without wasting a second, Naruto raises his arm. I reveal my continuous trap. He shouts furiously, ninjutsu art of super transformation. An ancient rune is drawn in the sky, the figures of Hanzo and Picariad Ignister are absorbed by a spiral of golden light and chaos. Momo was surprised. Wait, he also sacrificed an opponent's monster. Both bodies dissolve and a colossal silhouette emerges, its golden eyes blaze fiercely. A storm of energy forms around it. Emerges from the deck, Yellow Dragon Ninja. The roar of the ninja dragon shook the entire stadium, the windows shook, the lights flickered. Naruto now had a brutal force on his field, fueled by his trap card and by the dark will of the card that continued to guide him. Alco del Hostel Kitsune. That's not a strategy, said Gabriel, standing up. That's a dark ritual disguised as a play. And yet, Asia said with a frown. The audience cheers him as if he were a hero. Blind idiot, said Izumi. They applaud the butcher without knowing that they are in line at the slaughterhouse. Indra, Mirando and Kaneko. Did you notice that dragon has eyes like intelligence? Indira said. Kaneko, wrinkling her nose. That kind of intelligence that undoubtedly does not belong to Naruto. Meanwhile, in the countryside. Naruto, the dark aura burning around him, steps forward with a blank stare and a deep, almost whispering voice, though the stadium applauds, believing it to be part of the show. I'll discard Twilight Ninja Shinjutsu from my hand. A gust of wind sweeps across the field as the card flies to the graveyard. Cards in hand. 2. I activate Yellow Dragon Ninja's effect. I destroy Ignister Island and one of your set cards, a Shen Phantom. Both cards are destroyed in a lightning dance of yellow blades. A portion of a Shen's field is left vulnerable. But there's no time. Naruto violently points out. I activate my second set card. Ninjutsu Art of Shadow Sealing. I sacrifice Shinjutsu to seal backup ad Ignister. He is removed. The dark whirlpool envelops Shinjutsu, who vanishes. A gigantic shadow with blue eyes falls on backup, who is sealed and removed from the field as if he had never existed. Incredible. Said Momo Hanakai, narrating, unable to hide her tension. Naruto has eliminated 2 key resources from a Shen Phantom, destroying his magic field and removing one of his essential monsters from the game, but there's something else. That atmosphere isn't normal. Naruto pointed his arm determinedly towards the enemy camp, the shadow of his yellow dragon ninja, projected like a yellow spear in front of Ishen's digital wall. Yellow dragon ninja, destroy Dark Templar ad Ignister. Roar of the yellow edge. With a thunderous roar, the dragon ninja swooped down, his dual blade slashed through the Templar's digital core, which exploded into blue and purple data fragments. Ishen Phantom narrowed his eyes, enduring the mental and physical impact of the damage. Ishen Phantom. 4,700 equals 3,300 LP. Stands, sector loyal to Rias and Naruto. An explosion of jubilation shook that part of the stadium, Naruto's fans applauded as if he had won a world championship. That's the way, Naruto Samaya. He's unbeatable. Invincible. Nobody touches him. He's a blonde god. Rias Gremory, arms crossed and with a triumphant half-smile, said in a haughty tone. I knew his determination would make him shine, it's a shame someone like Ishen would even try to compete with him. Halen, at his side, added sarcastically. Ishen is nothing more than a broken prototype. Not even his glitch deck can save him now. The muscular, slicked-back bodyguards laughed wildly, as if those words had been a brilliant joke. Wahahaja, that's a great one, bosses. Pull the plug now, that phantom kid is pathetic. Alco del Hostel Kitsune. That dragon is dangerous, said Yukari, while biting her lip with tension, and Naruto is not being himself. Ishen resist, said Issei, clenching his fists, don't give them the pleasure. I know he can do it, Asia said, her gaze lowered but firm. He's fighting not only for himself but for all of us. Momo Hanakai, narrating from the booth. The precise blow from Naruto Uzumaki. Dark Templar ad Ignister falls, and the crowd goes wild at his return to the offensive. What a risky move from a duelist who is clearly not the same as before. After the devastating impact of the yellow dragon ninja, Ishen's field crackled with remnants of dark data as the young duelist stood firm, although his life points had dropped even so, his gaze remained sharp, unbreaking. Naruto, on the other hand, took a step forward, illuminated by the lights that glorified him as if he had already won. You all saw it, right? He shouted to the audience amidst cheers. I'm destroying it. The roar of the stadium was deafening, but then, his voice grew darker, deeper, his smile, more crooked. And his eyes, they barely seemed human. He pointed sharply at Ishen's dual disc, its circuitry emitting a faint buzz. This is just the beginning of the end for you, Ishen Phantom. This is the beginning of your downfall. The tension froze like a storm about to explode. In the hostel box, everyone fell silent, and in the air, a darkness was felt that had nothing to do with cards or strategies, it was something deeper, more evil. Chapter 35 Star Roar. Naruto vs Ishen Point. Final. The final roar of the yellow dragon ninja still throbbed on the metal plates of the stadium, like the echo of a thunder caught in the corridors of destiny. The Dark Templar ad Ignister, reduced to fragments of dark data, floated like digital ashes in a sky of artificial lights. Each spark suspended in the air was a reminder of the sacrifice and the accumulated tension on the sacred track, where two dual runners revolved like planets about to collide. The public was divided. One side roared with hysteria, drunk with fanaticism and arrogance, the other held its breath, because what was happening at that moment was no longer a simple card duel, it was a judgment before history, a war of symbols, a settling of scores between two opposing forces. The old world, inflated with privileges, armored with hypocrisy and vanity, and the new world, forged in resistance, dignity, and the memory of those who were silenced. Alco del Hostel Kitsune. A chill ran down Yukari Komori's spine, her pupils trembling as she gripped the seat tightly, as if, with its tension, she could anchor Ishen's soul to solid ground. Naruto isn't hurting alone anymore, the green-haired girl whispered, almost in fear. Nai and Lee, normally eloquent, had become statues, their sharp eyes following every frame, every movement, like hunting wolves protecting their alpha. Issei Hyoudou didn't speak, his clenched fists vibrated, his knuckles bleeding. He can't lose now, not after everything we've endured, Issei said, sweating from suppressed rage. Asia Argento, her heart heavy, leaned forward, her lips trembling, but her faith not, even in the midst of danger, her voice whispered with desperate tenderness. Ishen-san, please hold on, said the blonde, very distressed, joining her hands in a sign of prayer. Roswis, normally unflappable, took off her glasses for the 5th time in a minute, cleaning them with almost mechanical fury, her eyes flying between the table, the screen and Ria's face in the opposite box. Her mind was making calculations, but her soul was praying. Alco Gremory. Ria's Gremory held a glass of white wine with the empty elegance of an actress, repeating the same role for the 100th time. She twirled the glass theatrically, before gently dropping it into her lap, her smile more than just satisfaction. It was contempt disguised as class. It's already starting to fall apart like all those who dared to challenge us before. Beside him, Kaylin, Issei's renegade sister, crossed her arms, her expression that of a noble evaluating livestock. He's just another dreamer, a footnote in Naruto-sama's story. The laughter of his bodyguards erupted like a pack of hyenas, one even mimicking the fall of Dark Templar ad Ignister, with a grotesque grimace and a mocking sound. Boom. That's how the glitch went down. Bosses, it was glorious. The Gremory box didn't see the duel as a confrontation, but as a public execution. In the Kitsune box. But what no one in the stadium knew is that the celestial guillotine had spoken. Penemu, with her serenity and her moral code intact, activated a secret transmission from her arcane clock. She did not utter a word, she did not need to. He just pressed a button, and then the world looked again. In Hong Kong, on a rusty rooftop and under the neon light of chaos. Mao Mao, exiled for looking too peasant according to Naruto's elitism, watched a duel on an old television, sitting on a box of fish. Next to her, her boyfriend Jinshi, champion of Hong Kong, lit a cigarette without taking his eyes off the screen. "That blonde he was always a fake," said the Hong Kong champion with contempt. "And that phantom boy he's got real fire," Mao Mao replied, smiling with a flame in his eyes that not even poverty could extinguish. In Paris, France, at an intimate dinner at the foot of the Eiffel Tower. Tasuku Tsubakino, expelled for his transvestism and sexual orientation, sipped his glass of wine while stroking the hair of Yumamiya, his beloved, while they watched the meeting through a tablet. "My love, this is the moment we've been waiting for," said Tasuku as he kissed her forehead, the beginning of the collapse of the hypocritical empire. And the tower, majestic and silent, seemed to bow before that declaration. In Ontario, Canada, in an apartment decorated with alternative rock posters. Ranko Saddam, lesbian, free and defiant, expelled for not joining Naruto's harem and also for her sexual orientation. Hugged her wife Akane Tendu, both were silent, only seeing the confrontation via streaming on the academy's main page because they knew the roar was coming. "You know what's ironic, Akane?" Ranko said as she watched how Dark Templar had destroyed Shinjutsu. "What?" Akane said as she looked at her wedding ring. Ranko smiled like someone who sensed a revolution. "Not even 1,000 kilometers away can prevent me from hearing the fall of an empire," said the aforementioned, while she saw Naruto's life points decrease. In other parts of the world. South Africa, Bulgaria, Switzerland, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, Singapore and Australia. Where many students, victims of Naruto's tyrannical regime and blessed by Venelana Gremory who were unfairly expelled, but thanks to Sirzechs, Zeodicus, Penemu, Gabriel and Michael, were accommodated in other dual schools with whom they had exchange agreements and explaining the situation to them so that their dreams of being professional duelists would not be cut short by a whim of someone who is resentful of life and by the rotten vision of a megalomaniac woman. They saw the duel between the damned one who made their lives impossible against that boy. A member of the surprise rookies who had truncated the plans of Venelana Gremory's doctrine. Back to Kyoto. The duel runner's wheels squealed under the strain, the spotlights shone like artificial suns, and the entire world held its breath, knowing that the Shen Phantom's turn was about to begin, a turn that wasn't just his, it belonged to the exiles, the humiliated, those who were never invited to the box, but were always on the right side of history. The stadium lights flickered, the roar of the crowd died away for a sacred second. The Shen, still mounted on his dual runner, extended his arm solemnly, and the automated system lowered the top card of his deck with a flash of silver. He picked it up without looking immediately. A breeze, almost spiritual, swept across the field. "My turn, draw," shouted a Shen, cards in hand. 5. The Shen looked down slowly and frowned. "What the hell," the rookie said mentally. The card was unfamiliar, his fingers twitched, that card shouldn't be in his deck. He looked at it, it was a monster card. Kind illustration, Warmore, a name that wasn't in his memory, and yet he felt no danger, but then, in his mind, without warning. Thanks for getting me out, now I'll help you." The childish giggle, bright as a bell, mischievous as the spring wind, it wasn't a demonic voice or a threat, it was a little girl speaking to him from the letter. Ashen blinked. "What was that?" Ashen said mentally. The letter remained motionless, what he didn't know. Inside the world of playing cards. A small ball with ribbons floated in a background of cherry blossoms, looking up, as if the camera had suddenly activated it, it was Spirit Ball number 2. A shrill voice resonated between spirit bubbles and pink effects. "Piaya. What did I do? I became a playing card. This wasn't in the spiritual contract. My boss is going to cut off my ears," said Spiritual Ball number 2, she spun around, desperate and adorable, with a face that seemed about to cry, until she noticed something. "Wait. I'm in Ashen Sama's hands. Ashen touched me. Kaya, he's going to kill me." She stopped in the air, trembling, and then, "But well, if I'm already here I'll do my best," she said with a determined voice. Note. Only the readers hear all of this. Ashen doesn't hear anything. And he wouldn't know that letter was a spirit ball until much later. Ashen took a deep breath, he didn't understand what was happening, but his instinct told him that this card wasn't an enemy, so without blinking, he decided to move forward. "Now I summon the circuit that will lead us to victory." Shouted Ashen combined circuit. The requirements are a level 1 monster, so I offered Donuribo ad Ignister, shouted the surprised rookie, while the monster cyberized in a trail of smoke to the link symbol link summoning. Let's go link 1 Linkuribo, he announced with a firm voice. The summoning ring spun in front of him, and a black sphere with glowing eyes emerged in a spiral of enchanting data. Linkuryu. Lethal tenderness. Linkuribo has arrived. The creature floated gently, winking slightly with its round eyes, moving its little body playfully, and even its little legs were moving in a sign of tender emotion. At the stadium, the group of foreign duelists in purple uniforms shouted in unison. Duel. One fainted right on the floor. Another started screaming, "I want it as a pet." While a third rolled around in the stands, vomiting confetti and sugar. A panel of girls hugged each other and cried with emotion, as if they had just seen a baby unicorn being born. In the booth, Momo Hanakai, who had maintained a professional tone until then, completely lost control. Aye. What an adorable little thing. Look at those eyes. He's a bucking cyber cutie. She shouted live, covering her face with her notes, while the sound technician accidentally played lullaby music. Her colleague was trying to say, "We'll be back after this break," but she could also hear him crying. Kitsune Hostel stage. Between sugar, memes and emotional breakdowns, the reactions were divided. Normal reactions. Ara Shen knows how to win over the public, even with an adorable little bug, said Akeno, smiling tenderly, trying to maintain her composure. Broswis, with his notebook, wrote. Linkuribo. Unexpected factor of psychological effect. Since when do Greece have levels of tenderness? He said in Penemu with his arms crossed. Sona pushed her glasses up and wrote down. Danger. Massive female fanaticism for kawaii creatures. Yes, it's adorable, said Seekvaira simply. It reminds me of one of my pets, but with a USB connection, said Zazie. Overreactions. Code Red. Bashen stole my childhood in one play. That's not done. Yukari screamed with tears in her eyes. Nai and Lee fainted in each other's arms, leaving a trail of floating hearts. Gabriel started to cry with snot, shouting. He's purer than I was a professional duelist. While Ajuka patted him. Serafel rolled around the stage floor wrapped in a blanket with teddy bears on it, screaming, Linku-chan for president. Hoppy, from the bottom, already had a Linkuribo plush embroidered by divine art, which no one knew how it had appeared. Back to the stadium. And while the wave of tenderness swept through the stadium like a glitter tsunami, a Shen phantom continued without blinking. He didn't let himself be distracted. He knew that each card was a piece of the puzzle, and the voice he had heard when he stole that strange card continued to resonate, like an echo of the inexplicable. The card that wasn't in my deck but wants to help me, who are you? Ashen said mentally, but his thought was interrupted by Linkuribo floating beside him, like a guardian spirit who knew something more. The world trembled between codes and emotions. But the heart of the duel continued beating. Ashen, mounted on his runner, looked at the enemy field coldly. The laughter, shrieks, and fainting spells of cuteness still echoed through the halls of the stadium. Linkuribo floated near Ashen as if he were his kawaii squire, but he didn't let himself be distracted. His gaze was fixed on the enemy camp, right above the cursed card Naruto had revealed. The dual disc screen shone with a purple glow. I activate the effect of Ignister Alien from my graveyard. A digital ripple spread across the field. Ashen pointed to the back of his field spell area, where a card rose from the digital tombstone with a purple glow. Donuribo ad Ignister, the previous sacrifice to summon Linkuribo, rose a few inches and was removed face down as payment. The card magically slid into the field magic area, slowly spinning, and then, with an iridescent flash, the world transformed. The stadium floor vanished, replaced by a floor of luminous pixels, floating rainbow paths, and cybernetic cloud-shaped platforms. Little AIs with happy faces flew around the dancing data towers, as if the whole thing were a mix between a children's video game and a virtual utopia. As soon as the surroundings changed, Naruto scrunched up his face as if he were smelling wet socks with cheap perfume. That ridiculous scenario again. What kind of world is this, full of silly drawings and shiny effects? Bashen raised another card. I activate Ignister Alien's effect. Since I control no monsters in the center of the field, I can special summon Doi and add Ignister from my hand. Cards in hand. 4. The chubby purple monster landed amidst clouds of data and floating images, its little body glowing and the circles on its skin blinking like happy traffic lights. Unsummoned, Doyen allows me to recover add Ignister from my graveyard to my hand. Return, Achichi add Ignister. Cards in hand. 5. The letter slid from the digital tombstone into Ashen's hand. And now I summon him normally. Cards in hand. 4. The fiery red explosion filled the digital sky. Achichi add Ignister emerged with a fiery spinning kick, landing on a floating pixel platform. Achichi, activate your effect, search my deck and add another add Ignister to my hand. Cards in hand. 5. A new card slid from the deck into Shen's hand. He didn't stop. I reveal the next card in my hand, Hyoudou Ignister. Since I control an Ad Ignister, I can special summon it from my hand. Immediately a blue teardrop-shaped creature with a naive smile appeared immediately, surfing through waves of energy with glowing eyes and cutely bouncing legs, cards in hand. 4. A platform rose up. Hyoudou gave a small jump, jumped as if he was in a digital pool, and landed with a somersault. A happy face emoji appeared behind him without any explanation. The digital stage vibrated with life, and in the midst of this cybernetic harmony, Shen looked up. The energy gears turned beneath Shen's feet. His voice thundered again with robotic elegance. I activate Hyoudou Ad Ignister's effect. The little water monster jumped in the air like a happy little fish right before landing on Issei Ad Ignister's head, who looked up at it with a lively droplet on his forehead. Issei tribute to add a level 5 or higher Ad Ignister to my hand. And also Hyoudou now becomes level 4. Issei nodded heroically, disappearing in an orange flare that bubbled with fire upon contact with the digital water. In Shen's deck, the desired card lit up and was added to his hand with a radiant glow. Cards in hand. 5. Shen raised his arm once more, still unblinking. But we're not done. I activate Hyoudou's second effect, Ad Ignister, he said as Hyoudou spun in the air and looked tenderly at his teammate on the field. Linkurubo. Tributo Linkurubo para Anator, AI's ritual de mi decalamano. Linkurubo blinked twice with his big cyber baby eyes, his little body inflated like a balloon, and then pop. He disappeared in a blue glow with a soft Linkuriku. Cards in hand. 6. Stadium of Duels. Ooh. The wave of screams spread like a sugar earthquake throughout the stadium. The Stockholm girls couldn't believe what they had just seen. One of them threw herself over the railing, screaming. You can't kill the cutest baby in the world, ah. Another fell to the ground in a fetal position, screaming as if her favorite series had been cancelled on the last episode. A third began typing on her cell phone. Istishaparaling Kurubo. Ashen pork. Estoy vomitando ternura tristeza. And in the background one fainted and, before falling, activated a kawaii emergency card that launched glitter into the air, as if it were an emotional alarm. Kitsune stage. Exaggerated reactions. Gabriel, hugging a wolf-eared pillow, cried inconsolably while Ajuka sighed in exasperation. Shen sacrificed him. We are monsters. Yukari, dramatically thrown over Shamir, screamed. She killed him. She killed him like an unrecognized son in a 9 o'clock soap opera. Nai and Lee, still in tears, improvised a digital altar with a Linkurubo holy card made from a letter envelope and a portable battery. Serafal, completely possessed by the drama, took out a black ribbon and tied it around her arm. Mourning for Linkurubo. Until he returns in spirit, I will not wear makeup. Saya sprayed water into her eyes to make her crying more realistic. Meanwhile, Bekeno, between amused and exhausted, muttered. Are they doing a live express wake? Enemu gulped. I didn't know students could produce so much emotional glitter. Roswis quickly noted. Possible socio-cultural anomaly. The symbolic death of adorable creatures provokes mass hysteria. Sona and Seekvaira just sighed, but with a slight nervous twitch, the drama was all too real. Zazie simply held up a hand-drawn sign. You'll be back, little friend. Back on track. Shen, completely oblivious to the chaos of tenderness and tragedy he had caused with a single move, calmly checked his hand, cards in hand. 6. And among them now rested AI's ritual, the next gear for something even greater. The field still vibrated with emotional glitter from Linkurubo's departure, however, Shen kept his temper firm. In his gaze shone the certainty of a meticulously woven plan. He extended a card recently added to his hand. I activate the ritual spell card AI's ritual. The sky of Ignister Aelin briefly darkened, digital platforms began to transform into ritual circles, a holographic cauldron emerged between the data towers, bubbling with purple codes and green fire, then two creatures stood before the digital altar. Hyoudou Ad Ignister, with her shy smile and bright eyes. Boyan Ad Ignister, bravely pumping up his body for the sacrifice. Shen spoke solemnly. I offer Hyoudou and Doyan as tribute, Shen said as the two monsters glowed. A spiral of pure water emerged from the field code, digital droplets began to spin, and the ritual portal expanded like a liquid galaxy invocation by ritual. Come to me, cybernetic domain of the ocean of light. Water Leviathan Ad Ignister. A beam of compressed water erupted in the center of the field, a serpentine figure emerged dancing among waves of energy, like a dragon that sails the seas between servers. Its body was long, bluish, covered in scales with electrical circuits, flapping with translucent wings, surfing on a current made of binary code. The stadium screen shook, the roar of water Leviathan Ad Ignister was felt in the stands, not as a scream, but as a liquid vibration in the marrow of every spectator. Momo Hanakai, in the booth, tried to regain her professionalism but failed. Boo-boo, but that's a summon ritual, gentlemen. And not just any one. Water Leviathan ad Ignister. One of the most feared cards in the marine data zones. The twilight of visual security systems is here. At the stadium. The Stockholm girls, still in tears for Linkuriboh, now shouted with improvised banners. Linku is alive inside the dragon. I know it. One of them had decorated a flag with the face of Water Leviathan hugging Linkuriboh, as if they were spiritual brothers. Back to the duel. The serpentine silhouette of Water Leviathan ad Ignister rose up among the digital platforms of Ignister Island, swirling around like a typhoon of data, its eyes blazing with ancient fury, as if the tides of code were awakening. Ashen extended its arm, aiming straight for the enemy camp. I activate the first effect of Water Leviathan ad Ignister, return to your hand all monsters on your field with 2300 ATK or less. Naruto opened his eyes upon hearing the sentence. The digital roar of the Leviathan made the sky rumble, and then, he saw Jutsuga the nymph colossus was wrapped in an aquatic spiral of energy that devoured him in a whirlpool of light, vanishing him from the field and returning him to Naruto's hand. What? Naruto exploded, gritting his teeth. My Twilight Ninja. Damn C glitch. Naruto's hand cards. 3, but a crooked smile appeared on his face, the same smile that someone who firmly believes their reflection is worth more than the rest of the world would wear. Ha 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 ha. That's all. Give me back a ninja. A water dragon. You can't beat my yellow dragon ninja. Then he pointed at himself with his thumb, puffing out his chest. I am Naruto-sama. The invincible. The eternal president of the DxD Academy. The absolute owner of the game. A duelist so perfect that the sun is ashamed when compared to me. Oh I know. Ashen said impassively, that's why I activate the second effect of Water Leviathan ad Ignister, said the surprised rookie, while a circle of blue energy expanded under the dragon's feet. Ashen pointed decisively. I select your yellow dragon ninja, and now I return to the extra deck my link monsters that rest in the graveyard. Dark Infant ad Ignister, Dark Templar ad Ignister and Linkuriboh. And now with that, the attack of your yellow dragon ninja is reduced to 0. 3 beams of blue light shot out from the Ashen graveyard, streaking through the air like constellations in reverse, until they crashed into his extra deck. The consequence was immediate. Naruto was paralyzed. What the blonde stammered as he saw his dragon roar, weakened. You took away all his power. No it can't be. His face went from arrogance to absolute anguish, like an emperor watching his empire crumble by a digital wave, but Ashen does not stop and orders his attack. Battle phase. Water Leviathan ad Ignister attacks the yellow dragon ninja. The dragon spun around like a water cyclone, launching itself with tsunami speed, its jaws open like a data blade attack, with 2300 points of damage. Naruto LP. 3200, 2300 equals 900. The blow was so strong that Naruto almost skidded on the pavement. The yellow dragon ninja burst into fragments of yellow light and pixelated smoke. He clenched his teeth and his hands shook. In the stadium. The Naruto cheerleaders, the fanboys in the upper box, the old academy sycophants, all screamed as if their souls had been ripped out. Ooh. Naruto-sama. His ninja majesty is hurt. Call for an ambulance. The girl fainted over a Naruto poster. Another fan threw his cards on the floor, crying. But he's invincible. He said so on the wikia. The crying, the drama, and the ridiculous reactions only served to give more satisfaction to the readers and to the top box. Kitsune stage. Kenichi stood up with a cry of victory. This is how it's done, Ashen. Destroy the Caesar of ego. Yukari Komori, with shining eyes, hugged Zenobia. I knew I could do it. I knew that dragon wasn't just cute. Asia Argento clasped her hands in gratitude. Thanks, Ashen. Now finish this and put that jerk in his place. Zenobia, with her fist raised. Divine justice. And it's not over yet. Zeodicus Gremory, with a glass of wine, chuckled. Humiliate Naruto, that jerk who made life impossible for many students. I support him 200%. Enemu, without holding back. Point to the prodigal son. Come on, Ashen. Ravel, with tears of emotion. I can't take it anymore. It's so beautiful to see him lose like that. Alco Gremory. Ria's Gremory screamed in horror, jumping up. Naruto, my love. What did they do to you? Palin, gritting her teeth. How dare he? Ashen is playing dirty just like the Kitsune Hostel always has. But they could no longer hide their terror. The untouchable was bleeding, and the public had seen it. Back to the duel. Ashen slowly turned a card over in his hand and with precise movements, placed a card face down. The sound of the digital tap felt like a full stop. I play a card and end my turn. Cards in hand. 3. His face showed no satisfaction, only concentration and the shadow of something even bigger to come. The roar of his duel runner signaled the start. He projected a beam of light as a card slid into his hand with dramatic effect. My turn. Draw. Naruto shouted as he looked at the card and smiled as if he had just received the blessing of the gods. Now you will see why no one can surpass the legendary Naruto-sama. I will prove why the entire world revolves around me, like planets are entered before a divine sun. With an exaggerated flourish, he placed a card on his deck. I activate Monster Reborn. Ninja Grandmaster Hanzo is reborn. The blonde shouted as a spectral whirlpool rose from the graveyard. From within it, the figure of Ninja Grandmaster Hanzo emerged with a firm stride and a steely gaze. Now I activate Hanzo's effect. When summoned, I can bring a ninja from my deck to my hand. Naruto reached out to the deck. He was going to add one more ninja, the next move in his strategy, but then petals. Cherry blossom petals began to rain down onto the dance floor without anyone knowing where they came from. Hanzo's hologram stopped dead in its tracks. His eyes suddenly stopped looking at Naruto and turned towards the figure of a girl floating in the air among the petals, dressed in a white kimono with cat ears on her bun and a sweet but sad smile. "Shhh," she murmured, taking Hanzo's hands tenderly, gently shaking her head. "It's not the time, not for you." The field was covered in a pink halo, and Hanzo's effect simply dissipated like fog at dawn, as well as the presence of that girl who calmed Hanzo. What?" he shouted, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. "What the hell was that? Why won't the system let me add the card?" Naruto shouted as he started waving his dual disc around, as if the problem was mechanical. "Dual runner, answer me. Obey your god." From his dual runner a soft beep was heard. Effect negated by authorized interrupt chain. The Shen didn't even bother to look at it at first, he just drew a card from his graveyard and showed it with 2 fingers. "Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. You wanna know what happened, Blondie?" a Shen said with a half smile and a tone as dry as dust in a cantina in hell. "What happened was that I discarded this, and when I do, Hanzo's attempt to add cards from your deck is nullified in this one, so that effect you tried to resolve died before it was born. And I don't know that card." Naruto yelled, gritting his teeth. He replied with a trembling voice. "It wasn't on the list. It's illegal. Illegal." The Shen finally looked at him, cold, imperturbable, and with a sarcasm so sharp it seemed like a verbal revolver. "If it were illegal, your D-Wheel's system would have detected it and the duel would have been cancelled immediately, giving you the victory by default, but it didn't happen, right?" He paused. "So don't cry over the edges, Naruto-sama, and keep playing as the pathetic main character of a poorly written fic who thinks he's a god when in reality he's nothing more than a secondary villain with a mirror complex. Come on, show us what else you can do, champion of denial." In the stadium, Naruto fans screamed from the aisles. "That's no good. You're cheating. Cheat. I want to speak to the duel manager." In the Gremory box, the scene was equally theatrical. Ria's Gremory stood up suddenly. That card wasn't in the database. This is a treason of Naruto's authority." Palin, hitting the edge of her seat. "You can't use cards we don't recognize. We demand explanations." One of his bodyguards even tried to scan Ash Blossom's face with his D-pad, but only the message came out. "Legal entity. Effect processed correctly." In the Kitsune box, Aaron doubled over with laughter. "The haha, I can't, he's destroying it with phrases that not even I would dare to use." Yukari, with tears in her eyes. "The Shen is my new favorite poet." Asia, covering her mouth with both hands, said. The girl was so cute and brutal at the same time. Zenobia, gesturing an explosion. Boom. Brain and ego blown out. Ravel, still laughing. It did more emotional damage to him than all the previous shifts. And while the stadium was a whirlwind of laughter, complaints and absurd requests, a Shen phantom simply looked down at his field. He knew that Naruto wasn't defeated yet, but he had taught him a lesson, and the Cybers ritual monster floated behind him, like a blue guardian waiting for the next mistake. Naruto was trembling, not from fear, but from suppressed rage. He clutched his last card so tightly that it almost broke. His gaze was that of someone who could not bear to have been humiliated and who would now seek to recover his crown by any means. "Very well, a Shen phantom," he said with a crooked and delirious smile. "You already made me look like a fool, now you'll see how the true protagonist takes control." He extended his hand towards his field. "I pay tribute to my Hanzo as tribute. And from my hand I return my faithful battle warrior. Twilight Ninja Jutsuga to the field," said Naruto as the giant ninja landed again with a dramatic crash. His Nanagata pierced the holographic floor of the stadium as the sky trembled with his appearance, and the evil aura continued to release threateningly. Naruto snapped his fingers. "I put Jutsuga in defense position, and since he has changed his battle mode, I activate his effect again. I summon my 2 shadows. Twilight Ninja Shinjutsu appear in defense mode." 2 smaller figures, dressed in dark ninja outfits, emerged on either side of Jutsuga, covering the field in an aura of stealth and strategy. Naruto crossed his arms, still panting with suppressed fury. "And to finish I place 2 cards face down and end my turn, cards in hand. 0, did you see that, Ashen?" No matter how many times you knock me down, I always get up. I am Naruto Uzumaki, the son of this academy, the face of the future, the symbol that no one can overshadow, the great hero of this story, not you, not your little water dragon, not that doll with a spring bow. His voice turned into a roar of wounded arrogance, as if he wanted the entire stadium to believe his words, because even he couldn't believe it anymore. Falco Gremory. At least he has regained control of the field, said Riaz, sitting down again, she muttered under her breath, but those life points. You can't afford another blow, said Kalen, looking straight ahead, or it will be a big stain on our reputation. The two maids trembled silently, as if they knew that one wrong move from Naruto could mean not only defeat, but the fall of their entire order. Stockholm section. The reactions are medium intensity mockery. The son of the academy, said a girl, snorting with her nose with a letter and a half. I'm the protagonist because I say it out loud. Another girl shouted while pretending to shout like Naruto. You have monsters, but no dignity. Even a little girl, how did she get in? Screamed. Back to the duel. Naruto had armored his field with strength and strategy, but his ego had already received the hardest blow, and on the other side, a Shen Phantom watched like a chess player, with the pieces aligned and the clock in his favor. The Leviathan still roared, a Shen's face down card still waiting. The stadium's spotlights refocused on him. A Shen, standing on his duel runner, slowly raised his hand, and with a voice that was no longer just intimidating but prophesied. It's my turn, a Shen shouted. I draw a card. Cards in hand. 4. The aura around him intensified, and now he saw one of his cards face down. I activate the quick play spell card. Sinnet rollback. A Shen said as a wave of digital energy shot from the ground of the field. Data chains rewound as if the dual code rewound time itself. I select my banished Cybers monster. Backup-ad Ignister. And I special summon it. The holographic vortex opened like a time wormhole. From it, Backup-ad Ignister emerged with a brilliant somersault, landing on the field with electric grace, his energy resonating with alien circuitry, as if he had never left. Now, I perform my normal summon. Leotron. Appear. Cards in hand. 3. From his hand, the digital lion, made of metallic plates, golden wires, and an artificially intelligent gaze, materialized on a platform of solid code. Its roar was mechanical and majestic. The field shook. The platforms adapted to the cybernetic lion steps, the digital wind rose, the stadium lights flickered. A Shen lowered his hand. His eyes shone with absolute serenity, and then, now I superimpose level 4 Leotron alongside my Turner monster Backup-ad Ignister. At that Backup-ad Ignister spun in a spiral of white light. Leotron roared before being enveloped by the synchronizer ring, 7 stars aligned in the air. With the roar of thunder and the dance of data, with the courage of the lion and the agility of the code, I channel the force of the celestial circuit. Synchro summon. Come, winged knight of Typhoon and Justice, wind Pegasus ad Ignister. A blast of blue wind ripped through the field. From within a swirling vortex of light, a winged horse of metal and energy emerged, galloping through the air, surrounded by floating particles and pulsing circuits. Its wings spread majestically, its presence as hypnotic as it was lethal. At the stadium, neutral fans erupted in cheers. A Shen's former detractors now watched him as if they were witnessing the birth of a star, and the gaming public streamed the duel online, shouting. Synchro time. Pegaso Cybernetico, let's go. Falco Gremory. That wind Pegasus can't be allowed. It's disrupting the flow of the duel. Riaz said with a tense face. Who taught you to play like that? This isn't fair. Kalen said, breathing heavily. A maid tried to calm Riaz down and was accidentally pushed into a decorative fountain. Back to the duel. The Shen's gaze was that of a surgeon ready to open a wound that will never close the same. He extended 2 fingers, pointing at his newly summoned monster. I activate the effect of wind Pegasus Ignister. Shouted a Shen. The field shook, the wind began to spin violently, the cybernetic Pegasus neighed with a digital roar that tore the air. As I control 2 ad Ignister monsters, therefore, I can destroy up to 2 spell or trap cards on your field. First, I eliminate your continuous card ninjutsu art of shadow sealing. The lethal blast ripped through the enemy camp, the magical trap shattering in a shower of kanji and sealing codes. With that, the blocked monster's own was released, and a Shen then flicked his finger. And now, I destroy your remaining face-down card. But just as the blast was about to reach the second card, Naruto shouted like a lead actor in an overacted midnight drama. Just what I expected. I activate my hidden trap. Shouted the blonde as the face-down card flipped, releasing a cloud of ninja smoke that covered his field ninjutsu art of duplication. I tribute one of my ninja monsters to fill the field with new shadows from my secret army. The smoke swallowed one of his shinjutsu, a silhouette disappeared with a loud bang, and then, from the smoke emerged 2 new ninja figures. Naruto opened his arms with a superb expression. You don't understand the true art of shadow. Naruto shouted with a haughty expression. Your winds don't scare me. I master stealth, deception, theater and absolute perfection. Shen had destroyed one of the most troublesome traps on the field, but Naruto had finally managed to erect a defense that gave him options. The difference was clear. Shen played with strategy, timing, and control. Naruto with dramatic effects, smoke, and a self-esteem as fragile as it was explosive. Just as the wind began to dissipate his shadow field, Naruto raised his hand with a dramatic gesture and booming voice, as if he were on a ninja opera stage. Shen Phantom, don't be mistaken, Naruto shouted, you thought you could sweep me away with your little code move, but the true shadows return darker and more deadly. Said the blonde well from his graveyard, a purple glow rose like a resurrected shadow. I activate the effect of Baku the Beast Ninja. Since he has been special summoned, I can target one ninja or ninjutsu art card in my graveyard and return it to my hand. The whirlpool of energy returned a card from the abyss of the graveyard to Naruto's hand. Shen watched him, cold but attentive, but Naruto hadn't finished. The recovered card had barely touched his palm when Tabari the Sky Ninja, still in his field, was enveloped in a murky aura. Naruto raised his voice, this time, as if a procession escorted him, his eyes sparkled with delirium. And now, since we are in your main phase 1, activate the effect of Tabari the Sky Ninja. Naruto shouted, I can perform a fusion summon using ninja from my field or hand as materials even in your turn. Ninja symbols floated in a circle above his field, the stadium sky turned a somber red, smoke rose like a summoning seal. Naruto extended both arms as if receiving a divine offering. I offer Tabari and Baku himself for the fusion, I conjure the shadows of the sky and the roar of the beast, he said, well, the holograms of the ninja monsters fusion summoning, level 6 Maizen the battle ninja. From a golden portal inscribed with arcane seals emerged a figure covered in swords, armor, and ink-stained black silk. His katana shone like the night itself. Each step echoed like a war drum. His presence electrified the field, the very manifestation of Naruto's wounded pride and a reflection of his will to refuse to be outshone. Alco Gremory. The reactions to seeing Naruto's unexpected fusion summoning were not long in coming. That's what we needed. Maizen is here. Riaz exclaimed on the verge of emotional collapse. That commoner didn't expect that, said Kalen, taking a step forward. Now he'll see what real hand-to-hand combat is. One of the bodyguards shouted Shinobi forever. Before tripping over a chair. In the duel. Shen coldly watched as his Wind Pegasus ad Ignister. Effect failed to eliminate Naruto's final threat. He didn't get frustrated, he simply looked down at his hand, and with a sharp and precise voice, he reacted to Tabari's activated effect, as if he had it all planned. Very well, Naruto, you activated a monster effect during my main phase that allows me to activate this magic card. Triple Tactics Talent. Shouted Shen, I choose to activate its first effect. I draw 2 cards. Cards in hand. 5. The roar of Wind Pegasus ad Ignister shook the digital air of Ignister Island, his wings charged with energy as he swooped down like a living storm. Shen raised his hand, pointing at one of the defending monsters. Wind Pegasus ad Ignister. Ataka, a Twilight Ninja Shinjutsu. The wind split into 1,000 ethereal blades, the audience held their breath. Naruto smiled with the satisfaction of someone who has one last card up his sleeve to show off. Activate trap. Naruto shouted, armor ninjutsu art of freezing. He exclaimed as an ice crack opened on the field, a crystalline barrier emerged in a spiral like a frozen prison that stopped the Pegasus centimeters from its target. This card, when an enemy monster declares an attack and I control a ninja monster, negates the attack and ends the battle phase. In addition, while it is face up and I control a ninja, your monsters cannot change their battle position. Shen closed his eyes for a second, letting out a sigh. He slowly lifted a card. I place a card face down and end my turn. Cards in hand. 4. In the broadcast booth, commentator Momo Hanakai maintained her composure. The Shen Phantom had assembled a formidable offensive with 2 powerful monsters and a tactical advantage, but Naruto managed to hold off the critical hit. Solid strategy from both sides, one well-placed card can change the flow of an entire duel. Her tone was calm but respectful, Momo Hanakai's professionalism shining in contrast to the chaos of the stadium. Kitsune stage. The members of this box screamed in frustration, as did the Stockholm girls in the stands, as Naruto narrowly escaped. It wasn't badly played, Tatsumaki said with her arms crossed, letting out a long sigh, just badly timed. He did everything right, Ryuko Matoi said, but that freeze was a piece of luck. Shen still has the advantage, Eren said thoughtfully, he just needs to wait for the right moment. That damn Naruto, said Issei with suppressed rage, is getting away with pure carnival tricks. Don't blame him, Leisha Astaroth said, sighing as she crossed her legs. Shen-san is just testing himself. And when he really shoots it's going to hurt everyone. Regreso al duelo. El campo seguía dividido Issei phantom dominaba, pero Naruto se aferraba con todas las cartas trampa posibles literalmente. Dos monstruos cibernéticos flotaban sobre el campo del kitsune, y una trampa de hielo mantenía congelada su ofensiva, pero los engranajes seguían girando el silencio tras el turno de Issei, se volvió a Nico frío, pero de pronto. A high-pitched, unbalanced, almost insane laugh broke the air like a knife against glass. The spectators turned their heads, and Issei phantom their eyes. What the hell? Naruto had stood up on his dual runner, his arms spread to the sky, as if absorbing the applause of an imaginary audience, his eyes shining with a dangerous fanaticism, the wind blowing his coat as if praised by fate. Now do you understand, Issei? I wasn't defending myself. I was setting the final trap. Naruto shouted like a real lunatic and now hahaha. I'm going to end this duel. What are you talking about? Blonde Issei said, without losing his calm. Naruto pointed his finger at the fusion monster he had summoned on his turn, and with a triumphant voice, Naruto revealed the truth that would change the tone of the entire stadium. As long as I control Mise in the battle ninja, all my ninja monsters can attack you directly. Naruto shouted madly, I don't need to pass your defense, Issei. I'll simply ignore it. Naruto Field, current. Mise in the battle ninja, ATK 2500. Twilight Ninja Jutsuga, ATK 2000. Twilight Ninja Shinjutsu, ATK 1500. Total potential direct damage. 6000 points. Issei had 3300 hit points. In the broadcast box. Momo opened her eyes, slowly lowering her glasses as her lips trembled before she spoke. Issei is in real danger, Momo said breathlessly from the shock. If Naruto manages to move on to the next turn without interruptions, this duel could end in a single direct offensive. It is a dangerous strategy, but valid and executed with masterful madness. Alco Gremory. At Naruto's words, the Gremory box and the stands with their followers were quick to celebrate their idol's imminent victory. My Naruto-sama is inevitable. Worthy of his glory. Shouted Ria's Gremory, standing up, raising her glass with euphoria. You wanted to see our world fall. Well, your hope is about to come crashing down. Kalen said, giggling. The bodyguards made the ninja symbol with their hands, shouting. Link summon next. Link summon next. Kitsune stage. The atmosphere turned icy, the joy disappeared as if someone had turned off a star. Attack directly with everyone. Nai said, open-mouthed. But that's total collateral damage. Lee said, paralyzed with fear. Damn. I didn't see that coming, Issei said, clenching his fists. Do something, Issei. Yukari shouted on the verge of panic, looking at her romantic interest, don't let him end it like that. He's relying on his combo as if the duel was already over, said Kenichi sweating. Back to the duel. The tension was palpable, the stadium lights seemed to dim, the murmurs of the public were full of anxiety and expectation. Naruto, with a rabid smile, rose again on his dual runner. Get ready, Issei phantom, because this turn will be your execution. The crowd following him shouted his name as if he had already been proclaimed champion, but on the other side of the field Issei still hadn't reacted, his face was calm, too calm, and if Naruto had been less busy with his monologue, he would have realized something. The calm before the counterattack is often disguised as resignation. The end has come, Issei phantom. But first I will destroy a little of your dignity little by little, said the blonde with a tone worthy of an emperor thirsty for power. Naruto raised his arm high and pointed at his fusion monster Mise in the battle ninja, destroy Wind Pegasus ad ignister. A vertical slash of golden energy fell upon the digital Pegasus, which whinnied before exploding into data fragments. Issei took the damage stoically, his hit points fell weakly. Issei LP. 3300, 200 equals 3100. Naruto lowered his hand slowly, as if ordering the execution of his enemy. Now, Jutsuga and Shinjutsu. Naruto shouted as the girls wielded their weapons annihilate Issei phantom directly. He pointed theatrically at his two remaining monsters with a dark gesture and a vicious smile. He shouted attack directly. Lead me to absolute victory. From the analysis booth, Momo narrowed her eyes. 2 direct attacks Issei is at 3100. This could seal it, Momo shouted very tense and nervous. Naruto executed this move with deadly precision. Gremory box. The screams were deafening with anticipated glory. That's it, Naruto-sama. Said Ria's Gremory, who was already standing, hands raised, prove that no one can challenge you. That dirty commoner will finally be humiliated as he deserves. Said Kalen, through tears. The Gremory followers, in the stands, were already shouting jubilantly as if they were watching an execution during the French Revolution. Link summon is ours. Link summon is ours. Kitsune stage. The tension became suffocating for everyone as they saw their friend moments away from being cruelly finished off. Issei. Issei exclaimed desperately, hitting the glass of the box. Hold on, please. "No, it can't end like this," shouted Kenichi, gritting his teeth. "Did the damn ninja really win?" said Aaron and Gasper, frozen in place. "Ooh!" screamed in unison Serafal, Nai, Lee, Yukari, Hoppy, Asia, and Laisha. The stadium was holding its breath. Cameras zoomed in on sweaty faces, trembling hands, and eyes on the verge of tears. The final blow was just seconds away. But then, just as Shinjetsu and Jutsuga charged in like twin blades. "Activate trap card," roared Ashen. "Reject reborn." A thunderous burst of purple code and lightning interrupted the attacks. When an opponent's monster declares a direct attack, I can end the battle phase and special summon one tuner and one synchro monster from my graveyard with their effects negated, shouted Ashen as a luminous energy spun behind him. "Return Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring and Wind Pegasus ad Ignister." In the stadium. "Ooh." Their roar shook the arena like a cornered beast. Those who wanted Ashen's defeat screamed in rage once again. He had been saved by a miracle. Back to the duel. "I activate Maizen's effect," Naruto shouted furiously. "When my opponent activates a card or effect, I can special summon a ninja monster from my deck." The duel platform fed him a card. "I summon Yugioh, the gravity ninja. And with his effect, I turn your monsters face down. And while he's face up, they can't change their position." Yugioh emerged with a thunderous roar of crumbling stone. But before he could enforce his gravitational suppression, "I activate my final set card, Light of Intervention," declared Ashen. "While this card is on the field, no monster can be set face down." A divine beam of light descended from the heavens, cancelling Yugioh's cloaking technique. Naruto was stunned. Yugioh's effect fizzled. Ashen's monsters stood tall, unmoved. Naruto's turn was over. Ashen still stood. "My turn. Draw. Cards in hand." "6," screamed Ashen. But as he looked at the card he drew, his expression changed. His once steady fingers now trembled. He stared at his hand with growing dread and slowly looked back at his field. There they stood silent, unmoving his comrades. Ash Blossom, Wind Pegasus, Water Leviathan, all powerless, all unable to stop what was coming. The roar of the stadium began to fade into a dull hum. Ashen's eyes glazed over, his mind buckling under the pressure. "No, I have no way to face this," he thought bitterly. From his duel runner, Naruto stared at him with that soul-crushing smirk of contempt, the kind that mocked the very concept of justice in duels. Ashen clenched his fists, pain blooming in his chest. "I was a fool," he admitted inwardly. "I underestimated that bastard. I thought I could beat him with strategy, but he's burying me in raw power. And now I've failed. I've failed everyone. I'm sorry, mother, father." His inner voice trembled, on the verge of breaking. Up in the Kitsune booth, the scene was devastating. Nai and Lee covered their faces. Asia whispered a silent prayer. Yukari squeezed Shamir's arm, shaking her head. And then suddenly. Shiem. The wind, the holograms, the roar of the audience, everything stopped. Even Naruto, with his mocking smile, froze, like an ego-possessed mannequin. Ashen looked around, panting, confused. His duel runner went out for an instant. The blackness of the duel became an abyss suspended between realities. "What the?" he exclaimed, turning in all directions. Then, a white light emerged in front of him. It was a figure wrapped in a soft yet majestic glow. It had no defined face, just a standing male silhouette, with a long coat waving in a wind that didn't exist. His eyes, barely visible, shone with determination. His voice was firm with the composure of someone who has lost a lot but never gave up. "Don't do it, Ashen. Don't give up now." Ashen took a step back. "You have everything you need to win," that duelist boasts, "but he doesn't have what you do. The will to protect the heart of the duels." Ashen, still in disbelief, clenched his fists. "How do you expect me to? I have nothing. I have no way to destroy their cards. My monsters can't activate their effects." The silhouette didn't respond immediately. Instead, it raised its right hand and placed it on its chest, there, where its heart beat, and with a solemn gesture it drew out a shining playing card, a card that belonged to no known deck, but one that exuded history, legacy and power. "Take this, it's my legacy. I too was where you are, against a rival who seemed invincible, but even the darkest destiny can be overcome if you have the courage to keep accelerating." The Shen reached out, barely touching the letter. The ground shook. "Ruoyire." An ancient roar emerged from the depths of the abyss. A crimson-red dragon, wrapped in flames of stellar energy, emerged violently, cutting through space with its shining silhouette. His gaze met Shen's, and he accepted her will as the new rider of destiny. The flames engulfed him, and on his right arm, a fiery symbol began to form. The Shen gasped. He didn't understand what was happening, but his heart had stopped giving out. The silhouette began to fade, but before leaving, he shouted with the fervor of legend. "Come on, Ashen. Prove why I chose you as the new bearer of my legacy. Let this roar resonate throughout the history of Duel." And in an instant everything returned to normal, the stadium lit up again, the roar of the public returned like an avalanche. Naruto did not understand what had happened, but something inside him shuddered when he saw the face of his opponent. Something had changed, but leaving his vociferous side. Come on, rookie. Get out your last card. Stop prolonging this ridiculous agony. No one wants to see your carnival tricks anymore. Give up already and disappear like the nobody you are. The buzz of tension ran through the stadium, the declaration was like a hammer hitting Issei's pride, but he was no longer the same person who had felt defeated seconds ago. He slowly raised his face, a shadow of determination wrapped around him like a cloak. I agree, Naruto, the surprised rookie said in a cold, lethal voice. But you're going to regret saying that. He took his most recent letter and placed it on his D-board. I activate Eve Cache 2 Lira seconds effect. I target Water Leviathan ad Ignister, reduce its level from 7 to 5. And then, I special summon Eve Cache 2 Lira. A digital-style female figure emerged with a graceful leap, smiling as pixels floated around her. The field vibrated, but Naruto was quick to roar. Then I activate the effect of Maizen the Battle Ninja. I won't allow it. Issei interrupted forcefully. I activate my quick spell Forbidden Droplet. The stadium fell silent. Issei took his backup operator card from his hand and threw it into the graveyard. Magical energy concentrated like a storm on Naruto's field. The effects of his monsters were negated, his forces reduced by half. A wave of light bathed the enemy field like a heavenly punishment. Maizen, Jitsuga, Shinjutsu, Gyou, all of you have been silenced and weakened, Issei declared. But around him, the rest of the Gremory box was shaking in commotion. What was that? Shouted one of the bodyguards. He negated the effects of Maizen, said Kalen. Impossible, shouted another of the bodyguards. Meanwhile, in the Kitsune box, tension turned to sudden hope. Come on, Issei shouted Saya. Bring him down. Kaneko roared. Back to the duel. Issei clenched his fist tightly, and Yukari for the first time in the duel smiled. Issei pointed towards her graveyard. Now, I tune my level 5 Water Leviathan ad Ignister with level 3 Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, said the surprised rookie as the monsters rose. A vortex of energy consumed them. Issei extended his arm towards the sky and began to chant with a firm and solemn voice. The grouping of wishes will become a bright new star. Become the path where its light shines. At that moment, something happened. Issei and Ria's Gremory, still standing on opposite sides of the stadium, felt a scorching heat on their forearms. They both looked down and saw a fiery symbol slowly forming on their skin, like a mark of destiny, but while Issei watched in fascination, Ria's froze. No, it can't be. She murmured, trembling. Issei had the symbol too, she understood what it meant, and she wasn't ready for that revelation. Synchro summon. Take flight. There was silence throughout the stadium, the holograms, the monitors, the cameras, they froze as if the world was waiting for his name. Stardust Dragon. The sky tore like a cosmic fabric, a beam of starlight descended like a comet, and with a roar that shook the platform, the majestic winged dragon emerged, its scales glittering like galactic diamonds, its eyes blazing with justice, its wings spread like living constellations, covering the stadium in a white light of redemption. Stardust's roar was a message of having returned to dueling. The spectators were amazed, they recognized this monster, and it had belonged to a unique legend in duels. That's it, said a third-year student. It's the Stardust Dragon, shouted the several girls. It can't be. A rookie duelist is summoning a legend from another era. A second-year boy said enviously. Naruto Uzumaki's gaze, previously filled with mockery, arrogance and superiority, was completely disfigured, the muscles in his face tensed, the color in his skin seemed to drain. That card, he whispered, taking a step back, as if he had seen a ghost. You shouldn't have it, that card shouldn't be in your hands. Naruto shouted, breaking down in a fit of rage, hysteria and fear. How did you get it? Who gave it to you? You have no right, you damn rookie. You're nobody. A damn nobody. The audience held their breath at such an outburst. But Issei only slowly looked up, enveloped in the radiance of the Star Dragon, and it was then that the horror wasn't just for Naruto. That dragon, no, it can't be, it's not just any monster, it's a legend. In the Gremory box. A wave of horror, disbelief and frustration swept through the entourage. How can he have that monster? Rias exclaimed. That commoner isn't worthy of having something like that. Kalen shouted, red with fury. That dragon is a symbol of legacy and glory, not something for a rookie to brag about. One of the bodyguards said stupidly. Only Hyoudou, arms crossed and face serene, muttered. No, he doesn't boast about it, the blonde said calmly to himself. That dragon doesn't shine out of vanity, it shines because it has found its bearer. In the Kitsune box, emotions erupted. Issei Kaneko shouted, her eyes shining. Amazing, he actually did it. Sona said, with genuine amazement. Ravel had her hands clasped over her chest, excited. That dragon is a promise. Ravel said, impressed that another legendary dragon had chosen its bear, a promise kept. Ravel smiled for the first time in the duel. Issei and Eren stood, unable to contain their excitement. Kenichi hit the railing, euphoric, and shouted. Come on, Ashen. Prove that narcissistic jerk never deserved the job. Far away from their Penamuse screens were broadcasting everything in real time. In Hong Kong, Mao Mao, in his peasant coat, shouted. That's karma. Mao Mao shouted, hugging Jinshi tear that student council in his face, Ashen. Beside her boyfriend Jinshi raised his fist as if in a street fight. In Paris, Tasuku Tsubakino shed tears under the Eiffel Tower. That dragon brings justice, Yumamiya, she said, taking her boyfriend's hand. Our exile was not in vain. In Ontario, Ranko Satam jumped out of her chair. Late but it arrived, karma arrived. Ranko shouted while Lakane also got excited. Do it, Ashen. Finish it. Back at the duel. Ashen looked up at Naruto, who still hadn't come out of his spiral of panic. Are you scared, Naruto? Ashen said with a coldness that penetrated to the bone, so now you understand what it feels like to see your dreams cut short by an authority figure. You used your power as student council president to destroy the future of many. You believed yourself to be a god, an indisputable authority. You decided who deserved to be here and who didn't. The silence was sepulchral in the duel and in the stadium, and because of that, today you will fall, not as a warrior, not as a leader, but as the narcissistic, megalomaniacal, resentful of life and despotic child that you always were. The audience shuddered. Naruto gritted his teeth in despair, no longer wearing a mask to protect him. Wait, Naruto shouted, completely coward Ashen. If you beat me here, everything you've achieved will be destroyed. I can guarantee you a place as an assistant to the new council. We can come to an agreement. Ashen looked at him with a mixture of pity and utter contempt. I'd rather see you fall, Ashen said very coldly. The only thing you deserve is to lose and lose everything, and this time no one is going to save you. Meanwhile, Naruto, he was no longer laughing, fear had finally caught up with him. Ashen, with his arm extended towards the field, took a firm step forward, his voice resonating like thunder that cut through the tension in the air. Stardust Dragon. Ataka Twilight Ninja Jutsuga. The Star Dragon immediately took flight, its wings slicing through the wind like celestial blades. The stars themselves seemed to bow before its majesty. From above, the dragon spiraled, wrapping itself in its own energy. Its chest shone with the intensity of a nascent galaxy. The membranes of its body ignited with an incandescent blue hue, and its mouth slowly opened. Ashen pointed with his index finger, as if passing sentence. Shooting Sonic. A piercing roar shook the sky. A column of cosmic energy, pure, luminous, and fiery, formed between the dragon's fangs. The attack was unleashed. A gigantic stellar flare descended like divine judgment upon Jutsuga. The ninja monster raised his naginata and desperately tried to shield himself, but it was useless. His garments were shredded by the ray's pressure, his twisted silhouette distorted by the shockwave. He screamed silently, consumed by the burning magnificence of Stardust Dragon. A blinding burst of light engulfed the entire stadium. When it faded, Jutsuga was gone. Only Naruto remained. The duel screen flickered as the final duel horn blared. Naruto LP. 900, 1500 = 0. The blonde's eyes widened to the limit, as if he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. No. This can't be happening. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the Eternal Student Council President, the idol of the new era, But he couldn't finish. A secondary shockwave from the cosmic flare hit him full force, knocking him off his dual runner. The audience gasped. Naruto screamed like a child who had lost control. Aya. His body spun violently through the air and crashed with a dry noise against the pavement of the track. The roar was brutal, and then silence, a spectral silence, as if time itself had frozen. The entire DxD Academy was speechless. Until from the top of the Gremory box, a broken voice broke the silence. No, Pewd sir. No. It was Ria's Gremory, on her knees, her eyes flooded with tears of rage, pain, and denial. The echo of her scream spread throughout the stadium, like a roar of despair that marked the end of another attempt to appropriate the longed-for Link summon. Meanwhile, in the Stockholm area, students with tears of pride and joy celebrated with shouts, cheers and hugs, and in the Kitsune box, the reaction was instantaneous. Let's go. Eren roared. I told you, Ashen. Issei shouted with his arms to the sky. Kaneko impulsively hugged Ravel, while Serafel jumped with excitement. Sona just smiled, but a tear of relief fell down her cheek. They had won, there was justice. In contrast, the Gremory box, filled with those who had once felt invincible, was plunged into a funereal silence, their faces broken masks of disbelief, their lips trembling, their pride crushed. Naruto Uzumaki had fallen, and not for just anyone, but for the one they despised, the one they never expected, the one who shone like a star in the middle of the night. The Shen slowly lowered his arm. Stardust Dragon roared one last time, and one by one, the monster holograms disappeared as if dissolving into particles of light. The main avenue of Hyoudou, which had been transformed by a Shen's field card, returned to its original form. The street lamps flickered softly under the night sky. The silence was total. The Shen braked his dual runner with pinpoint precision, stopping his vehicle right at the edge of the pavement where Naruto lay. Broken, his body trembling, his lips murmuring incoherent words. "And no please, it wasn't fair," Naruto said with a face that clearly showed he was delirious. "Give me another chance. I can beat him, I can defeat him, I am number one." His eyes were glassy, bulging. It wasn't Naruto who was speaking, not anymore. The dark smoke, streaked with violet hues, began to rise from his mace, as if it were claiming the blonde soul, and he felt it was being forcibly extracted. His body trembled, he arched violently. No. The claw-shaped shadow erupted from the ground, coiled around him, and lifted him into the air. The crowd watched in horror. Naruto tried to struggle, but it was no use. "Damn you. You're going to regret having humiliated me." But it was too late. Naruto's silhouette began to crumble, disintegrating into black smoke that spread into the air like a bad omen. The echo of his last scream remained suspended in the Kyoto night, like an evil whisper trapped between the buildings. Once his body disappeared, only a dark fog and a dense stench remained. A sepulchral silence took over the place. In the Kitsune box, the teachers watched everything with heavy hearts. The Juka Beelzebub narrowed his eyes, his hands clasped over his face. This can no longer be hidden. Enmu, frowning, nodded wordlessly. Grayfia Lucifuge lowered her head, while Michael and Gabriel, dismayed, silently watched the screen. Sirzechs Lucifer glanced at his father, Zeodicus Gremory, who said nothing, but the trembling of his jaw was evident. Tomorrow Ajuka declared the entire academy will know the truth. The evil cards can no longer be ignored. Len said nothing, but his hands, clenched tightly on his knees, were shaking. Back on Kyoto's main avenue. The Shen looked down at the ground where Naruto had disappeared. All that remained was the fragmented dual disc and the deck of cards depicting the ninja archetype. He wordlessly picked it up. The card still gave off an unnatural warmth. He stuffed them into the inside pocket of his jacket. Without looking back, he climbed onto his dual runner. Before leaving, he took one last look at the avenue where his rival had last screamed. "Your hunger for power, for attention ended up leading you to this." He sped off and got lost, heading back to the DxD Academy dueling stadium. That night, something had changed. It wasn't just the fall of a dictator, it wasn't just the rise of a new symbol of hope. It was the emergence of a real threat, silent, intangible evil. The students of DxD Academy, the spectators from other countries, the teachers, even the Gremory, they all saw how a simple duel turned into a trial of souls. The Shen Phantom had won, and in his victory, a legendary dragon took to the skies for the first time in decades. Stardust Dragon. But as the dragon disappeared among the stars, a much denser shadow loomed over the future. The evil cards were among them, and although Venelana Gremory was only the dealer, still no one knew the face of the one who distributed them. No one knew who was the true author of this nightmare that was just beginning. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.